Bang! Yunfei lunged forward in one stride, his foot slamming viciously into the steel locker just beside Watt. The deafening clang of metal erupted inside the cramped locker room, rattling everyone's eardrums. Even the football in Watt's hands slipped loose and thudded to the floor. So you're the one called Watt, huh? Yunfei looked down at this dumbstruck locker room, time bomb from above, all pretense stripped away completely. Pretty cocky, aren't you? You think you're the one irreplaceable choice in this team. Yunfei suddenly grabbed the collar of Watt's training jersey and yanked him bodily from the bench, spittle spraying directly into the other man's face. I've watched your scouting report and last season's match footage. 2 meters. A full 2-meter open goal. My grandma could tap that ball in with her walking cane, and you somehow blasted it into the stands. Good grief. Because of that the fans booed you. And you still had the nerve to throw towels at the captain in the locker room and sulk. Who do you think you are? Ronaldo or Messi? Did you install some kind of ghost clearing system in your ankles? Watt's face flushed crimson in an instant. He tried to break free only to realize that this scrawny Asian man was gripping him with surprising strength. What do you know? The pitch was too slippery, and I didn't get enough support from the midfield. Shut up. Plain and simple, only cowards blame the pitch and their teammates for bottling a sure goal. Yunfei shoved him back into his seat, his gaze sweeping across every single person in the locker room. Listen up. I don't give a damn how you played before, and I don't give a damn how you look down on my resume. From today on in this locker room, my tactics board is the only Bible that matters. Yunfei turned around and strode over to the tactics board that was missing half of its magnets. With a marker, he drew 4 enormous arrows pointing straight at the opponent's penalty area. In my 4-2-4 formation, the forwards don't need any fancy footwork from you. The midfield doesn't need any meaningless back and forth passing. Your only job as forwards is to bite onto the opposing defenders like stray dogs that catch the scent of shit. Once the back line wins the ball, they immediately launch it long to you. As soon as you get it, you must take the shot within 3 touches. Yunfei turned his head, fixed his eyes on Watt, and revealed a smile. In my team, if you dare to hold the ball for more than 3 seconds at the edge of the penalty area, or commit a low-level mistake, like skying the ball from 2 meters out in front of the goal, I'll throw the locker with your name on it into the dumpster outside, arrange for you to clean the restrooms, and use your toothbrush to scrub the urinals. The locker room was deathly silent. The players who had come to watch the drama unfold now didn't even dare to breathe. They were thoroughly cowed by Yunfei's ruthless, no-holds-barred words. Who in their right mind would call this a bookish armchair tactician? This was a straight-up gangster in a black suit. Looking at these troublemakers who were initially cowed, Yunfei silently breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. In truth, even he found this stroke of fortune utterly absurd. Who could have imagined that half a month ago this manager who was now throwing punches and kicks around the locker room had been stressing over a single cup of instant noodles? Let's rewind to half a month earlier in Yantai, China. Steam carrying the artificial fragrance of Master Kong braised beef noodles drifted through the basement of an anonymous residential complex. The smell was trapped in the air, unable to disperse at all. Yunfei took a fierce slurp of the noodles that had swollen soft and bloated from soaking. The plastic fork slightly bent from the force rested on the rim of the red instant noodle cup, producing a crisp clatter in the room. Yunfei stared at the ThinkPad in front of him, its cooling fan whirring at full speed, a machine that had clearly seen many years of use. The pale glow of the screen illuminated his stubbled face, which had barely seen sunlight for days. Ding dong. An irritating notification sounded, the 3rd job rejection of the day. It was also the 15th he had received since he had inexplicably transmigrated into this godforsaken parallel world half a month ago. Dear Mr. Yunfei, thank you for submitting your head coach application to our club. Our entire technical team carefully reviewed your tactical attachments, but to our deep regret, the football director of Anderlecht Football Club believes that your tactical philosophy is a bit too sci-fi for the player ecosystem of this league. We wish you the best of luck in your future career. Sci-fi. Sci-fi, my snakeskin banana lollipop. Yunfei slammed the cheap plastic fork hard onto the desk. Spittle flying as he cursed at the screen, his irate voice echoed through the cramped basement. Honestly, these Belgian brutes with their heads full of waffles and chocolate, they probably don't even understand what a half-space infield run is. Their defensive line drops lower than Van Gaal's waistband ever did. The rough brutes your youth academy raised. They can't even control a ground pass without it bouncing 3 meters away. Their entire match plan consists of 4 defenders blindly hoofing the ball skyward. What's the matter? Are you practicing shooting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft cannons? You call my tactics sci-fi. I'm here to save your constipated offense. As one among the countless transmigrants, Yunfei felt that his current start had shamed all his fellow transmigrators straight back to their grandmother's homes. Other transmigrators, even if they didn't become young masters of rich families, at least always had a crisp ding sound in their minds as some system, like the football Godfather system or the winning 11 panel, descended from the heavens. Their opening either gave them a free 100 billion transfer budget to knock Mbappe senseless with cash or unlocked a pair of golden eyes, a cheat that could view any player's radar chart, speed 15, shooting 17, potential 4. 5 stars. But him, he had nothing. No system panel, no mission rewards, no newbie gift pack. Not even a basic healthy body was left for him. The original owner of this body was a complete madman. He wanted to make something of himself in this real footballing arena that prized pure pedigree and European bloodlines. He had sold off everything he owned, scraped together every last coin, and grinded through theory day and night until he managed to earn a UEFA A-level coaching certificate. But no sooner had the gold-plated certificate arrived via international courier to this basement than the original owner, after consecutive nights of staying up watching match replays, suffered a heart attack and died instantly at his desk. He had left this exhausted body and a colossal mess entirely to Yun Fei, who had just crossed over. As a renowned football manager entertainment streamer across the internet in his previous life nicknamed Coach Yun, by his viewers the only assets Yun Fei currently possessed were the tens of thousands of hours of burned-in football star database deep in his brain and a repertoire of extremely outlandish tactical maneuvers. Plus the thick language notebook left by the original owner along with the crammed language memory for coaching. He couldn't even understand the most basic relative clauses in business contracts. But he could curse out a defender's ancestors for 18 generations, resurrecting them from their graves, using Andalusian accented Spanish or authentic East End London slang. Yet in this xenophobic European football world an Asian face, with no professional playing record at all clutching an A-level coaching certificate, its weight probably equivalent to a security guard's access card at Evergrande. Yun Fei rubbed his messy nest-like hair in anxiety. He grabbed the Android phone with half of its screen shattered, opened the banking app, and took a look. Balance 95. 27 yuan. Great. Just perfect. It wasn't even enough to buy a high-speed rail ticket to Beiping, if he didn't find a job that included meals before the weekend. This top-tier coach who in his past life had led a Spanish relegation battling team to 7 consecutive Champions League titles, a self-proclaimed FM tactical wizard. His only way out next week was to go begging with a broken bowl by the shores of Jifu Bay or to screw bolts at the Fushan Electronics factory. Yun Fei lifted the instant noodle bucket to his lips, draining the last mouthful of soup laced with chili oil. The scorching heat in his stomach dragged forth a memory he could not suppress. The utter humiliation of last week. Last week, grinding his back teeth, he had spent the final 20,000 yuan left by the body's original owner on a discount flight from Yintai to Madrid, all to interview for the head coaching position at Real Madrid Castilla. That had been the closest he had ever stood to the gates of football royalty, and the hardest reality had ever punched him in the face. To this day, he could not forget the sight of himself pushing open the door to Real Madrid President Florentino's office. The instant he crossed that lavish carved wooden doorway, his feet sinking into the plush Persian carpet, Yun Fei dispensed with every conceivable courtesy. No greeting, no pleasantries, no handshake. He strode boldly up to the massive solid wood executive desk and slammed down in front of Florentino the document he had agonized over all night. A 424 high press and meat grinder midfield positioning guide, its pages covered in crisscrossing red and black arrows drawn in ballpoint pen, with a sharp slap. The sheer force of the impact rattled the delicate mug emblazoned with the Real Madrid crest, kicking a few drops of coffee into the air. Florentino, the commercial titan who could stir wind and rain across European football, held his patience in check. With those eyes that had seen through countless men, he pinched the faintly sweat-stained A4 paper and for a full 30 seconds studied it without a word. Yun Fei distinctly remembered the way Florentino's brow had folded tighter and tighter, one crease at a time. It was the expression of a man watching his own team concede a last-gasp equalizer in the final minutes of stoppage time in a Champions League final. A penalty for Barcelona, and a staggeringly dubious one at that. When Florentino finally raised his eyes to Yun Fei again, he looked at him the way one might look at a clown who had just escaped from Arkham Asylum and wandered into the Bernabeu to beg for spare change. The football magnate's coffee spoon hung stiffly in midair, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, yet no sound came out for a long moment. That look of yours is scaring me a little. Mr. Florentino, let me first lay out the math for you. Back then Yun Fei paid no heed to anything or anyone. His head was stuffed with the infallible truth of the tactics that had crushed all opposition in his video games. He lunged half a step closer, braced both hands against the edge of the desk, and leaned half his body across it. Like a pyramid scheme ringleader brainwashing his mark, he began pitching Florentino with fiery conviction. This system of ours doesn't need some €100 million tactical mastermind. No need for Ancelotti's ethereal Champions League mystique. No need for Zidane's so-called dressing room black magic. Midfield. Who needs midfield? I'll just put 2 6'3" holding destroyers in the center, built like young bulls. They don't have to know how to pass. They don't have to do anything at all except chop down whoever has the ball, man and ball together like cutting timber. Applaud if you understand. The more Yun Fei spoke, the more electrified he became, gesticulating wildly. Once a defender wins the ball, any form of short passing and tiki-taka is strictly forbidden. Shut your eyes and hoof it into the sky. Big boots up the pitch. Put 4 blazing fast forwards up top. Once they receive the ball, they must shoot within 3 touches. This is pure wild punches kill the old master football. As long as our stamina holds up, this high press will gobble up those Segunda B sides alive. He had not even gotten through the intricate 3-touch attacking rotation system when Florentino, his face expressionless, raised a single finger and with icy calm pressed the golden call bell on the desk. In less than 10 seconds, the thunder of footsteps arrived. 2 strapping black brothers, their arms thicker than Yun Fei's thighs, burst into the office. Flanking him left and right, they twisted Yun Fei's arms expertly behind his back and dragged him across the priceless carpet like a dead dog. Let me go. You people are strangling a great tactical revolution in its cradle. This system will blast Castilla straight through the entire Segunda B. In the corridor, Yunfei's legs thrashed wildly, his leather shoes scuffing black marks across the polished marble floor as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. You capitalists who only know how to sell jerseys and push commercial development. Sticking with that utterly unwatchable possession football is plain sabotage of Castilla's youth training. Wait until you get relegated. Then you won't even find a tune to cry to. As the two black brothers dragged him through the vast open-plan office, youth coaches, data analysts, and a few young players still in their training kits all craned their necks to watch and jeer as he passed. A young coach with blonde hair and blue eyes bent down to retrieve the sheet of tactical scribbles that had fallen from Yunfei during the struggle. He glanced at it once, then let out an utterly unrestrained laugh. A 4-2-4 pressing high across the whole pitch. Good heavens, buddy. You've got two men in midfield. What are they supposed to use, shadow clones or light their boots on fire and fly around cosplaying Astro Boy? The laughter in the corridor erupted like a tsunami. That was how he got hauled all the way to the main gate of the Valdebebas training ground. The two black brothers tossed him aside like a stinking bag of rubbish, dumping him squarely onto the curb outside the gate. The fall sent a searing crack through Yunfei's tailbone, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Close behind came the battered shoe that had flown off in the struggle, along with the crumpled positioning guide, now smeared with a few drops of coffee. All of it was hurled into his face. The lead brother dusted off his hands, and through the slowly closing security gate looked down at Yunfei from a lofty height. With the sort of gaze reserved for a simpleton, he spat out a maximally demeaning barb. With those tactics of yours on that scrap of paper, never mind tying a chihuahua to the coach's bench, hell, you could tie the Bernabeu mascot there, and it would still know defensive positioning better than you. A chihuahua at least knows that with a 4-2-4 pressing high across the pitch, those two midfielders would run their lungs to shreds and their legs to splinters before they ever plugged the gaps in the half spaces. Your defensive line is practically cowering inside your own goal mouth. That's not tactics. That's just asking for a beating. The second brother, also a veteran football fan, piled on without mercy, still talking about tearing through Segunda B. With that level of tactical understanding, you couldn't even keep goal in a pickup game without them saying your hands leak like a sieve. You can't even draw a proper offside line, and you want to shred somebody's parked bus. Damn, I'd go to the hospital and have that scrambled up brain of yours thoroughly hosed down first. In the last instant before the gate clanged shut, a chorus of perfectly synchronized chanting drifted through the gap from the Castilla youth players. Keep the tactical chihuahua. Just show the man the door. Fools. A bunch of provincial frogs who've never seen the world. Yunfei wrenched himself from that humiliating memory, sitting on the chair in his basement, grinding his teeth in bitter muttering. The cold clang of the sliding metal gate locking, along with the unrestrained jeers from the crowd, had replayed relentlessly in his mind every single night for the past week. Even now it throbbed relentlessly against his temples. Yunfei let out a burp laden with the flavor of braised beef noodles, his eyes holding the savage intensity of a gambler who had lost everything. You lot deserve to spend your whole lives watching those rule-following bricklayers kick a ball. Give me a wasteland full of weeds and dry brush, and I'll show you a blazing wildfire of total football in return. Frustrating as it was, the gravity of reality was always heavy. Staring at the empty instant noodle cup, he pondered whether he should swallow his pride tomorrow. Should he check if that newly opened Longjiang pork knuckle rice joint on the corner was hiring a dishwasher just to keep body and soul together? Just then the phone lying silent on the table suddenly buzzed with an urgent vibration. Buzz, buzz. In that stifling afternoon, the vibration sounded like heavenly music. Yunfei sprang up, snatched the phone, and swiped open its cracked screen. An email notification bearing the official suffix of a football club popped up. Sender FC Lokomotiv Moscow. What the hell? A Russian Premier League giant. This is it. Yunfei's pupils dilated instantly, his heart pounding wildly. He knew that this wealthy Eastern European powerhouse, a regular in European competitions, could offer him even a youth team position enough to bid farewell forever to this basement that reeked of instant noodles. Yunfei took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he opened the email that could change his destiny. The lingering smell of instant noodles in his nostrils now strangely resembled the crisp aroma of vodka on Moscow's Red Square. Yunfei stared at the half-shattered phone screen, his pupils contracting, his heart thumping uncontrollably. That email bearing the official suffix of FC Lokomotiv Moscow was like a sudden beam of light piercing the pitch-black abyss. Lokomotiv Moscow, a club consistently at the top of the Russian Premier League, an Eastern European giant with Champions League qualification. For a free agent who had less than 100 RMB to his name and didn't know where his next braised beef noodle meal was coming from. This was like hitting the hidden SSR jackpot from a gotcha box thrown by fate itself. Heaven never seals off all exits. Those Russians in Moscow sure have better vision than those Madrid bullfighters who only care about commercial value. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yunfei accidentally knocked over the instant noodle cup on the table. The spicy red broth splattered onto his t-shirt, which hadn't been washed in days, but he couldn't care less. According to the email, Lokomotiv had recently sacked their reserve team head coach due to escalating conflicts within the dressing room. With the first team's inconsistent form, the club's hierarchy urgently needed a coach with a disruptive tactical philosophy, someone who could inject a potent dose of energy into their stagnant tactical setup to revitalize the squad. And Yunfei's resume filled with radical tactical concepts happened to land on their radar at this critical juncture. At the end of the email was a link to a Skype video interview, encrypted, scheduled to start in 1 hour. Like a faithful preparing for battle, Yunfei immediately began his meager preparations. From the decrepit wardrobe in his basement that reeked of mothballs, he pulled out the somewhat decent cheap suit that the previous owner had worn to take a certification exam. To hide the miserable state of the basement walls, he tore down a plain white bedsheet. He pinned it tightly to the wall behind him with a few rusty thumbtacks, trying to fake a background that looked like a minimalist office. Then he placed his ThinkPad squarely in the center of the table, propping it up with a few thick copies of 3 Years of Football, 5 Years of Simulation. This was to make the camera level with his eyes, aiming to project an aura of calm confidence befitting a Coach Yun. Ding dong, a crisp connection sound, and the Skype video feed flickered to life. The screen didn't show the spacious, brightly lit, trophy-laden modern director's office Yunfei had imagined. Instead, he saw a dimly lit conference room with a heavy industrial metal aesthetic distinctly Eastern European. In the center of the frame sat a middle-aged Russian man with a receding hairline, deep-set eyes, and a face etched with cold severity. That was the football director of FC Lokomotiv Moscow, Ivanov. Mr. Yunfei, I've seen your wild resume. Ivanov offered no pleasantries, not even a polite comment about the weather. He spoke English with a thick Russian accent, his tone dripping with condescending scrutiny. Your tactical attachments mention high pressing across the whole pitch. That's quite rare in the current Russian Premier League. But I must be frank, we have significant reservations about your complete lack of professional playing experience. Mr. Ivanov, a professional playing record is about as useful as a piece of sandpaper when faced with the absolute truth of tactics. Yunfei took a deep breath, meeting the man's gaze without a hint of fear, and unleashed the silver-tongued persuasion skills he had honed as a top-tier livestream host in his past life. I have thoroughly studied your club's recent match footage from the Champions League and the Russian League. You play far too conservatively. You have strong center-backs and energetic midfielders, yet you engage in that ridiculous tiki-taka passing at the back. Yunfei suddenly leaned forward, his massive forehead filling the entire video frame, hands flailing in the air, spittle flying. Listen. In this world, every mediocre team trying to imitate Guardiola's possession game ends up dying a miserable death. Lokomotiv needs a revolution. It needs the radical 4-2-4 triangular attack system. I don't need you to spend tens of millions on some midfield playmaker. All I need are 2 destroyer defensive midfielders built like Siberian brown bears. Their only job is to bring down anyone who tries to get through the middleman and ball. Ivanov on the screen frowned slightly, seemingly uncomfortable with such a crude analogy. But Yunfei didn't give him a chance to interject, continuing his frenzied output. Once we win the ball, any lateral or backward passes are strictly forbidden. Close your eyes and just hoof it upfield. Boot it forward. The 4 forwards up front must swarm onto the second ball like starving wolves. 3 passes and the attack is finished. This direct assault tactic is specifically designed to tear apart those slow, ponderous defenses. Just let me take charge, and I guarantee Lokomotiv will smash the entire Russian defense to pieces. In this 5-minute tactical monologue, Yunfei painted this radically lopsided strategy, one that had dominated every game in his past life, and was jokingly dubbed the hangdog crown by his stream followers, as if it were the ultimate truth of football. Yunfei even fantasized that Ivanov would be so stunned by his genius that he'd gasp like an NPC in a novel. In his mind, Ivanov would exclaim, "This man's talent is terrifyingly immense," and slam $1 million annual contract onto the table. But reality didn't buy his act. It slapped him hard across the face. Ivanov wasn't hypnotized by this aggressive 4-2-4 rhapsody. He simply took a sip of the vodka on his desk, a flicker of mockery and pity crossing his eyes. "Mr. Yin, your tactics are certainly imaginative," Ivanov drawled, shattering Yunfei's illusion. "But unfortunately, football isn't a game you win by drawing a few red and black arrows on paper, and this isn't a data simulator on a computer. The only reason we're interviewing you today is because the previous candidate ended his meeting early, leaving us with a 15-minute gap." Yunfei's face froze, feeling as if a rusted iron nail was lodged in his throat. "Previous candidate? What does that have to do with my tactics?" "Because the previous candidate has already secured the contract," Ivanov announced the cruel decision with utter indifference. "His name is Palasa, a seasoned Serbian veteran who's been grinding in Eastern European football for over a decade." "Palasa? Who the hell is this?" Nobody crawled out from under a rock. Yunfei panicked frantically, searching his memory for any famous football prodigy or legend, yet finding not a single trace of that name. "Ivanov, are you people insane? You'd rather have a veteran with 0 achievements than try a revolutionary tactic that could upend the entire Russian Premier League. Does this Palasa guy know anything about spatial penetration? Does he understand defensive rotation under high pressing? He may not understand those sci-fi terms you speak of, but he possesses something you absolutely lack: survival." Ivanov's tone turned suddenly severe. "Mr. Yin, you have no understanding of Russian football culture. Our locker room isn't a classroom full of Teletubbies waiting to hear your tactical lecture. It's filled with gangs, alcohol, complex webs of interests, and an extremely xenophobic Slavic brotherhood." Ivanov leaned closer to the screen, his cold eyes locked onto Yunfei. "Palasa is fluent in Russian, Serbian, and Ukrainian. He can, in the middle of the night, use the filthiest Russian slang to tear into a backup center back who's causing a scene at a nightclub after too much vodka and send him scurrying back to training like a scolded child. He can, in the Slavic way, pound absolute authority into the locker room blackboard with his fists. And you're an Asian face holding an A license certificate. You can't even understand the code words they use to plot against the head coach. Bullshit. Who says I can't understand them? Yunfei was utterly enraged by this clique culture. He pounded the table violently, causing the computer screen to shake. I crammed 4 entire languages, English, German, Spanish, and Portuguese, just to become a head coach. I can curse a defender into oblivion in Andalusian accented Spanish, and I can bond with players like brothers using the grittiest East End London slang. Why the hell do you say I can't control a locker room? Because among those 4 languages there isn't a single trace of a Cyrillic letter. Ivanov's verdict hit Yunfei like a sledgehammer, shattering his last shred of stubbornness. In Eastern European football, mainstream languages like English, German, and Spanish are like the knife and fork you use in a fancy restaurant. But in our locker room, people are used to cutting meat with a rusty iron blade. Your fancy mainstream European languages are not only useless there, they'll make you a laughingstock that those troublesome players will happily unite to take down. Tactics can be compromised, but if the locker room spirals out of control, the team plummets straight into hell. Ivanov shook his head, his finger already hovering over the mouse, ready to end this absurd conversation. We need a commander who can truly immerse himself in the local gang culture and establish absolute dominance through the local dialect. Not a madman who waves his tactics board at the air and can't even understand the tactical shouts players exchange on the pitch. In the face of this kind of ethnic identity, your tactics are worth absolutely nothing. Wait, Ivanov, this is pure prejudice. This is the most disgusting bloodline elitism and xenophobia in European football. Yunfei shouted with all his remaining strength, desperately clinging to the last sliver of hope. Just give me a translator, and I guarantee I'll have those Russian bastards eating out of my hand. What they need is a coach who can lead them to victory, not some gang leader who just drinks with them. I'm sorry, but Lokomotiv doesn't have the budget for a personal tactical translator for you. Good luck with your future career, Yun. Click. The screen went black, leaving only the cold, hollow dial tone of the disconnected Skype call echoing through the empty basement. Yunfei sat there dazed, still leaning forward, as if all strength had been drained from his body. The white bedsheet behind him, loosened by his frantic movements, had lost a thumbtack. It sagged down halfway, revealing the moldy, peeling wall beneath. The basement fell silent again, save for the damned, droning hum of the computer's cooling fan. Ethnic identity. What an unstoppable, dimension-shattering blow. Yunfei clutched his nest like hair in agony, letting out a dry, wailing sound that was half sob, half laugh. He had imagined 10,000 reasons for failing the interview. Maybe they'd dislike his lack of a glamorous playing career. Maybe they'd find his 4-2-4 tactics too reckless. Maybe they'd think his salary demands were too high. But he never imagined that the UEFA A license he'd earned with his life and his proud 4-language locker room mastery would be defeated by a local bigwig who barely understood tactics but could buddy up with the players in Serbian and Russian. This was the fucked up reality of European football. It wasn't a video game, a utopia where any player would give his all for you just because you held a coach's whistle. The xenophobia, the cliques, the shady, unspoken rules. They formed a thick, invisible iron door that mercilessly shut out all the rootless small-town grinds. In this Vanity Fair ruled by bloodline elitism, the arrogance of the elite was etched into their bones. The gap between people was decided in the womb. Real Madrid's Castilla had tossed him out of the Bernabeu like a piece of trash because they found his tactics not elegant enough, not conducive to inflating their young prospects' value. And now Lokomotiv Moscow had crushed his livelihood with an insurmountable wall of ethnic gang culture. Am I really destined to end up screwing bolts at the Fushan Electronics factory? Yunfei picked up his phone, glanced at the pitiful balance of 95.27 yuan, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. No system panel to aid him, no novice gift pack to relieve his plight. Even scouting players meant relying on those error-riddled paper-based scouting reports. He was like a degenerate gambler, stripped of his clothes and deprived of the right to even see his own cards, thrown into a parallel world teeming with butterfly effects. In this godforsaken place, those geniuses you knew from your past life might just as well end up with a torn hamstring after a night out at the club tomorrow, counting on your rebirth memories to give you an edge. That's like playing Russian roulette with 5 bullets loaded. Yunfei vigorously rubbed his numb face. Despair. Collapse. Nonsense. Yunfei had no time for melancholy. Even in his past life playing Football Manager, his most prominent trait was never being some tactical mastermind. His real strengths were an extreme frugality that could stretch a single penny into 8 pieces and a shameless table-flipping temperament that emerged the moment he started losing. Top clubs look down on me. The Russian league scoffs at my lack of Russian. Fine. Very well. Yunfei gritted his teeth, grabbed the mouse, and clicked on the UEFA official website's page for unemployed coaches. I'm done playing by their rules. As long as there's a team in Europe willing to take me in, I'll use this 4-2-4 formation to drag them into European competition and wipe that smug look off those big clubs' faces. He furiously scrolled down the lengthy list of openings, filtering out all the pretentious positions demanding top-flight league experience or fluency in local dialects. He locked his sights on clubs with flashing red financial warnings, bottom-of-the-table rankings, and those considered footballing slums abandoned by the world. His mouse will spun all the way down to the very bottom of the list, the lowest rung of European football's pecking order. A club with a dark crimson badge, seemingly buried under dust from the Scottish Premiership, caught his eye. Motherwell Football Club. Yunfei clicked on the club's details page, his eyes swiftly scanning the disastrous status report. Location North Lanarkshire, Scotland. Predicted league finish bottom of the Scottish Premiership. Current transfer budget 0. Current status severe financial crisis. On the brink of bankruptcy, they had sold off all their valuable core players during the offseason to pay off debts. The current squad was riddled with injuries, and the wage bill was already over the cap. According to rumors, the club hadn't paid the training grounds groundskeeper or the senior team doctor's salary for 3 whole months. Good grief, this isn't a football club, it's the bankruptcy liquidation side of Scottish football's Beggars Guild. This magically realistic disaster was the perfect crematorium for any coach foolish enough to take the job. However, when his eyes drifted down to the club's competition eligibility, his breath hitched. European qualification holds a spot in this season's UEFA Europa League qualifiers. It was like spotting a diamond covered in grime amidst a pile of stinking garbage. For a Scottish Premiership relegation candidate on the verge of extinction, the broadcast revenue and win bonuses from the Europa League were the only miracle cure that could bring them back from the dead. And for Yunfei, who was penniless at this moment, having European football to play meant he had a grand stage to showcase his tactical theories in front of the entire European media. It also meant he had a significant bargaining chip to shamelessly go knocking on the doors of Europe's elite, scavenging for their cast-offs. His seasoned freebie radar from his football manager days was blaring. He mentally crossed out all the mediocre run-of-the-mill options. If you're going to do it, go big. Old Trafford. A player with terrifying physical attributes, charging like a beast. Yet because of the star-studded Manchester United first team, he was forced to rot on the bench, a forgotten soul. Manchester United's prodigal son, Danny Welbeck. If I can use Europa League playing time as bait to lure a star of Welbeck's caliber to come and provide some technical support. Yunfei swallowed hard, his eyes burning with fervor. If he comes, my broken-down 4-2-4 formation would instantly get a top-tier nuclear engine. Then ending the match within 3 passes up front wouldn't be a dream. Yunfei stared at the line in the job requirements that said, applicants willing to accept extremely low wages will be prioritized. He couldn't help but laugh. No money, no players, destined for last place. He ripped off the cheap tie that felt like it was strangling him and tossed it on the floor. Screw it. As long as this club has a ticket to the Europa League, that's a massive bargaining chip. Even if I have a squad of cripples on crutches, I'll still manage to con some top academy kids into coming over as free labor. Slap. His fingers slammed down on the enter key. Resume sent. He was determined to turn this godforsaken Scottish league on its head. As he sent his imaginative resume to Motherwell FC of the Scottish Premiership, he had already braced himself for the worst. He had learned plenty about the efficiency of European football's bureaucracy over the past 2 weeks. Even just to reject or resume, those arrogant suit-wearing directors usually took 3 to 5 days to complete a seemingly rigorous, but truly bureaucratic internal evaluation process. Yunfei let out a long sigh and dragged his tired body to his feet. He tossed the empty instant noodle cup into the trash bag, preparing to head to the corner to try his luck at the newly opened Long John Pork Trotter's rice shop. He was hoping to secure a dishwasher job to at least cover his dinner before the landlord kicked him out. But just as he turned around before his hand even touched the trash bag, ding dong. The computer suddenly emitted a crisp email notification sound. Yunfei froze in place, a look of disbelief on his face. It hadn't even been 3 minutes since he hit send. What the hell? Is this some kind of superhuman efficiency? Yunfei rushed back to the computer in 2 quick strides. Even if their HR department was using a quantum computer to screen resumes, they couldn't reply in 3 minutes. Could it be that I didn't meet the requirements and got auto-rejected by a preset system reply? With the heavy heart of someone visiting a grave, he clicked on the email with the Motherwell Football Club suffix. But the moment he saw the email body, his eyes went wide. Dear Mr. Yunfei, your tactical concepts are truly impressive. Given the club's current urgent situation, if you are available now, please click the link below immediately. Our club chairman, Mr. Jim McMahon, would like to conduct a brief Skype video interview with you. 3 minutes. Skipping HR and the sporting director, the club chairman himself sends an interview link. Yunfei's mouth twitched uncontrollably, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him. As a seasoned veteran of the internet industry in his past life, Yunfei's first thought wasn't elation but caution. This abnormal efficiency, this eager rush to the point, was remarkably similar to those scam emails promising high-pay urgent overseas work that actually lured you to some remote place to have your organs harvested and work as a slave. How utterly desperate and rotten must this club be to be this hungry for a coach with absolutely no professional track record, let alone an Asian one? But despite his caution, a glance at the pathetic 95 yuan balance on his battered phone made him grit his teeth. Fine, let them harvest my organs. As long as I can coach in Europe, I'll even throw in my appendix as a bonus. Yunfei scrambled to set up a decent background for the video call. He used a rusty thumbtack to firmly press the white bedsheet which had been torn during an argument with a Lokomotiv Moscow director back onto the peeling wall. He wet his hand with some cold water from a cup and smoothed down his unruly hair. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the Skype video link in the email. The screen flickered a few times with slight lag and pixelation before finally stabilizing. On the other side of the screen, there was no opulent chairman's office with crystal chandeliers and leather sofas. What came into view was a dim, shabby hall with damp patches seeping through the corners of the walls. In the center of the frame sat a white-haired old man wearing a pilled wool sweater with a receding hairline and puffy bags under his eyes. His complexion was ghastly pale, tinged with the grayish hue of chronic sleep deprivation, giving him the overall look of a hoarder who had been hoarding memory chips this year. The wrinkles on his face were etched with the despair of, is the club about to go bankrupt? Ready to become a flying man and elbow the ground. This was Jim McManus, the chairman of Motherwell Football Club. Yun, can you hear me? This damn Scottish rain has flooded the network base station again. Jim rubbed his eyes, his voice laced with exhaustion and hoarseness, cutting straight to the chase. Yun, I've seen your imaginative resume. I must confess, over the past few days I've sent interview invitations to over 50 unemployed coaches across Europe. But the moment they heard about our club's current situation, they hung up without a second's hesitation. Jim let out a bitter laugh, his eyes holding a sorrowful light of resignation to fate. You're the only one who didn't reject us instantly, so I have to lay all my cards on the table. If you were lured here by the gimmick of our Europa League qualifier spot, I suggest you hang up this video call right now. Our club's situation is probably 100 times worse than what you've seen on the news. The club suffered a devastating withdrawal of funding. To pay off debts, we sold all our main players who were worth any money during the offseason. Now we have zero transfer budget, we're over the wage cap, and we can't even scrape together €50 to fix the broken ice machine in the physio room. Jim grew more agitated as he spoke, as if he wanted to pour out all the grievances pinned up in his heart. If you come, you'll be facing a squad list riddled with injuries and a group of players ready to rebel in the dressing room over unpaid wages. The media predicts we'll finish dead last this season. This might just be a death trap, a mess that could be relegated, go bankrupt, or disband at any moment. So are you sure you still want to take over this crematorium? The old man looked at Yunfei, expecting him to sneer and hang up like the 50 coaches before him. However, Yunfei on the other end of the screen was not intimidated. Instead, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chairman Jim, you worry too much. In your eyes, these are fatal poisons. But in my eyes, this is the perfect team to forge ultimate tactics. Yunfei brazenly spun his tales without a hint of embarrassment. He knew this kind of psychological game of brinkmanship all too well. When facing a bankrupt club on the verge of collapse, the more confident you appear, the more they'll cling to you like a lifeline. No transfer budget. Fantastic. My tactics don't need to spend money on those overpriced prima donnas who just stand around waiting for the ball. Yunfei spread his hands, his tone arrogant and even slightly contemptuous. A squad full of injuries. No problem. As long as we can scrape together 11 breathing souls with 2 legs. I can fit them into my tactical system. As for avoiding relegation, Jim, your ambitions are too small. With a Europa League ticket in hand, we should be begging at the doorstep of every football club in Europe. No, we should be robbing them. Jim was utterly stunned by this subversive rhetoric. In all his years he'd seen braggarts, but never someone who could spin gold out of a pile of scrap metal. You're really willing to take over? Jim's voice trembled slightly. But we can only offer a meager salary, a short-term contract of €800 per week. That's even lower than what some senior plumbers make here in Scotland. €800. Deal. Yunfei didn't hesitate for even a second. Are you kidding? He only had 95 renminbi left in his pocket. Forget €800. If they offered him €80 a week with room and board, he'd kowtow to Jim on the spot. But as someone who had scraped by in the streaming world for 10 years in his past life, Yunfei knew one thing: while you can be poor, but you must never lose the upper hand at the negotiating table. The club has its bottom line, and he as the firefighting manager had his own price. Jim, I accept this insultingly low weekly wage that's akin to tossing a coin to a beggar, but that doesn't mean I'll be pushed around. Yunfei's tone shifted sharply. His previously casual demeanor tightened, and the fierce grit, forged by life's recent hardships, pierced through the screen straight at Jim. Since I'm getting paid peanuts and taking over a hot mess, I must also lay down my non-negotiable conditions. Jim furrowed his bushy, unruly eyebrows in wariness, crossing his arms over his chest. Let me be clear, if you ask for money to buy players, even €5,000, I'll hang up this video call right now. I told you I don't need a transfer budget. Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. First, my tactical decisions, starting lineup, and absolute authority over the dressing room must not be interfered with by the board or management in any way. I demand absolute dictatorship on the pitch. Even if I put the goalkeeper in the striker's position, you'll just have to sit in the stands and applaud. Jim breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders slumping slightly. For the chairman of a club already prepared for relegation and bankruptcy, relinquishing control was the cheapest transaction. As long as you can keep the team from losing too embarrassingly and stop the radical fans from burning down the stadium, you have full authority over on-field matters. What's the second condition? Yunfei swallowed hard, and the tense, almost combative atmosphere took a strange pause. He instinctively glanced at his phone, his tone turning serious, tinged with the tragic resolve and frugality of a bottom-rung worker. Second, and most importantly, Yunfei stared intently at Jim, speaking slowly and deliberately. I just checked. From Yantai, I take the green train to Beiping. Then transfer to Aeroflot's red-eye flight to London. Finally catch an EasyJet budget flight to Glasgow. Plus the long-distance bus from the airport to Fir Park Stadium. The total cost comes to about €430. Jim was stunned, his face full of confusion. What are you billing me for? This expensive travel expense must be wired to me by the club in advance. Not a single cent less. Yunfei slammed his hand on the table. And on the day I arrive in Scotland and sign the contract, the club must advance me my first week's €800 salary. If you don't agree to this condition, my landlord will throw me and my bedding out onto the streets of Yuntai like garbage this afternoon. Then you'll have to come collect your prospective manager's corpse from under the overpass. Jim on the other side of the screen was stunned for a full half-minute, his mouth slightly agape, like a salmon gasping for oxygen. Having presided over Motherwell FC for over a decade, he had seen players demand seven-figure signing fees, top-tier contracts, and luxury mansions and sports cars. But he swore in his entire life, and even in the 100-year history of Scottish football, this was absolutely the first time. He had never seen a manager who, for a cheap flight ticket of just over €400 and in advance on his weekly wages, would dare to slam his hand on the table and argue red-faced with the club chairman during an interview. This was no strategic mastermind. This was a beggar infinitely more impoverished than the club itself. Deal? I'll transfer the flight money to you and pay your weekly wage in cash. Jim gritted his teeth and covered his face with his hand. He felt that if he looked at Yun Fei on the screen for even one more second, the last shred of his presidential dignity would be infected by this overwhelming aura of destitution. Good. Now one final point. A cunning fox-like glint suddenly flashed in Yun Fei's eyes. This was the true superweapon he had been saving for this entire negotiation, the passive skill from his FM career, the old club excavator preemptive clause. My coaching contract must and will include a manager resignation buyout clause. Yun Fei's voice turned calm, as if he were proclaiming a sacred law. If in the future another club at a higher level wishes to poach me, they only need to pay Motherwell FC €5. And you must release me unconditionally without any obstruction. He wouldn't have it any other way. Yun Fei had never planned on staying at this Scottish Premiership bottom dweller, a club on the verge of bankruptcy, for the rest of his life. Based on his past life's experience, once a grassroots coach starts getting results, his value skyrockets, and it was inevitable that top clubs from the Big Five leagues would come calling. If he didn't set an extremely low buyout clause now, these money-starved Scottish executives would in the future act like vampires and demand exorbitant fees, trapping him in his contract. €5 was merely half a year's wages for a youth player to clubs in the Premier League or La Liga. They wouldn't bat an eye before paying it. This was essentially paving a golden highway for his future, allowing him to jump to a top club at any time. Meanwhile, Jim's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard the words €5. A foreign vagrant who needed the club to reimburse him for a budget flight ticket and nearly fought for an €800 advance, was fantasizing about other clubs paying a fortune of €5 to poach him. This man wasn't just an extreme lunatic and a stingy beggar, he was also an incurably delusional megalomaniac. But for Motherwell, this was a clause that seemed to be a godsend. If some fool actually paid €500 for this madman, that money would be enough to clear the club's 6 months of overdue pitch maintenance fees and player bonuses. Jim could almost squeal with joy in his sleep. Absolutely no problem. I'd agree even if you set the buyout at €500. Jim, fearing Yun Fei might change his mind, spoke with the rapid-fire speed of someone reciting a disclaimer. I'll have the legal department send the PDF contract with these 3 additional clauses to your email immediately. I expect to see you and your tactics board at the Fir Park training ground by 4 p.m. the day after tomorrow. The video call ended with a sharp click. Yun Fei leaned back in his chair and let out a long, heavy breath. The back of his shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat from the intense tension and excitement. 10 minutes later, a PDF electronic contract in English was sitting in his inbox. Unable to understand the complex legal jargon, Yun Fei used translation software to meticulously verify the €800 advance payment and the prominently highlighted €5 release clause. After confirming everything was correct, he solemnly affixed his electronic signature on the screen. The matter was settled. The next 48 hours saw Yun Fei experience a budget escape that felt like special forces training. He used the money the club had just sent to buy a ticket on a slow green train, fleeing the basement apartment that smelled of instant noodles. He gnawed on 2 hard, dry loaves of bread in the Moscow transit hall and endured a long, sleepless night on plastic chairs in a London airport. By the time he finally boarded a rickety stagecoach long-distance bus and crossed into the borders of North Lanarkshire, it was already evening on the 3rd day. The Scottish drizzle carried a bone-chilling cold. Yun Fei dragged his battered suitcase, which had lost a wheel and had to be hauled along the ground, and stepped through muddy puddles to stand right outside the main gates of Fir Park. The cold wind laced with rain seeped into his thin, cheap suit collar, causing him to shiver violently. The sight before him plunged the former streamer accustomed to the grand stadiums of top clubs into a long silence. This was not the training base of a top-tier European club. With its peeling mottled exterior walls and rusty iron gates, it was even more decrepit than an abandoned tractor factory in a second-tier Chinese city. Yun, you actually came. A Scottish old man wearing a jacket covered in mud splatters and holding a rusty spade shuffled out of the gatehouse. I'm the club's part-time physio, part-time groundskeeper, and part-time security guard. You can call me Old Tom. The old man pulled a stack of paper reports stained with coffee, their edges curled like pretzels, from his jacket and shoved them into Yun Fei's hands. Jim's at the bank begging on his knees to sort out the debts. He told me to give you this. These are the team's current injury report and player list. Old Tom sighed, looking at the training pitch where the turf was torn up in patches, and gestured to the report with a sorrowful tone. Sorry, we can't afford professional data analysts. This is just a summary we old-timers put together with our own eyes. And by the way, just yesterday afternoon our last remaining left back twisted his ankle stepping off a stair, and he might be out for 3 months. Yunfei's mouth twitched involuntarily. He stiffly lowered his head and opened the pitiful report. There were no intuitive pace or potential stats, just a list of glaring red text. Main center back out, long-term entire left flank injured, right winger with a muscle strain. The whole defensive line was practically on crutches. Yunfei took a deep breath of the damp Scottish air and tightly rolled the report into a tube in his hand. The plan to acquire Manchester United's Prince Welbeck for free began to burn uncontrollably like wildfire in the darkness. So it's a crippled squad on crutches, huh? Yunfei looked up, a wild manic light in his eyes. Even if I have to beg at the gates of Manchester, I'll get this damn team together and play in the Europa League. Morning in North Lanarkshire, Scotland. Yunfei was jolted awake by the cold, sprawled on a decrepit leather sofa, whose springs had long since collapsed, the air thick with the stale stench of old beer. Having arrived at the club yesterday evening penniless, he couldn't even afford the cheapest roadside motel in town for the night. The newly appointed Motherwell manager, with sheer audacity, had spent the night in the drafty, glass-windowed trophy room on the ground floor of Fir Park Stadium, wrapped in 2 military overcoats. He groaned, rubbing his painfully stiff neck, and crawled off the sofa shivering. Pushing open the wooden door, one of its glass panes cracked, he stepped outside. Once a prominent heavy industry hub in Scotland, the town of Motherwell now exuded the same moribund air as the club, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Rusted steel mill chimneys stood like colossal tombstones in the distance, and the streets were lined with shuttered shops, victims of the economic downturn. Even the lettering on the street signs had been eroded into illegibility by wind and rain. A biting gust swept by, and Yunfei tightened his cheap black suit as his stomach let out a thunderous, traitorous growl. I need to find some grub in town first and scope out the local fans while I'm at it, Yunfei muttered, following the stadium's perimeter wall until he ducked into a local pub called the Claret Amber. At 10:30 in the morning, the pub was already occupied by a dozen grizzled, sullen-eyed Scottish locals in faded Motherwell jerseys. They nursed cheap black beer and plates of fish and chips, cursing at the television mounted on the wall. The moment Yunfei pushed open the door, the brass bell above it chimed, and the raucous Scottish profanity instantly died out. A dozen pairs of eyes, scrutinizing, mocking, even openly hostile, fixed squarely on his rare Asian face. On the bar lay a crumpled copy of the Scottish Sun pinned under a beer glass. The headline screamed in thick, insulting black letters, "Zero budget despair. Bankrupt Motherwell becomes the laughingstock of Britain signs, zero experience Asian rookie as manager. A starving man will eat anything." The accompanying photo showed Yunfei drenched and mud-splattered, dragging his suitcase outside the stadium in yesterday's rain. Maliciously photoshopped beside the picture was an A-level coaching certificate stamped with a red seal reading, "No practical experience and armchair theorist." Uck, look what the cat dragged in. A burly, bald-headed man with a dringer's red nose lurched to his feet, his thick Scottish accent dripping with sarcasm. Our savior. The Asian gaffer who's never played a single professional match. What, that UEFA coaching badge you bought on the black market? No, gone moldy yet. Come to plague our soon-to-be-defunct team in Scotland, have ye? Listen here, rookie. Another lanky drunk slammed his beer glass on the table, his eyes full of contempt. We may be skint, but we've got Europa League qualifying tickets in our hands. That's not some experimental plot for a bookworm like you who's never even seen the grass of a pro league to write your thesis on. Your nonsense tactical theories wouldn't survive 5 minutes on Scottish mud. If you know what's good for you, eat your breakfast and bugger off back home. Don't dirty Fir Park with your presence. Facing this raw tribal xenophobia and bullying from the depths of European football, any other rookie coach would have been red-faced and slunk out of the pub in shame. But they were dealing with Yunfei, a man who in his past life could verbally spar with thousands of online haters for 3 straight hours, a provocateur with skin as thick as a fortress wall. Yunfei didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he strode purposefully up to the bald man. Bracing his hands on the bar, he looked him dead in the eye, a cold smirk spreading across his face. He unleashed a fluent torrent of profanity laced with pure East End London gangster drawl and precisely peppered with Scottish slang. Shut your gob, ye sack of rancid haggis. Ye daft bugger with a brain smaller than your pint glass. Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, but every word hit the pub's wooden floor like a nail, striking everyone dumbstruck. I'm the rightful manager of Motherwell. You think it's a joke that I never played pro football? All right then. You local sods who know so much about the game, tell me this. What did your pure-blooded Scottish wonder manager, the one who scraped you into the Europa League last season, do the day he heard the club went bust? He packed his bags that very night and legged it. Yunfei jabbed a finger at the sun, radiating authority like a mob boss dressing down his crew. And your suited-up local bigwigs, how did they manage to run a proper European club so deep into the ground they can't scrape together 50 quid? They flogged your star players like cheap cabbages just to pay the debts. Now the press predicts you'll finish dead last. Why aren't you screaming at the bastards who bled the club dry? He stepped forward, getting right in the bald man's face. Your club's bust. Your main goal scorers are all gone. You're sitting on European tickets the whole continent envies, but you can't even afford a proper manager. Apart from me, this armchair madman willing to take on a zero-budget mess, is there any sane coach in Europe who'd want to clean up the funeral pyre you lot have left behind? So either shut your mouths and come to the ground to watch me get this bunch of has-beens and crocs to smash the opposition's goal, or go rob a bank right now, by the club yourselves, and get out there and play. Stop pretending you know the game, ye clueless tossers. The pub fell into dead silence. The old drunks were rendered speechless by the ferocious, logically airtight, and brutally incisive counterattack. They never expected this seemingly frail Asian coach with a blank resume to have such a penetrating insight into their club's dire straits. Nor did they expect a mad dog wilder than any of them to be lurking inside him. Yunfei let out a disdainful snort, casually grabbed an untouched piece of fried fish from the bar's plate, and shoved it into his mouth. Chewing, he turned and pushed out the door, leaving behind a cocky proclamation. "Oh, and put this fish on Chairman Jim's tab." Leaving the Wine Amber Tavern, Yunfei headed straight back to Fur Park Stadium. 15 minutes later, he was in the chairman's office. 12140. 400 800. Done. Yunfei was bent over his rear and sticking out, clinging to the paint-chipped desk like a wild dog guarding its food. With every crumpled euro note he counted, he licked his thumb. It was as if Grandit, who died atop his gold, had possessed Yunfei, his counting technique flawlessly practiced. Jim, the club chairman, sitting across the desk, covered his face in despair and let out a pained groan. "Yun, I swear on my deceased grandmother's soul, that is the first week's 800 euro advance, not a single cent missing." "Good heavens, you've counted it 3 times already. Let's keep it clear between brothers, Jim. In this bankrupt club where we have to budget for a glass of ice water, meticulousness is our only foundation for survival." Yunfei carefully folded the last 20 euro note, tucked it deep into the innermost pocket of his clothes, and let out a long, relieved sigh. His originally fierce expression instantly transformed into a fawning, merchant-like smile the moment the money was safely secured. "All right, my provisions are secured. Now take me to see my kingdom." Jim stood up and grabbed an umbrella. "Follow me. But I hope that after you see the real state of the team, you won't return this 800 euros and take a standing room-only train ticket back to China tonight." Passing through the dim player tunnel, Yunfei followed Jim to the Motherwell changing room. As soon as the heavy iron door was pushed open, a wave of air mixed with cheap liniment foot odor and the stench of sweat hit him, nearly making Yunfei vomit up the fish and chips he'd just eaten. The facilities inside the changing room were equally appalling. Most of the magnetic pieces on the tactics board were missing, the few remaining ones held up by chewed gum stuck onto the whiteboard. The water cooler in the corner was unplugged, with a glaring note taped to it saying, "Budget exceeded, temporarily out of service." The edges of the long wooden benches were scarred with knife marks and black burn holes from cigarettes. The room was sparsely occupied by a dozen or so players in mismatched training gear. They weren't training, but huddled in small groups complaining. A low stir went through the group as they saw Jim and Yunfei enter. "Bloody hell, I thought the papers were talking rubbish." Old tightwad Jim actually picked up some Asian bookworm off the street. A young player with an exaggerated mohawk and shiny earrings let out a provocative whistle. This player was Tony, what the one specifically highlighted in Old Tom's coffee-stained player report, as the team's main striker, emotionally unstable, a happy-go-lucky boy who squanders clear chances in front of goal. Having sold all their valuable core players during the off-season, this troublemaker, who was once just a bench warmer, had unexpectedly become the biggest star in this depleted squad. "Hey, new coach." Wouldn't even bother to stand up. He lounged lazily against the lockers, toying with a half-deflated football, his tone full of arrogance and provocation. "I heard you want us to play some 4-2-4 formation and press high all game. Mate, do you have any idea what our situation is like? Have you ever even played professional football? The water heater in the showers has been broken for over 2 weeks. The club can't even scrape together a few dozen euros to fix a pipe, and you expect us to run around like mad dogs for you." The surrounding squad of misfits and veterans joined in with jeering laughter. In their eyes, this Asian coach with no practical experience was just a puppet hired by the club to save money, not deserving of any respect. Chairman Jim coughed awkwardly, trying to smooth things over, but Yunfei firmly held him back. Yunfei's face darkened, instantly turning grim. What followed was the brutal scene from the story's opening. With a deafening crash of a shattered metal locker, Yunfei shed all pretense, transforming into a bloodthirsty tyrant of the changing room. Using the most vulgar and ferocious means, he verbally demolished Watt and the rest of the squad, brutally establishing his authority over this bankrupt team. The timeline had now come full circle. However, while showing off had been satisfying, facing the ensuing reality was a different matter entirely. After declaring the tactics board as the Bible in the changing room, and sending all the troublemakers out to roll in the mud on the pitch, the gambler's aura Yunfei had exuded vanished completely. 10 minutes later, Yunfei found himself alone in the cramped manager's office. Water dripped rhythmically from a hole in the ceiling, plip-plopping into a red plastic bucket placed underneath. His face ashen, he spread out the rolled-up injury report on the desk. The authority he had just established in the changing room crumbled instantly in the face of this harsh reality. Main center back out for the season with a torn ACL, left back injured his ankle going down the stairs, and is out for 3 months. Right winger has a severe thigh strain. Yunfei ran his hands through his hair in frustration, his head spinning. The core logic of his 4-2-4 kick-and-rush tactic relied on 2 midfield destroyers chopping down play in the middle and launching explosive long ball counters immediately after winning the ball in defense. But this tactic demanded immense resilience and pressure handling ability from the defenders. And now the entire back line was practically on crutches, with the left side completely paralyzed. "Coach Yun." Old Tom, the part-time physio, poked his head through the door, holding a plastic bag of frozen peas bought from the supermarket, his face full of apology. The backup center back's ankle swelled up again during training just now. The ice machine in the treatment room is broken, and we can't afford to fix it, so I had to buy a bag of frozen peas from the supermarket next door to ice it for him. But this isn't a long-term solution. If this depleted squad plays the next match without a proper team doctor for recovery, and taping someone is going to get seriously hurt out there. Frozen peas. Yun Fei's blood pressure skyrocketed. Are you not a professional football club with European qualification or a vegetarian fast food joint in town? What about the team doctor? Don't we even have a proper doctor who can wield a scalpel? Old Tom shrank back, his voice getting quieter. The last doctor left last week and went back to England taking the therapy equipment with him because the club owed him 3 months' wages. The chairman said that given the current financial situation, we can only spare a maximum of €700 a week for medical staff. Yun Fei closed his eyes in despair. In European football, a certified sports medicine doctor capable of handling fractures and ligament tears on the pitch commands a weekly wage of at least €2,000. €700. That's barely enough to hire a vet's assistant to neuter a poodle in London. I see. So €700, huh? Yun Fei's eyes snapped open. The shrewd penny-pinching instincts from his past life as a broke-wage slave were now fully activated by this desperate situation. Old Tom, go tell Chairman Jim that not only can we not spend this entire budget, but I'm going to squeeze at least €100 out of it to add to the wage cap. As he spoke, Yun Fei's fingers were already flying across his phone screen, pulling up an international number for a top European football academy. He could patch up the defense with scraps, but the striking line needed more than just the troublemaker what to win games. To maximize the finishing power of his 4-2-4, he needed to scavenge some cast-offs from the big clubs. Yun Fei stared at the dial pad, listening to the beep-beep tone from the earpiece. Begging. Scheming. Screw pride. Let's use this hollow promise of European football as leverage. Time to call Manchester United and ask about loaning Welbeck. Beep. Beep. Click. Hello, this is the Carrington training ground of Manchester United Football Club. How may I help you? A young woman's voice, crisp and polite, yet distant with a standard London accent, came through the receiver. Yun Fei, seated in the manager's office, cleared his throat, put on the airs of a footballing titan, and spoke in a deliberately affected London accent. Hello, I am Yun Fei, the manager of Motherwell Football Club in the Scottish Premiership. I wish to speak directly with your head of loan operations. We possess a very valuable ticket to the Europa League qualifiers. I hope to use this European playing time to loan one of your U18 players. I'm sorry, Motherwell. The Scottish club. The female operator cut him off impatiently, not even letting Yun Fei utter the name Welbeck. The disdain in her voice was palpable even across the telephone line. Listen, sir, regardless of whatever ticket you claim to have, any loan of a Manchester United player requires a formal fax with an official stamp from your club's sporting director to our legal department. This must include detailed wage contribution percentages and guaranteed playing time clauses. We do not entertain unsolicited sales calls from unregistered numbers. Good luck to you. Goodbye. Wait. I just need the one on the bench. Beep. 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 The line went dead, leaving only a cold dial tone echoing in the office. FCK, to hell with your official fax. Yun Fei was so furious he nearly hurled his already cracked phone against the wall. This was the brutal, unforgiving hierarchy of European football. He couldn't even get through to the loan manager's office, let alone convince a high-profile prospect like Welbeck. To a top club like Manchester United, a bankrupt, relegation-threatened Scottish team was about as significant as a beggar on the street. Fine. You want an official fax? I'll go warm up the damn printer myself. Yun Fei grumbled through clenched teeth, but then slumped dejectedly into his creaky, worn-out swivel chair. That was a temporary fix for a long-term problem. The official fax process would take at least 3 to 5 days. And the next match is next week. The most critical crisis he faced wasn't the striker's missed chances, but the injury report that was enough to make anyone want to jump off a bridge. The main center back was out long-term, the left back had a sprained ankle, and a substitute had a swollen ankle from training. The whole team is now relying on the part-time physio Old Tom to buy frozen peas from the supermarket for ice packs. In this brutally competitive world of European football, where broken legs and fractures are commonplace, without a qualified sports medicine doctor for post-match recovery and pre-match muscle assessments, his aggressive tactics would absolutely send all 11 fit players to the ICU within the first 20 minutes. I need to get a team doctor immediately, but the budget is only €700. Yun Fei rubbed his face vigorously, trying to pull himself together. He pulled over his battered ThinkPad laptop connected to the club's unreliable free Wi-Fi and logged onto a Scottish local medical recruitment website. As a veteran who had mastered Football Manager in his past life, Yun Fei had an almost obsessively frugal approach to the club's finances. In Europe, a standard qualified sports physiotherapist would earn at least €1,500 a week. Even a fresh graduate intern who couldn't even set a dislocated joint would command a weekly wage of €1,000. But Chairman Jim's strict order was that the entire medical department's weekly wage could not exceed €700. And that wasn't even the most extreme part. In Yun Fei's FM-style calculations, he couldn't even spend all of that €700. He had to squeeze out a €100 surplus from this meager budget to bolster the player wage fund. Because in this tight transfer market, saving that €100 a week could be the key to signing a low-wage wonder kid. So my target is a professional team doctor willing to work for just €600 a week at a bankrupt club. As he typed expected salary €600 or less into the website's filter options, Yunfei couldn't help but let out a nervous hollow laugh. Sure enough, after hitting the search button, a glaring red prompt appeared on the screen. Sorry, no candidates match your criteria. We suggest you increase your salary budget or try the veterinary section for luck. Even the system is mocking me. Yunfei cursed, closing the webpage with a scowl. The formal channels were a dead end, so Yunfei had to resort to a Scottish local community odd jobs forum similar to China's 58.com. He was searching for a needle in a haystack in the daily pay budget medical services section. Suddenly, a crude, poorly formatted advertisement caught his eye. Martha, age 54. 30 years of experience in treating sprains and bruises. Previously employed by the Glasgow North Amateur Rugby Club. Rough technique, quick results, not afraid of blood. Expected weekly wage negotiable, will work for anything. Note: no psychological counseling provided. Faint-hearted need not apply. A team doctor from an amateur rugby club. Yunfei slapped his thigh, almost laughing out loud. A physio from a rugby team. Their experience with muscle strains and fractures is definitely richer than any football team's. Will work for anything. This is tailor-made for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunfei dialed the number listed. Less than an hour later, the rickety wooden office door was slammed open with a loud bang. Yunfei looked up and nearly slid off his chair in shock. Standing in the doorway was a stout, elderly European woman with short, graying hair, wearing a faded Scottish tartan shirt. Her arms were thick enough to run a horse on, and were marked with several striking old scars. With that build, and that imposing presence, if you put her in a kit, Yunfei thought she could easily replace his injured main center back and mark the opposition striker. So this was the legendary Annie Martha. So you're the tight-fisted manager who wouldn't even reimburse a €50 taxi fare over the phone. Martha strode in purposefully and slammed her heavy old black medical bag onto Yunfei's desk with a loud thud. Very pleased to meet you, Miss Martha. Yunfei swallowed hard, forcing himself to stand up with a semblance of calm. I've reviewed your resume, and your experience with the rugby club is quite impressive. But what I don't understand is why you left your last job. Because those rugby boys were a bunch of sissies. Martha let out a contemptuous snort, her voice rough as she spoke. One guy had a calf muscle cramp, so I just used some pliers and ice to give him a deep physical therapy session. He ran off crying to the union, accusing me of abuse. A bunch of weaklings who can't even handle a little pain. I fired them all. Yunfei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at her words. Deep physical therapy. With pliers. Was she a team doctor or a villain from a horror movie? But then Martha deftly opened her medical kit. Though it lacked expensive cryotherapy chambers. It was stocked with bandages, liniment, cold spray, and even suturing needles, all arranged professionally and neatly. I noticed you've been holding your neck tilted to the left. Didn't sleep in a bed last night, did you? Crashed on the couch and got a stiff neck. Martha suddenly fixed her gaze on Yunfei's neck, her eyes as sharp as an x-ray machine. How did you know? Yunfei's words were cut short. Martha's rough, large hands shot out and clamped onto Yunfei's head and shoulder. Crack. A sickeningly crisp sound echoed. Holy crap. Yunfei winced in pain, seeing stars, tears instantly welling up. But to his astonishment, his neck, which had been as stiff as a rusty gear, could now turn miraculously with ease. The sharp pain had vanished without a trace. This technique. She's a miracle worker. Yunfei roared internally. This wasn't just some old lady. In FM terms, her medical attribute was easily 16 or higher. As long as she didn't send players straight to the crematorium, she was the top-tier medical asset this bankrupt club could ever find. No need for further tests, Martha. You're hired. Yunfei rubbed his neck, his eyes narrowing into slits. Because what came next was his true battlefield, the art of ruthless negotiation. Now let's talk about your salary. The club's medical budget is extremely tight. Yunfei clutched his chest, putting on a pained expression as if parting with his own flesh. The most I can offer you is €600 a week. €600. Are you kidding me? Martha slammed her hand on the table, jabbing a finger at Yunfei's nose as she roared. I can make €500 a week washing dishes at the town pub. I'm a professional physiotherapist who can handle Achilles tendon ruptures. If it's less than €700, I'm walking out of here right now. Martha, calm down, just sit and listen. Yunfei wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He seamlessly slipped into the slick, fast-talking persona he'd used during his livestream days in his past life. He knew full well that a €600 base salary in this field was practically charity, and without some extra sweeteners, she would definitely walk. So Yunfei solemnly pulled a blank A4 sheet from his drawer, picked up a pen, as if drafting a multi-million-dollar corporate contract. Martha, I admit €600 base pay is a bit beneath you, but I'm not the kind of person who shortchanges his core team. Yunfei scribbled hastily on the paper. Tell you what, let's sign a performance-based floating contract. As long as you accept the €600 base salary guarantee, I'll add 2 lucrative match bonus clauses to your contract. Martha frowned, looking suspiciously at the rather excitable Asian coach. What bonuses? First, Yunfei thrust up one finger, his voice booming, as if he were already standing on the championship podium. If we win the UEFA Europa League this season, the club will pay you a one-time massive championship bonus of €6,000. Second, Yunfei continued piling it on. And if we manage to overpower Celtic and win the Scottish Premiership title this season, I'll throw in another €6,000 championship bonus. The air suddenly went silent. Martha stared at him with her saucer-like eyes, as if looking at a madman who had just escaped from an asylum without his medication. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Martha's voice trembled not from excitement, but from sheer absurdity. A team every media outlet predicts will finish last and get relegated so poor they can't even fix their ice machine. A team so broke its own players were cursing you in the pub this morning. And you're putting Europa League title and Scottish Premiership title bonuses in my contract. This isn't a bonus, this is drawing a virtual pie bigger than Big Ben on paper. The odds of that happening are lower than a ton of gold falling from the Scottish sky tomorrow. Martha, you've got to have a dream. What if lightning strikes? Yunfei spread his hands, not a flicker of shame on his face. He was perfectly executing the underhanded FM tactic of using absurd championship bonuses to suppress player base salaries. In the real world. In the game when he wanted to sign players with exorbitant wage demands. Yunfei's favorite trick was to offer them hundreds of thousands in Champions League win bonuses and Ballon d'Or bonuses to offset their weekly wage demands. Since the team would never win the Champions League anyway, that bonus existed only on paper. It was a risk-free catch-a-sucker with an empty promise scheme. Listen, Martha, even if we don't win a trophy, you'll have a steady €600 a week. But if, and I mean if, my invincible tactics actually pull off a miracle, you'll get a €1,000 bonus. Yunfei looked at Martha expectantly, pushing the pen towards her. Sign it. Take a gamble. You've got nothing to lose. At least here you're a respected team, doctor, not a thug being complained about by those pampered rugby players. Martha stared at the two ridiculous €6,000 figures on the paper, her chest heaving heavily for a long moment. In her 30 years as a physiotherapist, she had seen all kinds of shady bosses. But this was the first time she'd encountered a tactical madman who could make getting something for nothing sound so passionate and righteous. She was even taken aback by Yunfei's shameless yet inexplicably confident aura. Fine you when you Asian kid. I'm in if only for your crazy risk-it-all attitude. Martha gritted her teeth, snatched the pen, and signed her name heavily on the absurd, hastily drafted contract. After all, €600 was enough for a few good rounds of drinks in town. As for that Europa League bonus, she chalked it up to the mad coach's fever dream. Pleasure doing business, Doc Martha. Yunfei looked at the signed contract, his heart singing with joy. Perfect. Not only had he secured a highly skilled medical professional, but he'd also pinched and saved a precious €100 from the weekly wage budget. Now he finally had some capital to try his luck in the loan market. All right, Yun, small talk is over. Martha efficiently slipped on her white medical coat, pulled a pair of sharp medical scissors from an old box, and gave them a few test snips in the air, licking her lips in anticipation. Now take me to the locker room. Let me see just how many pieces of rotten meat you've got on your squad that need my stitching. Old Tom, take Martha to the medical room for the handover. Yunfei waved his hand with authority. Half an hour later, he was happily browsing the Manchester United Youth Academy's list of players available for loan. He was calculating whether the €100 he'd scraped together plus his meager base salary could be used to snag a lightning-fast young prospect. Bang! The office door was kicked open once again. Martha stormed in, her face grim. Slap. She slammed a thick stack of newly written injury reports fresh from her own diagnostics onto Yunfei's desk. Boss, I take back what I said earlier. This isn't just rotten meat. Martha put her hands on her hips, looking at the dumbfounded Yunfei with pity. If you're planning to play Livingston this weekend with this squad, I suggest you don't hire me as your physiotherapist. You should go straight to a church and hire a necromancer who can perform spiritual exorcisms. The smile on Yunfei's face instantly froze. His hands trembling, he opened the medical report, the ink still fresh. One look was all it took for this veteran of countless FM disasters to feel his vision go dark, nearly going into shock on the spot. With a dull thud, Yunfei felt the entire world spinning violently before his eyes. He gripped the edge of the paint-chipped desk, his knuckles turning a stark white from the excessive force. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for the cold office air, desperately trying to suppress the blood pressure surging to his head. As someone who had spent over 10,000 hours in the hardcore game Football Manager in his past life, he fancied himself a veteran who had seen far worse system-cursed scenarios. Starting with losing streaks, his star striker breaking his leg without warning, transfer funds embezzled by corrupt executives. But in that world of code, even if the team went bankrupt, the worst outcome was slamming the mouse and starting a new save. But now in this cold real world, he wasn't facing a string of red code that could be reset with a single keystroke. Instead, it was a genuine, tangible death sentence capable of consigning this bankrupt club and his managerial career to the flames. Yunfei swallowed hard, forced his trembling hands to steady, and refocused his gaze on the medical report lying before him, its ink still fresh. This report lacked the intuitive data panels he was familiar with from his past life. But Martha's scathing physical diagnosis was more despair-inducing than any dry statistic. Charles Dunn, 27, a left center back and left wing back. The team's fastest player, a defensive cornerstone with explosive acceleration like a Ferrari. Severe groin muscle tear, expected to be sidelined for 8 to 9 months. Yunfei gritted his molars, his voice distorted with rage and disbelief, and glared at Martha across the room. Can you explain this to me? Here in this poverty-stricken training ground, where even the grass is practically gone. How does a strong defender in his prime, standing 1.88 m, manage to tear his groin and get sidelined for nearly a year before the season even starts? Was he participating in some inhuman Red Bull Extreme stretching competition? Oh, that poor bastard. Martha leaned against the doorframe, shrugging helplessly, her tone laced with dark humor. Word is during the off-season, with the club 2 months behind on wages, he took a part-time job at the town slaughterhouse to make ends meet carrying half a pig. It was a rainy day, the ground was slippery. He slipped doing the splits into a 2-meter deep drainage ditch. The pig got a bit dirty, but his groin was completely shredded. Yunfei choked, a breath caught in his throat, his cheek muscles twitching uncontrollably. This was an injury so idiotic it belonged only in the most surrealist film. A professional player with European qualification pedigree, not only forced to work a side job carrying pork, but actually tearing his groin from it. He rubbed his face, forcing himself to ignore the chair that could be used to flip the table, and suppress the urge to have a heart attack as he continued reading. Liam Donnelly, 24, the tough right center back on the defensive line, knee ligament tear, expected to be sidelined for 6 to 8 months. Jack Carroll, 28, the first-choice left-back, Achilles tendon injury, expected to be out for 2 weeks to 2 months. Nathan McGinley, 23, a left-back and left wing-back groin strain, expected to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. Yunfei snapped his head up, a wild desperation on his face. Wait. Martha, so with done out from carrying pork, Carroll and McGinley are all down too. The entire left flank is completely crippled, all lying on their damn sickbeds. Correction, Yun. Martha raised a thick finger with clinical precision, pointing towards the door. Carroll with the Achilles injury is indeed lying in the treatment room, but McGinley with the groin strain is not lying down. Because the ice machine in the treatment room is broken, he's currently sitting on the toilet in the locker room, applying a bag of frozen peas old Tom bought from the supermarket to his upper thigh. By the way, those peas have already thawed. Martha walked over, knocked heavily on the desk, and shifted into serious work mode. Yin, if you don't allocate me €50 for medical supplies by tonight, to buy proper muscle tape, sterile bandages, and cold spray, I'll probably have to use duct tape to hold your crippled players' joints together during tomorrow's pre-match recovery session. €50? Why don't you just rob a bank? Yunfei shot up from his swivel chair like a scalded cat. His extreme penny-pinching nature flared up in the face of adversity. Absolutely no way I'm giving you €50. The club account doesn't even have enough for a toilet plunger. Don't throw away the used gauze. Wash it in the utility room, dry it on the radiator, and it can be reused. If it comes to it, go to the hardware store and buy 2 rolls of black insulating tape. That stuff is 100 times stronger than medical bandages, and it's cheaper too. Martha's eyes, as wide as bells, stared at Yunfei as if he were a heinous and scrupulous Victorian-era capitalist. In her 30 years on the job, she had seen owners who exploited players, but never a Scrooge who would recycle medical gauze. But in Yunfei's eyes, €50 was his lifeline right now. The €100 or €200 he had just painstakingly clawed back from Martha's salary was his crucial capital for the upcoming begging trip to the free agent and loan market. He absolutely couldn't waste it on consumables. Yet even more suffocating than the €50 was the tactical board, which displayed a squad riddled with holes. Old Tom, where the hell are you? Yunfei yanked open his office door and bellowed down the corridor. Within half a minute, Old Tom, the part-time physio and doorman, came running over, panting, still holding a half-thawed bag of frozen peas. Go get me that initial roster you gave me yesterday with all the players' weekly wages and heights. And go warm up that damn fax machine right now and connect the international line. Yunfei dragged Old Tom into the office like a gambler who had lost his shirt. A few minutes later, a dusty, crude spreadsheet was slammed onto the leaking desk. Yunfei's eyes darted across the rough roster, frantically piecing together a tactical puzzle for his current depleted squad in his mind. Only he truly understood how absurdly demanding his 4-2-4 pressing tactics were on individual player quality. Goalkeeper Darren Randolph, 25 years old, a weekly wage of $2,200. This money is well spent. With a big man of his lightning reflexes guarding the goal line, my defense has its backbone. Midfielder Campbell, a mere $1,100 a week. Boundless energy, ferocious tackles, the perfect midfield destroyer. Pair him with Ponsadano on the other side, and the midfield is barely adequate. We still need to buy another. Yunfei's gaze swept over the substitute list, then suddenly his eyes locked onto a name. Eddie Nolan, 24, a defender and forward loanee at $3,800 a week. Yunfei gasped, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as his blood pressure skyrocketed once more. What kind of overpaid, underperforming poison pill contract is this? The highest salary on the entire team. His technique is so raw it's an eyesore. At only 185 meters he can't win aerial duels, and as a striker he can't even shoot. Were the brains of these bankrupt executives kicked by a donkey? Once I get my bearings, the first thing I'll do is terminate this deadweight's contract and send him packing. Suppressing the urge to tear up that toxic contract, he painfully continued scanning the defensive roster. Donnelly and Dunn, the 2 starting center backs, were both seriously injured, leaving only 196-meter aerial titan at the position. Declan Gallagher. Gallagher alone isn't enough. Oh, I need a battering ram partner. Yunfei's finger tapped on a Ugandan defender named Bevis Mugabe. Mugabe 191 meters, 925 a week. Even though he's right-footed, only in my defense, playing a right-footer at left center back doesn't matter at all. As long as he can smash opposing forwards like a brick wall, he's the perfect piece for the left center back slot. Right back Stephen O'Donnell, an attacking fullback at $1,300 a week. That one's fine. But what about left back? Yunfei's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Martha interjected coldly, stop looking, Yun. Carroll, McGinley, and Dunn, all 3 left side casualties are out. The left flank doesn't even have a proper backup now. It's a massive hole. Wait. Yun Fei's gaze abruptly halted at a corner at the very bottom of the list, as if he'd stumbled upon a gold bar in a trash heap, his eyes instantly gleaming with cunning. Who said the left side is dead? Isn't there a guy here named Ricky Lamy? 27 years old, a left-footed one. 88 meters tall with no injury record at all. Martha leaned in for a look and scoffed disdainfully. Lamy. That fringe player who only ever gets a run out as a backup center back in cup matches. Yun, get a grip. He's a center back slow as an ox. If you ask him to fill in at left back, the opposing winger will tear him apart so badly he won't know which way is up. Tear him apart. I just need him to stand there and be a human punching bag. Yun Fei ignored Martha's warning entirely, his finger dragging heavily across Lamy's weekly wage column. His voice carried a glee so profound that even a capitalist from his past life would shed tears of envy. Martha, look at his salary. $680 a week. The cheapest contract on the entire roster. A starting left back for $680. That's less than a ball boy makes at Chelsea's academy. Healthy, can run, and his wage is disgustingly low. With no one else on the left flank, this is top-tier premium fodder handed to me by the heavens. As long as he defends for his life and doesn't bomb forward recklessly, he's the perfect anchor for my left side in this patchwork lineup. Internal recruitment had reached its absolute limit. Yet this cobbled-together squad's finishing ability remained a massive question mark if they were to win in the Europa League and the Scottish Premiership. Up front, just what in Lawless and the others won't cut it. Since the squad can't provide rotation options, I'll just go out and scavenge. Yun Fei opened his second-hand laptop connected to the club's lagging network and logged straight into European football's internal public loan list and free agent market. As a veteran football manager enthusiast, Yun Fei knew these bankrupt club opening strategies inside and out. No money to buy players. Then sign free agents who can't even find a job, can't afford wages. Then go begging at the doors of the giants, pick up their scraps, and let those wealthy clubs cover the salaries for him. Old Tom, get me a pen and paper. Write down the names and terms I give you, and send the faxes immediately. Yun Fei stared at the screen, clicking the mouse with fierce determination. Get in touch with those contract-free brothers of African or Jamaican descent in the free market. Yes, the ones born in the sprinting capitals of the world. A sinister smile spread across his face. Tell our amateur scouts I don't care if they can't pass, I don't care if they don't understand the offside trap. I only want one thing, speed. Their explosive acceleration must be as fast as a bullet leaving a barrel. But Yun. Old Tom swallowed hard as he struggled to jot down notes. From what I recall, these types of players can't even trap a ball without it bouncing 3 meters away. What would we use them for? Use them to run like mad dogs. Yun Fei waved his hand grandly. My tactic is simple, hoof it long from the back. No matter how bad the pass is, as long as he's faster than the opposing defender, he'll get to that damn ball. Having secured a few cheap track team mystery boxes, Yun Fei's gaze pivoted fiercely towards that glittering elite loan list. Welbeck, Danny Welbeck. Yun Fei muttered the name of the Manchester United starlet. Old Tom, send an official loan inquiry to Manchester United's HR department. Target Welbeck. Loan period 1 year. Tell United that while we're poor, we're playing in Europe. Max out the appearance fees. If he doesn't start, we pay them $1,000 every month. Yun, you've lost your mind. Old Tom was so shocked he dropped his pen. We don't even have enough in the account for medical gauze. Where are you getting $1,000 a month to pay United? Idiot. If I'm loaning him, why wouldn't I start him? It's a blank check. Yun Fei shot Old Tom a contemptuous glare, bringing his devious, free-ride tactics from his past life gaming days into stark reality. As long as he starts every game, that $1,000 penalty will never trigger. As for his astronomical weekly wage, tell United we can only cover 10% of his salary. The rest, let that old Scott Ferguson cover it as a charitable donation. Old Tom's jaw nearly hit the floor. Getting a Premier League giant to fund and supply players for this relegation-bound Scottish club. This was more shameless than Scrooge himself. Don't just stand there. Send it. And not just for Welbeck. Blast a mass inquiry to every powerful bench-warming striker in Chelsea and Arsenal's youth setups. Yun Fei planted both hands on the leaky office desk, radiating authority. Even if we're rejected 100 times, if just one blind young star from a top club is willing to come, this patchwork squad's finishing ability will take off instantly. Having arranged the scavenging plan to beg and freeload, Yun Fei's anxious mood finally eased somewhat. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. For tomorrow morning's training session, he had to use his current ragtag squad to forcibly piece together this wild 4-2-4 formation. Get to the changing room and bring me Campbell Mugabe and that Ricky Rami, the one on the team's lowest weekly wage of €680. 10 minutes later, the tall and sturdy Ugandan center-back Mugabe, the cheap left-back Rami on the team's minimum wage, and the local midfield brain Campbell. With trepidation, they pushed open the rickety, dilapidated door of the head coach's office. In the changing room, they had witnessed firsthand this Asian coach's tyrannical behavior of kicking a locker shut and furiously berating the star striker Watt. Now being summoned individually to the office, the three were so nervous they didn't know where to put their hands. Sit down. Yun Fei sat in the swivel chair, his back against the leaking wall, arms crossed over his chest, sizing up the three with a scrutinizing gaze. His oppressive aura made these bottom-tier players swallow nervously. Campbell. Yun Fei called the first name, his voice steady and penetrating. I've read your report. You have good stamina in midfield and you're aggressive in tackles, but you lack absolute explosive power. Campbell's face reddened as he tried to defend himself. Boss, I've actually been practicing controlling the rhythm of my passes. I want to be the team's metronome. Flush your crappy metronome dream down the toilet. Yunfei cut him off mercilessly, directly pronouncing the tactical death sentence for this midfielder. In my tactics, I don't need anyone to control any damn rhythm. Your only task is to be a mad dog that only knows how to bite. As long as the opponent dares to hold the ball in their half, you hunt them down all over the pitch. Uproot them completely. Understand? Campbell was stunned by these crude orders and could only nod blankly. Yunfei turned his head, fixing his gaze on the Ugandan giant Mugabe and the cheap defender Rami. Mugabe, you're a pure right footer. You start as the left center back against Livingston. Rami, Carroll, and Dunn are injured. You start as the left back against Livingston. What? Mugabe yelped in surprise. But boss, I'm a pure right footer. Defending on the left, even my passing angles after intercepting would be awkward. I'd easily get stripped by their forwards and caught on the counter. Boss, I'm a center back. Rami also panicked. If I go to the wing and their winger goes to the byline, I wouldn't even know how to block the cross. Passing. Positioning. Since when did I ask you to defend elegantly? Yunfei suddenly stood up, hands planted firmly on the desk like a pyramid scheme leader about to give a speech. In this world, everyone thinks the back line must pass the ball around. Thinks fullbacks must overlap and whip in crosses. But in my 4-2-4 kick and rush tactics, every player on the defensive line is just a garbage collector responsible for clearing the trash. Yunfei paced excitedly in the cramped office, gesturing wildly. Listen up. I don't need you to play offside traps, no need for fancy 1-2s with the midfield. Your job is to use your bodies like a concrete wall to smash the opposing forwards. After winning the ball, don't hesitate for half a second. Absolutely no square passes. Absolutely no passing back to Randolph. Close your eyes and use whichever foot feels most comfortable, just hoof it up into the sky. Kick it violently down the wing corridor straight up to the two forwards or the two wingers up front. Yunfei leaned in close to their bewildered faces, lowering his voice. Use your brutality to hunt, use your instincts to launch long ball clearances. If you can accurately hoof 10 balls over the halfway line in a single match, then your tactical value to me is higher than some superstar bought for tens of millions. Got it. Got it, boss. The three had their existing football philosophy completely shattered by this extreme, brainwashing thuggery. Yet a suppressed wildness within them stirred, mixed with a tragic sense of loyalty to a leader who understood them. Good. Now take your new orders and get the hell back to the changing room. Yunfei sat back in his swivel chair, crumpled the despair-inducing injury report into a ball like trash, and tossed it casually into the wastebasket beside him. He turned his head to look out at the gloomy Scottish cold rain, letting out a low, sly chuckle. Internally, he had patched up his depleted squad with tape and bottom-tier expendables. Now he just had to wait and see if over at the fax machine some discarded talent from Manchester United's bench at Old Trafford would be blind or desperate enough to jump into his mad 4-2-4 puzzle. The tactics room at Motherwell's training ground was originally a disused storage room because the club couldn't even afford the electricity bill for the main office building. Old Tom had simply moved out a few rusty lawnmowers, set up a dozen or so folding wooden chairs, and barely managed to create a place for meetings. Rain leaked from the southwest corner of the ceiling, dripping steadily into a plastic bucket on the floor. The room was sealed tight, filled with a mix of medicinal alcohol and the sour stench of sweaty socks. All the remaining healthy players from the changing room were here. About a dozen men in pilled training kits slumped in their chairs. Sitting in the front row was center-back Gallagher, next to the Ugandan Mugabe. The local midfielder Campbell, who had been reprimanded in the office yesterday, sat upright, staring at his feet silent. In the far corner, left-back Rami, earning the team's lowest wage of €680 a week, shrank his neck. His left leg wasn't injured, but the sound of the new coach roaring at him to hoof it up into the sky yesterday was still buzzing in his head. At the center of the tactics room sat 33-year-old veteran defensive midfielder Sam Foley and the main striker Tony Watt. Foley was an absolute starter under the previous manager with deep seniority. He was leaning back in his chair, half-heartedly complaining to what about the shower in the changing room running out of hot water again. In his view, no matter which rookie coach the higher-ups brought in to mess around, the midfield defense of this relegation battling team would ultimately have to rely on him to steady the ship. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open. Yunfei strode in, wearing his ill-fitting black suit, a chipped tactics whiteboard tucked under his arm. He had pulled an all-nighter on the broken sofa in his office last night, reviewing the team's only few match tapes. He looked like a panda now, but was in a state of intense excitement. Open your eyes and swallow all that nonsense about the club going bankrupt and the lack of hot water back down your throats. Yunfei strode to the front and slammed the tactical board onto the rusty stand with a clang. What's sitting in the front row caught sight of the black, insulating waterproof tape wrapped around the edges of the whiteboard. That was the cheap supplies Martha had bought from the hardware store yesterday, now repurposed by the coach to patch up the nearly disintegrating tactical board. The Europa League qualifiers are less than a month away. Yunfei swept his gaze across the room, cutting straight to the chase without preamble. Don't think you can still saunter around the pitch playing that slow traditional possession game. Look at your weekly wages, and then look at your technical skills. Except for the goalkeeper Randolph, which of you can keep the ball under control for more than 3 seconds under a high press from the opponent? The meeting room fell into dead silence. Veteran Foley furrowed his brow, wanting to retort, but finding no words. The bankrupt team's ball control was indeed abysmal. Since you can't pass or control the tempo today, I'll teach you a truth. Yunfei grabbed a marker and began drawing formations on the tactical board. For circles lined up in front of their own penalty area, 2 circles stood isolated near the center circle. For circles were pushed directly onto the opponent's penalty area line. 4-2-4. Foley's eyes twitched, his voice cracking. Relying on his seniority, he stood up from his chair and protested loudly. Yun, are you joking? Only 2 in midfield. Even classical football from 40 years ago wouldn't dare to line up like this. Once the opponent packs the midfield and starts circulating the ball, Campbell and I will be played like dogs until we drop dead on the spot. As his words fell, the hot-headed striker would also slammed his pen onto the table with a sneer. Yun, is this the brilliant strategy you've been dreaming of? With a completely empty midfield, are you expecting us 4 up front to just watch the show while the defense gets shredded like a sieve? The atmosphere in the locker room instantly dropped to freezing point, with signs of mutiny on the verge of erupting. Facing the skepticism, Yunfei not only remained calm, but let out a laugh. In his past life, he had crawled through the gaming world, and the thing he hated most was these old fossils who flaunted their high salaries and seniority to boss around the locker room, yet whose stamina had long degenerated to rubble. He was just looking for an opportunity to establish his authority, and this man had come right up to him. Played like dogs, they'd be lucky to keep the ball at their feet. Yunfei grabbed the tactical board and strode toward Foley. The oppressive aura made the 33-year-old veteran instinctively step back half a pace. And Foley, who gave you the confidence to think you deserve to start in this formation? Yunfei tore down the veteran's dignity in front of the entire team. 33 years old, turning as slow as an aircraft carrier, and when under pressure you just spin around in place to shield the ball. Do you really think you're still some indispensable midfield metronome? In my system, the midfield is a meat grinder. What I need is tireless stamina and explosive power for tackles. Your old bones couldn't even catch a hot meal on the pitch. With that, Yunfei turned his head and locked his gaze on the young midfielder who had been sitting in the back row with little presence. Liam Pensatano. Stand up. Pensatano jumped flustered and straightened up. From this second onward, Pensatano is the starting right midfielder of this team, replacing this old bone. Yunfei's voice echoed in the meeting room. Foley's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yun, are you stripping me of my starting spot just because I made a tactical suggestion? Pensatano can't even hold the ball. Here, my word is tactical discipline. Anyone who dares to question can go watch the water cooler in the reserve team. Yunfei cut him off. Then Yunfei looked at Campbell and Pensatano and issued orders. Campbell, stand up and tell this old man loudly what I instructed you in my office yesterday. Campbell straightened his back and shouted with a stiff neck. No need to control the tempo. Only one mission. Be a mad dog. As long as the opponent dares to touch the ball in their half, we hunt them down, engage in close quarters combat, and slide tackle both man and ball. A dead silence fell over the room. Foley and Watt stared at Campbell in shock, as if looking at a brainwashed lunatic. But Campbell and Pensatano were filled with fervor. For these rough young players, not having to think about possession and just focusing on destruction was the most appealing tactic. Foley slumped back into his chair. Yunfei's move of killing the chicken to scare the monkey instantly quelled the rebellious mood in the locker room. After establishing his authority, Yunfei returned to the podium and pulled out a piece of paper with a conspicuous Chinese character written on it, Chwai, to kick or stomp. Seeing the bewildered expressions of these Scottish players, Yunfei began his tactical lecture in English tinged with a London East End accent. Do you know what this Eastern character means? It's pronounced Chwai. It means to violently kick away whatever obstacle stands in front of you. Yunfei walked to the tactical board and jabbed his finger heavily at the 4 circles representing the defenders. Mugabe. Lammy. Say it again in front of the whole team. As soon as the ball reaches your feet, don't hesitate for half a second. Absolutely no horizontal passes, absolutely no passes back to the goalkeeper. Close your eyes, use your most comfortable foot, and boot it up into the sky. Follow the sideline corridor and kick it fiercely toward the front. Send the ball directly over the halfway line. Veteran Foley couldn't help but speak again. Yun, those aimless long clearances will just give the ball right back to the opponent. I want them to have the ball. Yunfei slapped the tactical board. This is called the kick and chase tactic. As long as the ball is in their half, as long as it's flying in the air, their formation can never settle properly. And our forwards are the wolves responsible for contesting the high balls and second balls. The marker tip pointed to the 4 black dots at the front. Right winger Lau, left winger Lori's, dual strikers Watt and Lang. You 4 don't need to come back to defend. Even if the defense is getting hammered in the penalty area, you must be nailed like spikes in the opponent's half. Once the ball is kicked from the back, sprint immediately. When you win the ball, quickly form a triangular passing and insertion pattern. Yunfei drew a red triangle on the whiteboard encircling the penalty area and wrote 4 instructions beside it: maximum pressure, fierce, tackling, more risk-taking passes, fewer shots. Listen up. Our supreme iron rule is to finish the battle in 3 touches. Receive, pass, finish. Yunfei approached Watt in the front row. What, I've watched all your past match footage. Your biggest flaw is that you get hot-headed. Once you enter the penalty area, you're like a blind donkey. No matter how narrow the angle, you want to blast the ball with your eyes closed. From today onward, engrave fewer shots and more risk-taking passes into your mind. Without absolute certainty, no wasteful shots. You must pass back in a triangle or thread a through ball to a teammate in a better position. Long balls from the back, midfield carnage, and 3-touch passing combinations up front to finish. That's our triangular attack. Abandon possession, abandon the midfield, and use chaos to beat those tactical masterminds. Yunfei tossed the marker onto the table. The media predicts we'll finish dead last. Then on the Scottish Premiership pitch we'll use this 4-2-4 to kick their faces in. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Except for what who was still smirking the promoted young players and the ragtag remnants. We're actually fired up by this crude philosophy that abandoned all tactical baggage. Good. Now everyone to the training ground. Full team scrimmage in 10 minutes. Let me see if your feet are tough enough. An hour later on the muddy training ground at Phil Park Stadium. Punch Tano. Are you running on empty? Tackle him. Learn from Campbell. Leave him and the ball in the center circle. Don't let him turn. Mugabe. Who told you to stop and look up after winning the ball? What did we say yesterday? Boot it long with your eyes closed. Yunfei stood on the sidelines waving his arms and barking orders. The first live drill was an eyesore. 80% of the time the ball was in the air, the remaining 20% it was rolling through the mud. It resembled a chaotic brawl of schoolchildren. The center backs instinctively looked for the midfielders upon receiving the ball, and the forwards' runs were always a half-beat late. But as time wore on, Yunfei's touchline instructions began to take effect. Campbell showcased his talent as a human wrecking ball. When the opposition's defensive midfielder tried to push forward with the ball, Campbell, like a rabid dog, lunged in with a sliding tackle, planting him firmly into the mud. The ball squirted loose and landed right at the feet of the team's lowest-paid player, left-back Rami. Rami instinctively moved to trap it and look up. Don't trap it. Smash it. Yunfei roared from the sidelines. Hearing the command, Rami didn't hesitate. Planting his right leg, he swung his left foot straight through the ball. Thud. A dull impact. This long pass, devoid of any technical finesse or bend, sailed over most of the pitch, dropping directly into the space behind the defense. Go. Up front, what had followed the instruction not to track back. The instant the ball was launched, he used his powerful frame to shrug off the substitute center back challenging for the header, bringing the ball down at the edge of the box. One-on-one with the keeper. A pure unpressured one-on-one. This was the counter-attacking form of the 4-2-4 smash-and-go tactic. As long as that clearance from the back was accurate, the striker was instantly through on goal. Yunfei clenched his fists, his heart leaping into his throat. If this went in, the belief in this tactic would be firmly planted in the players' minds. What surged into the box? Facing the on-rushing keeper, he confidently swung his right boot, aiming for the far corner. Thud. The ball, as if guided by a faulty navigation system, skimmed over the crossbar and flew straight into the empty stands behind the goal, clattering against the metal sheeting of the scoreboard. Silence fell over the pitch. Tony, what? Yunfei's blood pressure hit a critical point. He stormed to the touchline, clutching his head in disbelief. A one-on-one from 5 meters out. Not a defender in sight. And you managed to launch it into the stratosphere. Are you trying to intercept Iranian missiles with a football? What scratched his mohawk, awkwardly muttering sheepishly, boss. The pitch is wet, my standing foot slipped. Shut your mouth, that only knows how to gobble up chances, and then choke. Only cowards blame the pitch for their missed sitters. Yunfei stomped his feet in the mud, fuming. The tactic worked. This bunch of roughnecks could execute the pressing and the long balls. But their finishing was abysmal. Without a fast striker with explosive pace and a killer touch in front of goal, this tactic wouldn't win games no matter how well it was played. At that moment, Tom, the part-time physio, came splashing through the mud, clutching a fax in his hand, looking panicked. Boss. United's legal department has faxed back. Yunfei's eyes lit up, his gloomy face instantly brightening, giving the Europeans a live demonstration of Sichuan opera's face-changing act. Huh. I told you with the competition that fierce in United's first team, the bigwigs would be happy to loan a benchwarmer like Welbeck to us for Europa League experience. Yunfei snatched the fax, his heart filled with the joy of a successful freebie. However, as his eyes scanned the English reply stamped with a red rejection seal, his laughter abruptly stopped. To Motherwell Football Club, following discussions, Danny Welbeck has made it clear that he would rather maintain his fitness with the Manchester United U18 squad than waste his youth at a financially bankrupt Scottish relegation battler. Your club's proposal to cover only 10 of his weekly wages has been deemed a disrespectful joke lacking any sincerity. We kindly request your club to uphold proper professional conduct and refrain from sending such frivolous faxes in the future. In the real world of football, if you're poor, you're less than a stray dog in the eyes of the big clubs. So you look down on me for being poor. You think the Scottish Premiership is beneath you. Yunfei gritted his teeth, tore the fax in half, and turned to Tom. Tom, get back to the office and send another fax to United. Boss, send another one. Welbeck has already said no, and their legal department told us to stop sending junk faxes. Who said I wanted to loan that arrogant English lad? Since they look down on us, I'll go dig for gold in their most overlooked junkyard. With that, Yunfei turned and stormed into the office, plopping down in front of the computer. His fingers clattered across the keyboard, logging into European Football Net and pulling up United's official reserve and fringe player loan list. The screen displayed a long list of highly paid, arrogant English youth prospects at the top. Yunfei didn't even glance at them, directly dragging the scroll bar to the very bottom of the list. In a corner of the clearance sales section, so forgotten by Old Trafford that even the loan fee was left blank, a familiar name caught Yunfei's eye. Dong Fenghua. In this parallel world, the Chinese prodigy who had once burst onto the domestic scene with the hopes of a nation on his shoulders was now discarded like a piece of obsolete equipment at the very end of the list. Frowning, Yunfei immediately opened a web browser and typed in the name, searching for his current situation. A string of local English news articles popped up. Yun Fei scanned them, and his face turned darker than the storm clouds outside the window. No highlights, no glory. Only relentless mockery and online abuse. The Manchester Evening News sports column stated in black and white, due to a prolonged lack of playing time and failure to integrate into the dressing room, he had been completely demoted to the U21 squad by Ferguson. Even at the Carrington training ground, his designated locker had been forcibly taken over by a newly arrived local youth prospect. The scathing English tabloids were even more merciless, dubbing him United's invisible man and the Oriental mascot who only sells shirts. The Sun even cruelly mocked him, calling him a track athlete who trips over his own feet when trying to control a ball. Looking at the arrogant ridicule in the news, seeing him waste his time in the rainy Manchester nights on a mere 180 salary. The frustration Yun Fei had felt as a fan watching those games burned in his throat like fire. This is an absolute crime against talent. The news called him a track athlete who couldn't even control a ball. But Yun Fei's memory was crystal clear about the power that lay within that eastern body mocked by all of England. Absolute explosive pace. Freakish acceleration off the mark. Those Englishmen only valued elegant touches and tactical discipline. They had no idea how to utilize this pure machine of raw power. For Yun Fei's brutal 4-2-4 system, which relied on just booting it forward with your eyes closed, and required no link-up play from the striker Donfonjois, with his sheer speed, was the perfect tactical piece. All he needed was a patch of open grass, and that Oriental supercar would instantly reignite and tear through any defense. Yun Fei slammed his laptop shut, his voice cold and resolute. Tom, listen carefully. Tell Manchester United I want to loan their Chinese striker, who can't even make the bench, earns 180 a week, and is mocked by the entire English press. Donfonjois. Come on. It looks like we need to have a little chat with our dear chairman Jim. I'm having this transfer no matter what. 24 hours had passed since the audacious loan fax, a brazen attempt to secure a player with nothing but a promise, was sent to Manchester United's Carrington training ground. The scene is the chairman's office of Motherwell Football Club. The radiator had been broken for perhaps a week, leaving the room steeped in Scotland's peculiar damp, musty odor. Scattered across the desk were red notices demanding payment for overdue water and electricity bills. 1800. Where in the bloody hell am I supposed to conjure up a 1800 weekly wage from? Club chairman Jim slapped the fax draft bearing the Manchester United crest onto the table, his fingers drumming impatiently on the wood. Last month I had to use my own credit card to cover the youth academy's training equipment repairs. Now we don't even have enough for weed killer. You want to pay 1800 to some Chinese bloke that United won't even use in their reserves? Yun Fei, seated on a somewhat rickety visitor's chair, scraped the foam from his instant coffee cup with a fingernail. The money is sitting there in the accounts, you just don't know how to work the books, he said. If we're shrewd enough, we can squeeze meat from even the rats in the sewers. Yun Fei slid a document across the desk to Jim. It's the first team wage restructuring proposal. Please turn to page 2. Frowning Jim picked up the document. Sam Foley weekly wage, $875. Yun Fei tapped the red notices on the desk, his tone as casual as if he were ordering from a menu. In yesterday's practice match I had him do 2 sprint intervals, and his knees started locking up. With that kind of fitness he can't play my high press system. Keeping him just wastes a squad spot. I've already contacted Wrexham in the Welsh lower leagues through an intermediary. Their new owners just injected cash and are desperate for promotion. They need a seasoned Scottish Premiership veteran like him to stabilize the dressing room. They verbally agreed to a 1500 buyout fee. We can start the paperwork this afternoon. Jim froze, staring at the name on the proposal. Sell Foley. He's our first vice-captain. You gave him a bull locking in the dressing room yesterday, and now you're shipping him off today. The Supporters Association will be protesting outside the stadium by this afternoon. Let them protest, Yun Fei said, taking a sip of the dreadful instant coffee. If the club goes bankrupt and is forced into administration next month, the fans won't pay a single penny of your debts. That 15000 is the last bit of value he has left. Before Jim could argue, Yun Fei continued down the list. Sherwin Seedorf weekly wage 1200. I watched the last 2 matches. That lad is useless except for spinning in circles in midfield. When he's pressed, his pass completion rate drops to a pathetic 14. Our opponents this week in Ross County had their main defensive midfielder suffer a tibia fracture in training yesterday. He's out for at least 4 months. They're playing a top team this weekend and have no one to cover the midfield. I've already sent Seedorf's profile to their director of football. Yun Fei paused, raising 3 fingers. 3600 plus a 20 sell-on clause. They'll think it's steep, but with the match days away they don't have time to scout alternatives. It's a bit of highway robbery, but they have no choice but to pay up. Jim stared at the figures on the paper, momentarily speechless. The freed-up wages from these 2 deals alone would cover Dong Fongshua's loan salary, not to mention the 5100 coming in. But Yun Fei wasn't finished. And last but certainly the biggest drain on the wage bill. He knocked his knuckles on the bottom of the list. Eddie Nolan. Weekly wage 3800. A loanee with no potential and no ambition. Nolan is on loan from Scunthorpe United, Jim reminded him. His contract states we cover his full wages until the end of the season. We can't sell him. Then we send him back, Yun Fei said, leaning back against the sofa. Terminate the loan early. Jim's voice rose in alarm. That's a breach of contract. The terms are clear. If we send him back early, we're liable for his full remaining wages as compensation. We can't afford that. Who said anything about paying? Yun Fei gave him a cold look. Draft a notice to Scunthorpe United stating that the player's technical and tactical attributes are completely unsuitable for the new manager's requirements, and that he has committed disciplinary breaches by not training properly. We're terminating the loan contract with immediate effect for just cause. They'll never accept that. They'll take us to the court of arbitration for sport. Then let them sue. Yunfei tossed his paper cup into the bin. Legal proceedings from the initial arguments to a hearing, and then a verdict will take at least 6 months to a year. And since we don't have a pot to piss in right now, even if they win the case, they won't see a single penny for a long time. But the moment we send that fax terminating the contract today, Nolan's registration is immediately returned to his parent club. That 3820 weekly wage will be free in our wage structure by this afternoon. Jim fell completely silent. In all his years in football administration, he had never met anyone who could talk about swindling and scheming with such righteous conviction. Let's tally it up. Yun faced it up. Selling Foley frees 875, selling Seedorf frees 1200, and ditching Nolan saves us 3800. With these ins and outs, I've just carved out a 5875 weekly wage space for you. Deduct the 1800 for Dongfangshua, and the club isn't spending a penny more. In fact, I've saved you 4000 in wages. That's enough for me to sign 3 obedient low-wage workhorses from the free agent market. Jim's palms were sweating. Every piece of the logic clicked together flawlessly. No need for sponsors, no selling star players. Just by clearing deadwood and exploiting contract loopholes, Yunfei had violently hacked a path to survival. Well, that's the money problem solved. I'll go and get the paperwork started. Jim put the proposal into his folder and looked up at Yunfei, his voice still heavy with skepticism. But Yun, for a player that every newspaper in England is laughing at, is it really necessary to axe 3 first-team squad members? What do journalists know about football? Yunfei casually poured the last of his coffee into a withered potted plant nearby. But the press is already here, Jim said, checking his watch. The press conference is at 2 p.m. Columnists from the Scottish Sun and the Daily Record have already staked out their spots in the lobby. They're just waiting to ask you, the Asian coach with no track record, how many games you plan to win this season. How many games will we win? Yunfei pushed open the door to the finance office, leaving one final statement. I'm going to go tell those reporters right now that I'm here to teach the Scots how to play football. In the press conference hall of Fir Park Stadium, Motherwell water stains still lingered on the ceiling corners, and a dozen cheap plastic folding chairs were squeezed into a single row. Journalists from the Daily Record, the Scotsman, and Sky Sports local correspondent had long since set up their equipment, clogging the narrow aisle. There was no club press officer, no PR manager to offer an opening remark. Yunfei, clad in a slightly oversized black suit, pushed open the side door, walked straight to the podium, sat down, and pulled the microphone towards him. The room was silent for only half a second before a barrage of dazzling camera flashes turned the hall into a sea of white light. Mr. Yun, I'm John Donner from the Daily Record. The seasoned Scottish reporter in the front row didn't even raise his hand. He just thrust his recorder forward and asked bluntly, "There are rumors that your UEFA A coaching license was purchased from an underground black market in Moscow. How did an outsider who has never even managed a professional youth team convince the Motherwell board? Is this a shoddy game of capital?" A few low snickers echoed from the audience. Pens poised, the journalists waited to capture the stammering, sweating embarrassment of this Asian rookie. Yunfei showed no anger. He merely glanced at John and spoke with a steady cadence. "Put away your conspiracy theories." Leaning into the mic, he continued, "Want to know why Motherwell signed me? Not because of some capital game, but because I'm cheap." The entire room froze. The club's financial deficit from last month is already on the verge of being exposed. Those so-called tactical masterminds in Scottish football, draped in tailored coats, wouldn't even answer their phones when they saw Motherwell's wage budget report. Why am I sitting here? Because my contract is just base salary, because no one else dares to take over this mess that's on the brink of bankruptcy liquidation. Whether my certificate was bought or not is irrelevant. What matters is that right now I'm the only one who can sit in this seat. It was blunt, brutal, and laid the club's financial nakedness bare for all of Scottish media to see. In the corner, club chairman Jim covered his face in agony. Before the reporters could digest this overly candid statement, John flipped open his notepad and pressed on. "What about the player purge? Just 10 minutes ago, we received internal transfer listing information from the Scottish FA. You sold the team's vice-captain, 33-year-old veteran Sam Foley, to a lower league Welsh club for a paltry 1500. You also unilaterally terminated Eddie Nolan's loan contract. Are you maliciously purging the dressing room veterans to cover up your tactical incompetence?" Malicious purge. Yunfei looked at the reporters, who seemed like cats with their tails stepped on, his tone utterly flat. "Go check the club's financial statements. If I hadn't cleared those 3 players this morning and freed up that 600 in weekly wages, the club's account would have been frozen by the bank for breaching administrative payment obligations next Wednesday." As for Sam Foley, a midfielder whose average distance covered per game is less than the referee's, he has no tactical value in my squad. Getting rid of him for 15000, I'd say we got a bargain. If you're unhappy, your newspaper can buy him back. This utterly cold-blooded speech, treating players like mere numbers on a spreadsheet, plunged the room into a brief, stunned silence. This wasn't a typical manager's press conference. It sounded more like the ruthless calculations of a liquidation committee. "And what about your tactics?" A young reporter from the Scotsman stood up, speaking rapidly and aggressively. We have inside information that in your first training session yesterday you demanded the team play a 4-2-4 formation that abandons the midfield and even forbade defenders from playing out from the back. This tactic, which defies modern football principles, has supposedly already caused player unrest. How do you plan to control the team? Your inside source doesn't seem very reliable. Was it Foley by any chance? Yunfei tapped the table, his voice cutting through the murmurs. Your so-called modern football principles. Do they mean trying to play tiki-taka on this pitch that's as bumpy as a potato field? Listen up, ladies and gentlemen of the press. We're not those ballet dancers at the Camp Nou in expensive boots playing pretty possession football. This is Fur Park. This is a mud pit where we can't even afford the groundskeeper's fees. Yunfei locked eyes with the young journalist. We don't have tens of millions to buy a midfield maestro. Trying to play possession football with this squad on this pitch would be tactical suicide. Yunfei hammered the table with his fingers, producing dull thuds. My 4-2-4 isn't abandoning the midfield, it's turning the midfield into a meat grinder. I don't ask them to build play. I ask them to destroy. When a defender wins the ball, no hesitation, half a second. Boot it long to the striker, bypass that damn error-prone midfield transition. I call it kick and rush. We settle it with the simplest 3 touches. If anyone thinks it's ugly, they're welcome to bring a blindfold to the match. The only sound left in the press hall was the clatter of keyboards. The reporters realized their prepared verbal traps had been smashed back in their faces with cold, hard data and pragmatic logic. But the media is never short of ammunition. A reporter from the Scottish Sun shouted out, "What about signings?" Half an hour ago, an insider from Manchester United's Carrington training ground leaked that Motherwell sent a formal fax inquiring about loaning Chinese striker Dong Fangzhou, a player who doesn't even have a locker in the reserves and is widely considered a flop. Are you using the club's last resources to solve employment problems for your old pals from the Far East? The moment the question was posed, the atmosphere in the room turned razor sharp. Yunfei leaned back in his chair, surveying the European media, poised for a laugh. A flop is your standard for judging a striker based on how prettily he traps the ball in a system like United's, which relies on intricate short passing. You write in your papers that he trips over his own feet, but why don't you write about his 30-meter off-the-ball sprint data? Why not his explosive acceleration? On United's tactical board, maybe he was an odd piece that didn't fit. But in my 4-2-4, which relies on long balls and strikers relentlessly chasing the first ball, his pace is the deadliest weapon. Just because you don't know how to press the accelerator on a sports car and leave it to rust in a garage doesn't mean it's scrap metal. The moment he lands and passes his medical, I'll put him straight into the starting 11 next week. The room erupted in astonishment. A manager on minimum wage on the verge of getting the sack was declaring that a player ridiculed across all of England would be his automatic first choice. So what is your ultimate goal for this season? A female reporter grabbed her recorder. Is it just to scrape survival or to make a token appearance in the Europa League qualifiers to earn some gate receipts? Survival. Token appearance. Yunfei looked as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. He stood up, shoved the microphone aside, and a screech of feedback made the front row reporters wince. If it was just about survival, I wouldn't have flown over 10 hours on a budget airline to be here. My goal is simple. Lead this bunch of junk you all see and win games in the Europa League qualifiers. Then back in the league, use the very tactics you despise to grind Celtic and Rangers' overpaid stars into the mud. Without giving any journalist a chance for a follow-up, Yunfei turned and pushed open the side door, leaving the room with a brisk, decisive stride. This press conference is over. Gentlemen, make sure you clean your camera lenses before the match. A sharp whistle pierced through the curtain of rain. Yunfei was just about to summon what who had missed yet another one-on-one chance to the sideline for a scathing reprimand when the wire mesh gate at the edge of the field was suddenly flung open. Old Tom came charging over, stumbling through the mud, not even pausing to retrieve his tactical board as it splashed into a puddle. His hands were clenched tightly around an A4 sheet just pulled from the office fax machine, its edges already damp and curling from the Scottish winter rain. Boss. The reply from Carrington. Old Tom gasped for air as he reached Yunfei, thrusting the fax paper towards him. United has replied. Players across the training ground halted their movements, dozens of eyes fixing intently on the sideline. After enduring a series of tactical ordeals and dressing room crackdowns, they knew better than anyone that this bankrupt club desperately needed genuine new blood. The old man's efficient. Yunfei snatched the fax. He skimmed past the official jargon, locking his gaze directly onto the player's name and weekly wage listed at the bottom. There, printed in stark black and white, was a name that sent his adrenaline soaring: Dong Fangzhou. Loan request approved. Motherwell to cover 100 of weekly wages, 1800. Yunfei clutched the damp fax, a burst of wild laughter erupting from him abruptly amidst the cold, drizzling rain. The laughter echoed across the empty training ground, sending a shiver down Old Tom's spine. 1800. Only 1800. Yunfei spun around, excitedly punching the air. I got Dong Fangzhou for free. This is a total cheat code in the Scottish Premiership. Yet the elation lasted less than a minute. The fervor on his face vanished instantly. He pulled out his phone and opened the Motherwell club's internal financial dashboard. On the screen, a glaring red deficit hit rock bottom. Available transfer budget 0, available wage budget 0, not even a single euro coin's worth of leeway remained. Yunfei locked his phone, spun on his heel, and cast a cold, hard gaze over the players sprawled on the muddy pitch, panting heavily after their practice match. It was time to inform the obsolete and ineffective that their services were no longer required. Half an hour later, within the Spartan manager's office at Motherwell, a ruthless squad purge was set in motion. The first to be summoned was veteran Seedorf. Pack your bags. Report to Ross County. Sign the contract when you get there. Yun Fei, seated behind a desk missing a leg, didn't even look up his words rapid fire. 3600 transfer fee, plus a 20 sell-on clause. The club has signed off. Wishing you all the best. Seedorf stood stunned, but before he could complain, Yun Fei had already pressed the intercom on his desk. Next, get Fleck in here. Sam Fleck, a 33-year-old veteran, pushed through the door. You're too slow. There's no place for you in my tactical plans. Yun Fei slapped a transfer document onto the table. 15200. I've listed you. Don't glare at me. Go to the finance office, settle your wages, and be gone by this afternoon. The last one called in was backup defender Nolan. Your loan contract has been terminated unilaterally. Yun Fei looked at this talentless mediocrity, his tone icy, and leaving no room for negotiation. Catch a train back to your parent club today. You might still make it in time for dinner at their canteen. Within just 3 hours, 3 players were unceremoniously shipped out. Through cold-blooded, almost ruthless methods, Yun Fei forcibly carved out space from the financial statements of this nearly bankrupt club. He managed to scrape together a wage budget sufficient for him to scavenge in the free agent market. This pure numbers game, and utterly rational player trading, was an instinct ingrained in Yun Fei's very bones. 2 days later, several taxis pulled into the car park at Fur Park. Yun Fei's frantic, extreme loan and free agent mode was finally about to yield results. A group of outcasts who couldn't get games at big clubs and free agents no one else wanted stood on Motherwell's muddy turf, each with their luggage wearing a variety of expressions. Robbie Crawford, $8.75 a week. Good stamina, does the dirty work, perfect for rotating with Pinchadano in midfield. Yun Fei's finger traced over the first name, a grin spreading wildly across his face. Matty James, loan from Manchester United, $110 a week. $110 a week, good heavens. That's cheaper than the cleaning lady I hired in Yantai. A pure midfield backup, can't go wrong. Grant Hanley, 19-year-old Blackburn youth centre back. Look at that build, that height. Even if he's a rookie, he's more than good enough as an aerial missile in the Scottish Premiership mud pit. Yun Fei grew more excited as he read on, his gaze finally settling on the 2 names on the free agent contracts. And these 2 free agent lads haven't arrived yet. Just a bit pricey though. He pointed at the Nigerian winger, Etehu, clicking his tongue. 2500 a week hurts me just thinking about it. But that kid's explosive pace is like a Jamaican sprinter. In my 424, a speedster on the wing like him is the deadliest assassin. As for this Angolan striker, Dali Menga, 900 a week. His technical skills are as rough as an amateur's. He can't even control a simple ground pass. But once he gets those legs pumping, he's faster than a cheetah. If he can run, he's a favorite on my tactical board. A motley crew of cast-offs, roughnecks, and specialists scraped together by Yun Fei using every bit of wage budget he could scrounge formed a ragtag legion with a distinct leftover vibe. The satisfaction of turning scraps into a feast. That was the ultimate romance of an FM player. However, what truly made Yun Fei's heart race was the loan contract on the last page of the roster, stamped with the official seal of Manchester United's Carrington base. A black taxi pulled up at the entrance of the training ground. The door opened, and an 18-year-old Asian youth, slightly built and looking nervous, stepped out onto the Fur Park pitch, clutching a travel bag bearing the Manchester United crest. Dong Fangjua. At this moment, he was warming the bench in United's U18 squad, ridiculed by the British press as a mere commercial asset, his confidence nearly shattered. Yun Fei strode forward, ignoring the bewildered stares from the Scottish players around him. He grabbed a jersey from the kit manager and roughly shoved it into Dong Fangjua's arms. It was the number 11 jersey, the mark of an undisputed starter. Put it on. Yun Fei spoke in fluent Chinese, his tone carrying an undeniable fervor and dominance that hit Dong Fangjua like a physical force. You're 18, can't get a game at United, got calluses on your backside from all that bench warming. I brought you to the Scottish Premiership not to be a substitute. Yun Fei placed his hands firmly on Dong Fangjua's shoulders, staring intently into his eyes, his voice loud enough for the entire dressing room to hear. I'm going to take you to the Europa League. You're going to be this team's hero. Take all that frustration from Carrington and unleash it on the defenses of these Scottish brutes. You understand? Dong Fangjua was stunned by the sudden surge of adrenaline and the weight of the number 11 jersey. But looking at this manager who shared his Asian features, yet exuded such extreme arrogance, the fire that had been doused by the cold English rain began to show signs of rekindling. He gripped the jersey tightly and nodded firmly. Fitness coach. Yun Fei turned abruptly, switching back to English with a London gangster accent. This kid just arrived, his stamina isn't up to par. Get him on a special training program. He doesn't start until he can run like a mad dog for the full 90 minutes. 2 days later, Yun Fei was set to make his managerial debut in the Scottish Premiership. It was the 3rd round of the league, and his side were to host Livingston at Fur Park. Yun Fei stood on the touchline, hands in his pockets, wearing a club coat that was a size too big, his face a cold mask. The home stands were sparsely filled, and jeers aimed at the new Asian manager were already audible. Dong Fangjua, deemed not fit enough, was named among the substitutes. A sharp blast of the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Yun Fei's radical 4-2-4 kick-and-rush tactica system he had prided himself on was about to face its first brutal test in a real competitive match that afternoon. David, the Livingston manager, had clearly studied Motherwell's formation. He cunningly deployed an ultra-defensive 4-5-1 low-block tactic of pure containment. His 5 midfielders packed the center of the pitch, forming a wall of steel. Just 4 minutes into the match, disaster struck. Gallagher, the main center back, won the ball in his own half. Following Yunfei's strict orders, he bypassed the midfield entirely, swinging his right leg to launch a long direct pass into Livingston's half. This time, however, the ball failed to find the happy-go-lucky Watt. Livingston's 5-man midfield, like an impenetrable net, easily intercepted the first ball and immediately launched a swift counterattack. Motherwell's completely overrun midfield became a free highway for the opposition to exploit. The Livingston winger raced to the byline and cut a simple pass back into the box. The Motherwell defense was caught horribly out of position. The opposing striker met the ball and slotted it into the net. 0-1. With just 4 minutes on the clock, they were trailing at home. Get back. What the hell are you doing sleepwalking? Yunfei kicked a clump of turf in fury on the sidelines. The remaining 86 minutes, however, turned into a suffocating ordeal. After taking the lead, Livingston shamelessly retreated, with all 10 outfield players packing into their own half. The core principle of Yunfei's 4-2-4 was to exploit the vacated midfield space, stretching the opposition's defense to create one-on-one chances for his forwards. But now the opponent refused to come out. There wasn't even a meter of space behind their defense to run into. Every long ball from Gallagher crashed against the congested defense like an egg thrown at a stone, rebounding harmlessly. Up front, the striker, what was like a headless chicken, running around aimlessly without getting a sniff of the ball. Campbell, the team's sole midfield anchor, was run ragged by their 5-man passing triangles, chasing shadows like a desperate sheepdog until his legs felt like lead. Kick it. Just launch it down the wings. Yunfei shouted until he was hoarse, but his players, devoid of tactical awareness, were utterly lost against the massed defense. The final whistle blew. 0-1. A humiliating defeat in their home opener. The jeers from the stands were deafening, and the opposing manager David barely even glanced at Yunfei during the post-match handshake. This uncompromising tactic had crashed headfirst into a wall of extreme defensive stubbornness. A week later, the second league match took them to Easter Road to face Hibernian. Hibernian were clearly more aggressive than Livingston, setting up in a modern 4-2-3-1 formation. Just 1 minute into the match, O'Donnell, Motherwell's right back, suffered a moment of madness while defending against their winger. He lunged into a reckless, completely unnecessary sliding tackle inside the penalty area. The referee's whistle blew, and the official pointed decisively to the penalty spot. The Hibernian striker stepped up and converted. 0-1. O'Donnell. What the hell is going on inside that thick skull of yours? Yunfei erupted on the touchline, and had it not been for the fourth official holding him back, he would have stormed onto the pitch to strangle the foolish player. His ordeal of high blood pressure was only just beginning. In the 10th minute, striker Watt managed to control the ball just outside the box. With a teammate making a forward run and offering a clear passing option, the happy-go-lucky striker instead decided to showcase his questionable technique, lashing out with his right foot for a wildly speculative shot. The ball sailed high into the second tier of the stands, striking a fan who was in the middle of eating a hot dog. Yunfei was so furious he wanted to run onto the pitch and break the idiot's leg. However, after enduring a painful first 30 minutes with Hibernian pushing forward in numbers, at the 38th minute, the opposing attacking midfielder attempted a short passing combination through the middle. Defensive midfielder Campbell precisely blocked the passing lane, executing a fierce tackle to intercept the ball. This time he did not hesitate, nor did he blindly launch a long ball. He briefly lifted his head to survey the field for half a second, then delivered a low through ball that instantly sliced through Hibernian's overly advanced defensive line. Striker Lawless made a frantic run forward, reaching the ball first at the edge of the penalty area. The opposing center back, unable to recover in time, lunged in and brought Lawless down, ball and all. Beep. A penalty again. Motherwell equalized from the spot. 1-1. The away draw held all the way into stoppage time of the second half. In the 94th minute of the match, Motherwell had a golden chance to snatch a winner. Hibernian's final corner came to nothing, and Motherwell's left back Rami collected the loose ball at the back and quickly hurled it to Campbell in midfield. Don't pass it. Just launch it up there. Yunfei roared his final instruction from the touchline. Campbell gritted his teeth, stepped into the ball, and swung his right leg in a violent, colossal long ball. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, soaring over Hibernian's vacated midfield and landing directly at the feet of Lawless, who was furthest forward. A perfect position. A perfect one-on-one. Lawless surged into the box with the ball facing the onrushing goalkeeper and had a full 3 seconds to decide. Yet in this golden moment to seal the victory, Lawless's nerve failed him. His shot was feeble, weak, and absurdly struck straight into the goalkeeper's arms. It didn't even cause a ripple. Beep. The final whistle blew. 1-1. Motherwell had battled hard to secure a draw away from home, taking a solitary meager point. Yunfei kicked a water bottle on the sideline in frustration. The chef practically fed you a feast fit for an emperor, and you smashed the whole damn kitchen. In the dressing room after the match, the atmosphere was suffocating. 2 league games, 1 loss and 1 draw, yielding just a single point. Rumors were already swirling outside that the Asian manager was on the verge of being sacked. The players kept their heads down, cleaning mud from their boots while stealing glances at Yunfei's grim expression. Unlike his usual self, he didn't hurl things or curse. He stood silently before the tactics board and drew a furious, violent cross over the circle representing the striker. The tactics had worked. The space had been created. But the forwards, those saboteurs up front, simply couldn't deliver the final decisive blow. Yunfei turned his gaze sweeping past the weary players, finally resting on Dong Fengzhou, who sat in the corner. Fresh from an intense physical training session drenched in sweat, yet his eyes burned with unusual intensity. Next game we're back home against Hamilton. Yunfei's voice was low, but in the deathly quiet dressing room it carried a chilling madness and certainty. Let those fools outside laugh for a few more days. The Europa League qualifiers are almost here. Dong, get your boots ready. Let them taste just how ferocious this Eastern supercar's throttle can be. This is your last chance to start what? If you stop the ball 3 meters away again tomorrow, you'll be cleaning toilets with the reserve team. Yunfei stood on the touchline roaring at the pitch. This was his third Scottish Premiership match since taking charge hosting Hamilton at home. With 1 loss and 1 draw in the previous 2 games, if he failed to secure a win today, these Scottish football hooligans would strip him of even the right to breathe. The match reached the 12th minute. Motherwell had arduously won a corner on the right flank. Midfielder Liam Puncherdano, wading through mud past his ankles, swung the ball into the box. The delivery was dreadful, flat and drifting. It was easily headed clear by Hamilton's 6'3" Scottish centre-back, sending the mud-caked ball soaring towards the edge of the centre circle. Win it back. Campbell, bite him. Yunfei leapt up on the sideline, pointing and bellowing at the midfield. Campbell, forcibly deployed as a holding midfielder, showed no intention of backing down. He tracked the ball's descent, and still 2 meters from the opposing attacking midfielder launched into a sliding tackle. His studs skimmed across the turf, flinging up a half-meter spray of mud. A dull thud echoed, the sound of shin guards colliding. Hamilton's attacking midfielder was upended, and Campbell cleanly stole the ball away. Hamilton's defensive line had pushed high to clear the danger. Campbell scrambled up from the mire, wiping the water from his face. All 4 forwards were pinned on the offside line, making a long ball forward impossible. Campbell could only roll the ball square to right back O'Donnell, who was pushing forward. Over the next 10 seconds on this quagmire of a pitch unfolded a scrappy, yet quintessentially Scottish lower league display of chaotic, intricate interplay. O'Donnell received the ball and played a first-time pass inside to Puncherdano. Puncherdano's standing foot slipped, but he managed to scuff the ball onto winger Law. Under brutal pressure from 2 defenders, Law awkwardly stabbed a desperate 1-2 return pass. The ball bobbled and skidded through puddles, fortuitously rolling back to the advancing O'Donnell. Cross it. Get it in. Yunfei slapped his tactics board in frustration. O'Donnell swung his right leg and whipped in a firm waist-high cross. In the center of the box, the main striker, Happy Boy, Tony Watt, met the ball, awkwardly lifting his right foot for a speculative volley. But his timing was off by a fraction. With a thud, the ball was smothered by a Hamilton defender who had rushed back. The penalty area instantly descended into chaos. 7 or 8 players from both sides crammed into a space of less than 20 square meters, kicking wildly at each other. Shirts were stretched, and torn mud flew everywhere, and the referee, whistle and mouth, couldn't tell who was kicking whom. The ball ricocheted wildly between countless boots, stubbornly refusing to cross the line. On the edge of the box, Puncherdano saw it squirt free from the melee, and without a second thought charged forward and lashed a full-blooded shot with his eyes shut. The strike was ferocious, but the aim was straight for the corner flag. However, after flying 3 meters, it thudded squarely off the backside of Law, who had just picked himself up off the ground. The deflection sent the ball on a bizarre, swirling trajectory. Hamilton's goalkeeper had already dived towards the line of the original shot. Now sprawled in the mud, he could only watch helplessly as the ball looped over him in the opposite direction and nestled into the net. 1-0. Fir Park Stadium fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Even the referee was stunned. Then an ear-splitting roar of celebration erupted. How did that go in? Old Tom, the part-time assistant coach, stared in disbelief at the winger celebrating while clutching his backside. Who cares how it went in? A goal means my tactics are working. Yunfei pumped his fist emphatically by the sideline. No matter how ugly the goal, 3 points were the life support for this bankrupt club. Halftime. The home team's dressing room. The air was thick with the pungent smell of liniment, sweat, and damp earth. Striker Chris Lang sat on the bench, hands on his knees, chest heaving. He had spent 45 minutes sprinting across the mud to execute the relentless high press, and his energy reserves were completely depleted. Without hesitation, Yunfei pointed decisively at the young Asian man in the corner who had been endlessly readying his bootlaces. Chris, take a rest. Yunfei turned and switched to flawless Mandarin. Xiao Dong, warm up. You're on in the second half. Dong Fengzhou looked up, his eyes burning with long-suppressed hunger. The scorn he endured at Manchester United's Carrington base, the humiliation of having no place in the dressing room, and the mockery from the English press calling him nothing but a shirt-selling mascot. In that moment, it all transformed into searing blood surging through his young body. Boss, I'm ready. Dong Fengzhou stood up. Listen up. Yunfei used his tactics board to block prying eyes and gave his instructions. I don't want you dropping deep, holding up the ball, or playing 1-2s with the midfield. Forget all that nonsense. In the second half, you stay glued to their last center back. When we launch a long ball from the back, the moment it goes airborne, you turn and sprint forward without a second thought. Don't worry about a clean first touch. Just knock it past them and use your raw, brutal straight-line speed to blow by them. Got it. Got it. Dong Fengzhou nodded. In the 46th minute of the second half, the rain had stopped, but the pitch was even more waterlogged. Dong Fengzhou stepped onto the soggy turf as a substitute. Yunfei stood at the edge of the technical area, hands in his pockets. The first 10-odd minutes were tough to watch. Dong Fengzhua's body looked stiff after such a long time without competitive football. His first 2 touches were heavy, and on one sudden stop and turn his feet slipped from under him, dumping him into a puddle. A clear chorus of boos rang out from the home fans. To them he was just another cheap import scraping a minimum wage. But Yunfei didn't move, didn't even signal. He was waiting for the opposition to push up. In the 60th minute, Hamilton, desperate for an equalizer, pushed their entire defensive line past the halfway line, with both center backs advancing to the edge of the center circle. The chance had come. In Motherwell's half, Campbell executed another ferocious tackle to win the ball. He scanned the field, and without a moment's hesitation wound up his right foot and launched a 50-meter pass, hoofing the ball viciously into the space behind Hamilton's defense. The instant the ball left the ground, Dong Fengzhua, who had been hovering on the edge of the offside line, moved. He pivoted sharply, his leg muscles exploding with power. Hamilton's hulking Scottish center back, known for his strength in frontal duels, tried to turn and give chase, only to watch in horror as the Asian striker blew past him in the first 2 strides like a Ferrari with the pedal floored. Absolute pace. A merciless, overwhelming overtake. On that heavy, boggy turf, Dong Fengzhua relied purely on his terrifying acceleration to put 3 full yards of daylight between himself and the center back within a 30-meter sprint. The boos died in the fans' throats, replaced by a collective gasp of disbelief. One-on-one with the keeper. Although his tired legs betrayed him at the crucial moment and his shot on the run drifted just wide of the far post, missing the chance to score on his debut. The post-match rating was a modest 6.4. But for Yunfei on the touchline, the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted completely. Finishing can be trained. Stamina can be built. But this kind of innate, terrifying speed cannot be taught. Good enough. Yunfei watched Dong Fengzhua slap the turf in frustration, and a cold, satisfied smile finally crept onto his lips. This kind of pure pace will be a different level of play in the Europa League qualifiers. B. The referee blew the final whistle. 1-0. Thanks to a bizarre deflected goal, Motherwell had secured their new manager's first victory. Though they trailed in total shots, they had stifled the opposition in terms of space and territory. It was an ugly, hard-fought, yet invaluable win. Next up, this mud-splattered bankrupt fleet was set to take their brutal kick-and-rush tactics into the Europa League qualifiers. UEFA Europa League qualifying round 1, Motherwell hosted Iskra Football Club from the Montenegrin First League at Fir Park. To the wider European footballing world, this was a fixture so insignificant that broadcast cameras would scarcely deign to linger on it for a second. But for Yunfei, and for this bankrupt club whose accounts couldn't even cover next month's electricity bill, this was an absolute battle for survival, with a 2-0 qualification bonus on the line. Their opponents from Montenegro had evidently done little homework on this Scottish Premiership relegation battler. Arrogantly, they deployed an aggressive, high-pressing attacking formation, attempting to overwhelm Motherwell on their own turf. However, they committed a fatal tactical error, leaving a vast 40-meter expanse of defensive space behind their backline. For Yunfei's 4-2-4 smash-and-go tactics, this was akin to presenting a slab of prime Wagyu beef to a starving predator. Smash it, treat the ball like a bomb, and blast it for your lives. Yunfei shed all pretenses of civility on the touchline, barking orders at his defense like a volatile mob boss. Dong Fengzhua started this match. The game was only 15 minutes old. Iskra's attacking midfielder attempted to orchestrate play near the center circle. Campbell, pressing relentlessly like a rabid dog, wasted no time. He launched into a ferocious ball-winning slide tackle, taking down the opponent, ball and all. The ball rolled to center back Grant Hanley. The 19-year-old on loan from Blackburn Rovers didn't hesitate for a single second. He met the ball, and with all his might, launched a huge clearance kick into Iskra's vacated half. First touch the tackle, second touch the long ball. Crude, direct, utterly devoid of flair. And in the vast expanse of the opponent's half, Dong Fengzhua ignited. This 18-year-old castaway, who had been rotting on Manchester United's U18 bench and written off by pundits across England, finally, under the cold, overcast Scottish sky, shattered the heavy shackles that had bound his legs. Explosion, acceleration, sprint. Dong Fengzhua's pace was so blistering that he left a crimson blur even in the grainy broadcast footage. The 2 hulking Eastern European center backs turning to give chase were instantly filled with despair as they realized they couldn't even dream of keeping pace. It was an absurd 30-meter clear breakaway. The ball bounced on the muddy turf. In that moment, this young body contained nothing but an insatiable hunger for victory, a burning desire for vindication, and an icy, ruthless killer instinct. Dong Fengzhua didn't slow down. He smoothly cushioned the ball forward with the outside of his right boot, surging straight into the penalty area. Facing the Montenegrin goalkeeper, who had rushed out to close the angle, he showed no hesitation. He wound up his right leg and unleashed a vicious, low-driven shot. Bang! The ball, like an armor-piercing shell fired from a cannon, rocketed into the far corner of the net, nestling into the side netting. 1-0. Fir Park erupted into a frenzy of pure pandemonium. The old Scottish fans, who had come merely for a bit of entertainment, were utterly ignited by this display of raw, unadulterated, violent football. On the touchline, Yunfei was ecstatic, unleashing a string of distinctly Chinese profanities. He spun around and crushed the bewildered old Tom in a fierce embrace. Pointing at Dong Fengzhua, who was roaring with primal fury by the corner flag, Yunfei's eyes were rimmed with red from sheer excitement. "Did you see that? I'm asking you, did you see that?" Yunfei screamed hoarsely into old Tom's ear, his voice nearly cracking. He's 18, couldn't get a game at United mocked daily by those arrogant English pricks. I brought him to the Scottish Premiership to play in the Europa League. This is what you call a hero. This is the trump card I played. But this was merely the beginning of the slaughter. Emboldened, the Motherwell players transformed into mindless war machines relentlessly executing long ball tactics. Iskra's defense faced with Dongfanghua's terrifying acceleration crumbled like wet tissue paper. The 37th minute. Left winger Stephen Lawless battled down the flank and sent in a rather average cross. The opposing center-back in a moment of despair completely misjudged the flight of the ball, and it fell to the far post. Dongfanghua, who should have been lurking outside the box, appeared like a phantom in the most dangerous scoring position. He met the ball, leaped high, and powered a header towards goal. The ball smashed against the underside of the crossbar and bounced over the line. 2-0. A brace. He wasn't just fast, he possessed razor-sharp predatory instincts in the box. In the second half, Iskra were a broken team, desperately throwing everyone forward in a doomed last stand. But in the 70th minute, the cruel third blow landed. Once again, it was Campbell winning the ball in midfield. This time the long pass was delivered by substitute Edahu, the Nigerian speedster. The ball sailed over their non-existent offside trap once more. Dongfanghua was set off from the halfway line carrying the ball on a 40-meter solo charge. Amidst the thunderous roar of the home crowd, he calmly sold a dummy to a despairing sliding defender. Facing the goalkeeper who had already given up, he calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. A hat trick. 3-0. As the referee's final whistle pierced the air, the night sky over North Lanarkshire was torn apart by the triumphant roars of the Motherwell faithful. A resounding victory, a complete demonstration of smash-and-go tactics and sheer devastating pace. Dongfanghua, exhausted, collapsed onto the muddy pitch, gasping for the cold Scottish air. Hearing thousands of fans in the stadium chanting his awkwardly pronounced Chinese name, his eyes welled up. He knew in this moment his career had truly come alive. Late into the night in Motherwell's Spartan manager's office, water dripped steadily from a leak in the roof into a plastic bucket in the corner. Yun Fei stared intently at the second-hand computer, its cooling fan whirring loudly. On the club's internal financial software, a glaring green credit notification had just popped up. Europa League qualifying first-round victory bonus 24000. Credited 240000. For Europe's wealthy elite, this might barely cover half a month's wages for a squad player. But for Motherwell, with a bank balance of zero and having to scrimp on every bottle of water, this money was a vital lifeline. I won't have to go back to working on the assembly line after all. Yun Fei let out a long pent-up breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This injection of cash eased the club's impending financial collapse. And just then the fax machine in the corner suddenly whirred to life. Old Tom, rubbing his sleepy eyes, handed the freshly printed fax to Yun Fei. Boss, it's an official fax from the Chinese Football Association. Yun Fei snatched the fax, his eyes scanning the official jargon before a smirk worthy of a twisted-mouthed dragon king spread across his face. Because of his incredible hat trick in the Europa League. The 18-year-old Dongfanghua, with his utterly dominant debut, had been called up to the Chinese national team for the very first time. You see this, Sir Alex? Yun Fei clutched the fax, gazing out at the cold, rainy night, his voice dripping with arrogant gambler's glee. That piece of scrap you left gathering dust in your warehouse. On my tactics board, he's a nuclear weapon that can blow up Europe. This is only the beginning. Bang! A violently shaken can of cheap lager was cracked open, white foam instantly splattering across the wall. Today the Motherwell locker room was devoid of its usual pre-liquidation gloom. A few battered speakers aggressively blasted deafening Scottish bagpipe rock disco. The players, who usually counted every penny on a bottle of water and would even lick the cap clean, were now wildly twisting their clumsy bodies atop the wooden benches in front of their lockers. The reason was simple: the money had arrived. Jim had practically scrambled into the bank, depositing the 2.5 months of overdue basic wages down to the last penny into their long-dry accounts. In this brutal, bankrupt, relegation-battling team, no sense of club honor could ever compare to the ding-dong notification sound of a bank deposit on a phone. Here's to our tactical madman. Here's to our Asian powerhouse. Captain Gallagher raised his beer can, his face flushed with excitement, and roared at Dongfanghua, who sat in the corner. Honestly, lads, before yesterday I thought that bloody 4-2-4 kick-and-rush tactic was the stupidest invention in human history. Defensive midfielder Campbell chimed in, slapping his own thigh hard. But now, if the gaffer tells me to close my eyes and hoof the ball into the sky for my full weekly wage, I'd break my leg doing it willingly. The locker room erupted in unbridled laughter. Dongfanghua sat by his locker, holding an unopened can of soda water. Watching these rugged Scots, who had been somewhat standoffish towards him, now raising their glasses in his direction, a genuine smile finally appeared on his slightly reserved young face. During his 2 years at Manchester United's Carrington base, he had grown accustomed to the sneers of the British tabloids and the arrogant glares of the elite academy darlings. But last night's explosive Europa League hat trick not only secured the team's lifeline money, but also shattered the ice that had formed around his heart. Bang! Just as the locker room atmosphere was reaching its peak, the door was violently kicked open. The deafening rock music abruptly stopped. Old Tom fumbled to turn off the stereo, shrinking behind the tactics board in fright, not daring to breathe. Yun Fei walked in, expressionless, clutching 2 documents just pulled from the fax machine. His face was grim, showing absolutely no joy over the €240 secured. The locker room fell silent instantly. The players exchanged glances wondering what whim their volatile fierce manager was about to indulge on payday. Without a word, Yunfei walked straight up to Dong Fangzhua and forcefully slapped the document with prominent letterhead onto his chest. Open your eyes and see what this is. Yunfei switched to Chinese, his tone carrying a complex mix of fervor and restraint. Dong Fangzhua looked down, his eyes scanning the fax paper. When he saw the prominent Chinese Football Association letterhead and the words in the body text, "This is to formally summon Dong Fangzhua to the Chinese national men's football team roster," he froze completely. 18 years old, a cast-off who couldn't get a game at Manchester United, sent to a bankrupt Scottish team. After just one match, 3 goals, he was called up to the national team. Dong Fangzhua's fingers trembled violently as he clutched the thin fax paper. His eyes reddened instantly. The immense joy and the long-suppressed bitterness of past grievances intertwined, surging into a wave of acrid sorrow that stung his nose. "What are you crying for? Hold those tears back." Yunfei ruthlessly slapped the back of Dong Fangzhua's head. The force was light, but the sound was crisp, instantly dispelling his sentimental mood. This is just the beginning. Getting a hat-trick in a Europa League qualifier against minnows hasn't even gotten you past the starting village's gate. Yunfei stared intently at him. To truly become a legend, you still have to climb the real mountain ahead. Yunfei turned abruptly, strode to the tactics board in the center of the room, and took the other document. An A4 sheet with the official UEFA logo. Slap. He pinned it firmly to the center of the whiteboard with a magnet. "Everyone put down your beers. Sober up." Yunfei's roar cut through the locker room like a whip, scattering its spirit. "Getting your back pay and winning the first Europa League round. Do you think you're already the kings of Europe?" A mocking sneer curled at the corner of Yunfei's mouth. He jabbed his finger forcefully at the official team list. "Open your bloody eyes wide and take a good look at this confirmed starting lineup for next week's match against Basel, which I just got from the UEFA delegate." The air in the locker room instantly solidified. Gallagher and Campbell in the front row leaned in to look. When they saw the names in the right column belonging to FC Basel, the flush on their faces drained away in an instant, and their beer cans wobbled in their hands. "Maybe you lot frogs at the bottom of a Scottish will have no idea who Basel are. Let me spell it out for you country bumpkins." Yunfei leaned heavily on the tray of the tactics board, his oppressive gaze sweeping the room, his finger sliding down the away team's list. Goalkeeper Heinz Lindner, number 15, a regular for the Swiss national team. Center backs, look at these 2 names. Number 4, Tim Klose. Number 6, Alexander Dragovic. These are top-tier wrecking balls who boss the defensive lines in the Bundesliga and at major clubs. Add to that South Korean international number 3, Park Joo-ho. Your paltry attacking force would be like mud splattering against a steel plate in their eyes. Now look at the midfield. Yunfei's voice rose sharply, carrying a barely contained tremor. Number 16, Talent Zaka. Number 34, Granit Xhaka. The Xhaka brothers united. Granit Xhaka's left foot can pick you apart from 40 meters out like a guided missile, tearing through your leaky, crumbling defense. Yunfei took a deep breath, slammed the tactics board, and let out a despairing roar. The forward line. Number 17, Ozerdan Shaqiri. Switzerland's most talented current speedster. His thighs are as thick as barrels, and his explosive pace will tear your defense apart so badly it won't even recognize itself. And that number 13, Captain Alexander Free, a legendary Swiss goal-scoring killer. This is a monstrous squad that slipped up in their league, but was meant for the Champions League. Yunfei glared at the nearly broken Scottish players. "Tell me, with your scrap heap cobbled together from the trash, how are you going to play against these aliens whose combined value is in the hundreds of millions?" The Motherwell players, who had been celebrating moments ago, now felt as if a basin of ice-cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. One second, they were counting their blessings in paradise, and the next, Coach Yun had cruelly thrust a ticket to hell into their hands. This cruel twist of fate in the draw, a crushing blow that spanned several levels of magnitude, cast a deep pall of despair over everyone's heart. "Boss." Left back Ricky Lamy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. So can we just give up now? Focus on the league. Give up, eh? Yunfei whipped his head around, glaring intensely at Lamy, his eyes burning with a fervor and madness that sent chills down one's spine. "In my dictionary, there is no such thing as giving up. Even if we're facing Real Madrid, I'll make damn sure we bite a chunk of flesh out of them." Yunfei picked up a red marker and drew a heavy circle around the row of names belonging to Motherwell on the left side of the list. "Look at our own starting lineup. Goalkeeper Randolph. Defense number 33, O'Donnell. Number 31, Captain Gallagher. Number 35, Hennigan. Number 5, Lamy." Yunfei's marker jabbed emphatically at the name, Lamy. "Carroll is injured, so you're slotting in on the left for this one. You have one job against Shaqiri. Even if you have to bite him, pull him down, use your body as a punching bag, you hold him back at all costs." Lamy felt his scalp prickle under that intense gaze and nodded reluctantly. Midfield. Number 6, Campbell. Number 8, Crawford. Yunfei looked at these 2 midfield enforcers. "You're up against the Xhaka brothers. You won't get the ball, you'll be run ragged like dogs. But I demand this: if the ball enters our half within 30 meters of our goal man and ball, you cut them down. The midfield is a minefield. Touch it and you're dead." Forwards. Number 7, Law, and number 17, Idahu on the wings. Number 32, What, and number 11, Dong Fangzhua up top as a striking duo. Yunfei walked up to Dong Fangzhua and What, and said slowly, emphasizing each word, "We'll be pinned in our own half and battered. our possession could drop to an abysmal 20%. But that doesn't mean we surrender like cowards. The ultimate essence of the 4-2-4 bypass tactic is to endure to strangle and then strike with lethal precision in the most desperate of situations. Campbell, after you win the ball, the first and second passes must be launched without hesitation into the space behind Basil's defense. Dong. What? This is your chance to prove yourselves to Europe. Smash that damn ball into the Swiss goal. Thursday, September 17, 2020. 8:00 p.m. A drizzling rain fell over North Lanarkshire. The four dim floodlights of Fir Park Stadium barely illuminated the uneven pockmarked pitch. As the stirring official Europa League anthem blared from the worn-out PA system, both teams, led by referee Jesus Gil Manzano, emerged slowly from the narrow tunnel. The die-hard Motherwell fans in the stands, wrapped in thick raincoats, waved their dark red scarves frantically. Yet in the presence of the tall, impeccably dressed Basel stars in their custom-made kits, the home team's shabbiness was impossible to hide. Yun Fei stood in the technical area, his oversized spare windbreaker already soaked by the rain. He squinted, his gaze fixed on the opposing dugout, where Basil's head coach Sergei Kiryakov sat dressed in a suit, looking completely at ease. The opponent didn't even spare Yun Fei a single glance. To the Swiss giants, coming to this Scottish mudhole for a qualifier was akin to a noble white swan being forced into a foul-smelling pigsty. Nothing but pure disgust. Beep. Referee Manzano blew the whistle to start the match. Just 3 minutes into the game, the cruel, merciless, scripted match effect came crashing down on everyone associated with Motherwell. Basel kicked off from the center circle, and the ball almost instantly bypassed Motherwell's token front four press through fluid Mercury-like short passing. Granit Xhaka picked up the ball in midfield. This future world-class midfielder didn't even break a sweat. Facing Campbell, who lunged at him like a rabid dog, he simply executed a deft drag-back turn, causing the Scottish Premiership star player to slip on the wet turf and land flat on his face. Right wing. Xhaka elegantly lifted his left foot, delivering a long pass as precise as a scalpel. The ball cut a sharp, vicious arc through the rainy night. It landed directly behind Motherwell left-back Lammy. There, Shaqiri, like an armored vehicle with rocket boosters, exploded into action. Stay with him, Lammy. Hold him. Yun Fei's voice cracked from the sideline desperation. But the chasm in quality wasn't something that could be filled with a few frantic screams. Lammy turned and chased with all his might, but against Shaqiri's terrifying acceleration, he looked like a kindergartner trying to stop a high-speed train with his bare hands. Shaqiri cushioned the ball perfectly on his chest and cut inside. Lammy didn't even have the chance to commit a cynical foul. A simple feint from Shaqiri broke his balance, sending him sliding ungracefully into the mud. Shaqiri surged into the box, faced the advancing keeper Darren Randolph, and calmly slotted the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball skimmed across the wet turf and nestled into the far corner. 0-1. Just 3 minutes into the match, Fir Park fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of rain pattering on the plastic seats. Standing in the rain, Yun Fei felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. In his past life, he had simulated this kind of underdog versus giant scenario countless times in Football Manager, but on a real pitch. When the opponent's individual skill reaches a threshold of absolute dominance, so-called tactical systems crumble like fragile paper against overwhelming power. Stop dazing off. Get up. Drop the defensive line. Park the bus in front of the box. Yun Fei wiped the rain from his face and roared at his shell-shocked players on the field. For the next 20 minutes, the match devolved into a brutal half-pitch attack versus defense drill, or rather a one-sided public execution. Basil's possession even soared to a terrifying 82. In a league like the Scottish Premiership, known for its physicality that was practically unheard of. But under the firm control of the Xhaka brothers, Motherwell's double pivot of Campbell and Crawford looked like two desperate rats trapped in a washing machine. They couldn't even get a sniff of the ball. The 25th minute. Basel striker Alexander Free received the ball with his back to goal at the edge of the box. Motherwell center-backs Gallagher and Hennigan scrambled into a double team. Alexander Free didn't even turn. Instead, he cleverly backheeled the ball into the channel. Fabian Free, arriving late from midfield, met it with a ferocious strike. Boom. The ball struck the crossbar with tremendous force and ricocheted out of bounds. The heavy thud sent a tremor through the goalpost, shattering the last shred of hope for the home fans. This is unwinnable, boss. Campbell gasped, sprinting to the sideline during a stoppage in play. Sweat mingled with rain stung his eyes, his gaze filled with profound helplessness. They're too fast, their passing is too precise. We can't even get close enough to foul them. Then damn well make contact, even if you can't. Yun Fei grabbed Campbell by the collar, yanking him close with a fierce glare. Campbell, you're on the European stage now. This isn't some backwater Scottish swamp of mediocrity. This is a real meat grinder. Yun Fei gritted his teeth, pointing towards the opponent's half. Abandon pressing, Xhaka. Hold your defensive line at the edge of the box. If the ball enters the 30-meter zone, even if you have to break your leg, you get that ball back. And when you do get it, absolutely do not hesitate. Yun Fei's gaze swept across the pitch, locking onto Dong Fangjua, who, starved of possession, was anxiously looking around near the center circle. Boot it high. Find Dong Fangjua. Basil's defense is stretched wider than the Pacific Ocean. Their center-backs Klose and Dragovic have a 50-meter gap behind them. The 30th minute. Motherwell's defense, having held on desperately for nearly half an hour, finally caught a brief breath. Basil's left-back Park Joo-ho pushed forward, attempting a cross. Right back O'Donnell launched into a fierce sliding tackle, and the ball fortuitously deflected to Campbell at the edge of the box. In that instant, Basil's 5 midfielders like sharks scenting blood swarmed Campbell, forming an impenetrable encirclement. For the past half hour, every time Campbell received the ball, he lost it under such pressure. But this time Yunfei's nearly throat-shredding roar from the sideline pierced through the ring. "Don't look, just kick it." Campbell clenched his jaw, never lifting his head. Driven by pure instinct, he swung his right leg with every last ounce of strength. Blindly and violently he launched the ball towards Basil's empty half. It traced a high arcing parabola through the cold night air, cutting through the heavy rain. First a defensive stranglehold, then a blind long ball. By now Basil's defense, swollen with arrogance, had pushed entirely past the halfway line. The 33-year-old Tim Klose and Dragovic stood near the center circle ready to casually collect this seemingly harmless clearance. But arrogance often precedes a collapse. Just as the ball reached its peak over the halfway line, a red Ferrari in Motherwell's number 11 shirt tore through the rain with reckless speed. It was Don Fangua, 18 years old. The young man who was glued to the cold bench at Manchester United's Carrington base for his supposed lack of tactical acumen. The Asian youth, mocked by the English tabloids as a marketing gimmick to tap into the Chinese market. With terrifying sheer pace that defied European defensive logic, he exploded through the narrow gap between Basil's 2 center-backs. What if it's a rigged game? What if they're a big club? Yunfei clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. His bloodshot eyes burned with pure, unadulterated madness. "Even if I die today, I'll use this sharpest blade in Asia to carve a deep, bloody gash in the aorta of you arrogant Europeans." Whoosh! Dong Fanghua's explosive acceleration was on full display. The muddy pitch, far from slowing him down, became the perfect cover to leave his markers in the dust. Like a Ferrari redlining its engine, he squeezed through the closing gap between Klose and Dragovic. As the 2 elite European center-backs turned to give chase, the arrogance in their eyes instantly morphed into sheer terror. They realized with despair that their celebrated positioning was utterly useless against this Asian kid's nonsensical raw pace. They couldn't even eat his dust. It was a 40-meter solo breakaway. The entire Basel half was empty save for the on-rushing goalkeeper Lindner. "Run them over, Dong. Smash these Swiss rich boys' ATM to pieces." Yunfei screamed like a man possessed, flailing his arms wildly on the sideline. Dong Fanghua didn't slow down. The rough dribbling that had drawn criticism from fans in his past life needed no fancy moves when backed by such blistering speed. He met the dropping ball, took a powerful touch with the instep of his right foot, and drove it into the penalty area. Facing the Swiss international goalkeeper Lindner, who spread himself wide to block the shot, Dong Fanghua's eyes were cold as ice. He didn't attempt a flashy chip or try to dribble past the keeper. Instead, he wound up his right leg, and with all his might smashed the ball low and hard. Thwack! A dull, heavy sound exploded in the rainy night. The ball skimmed across the slick turf, whistling past Lindner's dive, and slammed into the side netting at the far post. A low drive. It's 1-1. Dong Fanghua didn't celebrate with any elaborate gestures. He just stood in front of the goal, fists clenched, and let out a guttural roar that had been pent up for 2 long years. Rain and sweat dripped down his chiseled jawline, splashing onto the muddy turf and kicking up tiny droplets. The long nights on the bench at Carrington, the ridicule from the British tabloids, the humiliation of not even having a permanent locker, all of it evaporated in that one stunning, thunderous low drive. Campbell collapsed onto the muddy center circle, gasping for air, a silly, relieved grin spreading across his face. Gallagher sprinted half the pitch and wrapped Dong Fanghua in a crushing bear hug. On the opposite sideline, Sergei Kiryakov's tactics board slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. The calm arrogance on his face vanished, replaced by utter disbelief. In the 31st minute, a bankrupt, relegation-threatened team, using a primitive, ugly long ball tactic, had torn apart the defense of a Champions League-caliber giant. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Fir Park erupted into a deafening roar that threatened to lift the roof off. Thousands of Motherwell's loyal fans, huddled in heavy raincoats, exploded into frenzied celebration. They hurled their cheap beers into the air, chanting the awkwardly pronounced Chinese name, as if worshipping a deity. "Dongdi, did you see that? Sergei, did you damn well see that?" On the sideline, Yunfei jumped half a meter into the air, pointing at the ashen-faced Basel manager on the neighboring bench, unleashing a torrent of crude English. "This is my kick and rush. This is the dimensionality reduction of absolute speed. In this mud, you overpaid aliens are going to bleed for me." However, this carnival of the underdogs lasted less than 10 minutes. When the lofty giants were thoroughly provoked, and when their unassailable strength and deep-rooted heritage began to truly operate, only then did Yunfei truly comprehend what utter despair meant. After the restart, Basel completely tore off their veneer of genteel possession-based football. In the 39th minute, Campbell, the midfield destroyer upon whom Yunfei had pinned his hopes, attempted another lumberjack-style tackle on Granit Xhaka near the center circle. But this time Xhaka didn't even spare him a glance. The future world-class midfielder, the instant Campbell's slide tackle came in, casually chipped the ball upward. The ball sailed precisely over Campbell's head, landing at the feet of right-winger Shaqiri. "Stop him, Rami. Even if you have to tear his shorts off, stop him," Yunfei shouted in desperation from the sideline. But Rami, the left-back tasked with marking Shaqiri, felt like retiring on the spot. Shaqiri's thighs, thick as barrels, suddenly powered up. With an unreasonable sudden stop and go, he completely shattered Rami's balance. Rami's feet slipped out from under him, and he crashed to the ground in a heap. Shaqiri bulldozed his way through Motherwell's defense into the box, unleashing a ferocious, powerful shot that slammed the ball into the top corner. 1-2. This was merely the beginning of the massacre. In the 55th minute of the second half, Xhaka, facing Motherwell's deeply retreated defense from over 30 meters out, curled a terrifying, earth-shattering strike with his left foot. The ball, emitting a sound like the air itself being sucked dry, traced a C-shaped arc in the sky, nestling perfectly into the far corner. 1-3. In the 70th minute, veteran Klose, in a corner kick situation, easily out-jumped Motherwell's 19-year-old centre-back Hanra. Using his trademark header, he sealed the score at 1-4. In the face of absolute individual brilliance, Yunfei's proud midfield minefield theory was utterly ridiculed. Xhaka didn't need to bypass your midfield destroyer. He could fire from 30 meters out. Shaqiri didn't care about your double teams. He could carve a path with sheer brute force. Possession 21-79. Shots 2-18. The moment referee Manzano blew the final whistle, Motherwell's players collapsed haphazardly into the puddles, each one retching bile. Campbell's calves were still twitching uncontrollably. Having run a full 12 kilometers in the 90 minutes, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and every breath carried the metallic taste of blood in his throat. Dongfangzhou sat near the goal line, a 2-centimeter gash on his right palm from the turf, casually wiped on his shirt hem, his gaze vacant, staring at the gloomy sky. Rami's shirt was torn half off by Shaqiri, his shoulder bruised and battered. He buried his face in his knees, shoulders trembling slightly. The clip of him being fooled would surely be on every European sports front page tomorrow. Even the perpetually rebellious Watt now had his head buried between his legs, fingers digging tightly into the muddy turf. He'd only touched the ball 3 times all game, hadn't even managed one decent sprint. Against Basel's defense, his prized physical advantage was utterly worthless. Their stamina had been pushed to the absolute limit in that one-sided half-court drill. 1-4, a humiliating defeat against a powerful Basel. Motherwell's Europa League experience card had expired. In the post-match locker room, a thick smell of liniment and the silence of utter despair hung in the air. No one spoke. Even the usually talkative Watt kept his head buried deep between his legs. Click. The door swung open, and Yunfei walked in. His coat was still dripping muddy water, his face deathly pale. The players instinctively flinched, bracing for the explosive wrath of their volatile boss. They were prepared for a torrent of abuse, even prepared to be kicked out the next day. After all, before coming, this Asian coach had said anyone who didn't perform would be sent to the reserves to watch the water cooler. The room was so quiet you could hear the rain hammering the roof, broken only by the players' ragged breaths. But Yunfei didn't slam the tactics board or kick a water bottle. He calmly walked to the center of the locker room, pulled over a chair, sat down, and let his gaze sweep over these Scottish tough guys whose pride had been thoroughly crushed by reality. Does it hurt? Yunfei's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping. No one answered. Feeling hopeless? Feeling like we're a bunch of poor bastards earning a few €100 a week, looking like a complete joke in front of those stars earning tens of thousands. Yunfei let out a self-deprecating laugh, pulling a rain-soaked financial report from his pocket. The money that had come in this morning. There's no shame in it. We're eliminated, it was expected. Against absolute talent, my tactics can't save you, and neither can God. Yunfei abruptly straightened up, a sinister gambler's glint reigniting in his eyes. He flicked the financial report hard with his finger, producing sharp snapping sounds. But I'm telling you this. Every drop of blood we shed in that mud today was not in vain. The goal Dongfangzhou was scored plus the 2-0 in prize money we got for winning the first round. That's enough to keep this club from going bankrupt for the next 6 months. Enough for you to pay next month's rent and buy food. The Europa League was just an experience card to open our eyes. Well, the experience is over now. Yunfei walked to the tactics board and ripped off Basel's starting lineup, revealing a name that had been written on the board underneath all along. Celtic. Forget Shaqiri. Forget Xhaka. Forget everything about this match. Get your eyes back on this Scottish mud pit. Can you do it? Yes. The locker room echoed with a ragged but thunderous affirmative. The gloom of European elimination was torn to shreds by Yunfei's simple, brutal force. Old Tom, keep an eye on these mad dogs. Don't let them use up all their energy in the locker room. With that, Yunfei turned and walked into the depths of the corridor. The motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered. Yunfei leaned against the wall, pulled out a crumpled cigarette, and lit at his gaze complex as he stared towards the pitch. The 1-4 scoreline was indeed ugly, but he had seen Dongfangzhou's terrifying burst of pace on that 40-meter solo run, seen Campbell's tenacity in still making tackles while cramping up, and seen this group of players, once a collection of individuals, feel a sense of shared fate for the first time. The lesson from Basel was worth the tuition fee. Only 20 minutes had passed since Motherwell suffered a humiliating 1-4 defeat at home to Swiss giants Basel. The dilapidated press room, usually so forsaken that even rats couldn't be bothered to visit, was now unusually packed to the rafters. Besides local Scottish journalists from the Daily Record and the Scotsman, a considerable number of Swiss and German sports media who had followed Basel on their away trip were also present. Cameras and lenses were mounted below the stage, each flash bearing undisguised mockery. For these insular and arrogant European football journalists, a coach of Asian descent with no track record whatsoever, leading a bankrupt bottom-tier Scottish Premiership team, daring to challenge Champions League caliber giants with an inhuman 4-2-4 mindless long ball tactic. Ending up being toyed with all over the pitch and suffering a heavy defeat was simply the perfect headline joke for tonight. Creak. The wooden side door of the press room was pushed open. Yun Fei, wearing the club's windbreaker still dripping with rain, hands in his pockets, spat on the floor. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the microphone. Testing, testing. The room fell silent for half a second, then the noise from the journalists nearly blew the roof off. Cameras flashed frantically, illuminating the mud spots on Yun Fei's face and the bulging veins on his forehead with stark clarity. Mr. Yun, I'm a reporter from the Scotsman. A Scottish journalist wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up first, his tone dripping with sarcasm. 1-4. A complete massacre. It's proven that your tactic of abandoning the midfield and just hoofing the ball upfield looks like a ridiculous clown in front of a truly strong European team. A Scottish journalist wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up first, his tone dripping with sarcasm. 1-4. A complete massacre. It's proven that your tactic of abandoning the midfield and just hoofing the ball upfield looks like a ridiculous clown in front of a truly strong European team. Are you feeling ashamed now, eh? Ashamed? Yun Fei leaned closer to the cheap microphone, staring directly at the journalist who asked the question. Why the hell should I feel ashamed? Is it because our team, with a bank balance of zero and key players earning just a few €100 a week, a bankrupt relegation battling side, didn't wet our pants from fear at the start against aliens whose combined value is hundreds of millions of euros? The journalists below were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this losing general fresh off a heavy defeat to still be so sharp-tongued. A Swiss columnist stood up with a cold sneer, taking over the conversation. Mr. Yun, please don't change the subject. Basel had 79 possession tonight. Your midfield barely had a handful of touches on the ball. Your tactics were completely overwhelmed. Are you still going to blame the loss on money? What else? Blame it on me not having breakfast. Yun Fei slammed the table, producing a dull, heavy thud that nearly knocked the recording pins off the front row of desks. Don't you dare put on that holier-than-thou tactical mastermind act in front of me. Open your damn eyes and look at the wage bills of both teams. Yun Fei's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Basil's Shaqiri, the insurance on just his left leg alone is enough to buy our entire 25-man Motherwell squad with plenty of change left over. Granite Xhaka's custom-made boots cost more than the combined 2-month salary of my 2 midfield destroyers. In the face of absolute individual talent and financial barriers, you talk to me about tactical domination. Yun Fei's spittle nearly flew onto the microphone as he let out a mocking laugh. If I had a trial card for a player like Xhaka, I'd have turned your Basel defense into a sieve tonight. But your team played like a bunch of disorganized savages, constantly fouling and blindly clearing the ball. Another local Scottish journalist tried to add fuel to the fire. Savages. He absolutely would not allow these media types who talked big without getting their hands dirty to insult his players who had fought tooth and nail in the mud. Listen up. The lads under me, they earn the lowest wages in football, yet they went out there and fought like real men, going toe-to-toe with world-class stars for the full 90 minutes. Alan Campbell made 14 sliding tackles today. His thigh muscles were nearly torn. 18-year-old Dong Fanjua used his sheer pace to burn your proud Swiss international center-back and scored a goal. In this rundown stadium, every drop of sweat they shed and every tackle they fought for is 10,000 times nobler than the sarcastic crap you type on your keyboards. Yun Fei suddenly straightened up, bracing his hands on the lectern, the unruly aura of a top-tier thick-skinned streamer fully erupting. It's your freedom to mock my tactics all you want. But if any of you dares to sling mud at my players, I'll crawl through the internet connection and tear your mouths apart, even if I have to do it as a ghost. As soon as these words were spoken, all the journalists froze. No one had ever seen a head coach who just conceded 4 goals dare to say something so brazenly defiant at a press conference. The indicator lights on dozens of recording pins flickered frantically. Everyone knew that this reckless Asian madman would dominate the headlines across the entire European sports pages tomorrow. One last thing. Yun Fei raised a finger, sweeping his arrogant gaze across the room. Tell those capitalists out there waiting to laugh at Motherwell's bankruptcy that even though we lost today, we got through the first qualifying round of the Europa League and secured the full €200 in prize money. That money is enough to keep this club alive and kicking in the Scottish Premiership until next season. Our European adventure trial card is used up and we've got the cash. Now we're going back to the Scottish mud pit to be the bullies. A journalist quickly followed up. Coach Yun, in a week you'll be facing the absolute Scottish Premiership powerhouse Celtic away. Facing top stars like Wanyama and Hooper, will you stick to this disastrous tactic? Don't you want to aim for a smaller loss? A smaller loss? Yun Fei looked as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He straightened the collar of his damp windbreaker, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette and a wild statement that would detonate across Scottish football the very next day. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as a smaller loss. For me, losing by 1 goal is no different from losing by 10. Even if we're at Celtic Park. Even if the Terminator himself is standing across from us, I'll still kick him square in the teeth. In the locker room, the players who had just been toyed with on the pitch by Shaqiri and Xhaka, as if they were dogs chasing a lure, now lay sprawled haphazardly across the wooden benches. Campbell had a thick ice pack strapped to his thigh. Rami, meanwhile, tilted his head back with a towel draped over his face. Tonight Shaqiri had torn him apart, and his pride lay shattered. Yet in the corner of the locker room, the television was simultaneously broadcasting a live feed of Yunfei in the press conference hall. When Yunfei's words, "Whoever dares to sling mud at my players, I'll tear their mouth apart," exploded clearly through the locker room. Every single player froze. In the cutthroat reality of European football, they were accustomed to coaches who after a loss deflected blame onto insufficient player execution or individual errors. But a madman like this Asian who would rather absorb the full fury of the European media onto his own anti-football tactics. A manager who would shield his players' dignity at all costs. This was the first time in their lives they had ever witnessed such a thing. "Boss." Captain Gallagher stared at Yunfei's face on the screen, vigorously rubbed the mud and sweat from his own, and muttered a low curse. "He's right." Campbell gritted his teeth, hurling the ice pack to the floor with force, squeezing out the words through clenched jaws. "We damn well earned 2-4-0-0 in bonuses. We didn't lose our shirts. The Swiss may have won the spectacle, but we secured the club's survival." Dong Fangzhou sat quietly in front of his locker. Despite scoring a goal tonight, he had spent most of the match making desperate runs up front. But upon hearing Yunfei's praise of him, this 18-year-old youth who had endured nothing but cold stares and ridicule at Manchester United silently tightened his newly loosened boot laces with fierce resolve. Bang! The locker room door was shoved open with force. Yunfei, who had just dominated the press room, strode in. Seeing the players lift their eyes to him, Yunfei knew his gambit of taking the bullets for them at the press conference had hit its mark. He didn't need their tearful gratitude. He only needed to use this most brutal method to forge their scattered spirits back into a single hardened resolve. Stop sitting there acting like little girls. Wipe those tears and get in the shower. The Europa League dream is over. Now welcome back to the brutal grind. Yunfei picked up a red marker and tapped it twice on the tactics board, producing a piercing squeak. 1 week from now, away Celtic Park. A devil's den with 60,000 voices. I know your legs are still trembling. I know your lungs are still burning. But I must be brutally honest with you, in 1 week you'll face a Scottish Premiership juggernaut that knows us better and hits even harder than Basel. Yunfei swept half of the magnetic pieces off the tactics board with a violent gesture. Victor Wanyama. Yunfei scrawled the name heavily. This black buffalo from Kenya is 10 times stronger than that Zaka you faced today. Campbell Crawford. He's a meat grinder in midfield. He'll chew you up along with the ball. Campbell gritted his teeth and stood up. Boss, before he grinds me up, I'll leave a little souvenir on his leg. Good. Hold on to that ferocity. Yunfei nodded coldly and wrote down a second name. Gary Hooper. A Premier League caliber penalty box assassin. Gallagher hand rates. Once that ball enters the box, even if you have to rip his shirt off, do not let him get a clean shot off unmarked. Yunfei turned his head, looking at Rami, who sat in the corner still smarting from Shaqiri's onslaught. And you, Rami, in 1 week, you'll be facing James Forrest, Scotland's own absolute flyer. I know you can't match his pace, but I'm demanding that you throw your body in front of him like a human sandbag to block his crossing lanes. The atmosphere in the tactics room solidified once more. After the baptism of fire in Basel, they knew all too well the despair that such a chasm in raw talent could bring. Scared, terrified, Yunfei leaned over the table, his gaze sweeping over them. Celtic thinks we're scared. They'll arrogantly line up in a 4-2-3-1, and from the very first minute pin us deep in our own half and pummel us. Yunfei's voice dropped low and lethal, and that is exactly the script our tactics love to see. In that stadium in Glasgow, I'll allow you to be pinned back. I'll allow our possession to drop below 20%. But Yunfei's finger shot out like a blade pointing at Dong Fangzhou, and what? The moment Campbell wins that damn ball in our own box with his life on the line. First touch, second touch. No hesitation, no looking back. Just launch it over the top behind that Celtic defense that's pushed past the halfway line. I want you to do what you did in the first half today. Use the sharpest knife, and when their arrogance is at its peak, slice open their carotid artery. Make them bleed. Make them realize that giants bleed too. This tactical tirade ignited a primal ferocity deep within the weary squad. Rami violently ripped the towel from his head, the humiliation of being nutmegged by Shaqiri, and the sting of media mockery, now forging into a desperate all-in resolve. Boss, I was a coward last time. But in Glasgow, even if I have to run until my legs snap, I will never let Forrest get a single comfortable cross past me. The unruly Wood also rose, crushing his water bottle with a loud crack. So what if it's Celtic? Their defenders may be tough, but are they tougher than Dong's pace? Just get the ball up front, and I'll create the space for him, even if I have to use my body as a battering ram. No one mentioned Basel anymore. No one mentioned the humiliating defeat. Before, they were just a group of fringe players earning a few €100 a week. No talent, no connections, no way out. Now they had a coach willing to bear all the abuse for them, and a reason to leave everything on the pitch. On the morning after a humiliating 1-4 home defeat to Swiss giants Basel, Scotland, sports media descended into a frenzy of clicks and chaos. Yunfei's arrogant post-match declaration that losing by 1 is the same as losing by 10, along with his scathing critique of European football's financial fortresses, was splashed verbatim across every front page. The Scottish newspaper's sports section screamed with a venomous, bold headline, "The Asian Madman's Farce, the most brutal tactics, the most shameful defeat." The article's prose was merciless. We must admit that this outsider, who likely obtained his A-level license through dubious means, is 10,000 times better at talking than he is at coaching. In his press conference, he attacked the opponent's wage structure, yet he seems utterly complacent about his own prehistoric tactics of bypassing the midfield with long balls. In 4 days at Celtic Park, the Scottish Premiership champions will teach him what real football is with a massacre of at least 6-0. On Sky Sports Scottish Football Special, former Celtic legend Chris Sutton stood before the tactical analysis screen, drawing a massive red X over Motherwell's formation with his stylus. Look at this, only 2 men in midfield. Against Celtic's midfield meat grinder that's like using a paper shield to stop bullets. Does Ewan think football is a track event won by running the most? He can't even organize basic low-block defending. The only question in this match is how many Celtic will score in the first half. The outside world's cacophony sought to crush the team completely. Ewan Fay casually swept the newspapers into the bin. This was precisely the environment he needed. Under the twin pressures of unpaid wages and a crushing defeat, if the manager had stood up as a polite, blame-deflecting gentleman, the team's spirit would have crumbled instantly. Only by absorbing all the media's hatred and using the world's contempt to stoke the pride of his fringe players could he forge them into a band of desperate, united outcasts. Boss. Old Tom pushed the door open, holding a medical report, his face grim. Celtic fans had launched an online poll. Guess how many minutes until Motherwell collapses? Also, left-back Rami is in terrible form. He can't even keep up with the reserves in training. Against Celtic speedster, he'll be torn to shreds. Tell Rami he's starting against Celtic. Ewan Fay didn't look up, drawing movement lines on his tactics board. Why? Old Tom was stunned. His confidence is already destroyed by the media. If we play Grimshaw, who's better defensively, because Rami is mediocre enough. Ewan Fay cut him off. Ewan Fay circled the area representing Celtic's right wing with a red marker. If I play a veteran with better defensive instincts, Celtic will hesitate when attacking and shift their play to the other side. I want Rami to face Forrest. I want Celtic's right side to taste blood, to commit all their attacking force, even their fullback, to recklessly push past the halfway line. Only when their right side is fully committed and unable to recover can Dongfangshua's sprinting space on the left be completely opened up. Old Tom was speechless. It was essentially sacrificing their starting left back as bait. Away at Celtic, we have no margin for error. Ewan Fay tossed the pen onto the table, his gaze sharp. Pride goes before a fall. The more arrogant those green-striped prima donnas are now, the harder they'll fall in their own stadium in 4 days. Blow the whistle. Full squad drill on quick ball release under right side defensive pressure. 4 days later. Glasgow, Celtic Park. 7:45 p.m. in the players' tunnel. As the two teams stood side by side awaiting their entrance, the palpable gap in wealth was suffocating. Celtic's players emanated the scent of expensive cologne, their muscles defined, their eyes relaxed. Motherwell's players, in contrast, wore jerseys faded from countless washes, heads bowed, staring at the rubber flooring. As they stepped onto the pitch, the floodlights bathed the pristine turf in brilliant light. In the stands, 60,000 Celtic faithful in green and white hoops sang their anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." The immense wall of sound made the very turf vibrate. Against the Scottish Premiership's dominant force, Ewan Fay had indeed deployed the much-ridiculed 4-2-4 formation away from home. Peep. The opening whistle blew. The match's trajectory was predictable. Celtic, with their 4-2-3-1 short passing game, immediately took control. In the first 15 minutes, Celtic's possession reached a terrifying 78. They boasted the imposing Kenyan defensive midfielder Victor Wanyama in the center of the park. The African wall won 4 consecutive aerial duels, mopping up every first ball from Motherwell's long clearances. Push the line up. Push the 30-meter zone out. Ewan Fay shouted from the touchline, drowned out by the relentless jeers. But the physical gulf was stark. Campbell attempted to press Wanyama, only to be shrugged off with brutal ease, losing his balance and sprawling onto the turf. With the midfield shield gone, Motherwell's ordinary defense was exposed to the full force of the attack. In the 18th minute, the inevitable disaster struck. Wanyama collected the ball in the center circle and played a simple, precise pass out to James Forrest on the right. Facing the sacrificial lamb, Rami, Forrest didn't even bother with a feint. A simple touch and burst of acceleration saw him blaze past Rami on the outside, easily gaining a full yard. Rami, scrambling to recover, couldn't even grab Forrest's shirt. Forrest drove to the byline and pulled back a low, hard cross. English Premier League caliber striker Gary Hooper, arriving at pace, met the ball and calmly stroked it with the inside of his left foot. Boom. The ball skimmed across the damp turf and nestled perfectly into the bottom corner. Goalkeeper Randolph dove full stretch, but never came close. 1-0. Celtic Park erupted, a sea of green and white scarves swirling in the stands. Fans in the front rows aimed furious middle fingers at the Motherwell bench. Rami, what the hell are you doing, greased up? Get tight, use your body. Can't run past him then foul him. Ewan Fay kicked the dugout panel roaring onto the pitch. Half of the fury was for show, but the pressure of being behind was all too real. After the goal, the game descended into a one-sided training exercise. Motherwell's possession dipped below 25. Campbell and Crawford, stifled by Wanyama's immense coverage, couldn't find a single passing lane. The team's pass completion rate was abysmal. Now in the lead, Celtic's players began to showboat. Every pass drew appreciative cheers from the home support. Boss, let's park the bus. Switch to a 4-5-1, or we'll be 3-0 down by halftime. Old Tom pleaded desperately beside him. Shut up. Defend. Kick the damn ball out. Ewan Fay gripped the plexiglass of the coaching area, his knuckles turning white as he stared intently at the pitch. He was waiting. The higher Celtic pushed their line, the more lethal the 40-meter void behind them would become. Throughout the first half, Motherwell's possession was stifled to a pathetic 20%. The players were being dragged across the muddy pitch by Celtic's tiki-taka, their energy draining rapidly. The 44th minute. Finally, an opportunity emerged from Celtic's arrogant complacency. Having failed to break through, Celtic's formation was pushed extremely high, with both center-backs arrogantly advancing to near the halfway line. At that moment, the African beast Wanyama received the ball in midfield. He had just casually shrugged off Crawford's challenge with his powerful frame, and even attempted a flashy, almost disrespectful nutmeg on the onrushing Campbell. Campbell, stifled all game, his shirt caked in mud, his lungs heaving like a bellows, did not back down at this crucial moment. Risking a yellow card, Campbell showed his studs and launched a sliding tackle at Wanyama. With a dull thud of colliding bodies, he forcibly stripped the ball from the African midfield powerhouse's feet. Kick it. Launch it forward. Yun Fei's hoarse roar miraculously pierced through the 60,000-strong chorus of jeers. Campbell, sprawled in the mud, didn't even have time to get up. Half-lying, he swung his right boot and sent a brutal raking pass skimming across the turf. The pass sliced straight through Celtic's overextended defense. Dong Fanghua and what who had been making runs up front timed their sprints, perfectly catching the defense offside. It was an absurd 40-meter 2-on-0 breakaway. The entire Celtic half was empty save for the goalkeeper rushing out with not a single defender in sight. It's on. This is bloody well on. Yun Fei leaped high on the sideline, fists clenched tight. He was already picturing the perfect mocking gesture to unleash at the Celtic faithful behind him once the goal went in. The 18-year-old Dong Fanghua sprinted down the left flank. Celtic's speedy center-back turned and chased desperately, but within the first 3 strides, he was horrified to find he couldn't keep up with the Asian striker's rapid cadence. With sheer explosive acceleration, Dong Fanghua created a clear gap between himself and the chasing defender. This utterly ruthless display of raw pace forced Celtic's goalkeeper to charge off his line, committing fully to blocking the left side. Just as the keeper was about to pounce, Dong Fanghua displayed composure and vision beyond his years. Unselfishly, he used the inside of his right foot to square the ball across to what who was completely unmarked in the center. It was a pass fit for a baby. The chef had not only served the feast, but also chewed the food and fed it directly into his mouth. What stood barely 7 yards from the goal, facing a wide-open net 7.32 meters across, with no goalkeeper in sight. He had a full 3 seconds to contemplate his existence. Even if he closed his eyes and swung blindly, the ball was destined for the back of the net. However, the Scottish striker, with his trademark happy boy grin permanently etched on his face, casually lifted his right foot and nonchalantly side-footed the ball. Thud. Time seemed to freeze. The weakly struck ball rolled agonizingly slowly along the grass towards the goal. Then came a clang. The sound was barely audible in the 60,000-seat stadium, but to Yun Fei it was as deafening as a nuclear bomb. The ball struck the outside of the left post and bounced out for a goal kick. A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through 60,000 fans at Celtic Park. The home fans, having narrowly escaped disaster, were stunned for a second before erupting into thunderous mockery. Aor. You had one job. You had to learn from the best, and you pull this. Watching what who had comically slipped in the opponent's box get up and scratch his head, while grinning sheepishly at the bench, Yun Fei turned his head stiffly. The triumphant gesture he had planned evaporated from his mind. Tony, what? Yun Fei completely lost it in front of the away team's dugout. He hurled his tactical board into the mud, jumping up and down in a rage, his furious shouts caught by the broadcast microphone. Do you have frying pans attached to your feet? Even done on crutches could have tapped that in. And you're laughing? You dare laugh? I'll sell you to the Syrian mine-clearing squad tomorrow. However, in football, wasting a golden opportunity is invariably met with the most ruthless and fatal punishment. The very next second after Yun Fei's tirade, the ball boy quickly threw the ball back. The Celtic goalkeeper, having been let off the hook, wasted no time launching a massive drop kick upfield to start a counterattack instantly. Motherwell's defense was exposed. Both fullbacks had sprinted forward during the previous attack, leaving the backline desperately vulnerable. Celtic's speedy winger Forrest controlled the ball on the right flank and drove forward at pace, instantly creating a highly dangerous half breakaway. Campbell, the defensive midfielder who had covered the most ground and was running on fumes, gritted his teeth as he saw the opponent bearing down on the box. His legs were heavy with lactic acid, but he knew that if this goal went in, the team's morale would shatter completely. A glint of grim determination flashed in his eyes as he resigned himself to a desperate sacrificial act. Campbell chased back desperately from the center circle. Just as Forrest was about to pull the trigger, he launched himself into a reckless 2-footed last-ditch lunge from behind. Crack. The vicious tackle from behind missed the ball entirely, scything down Celtic's winger, who was upended and sent tumbling across the turf. Beep. The referee's whistle sliced through the night air. He sprinted towards Campbell, who was lying in the mud, and without hesitation pulled out a glaring red card from his pocket and held it high. No warning. No room for argument. Red card. Sent off. The referee's whistle pierced the night sky over Glasgow, marking the end of the first half with a shrill, lingering note. The away team's tunnel was suffocatingly silent, broken only by the squelch of mud-caked boots treading through puddles. Campbell, leading the procession, was filled with dread. His desperate lunge to block a one-on-one had earned him a straight red card. Pushing open the door, the reality was stark. 0-1 down away from home. What had squandered an open goal, and their midfield anchor was sent off. The away dressing room plunged into an icy abyss. Players wore grim ashen faces. Rami winced, massaging his cramping calf, having been tormented all half by Celtics winger. Even with the happy-go-lucky lad who had missed that sitter had shed his insouciant grin. He cowered in a corner by his locker, barely daring to breathe. Facing Celtic, the Scottish Premiership behemoth, this felt akin to a death sentence. Everyone knew a 5-0 drubbing was on the horizon. "Boss, let's just settle." Old Tom's lips trembled uncontrollably. He sidled up to Yun Fei, his voice a hoarse whisper of despair. "Pull Dong Fangzhua, or what off? Bring on a center back. Let's park the bus in our own box for the second half." A 1-0 loss is still a loss. But if this turns into a rout, the fragile morale we've built will shatter completely. Old Tom glanced at the lifeless room, swallowed hard, and added damage limitation. "This is Celtic's fortress after all." Yun Fei retorted, "Damage limitation." Yun Fei turned his gaze boring into Old Tom. The silence in the room was absolute, broken only by the relentless patter of rain against the window. Losing by 1 or losing by 10, it's all a loss. 0 points either way. The only difference is a few more insults from the blasted media. Yun Fei brushed past Old Tom, his eyes fixed on the far end of the room. There stood Dali Manga, a player whose touch was as clumsy as an amateur's, but whose raw speed was purely Olympic track level, a true Angolan sprinter. "Manga, strip off. Warm up. You're going on." Yun Fei's shout shattered the oppressive gloom. Every head snapped up, staring at their manager in disbelief. "Tony, what, who can't handle the feast and looks like a mole or a gambler? Get the hell off." Yun Fei slammed his boot into the metal locker beside, with the deafening clang echoing through the room. What flinched violently, nearly tumbling from his seat. "So what if we're a man down? So what if our midfield is gone? Forget defending. Empty the midfield completely." Yun Fei strode to the tactics board, grabbed a marker, and crossed out Campbell's name from the 4-2-4 formation. He erased "what" and scrawled "manga" in bold letters. The marker screeched against the whiteboard, a grating sound. "Open your damn eyes. Second half, we go all out attack. 3-2-4. Yun Fei spun around, jabbing a finger towards the Celtic half. Only 3 men at the back. Honre, Gallagher, O'Donnell. Even if you run your legs off, you fill that space at the edge of the box. Pochettino, Crawford, you two in midfield, you are forbidden to turn with the ball. Just close your eyes and lump it forward into the space behind those Celtic prima donnas. Dong, Manga, you two up top, plus Etahu and Law on the wings. All 4 of you get up there and press. Run them offside. Stay on their last line." Old Tom was so shocked he dropped his clipboard. "Boss, you're insane. We're a man down. Using a back 3 against Celtic? Wanyama and Hooper will tear our box to shreds. If they shred it, I'll patch it with a rusty lid." Yun Fei grabbed Old Tom by the collar, his eyes blazing. "Listen, pride comes before a fall. Celtic thinks we're done for. They'll get arrogant and throw everyone forward, expecting a goal fest in our half. And that is our one and only chance. Their defensive line will push up to the halfway line. Just like in the first half, there will be a massive gap behind their center backs." Yun Fei released Old Tom and walked over to Dong Fangzhua and Manga, who was frantically changing his boots. "Manga, I don't need you to pass. I don't need you to dribble. When the ball goes into their half, you run like a fugitive being chased by the mob. Even if you knock it 10 meters ahead, just beat their defender to it. Dong." Yun Fei placed both hands firmly on Dong Fangzhua's shoulders, speaking sternly in Chinese. "That easy pass you made in the first half was good. But in the second half, if you're through on goal, you are the blade, the assassin. Once you're in that box, you shoot without hesitation. Even if I die on this fancy Glasgow pitch today, I'm going to splatter these privileged boys with my blood. Understood? Understood." The roar that erupted from the dressing room was primal. A group of Scottish battlers who had been ready to surrender moments ago were suddenly ignited by Yun Fei's crazy, almost sociopathic aggressive passion. The whistle for the second half sounded amidst the cacophony of 60,000 fans at Celtic Park. As the Celtic players strolled out of the tunnel with smug grins, ready to enjoy their 11 versus 10 slaughter, they glanced at Motherwell's half. They all blinked in bewilderment. There was no packed defense. No bus being parked. There, lined up on the halfway line, stood 4 forward players poised like sprinters in the blocks. Dong Fangzhua, Manga, Etahu, and Law stood in a line, their eyes fixed on the space behind Celtic's defense. "Is that Asian madman trying to go down in a blaze of glory?" Celtic's manager Neil Lennon frowned from the touchline. But the arrogance of a giant was ingrained in his very being. He would never retreat from a 10-man rabble at home. Ignore them. Push up. Tear their 3-man defense to shreds with our short passing. The first 15 minutes of the second half became a brutal, frantic, and fragmented brawl. Randolph was performing miracles in goal, pulling off save after save, his back aching. Then in the 63rd minute, the most disheartening moment arrived. Celtic's African powerhouse Wanyama brutally barged past the exhausted Crawford in midfield, then delivered a precise diagonal pass to Forrest on the right wing. Facing Motherwell's depleted back 3, Forrest easily reached the byline and whipped in a cross. Center backs Gallagher and Honre made a fatal error, marking the same space and leaving a gap that Celtic striker Gary Hooper exploited with predatory instinct. Hooper rose highest, powering a header towards goal. The ball crashed against the underside of the crossbar and bounced viciously into the net. 0-2. Celtic Park erupted. 60,000 fans bellowed out mocking songs, a sea of green and white stripes threatening to engulf the away team's dugout. "It's over. Motherwell have been utterly exposed," the stadium commentator roared with vindictive glee over the PA system. 2 goals down to 10 men, and Yun Fei's arrogance has finally cost him dearly. Old Tom closed his eyes in despair. But Yun Fei did not lower his head. He stood rooted at the edge of the technical area like a desperate gambler who had maxed out his leverage, watching the odds, ready to bet everything. Don't you dare whimper like a bunch of old women. Get up and keep fighting. The 2-goal deficit did not extinguish his fire, it only ignited his defiance to its absolute peak. With Celtic holding a 2-goal lead, the pampered stars of the Glasgow Giants had completely relaxed. Their 2 center-backs even arrogantly pushed up beyond the halfway line, turning the match into a one-sided exhibition. But they forgot what was lurking behind them, 4 speed demons with the tenacity of mad dogs. In the 71st minute, Celtic's attack was brutally broken up on the edge of the box by a sliding tackle from Motherwell captain Gallagher. The ball, caked in mud, bobbled its way to midfielder Crawford. 3 Celtic players immediately swarmed him. Close your eyes. Just launch it. Crawford's mind flashed with Yun Fei's stern command from the halftime team talk. Gritting his teeth, Crawford didn't even entertain the thought of a touch. He swung his right boot, and with every ounce of strength in his body, blindly and violently thrashed the ball upfield. The ball traced a high arcing parabola through the floodlit night sky, soaring directly into the vast, open expanse of the Celtic half. The very moment the ball left his foot, Motherwell's 4 forwards exploded into action. The fastest of them all was Dali Menga. Celtic's 2 center-backs had turned and sprinted back the instant the ball was launched, but Menga charged past them like a rampaging bull in outright brutal display of raw pace. The ball bounced on the slick turf. Menga reached the landing spot, but his notoriously poor first touch was on full display at that crucial moment. He tried to cushion it on his thigh, but the ball ricocheted off and bounced a full 5 meters ahead. Oh my God, that touch was a disaster of epic proportions. Old Tom covered his face in sheer despair on the sideline. But this absurd mishap turned out to be the most lethal stroke of luck. Because even though Menga's touch was heavy, his legs were pumping so fast that they were outrunning the ball's roll on the pitch. Celtic's goalkeeper had been preparing to dive and smother the ball, but Menga swept in like a black whirlwind, ruthlessly poking the ball away with his toe before the keeper could get down. The ball squirted out to the left side of the box, leaving Menga with no angle. He scrambled to keep his balance near the byline, and without even lifting his head, instinctively lashed a low flat cross into the heart of the penalty area. And in the absolute void at the far post, a dark red figure wearing the number 11 appeared right on time. It was Dong Fanjua, the Chinese striker who had spent the entire second half running futile, thankless shifts and fighting for scraps in the mud like a blue-collar worker, had arrived at the most lethal spot at the most lethal moment. Facing a gaping net even bigger than the one earlier in the match, Dong Fanjua's eyes betrayed no emotion. He calmly leaned back, shaped his body like an archer drawing a bow, and met the speeding ball with the full force of his right instep, striking it dead center. Bang! The ball smashed cleanly into the back of the Celtic net. 1-2. The roar of the Celtic home crowd instantly fell silent by a third. Goal. Keep charging, damn it. Yun Fei punched the air like a madman on the touchline. The match entered full-on war mode. Stunned Celtic tried to regain control of the tempo, but every Motherwell player was possessed. They used reckless, desperate fouls to shatter the game into 1,000 pieces. In the 89th minute, with regulation time almost over, a Celtic winger launched a hasty shot from outside the box. Randolph was inspired tonight. He stretched out and made a clean, athletic save, smothering the ball firmly under his body. Up! Everyone up! Yun Fei let out his most desperate roar of the night from the sideline. Randolph scrambled to his feet from the mud, completely ignoring all tactical discipline. He sprinted to the edge of the 6-yard box with the ball in hand and launched a monstrous looping kick. The ball flew like a cannonball, soaring over half the pitch. At the edge of Celtic's penalty area, Dong Fanjua rose high into the air. But this time he didn't try to use his pace to get in behind. Instead, he intelligently used his body to shield the ball, holding off Celtic's towering 1.9-meter center back. Thump! Dong Fanjua controlled the ball cleanly with his chest. Block him. He's going to turn and shoot. Alarm bells rang in the Celtic defender's head. After all, just 10 minutes prior, it was this very Chinese striker who had clinically slotted the ball home from close range. The 2 nearest defenders immediately closed in frantically, trying to seal off every angle for a potential turn and shot. But the moment Dong Fanjua received the ball with his back to goal, he had no intention of turning and shooting for glory. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a blur of motion surging up the left flank. With a subtle, ingenious movement, he slipped a perfectly weighted low pass through the left channel. This unorthodox pivot play tore Celtic's final line of defense to shreds. Left winger Edehu, like a sharpened dagger, sliced straight into the penalty area. Facing the onrushing goalkeeper, Edehu clenched his jaw and violently struck the bottom of the ball with the laces of his left boot. Bang! The ball, spinning viciously, grazed the fingertips of the Celtic keeper and hammered into the top right corner of the net. 2-2. And in the very next second after the ball hit the net, the referee blew the final whistle with 3 long, decisive blasts. At the very last second of the 92nd minute, with only 10 men, Motherwell, from the brink of a 0-2 defeat, had clawed their way back using their depleted squad and relentless long ball tactics. At the fortress of the Scottish Premiership champions, they had somehow forced a draw. The entire Celtic Park, all 60,000 home fans, had been reduced to mere spectators for Motherwell's incredible comeback. There was no jeering, no abuse, only an overwhelming sense of absurd disbelief. And in front of the away team's dugout, Yun Fei stood on the touchline. He didn't sprint or celebrate wildly. Instead, he arrogantly and defiantly spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and stared directly at the Celtic fans in the stands. Celtic. Scottish giants. I live for taking down giants. He looked at the star players collapsed like wet rags on the turf. Some of them were still trembling uncontrollably. To be fair, it was a pitiful sight. But he couldn't muster an ounce of sympathy right now. In fact, he felt a smirk forming. What did I tell you? He ignored the cameras and just stared intently at the players on the ground. Even if I'm going down, I'm going to drag you bastards down with me. The 2-2 draw at Celtic Park, a result destined to be etched into Motherwell's history, detonated like a bomb of immense magnitude, sending the Scottish football world into utter chaos. The next morning, the Scotsman's front page for the first time ever did not feature a Celtic star's glamorous photo. Instead, it prominently displayed a massive picture of Yun Fei at Celtic Park, arms outstretched, laughing uproariously towards the stands. The accompanying caption was filled with complex bitterness and shock. Green-striped dominators hit by mudslide. 10-man bankrupt team stages violent aesthetics at Parkhead. Asian madman delivers on his word. The mastermind behind it all, however, was currently sprawled unceremoniously in the head coach's office. Drip. Drip. The leaking roof remained unfixed. Rainwater seeped through the crack in the ceiling, dripping with precision into the red plastic bucket in the corner. Creak. The rickety wooden door swung open. Club chairman Jim walked in beaming, carrying 2 freshly baked butter croissants. Ever since the 2-4 Europa League prize money hit the account, coupled with last night's unbelievable late equalizer against the league's dominant force Celtic, Jim felt the club had finally been wheeled out of the intensive care unit. Even his stride had become lighter. Morning, Yun. Great job last night. Jim enthusiastically offered a croissant. I just checked the club's account. Our financial situation is looking very healthy. I'm even thinking maybe we should fix this leaking office. Or get a new water cooler for the team's changing room. The players are always complaining the water tastes rusty. Yun Fei's gaze paused. He slowly raised his head to look at Jim. Fix the roof. Replace the water cooler. He snatched the croissant and took a massive bite. Jim, did you drink some bad booze last night and fry your brain? Yun, we've got over 200,000 euros in hand now. Jim felt unnerved by Yun Fei's stare. So what if we have over 200,000 euros? That's our lifeline money, earned with our blood and sweat against those Swiss bastards. Yun Fei stood up roaring as he slammed the table. Do you know how much a decent automatic water cooler costs? 200 euros. Do you know what 200 euros means? It means I can rent another backup midfielder from Manchester United's Carrington training ground for a whole week's work. Fix the roof. As long as it hasn't collapsed and killed me, yet not a single penny is to be spent on it. If it rains hard outside, it drizzles inside, perfect for cultivating the player's resilient and hardworking spirit. If you're thirsty, go to the washroom, turn on the tap, and drink the tap water. If Scottish tap water tastes rusty, consider it iron supplementation for the players. Yun Fei's pathological penny pinching left Jim completely speechless. He couldn't comprehend how a manager capable of tactical genius could be even more infuriatingly miserly than Granddad himself. Alright, financial control is my call now. Not a single penny is to be wasted. Keep it all locked in the account until the winter transfer window. Yun Fei waved his hand, impatiently shooing Jim out of the office. Then he stood up and strode towards the training ground. It was time to settle the score with those Scottish brutes. At 10 in the morning on the muddy training pitch at Fir Park. Having endured the brutal battle the previous night, the players were now sprawled haphazardly on the grass, doing recovery stretches. Captain Gallagher had an ice pack strapped to his thigh. Goalkeeper Randolph had a band-aid on his eye corner. Everyone looked like wounded soldiers fresh from the front line. Strangely, though, no one was complaining. Holding Celtic to a draw away from home had ignited an unprecedented sense of swelling pride in these lower-tier Scottish hardmen. Until Yun Fei walked up to them, hands behind his back, expressionless. Well, all smiles here, aren't we? Feeling like heroes after last night at Celtic Park, tails wagging all the way up to the sky. The moment Yun Fei spoke, all smiles froze on their faces. Campbell, get up. Yun Fei's fingers swept across and locked onto the defensive midfielder who had been sent off for a reckless tackle from behind last night. Campbell's heart skipped a beat. He obediently stood up, head bowed, preparing for a scolding. After all, his recklessness had nearly cost the team dearly in the second half. Boss, I'm sorry. That red card last night, I shouldn't have been so rash. Wrong. Yun Fei cut him off roughly, then lowered his voice, speaking with an appreciative tone. That tactical foul, last night you tackled it beautifully. I love that ruthless streak of yours, taking the man and the ball out on the grass. Campbell was stunned. The whole team was stunned. But Yun Fei's tone shifted, and he smacked Campbell on the back of the head. Next time you go for a slide tackle, can you pick a better angle? Aim for the side of their ankle. Tackling straight from behind like that, even a blind referee would have to pull out the red card. With your suspension, the club is paying your wages for nothing this week, you know that. If you get a straight red again, I'll have you scrubbing the toilets at the training ground for a month. This bizarre, overly protective logic left Campbell awkwardly scratching his head and nodding in agreement. Having dealt with Campbell, Yun Fei's piercing gaze slowly swept towards the happy-go-lucky boy, trying to hide at the back of the group, attempting to become invisible. Tony, what? What, come here. Step forward. Yun Fei suddenly put on a genial smile, a smile that made what break out in a cold sweat. What shuffled nervously to stand before Yun Fei, forcing his signature goofy grin. Boss. That open goal last night. The grass was really slippery. I misjudged my footing. No, don't blame the grass. Blame me. Yun Fei patted Watt's shoulder gently, then suddenly whipped out a crumpled A4 paper from his coat pocket and slapped it hard against Watt's chest. I spent all night arranging a new job for you. Open your damn eyes and see what this is. Watt looked down. It was a crude, trial invitation for the Syrian Super League, even accompanied by a detailed map of local minefields in Syria. Boss, what is this? Watt's voice cracked in sheer terror. This is your future. Yun Fei unleashed a terrifying roar on the training pitch, spit flying everywhere. 7 yards from goal. A gaping open net with no goalkeeper. Dong Desheng chewed the food and fed it to your mouth, and you still managed to push the ball precisely onto the outside of the post and out for a corner kick. With your precision footwork rivaling a guided missile, staying in the Scottish Premiership is a sheer waste of talent. The Syrian engineering corps desperately needs talent like yours for minefield clearance. I'll have you packed and shipped off to Damascus this very afternoon. The entire squad was trembling, caught between laughter and fear. Watt was so scared he nearly knelt before Yun Fei. No, boss. I'm sorry. I swear next time I'll lick the ball into the net with my tongue if I have to. Get lost and run 20 laps around the training pitch. No lunch today if you don't finish. Yun Fei kicked Watt's backside, sending him off to run laps. Having disciplined Watt, Yun Fei's gaze fell upon Manga, the creator of last night's miraculous 5-meter first touch. Manga, good job. Yun Fei offered a rare word of praise. Manga's dark face instantly bloomed into a simple, honest smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Thanks, boss. I ran really fast last night. Yeah, you ran faster than the damn ball itself. Yun Fei clicked his tongue. Controlling a simple ground ball and knocking it 5 meters away, then managing to chase down the ball you just kicked away with your own 2 legs. That idiotic yet oddly effective in-game ghost dribble is an insult to European defensive systems. Starting today, Yun Fei pointed at the training ground walls. Your personal training is to go out onto the main road and chase cars going 60 miles an hour. I don't need you practicing any fancy dribbling. If the ball is in the air, you chase it down like a mad dog. Having arranged these oddballs, Yun Fei scanned the group, but didn't see the familiar figure he was looking for. Where's Dong Fangjua? Boss Dong's gone to pack his bags. Assistant coach Old Tom leaned in and said, the national team call-up notice from the Chinese Football Association has arrived. He has to fly back to Asia this afternoon to report. Yun Fei raised an eyebrow and turned, heading towards the locker room. Inside, 18-year-old Dong Fangjua was silently stuffing a few changes of clothes into a travel bag emblazoned with the Manchester United crest. He tried desperately to keep a stoic face, but the hand shoving clothes into the bag trembled uncontrollably. From being an unnoticed water boy in Manchester United's youth academy to now tearing up the Scottish Premiership, scoring a hat-trick in the Europa League, and earning a spot on the national team as a key player. All of this had happened in just the short month since Yun Fei took charge. Hearing footsteps, Dong Fangjua turned around and immediately stood at attention. Coach Yun. He didn't call him boss, but used the respectful Chinese title in his native tongue. Yun Fei leaned against the locker, looking at this pride of Asia, whose fate had been altered by his arrival. Inside, he was full of emotion, but on the surface he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. All right, cut the deep and meaningful act here. When you get to the national team, hold your head up high for me. Yun Fei walked over and gave Dong Fangjua a firm pat on the shoulder. I know what the media back home are writing about you. They think being loaned to Scotland by United is an exile. But that shot you took at Celtic Park last night was a resounding slap across the face of every doubter. Yun Fei looked Dong Fangjua in the eye, his tone serious. When you're back there, forget those stupid seniority rules. On the pitch, if you're slow, you don't deserve the ball. Use the speed and physicality you've learned here. Teach them a lesson. Show them what real European match intensity looks like. Dong Fangjua nodded heavily, his eyes slightly red. I remember, Coach Yun. I definitely won't let Motherwell down. Winning or losing face is secondary. Yun Fei suddenly shifted gears, leaning in with a sly grin and lowering his voice. The important thing is, while you're back there, I need you to bring me some Lao Gan Ma chili crisp and Master Kong braised beef noodles. This godforsaken Scottish fish and chips is giving me serious heartburn. And also, Yun Fei's eyes darted around sneakily to ensure no one was listening before continuing. The Chinese Football Association is loaded. They've got money to burn. When you leave, swing by the national team's training base and grab me a few boxes of training bibs and tactical corner flags. And those cones of ours are falling apart. That Scrooge of a chairman refuses to approve the budget for new ones. You help me pluck a little wool from the national team's sheep to tide us over. The tears of gratitude that were about to spill from Dong Fangjua's eyes were instantly sucked back in by this shameless request. He stared dumbfounded at the manager who had led the team to a miracle, utterly unable to reconcile this man with the penny-pinching miser who'd stooped to stealing training gear. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I trained a national team striker for them. Isn't a few lousy pieces of clothing a fair price for my coaching? It's settled. You come back without a single item, and you'll be warming the bench next month. Having shamelessly assigned his prized player a theft mission, Yun Fei whistled contentedly as he strolled out of the locker room. Back in his office, the playful grin on Yun Fei's face instantly vanished. He pulled out the swivel chair with the missing leg, sat back at the computer, and deftly opened the official Scottish Premiership statistics website. The latest league table flashed onto the screen. With 33 rounds in the regular season, most teams had just completed their 7th match. At the top of the table sat the absolute behemoth they had just held to a draw at home. Celtic, 6 played 5 wins 1 draw, who despite having a game in hand had amassed an impressive 16 points. In other words, the only 2 points Celtic had dropped this season had been forcibly pried from their grasp by him. Hot on their heels were another Premiership giant Rangers with 14 points from a full 7 matches. In third place was Livingston with 12 points from 7 games. Yun Fei's gaze continued down the table, finally resting on the mid-table positions. 7th, Motherwell. Played 6 points 8. Yun Fei's fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he quickly replayed the difficult start of the season in his mind. Before he took over the bankrupt club, the team's record in the first 2 rounds was 1 win and 1 loss, earning them 3 points. Since his arrival, the team had clawed their way to 5 points, 1 win, 2 draws, 1 loss from the mire in their last 4 league matches. This included the morale-boosting point snatch from the jaws of the champions Celtic the night before. 8 points, 7th place. That's not good enough. Yun Fei analyzed the situation coolly. The Scottish Premiership has a unique format. After the 33-round regular season, the top 6 teams enter the championship group, while the bottom 6 enter the relegation group. Only by finishing in the top 6 can a team compete for the precious European spots and secure the club's financial lifeline. They were just 1 step away from the top 6, but that final step was proving to be a difficult one. Bang! Assistant coach Old Tom walked into the office holding a thick tactical scouting report, his face grim and slightly panicked. Boss, I've compiled the info on our next league opponents. The situation is looking grim. Old Tom handed the report to Yun Fei, swallowing nervously, his voice laced with anxiety. Campbell got a red card last game and is suspended for the next one. That's a huge blow to our midfield defense. And with Dong Fangjua heading back for the national team, he'll miss the match too. Our midfield engine and our red lightning up front are both gone. Old Tom pointed at the report with a wry smile. And our next opponent is St. Johnstone. St. Johnstone. Yun Fei's eyebrows shot up, his gaze landing on the report's cover page. In Scottish football, St. Johnstone were definitely a tough nut to crack. They lacked Celtic's flair players, but their style was pragmatic and rugged. They were staunch believers in the long ball game, played with a cynical edge in defense, and their physical intensity was staggering. They were a pure lumberjack team. The outside world was waiting to see how this thin Motherwell side, stripped of its core duo, would be exposed in St. Johnstone's jungle of muscle. With Campbell gone, our midfield is finished. And with Dong Fangjua away up front, we're just left with a bunch of brutes who only know how to crash into walls. Yun Fei tossed the report carelessly onto the table, stood up, and walked to the window, gazing out at the dilapidated stadium below. Old Tom, go tell those lads out there, Yun Fei said, watching the brutes train on the pitch. Instead of looking worried, he cracked a grin and spat decisively out the window. Tell them to drop the civilized act. And tell those lumberjacks from St. Johnstone to get ready. I'm going to teach them what true and scrupulous rogue football looks like when you don't have any talent. At Motherwell's home ground, Fir Park Stadium, only 20 minutes remained before the Scottish Premiership match against St. Johnstone was set to begin. In the home team's locker room, the tactics board stood blank. Yun Fei, clad in a worn-out trench coat with pilling fabric, stood imposingly in the center of the room. With a resounding crash, he kicked a bucket in the corner, sending it flying, startling every player who was busy strapping on their shin guards. Campbell is suspended. Dong Fangjua is back in Asia for the national team. Do you all know what those reporters outside are writing about us? They say that without Campbell and Dong, we'll be torn to pieces at home by those lumberjacks from St. Johnstone. Yun Fei leaned forward, his hands planted on the long wooden bench, his eyes sweeping over the players. Old Tom told me St. Johnstone play dirty. They're a team with no rules, a bunch of hatchet men. Damn it. FCK them. Yun Fei pointed a trembling, vein-bulging finger at the locker room door. They're dirty. Then you bastards have to be even dirtier. 10 times dirtier. If they dare to show their studs, you better dare to leave your boot marks imprinted on their thighs. Today there's only one tactic: use the most thuggish style of play and grind their bones to dust. Understood? Yes. The latent ferocity within these rough lower league players was thoroughly ignited. 20 minutes later, a Motherwell side, missing its 2 key players, faced the test of St. Johnstone on home soil. The entire Fir Park Stadium had transformed into a UFC fighting arena without an octagon. In North Lanarkshire in October, with rain falling 2 out of every 3 days, the already bumpy pitch had long been turned into a quagmire. From the 10th second after referee Willie Collum's opening whistle, this match ceased to be football. St. Johnstone's players were like a horde of football hooligans just released from a detention center. They cared nothing for the ball. Their eyes were fixed solely on the shins, ankles, and knees of Motherwell's players. Crack. In the 15th minute, Motherwell's right winger Nicky Law had just controlled the ball on the flank without a chance to turn when St. Johnstone's left back, like an out-of-control bulldozer, lunged in studs first, sending both man and ball flying into the advertising hoardings. Tweet. Referee Willie Collum ran over and merely pulled a yellow card from his pocket. A yellow? Are your eyes full of golf balls, you blind bastard? That's attempted murder. That's an indisputable straight red card offense. Yun Fei slammed his foot against the barrier in front of the 4th official, pointing at Willie Collum's nose and cursing furiously. Believe me, I'll plant a couple of C4 bombs in your locker room at halftime. Willie Collum's face turned green instantly. Abandoning his argument with the players, he stormed over to the Motherwell technical area, his face ashen. He raised the yellow card he hadn't yet pocketed and shoved it directly under Yun Fei's nose. Tweet. Warning to the manager. A yellow card for me. Go on then, you gutless wonder, just show me a red and send me to the stands. You blind Scottish groundhog. Not only did Yun Fei back down, but he thrust his neck forward, pressing his forehead against the card, seemingly ready to headbutt Column. For God's sake, gaffer. Shut up. Old Tom, the assistant coach, scared out of his wits, scrambled over, and along with two substitutes, desperately wrapped his arms around Yun Fei's waist, pulling him back. One more word, and you'll be sent off. Under this lenient officiating, Motherwell's long ball game was brutally forced into an endless, vicious cycle. It long contest, the header flash, and elbow collapse in agony. The strikers Watt and Mongo were so relentlessly hounded by the opposition's two towering muscle-bound center backs that they never got a clean shot away. The simmering tension on the pitch finally boiled over in the 80th minute. Motherwell's starting left-winger Lawless had just managed to bring down a high ball up front and was preparing to cut inside. As he shifted his weight, Johnstone's defensive midfielder launched into a savage, reckless lunge from behind. A scissor tackle intended purely to end his career. Crack! A sickening, bone-chilling snap echoed through the stadium. Lawless let out a harrowing scream, spun half a turn in midair, and crashed heavily into the mud. He clutched his right ankle in agony, writhing wildly on the turf, his face pale as a sheet. Alf can kill you. Captain Gallagher, his eyes bloodshot, threw all rules to the wind. He charged over, grabbed the offending player by the collar, and with a vicious chokehold, slammed him face first into the mud. This was the spark that ignited the powder keg. Players from both sides rushed to the scene in a chaotic swarm, pushing, shoving, headbutting, and throwing punches, all accompanied by a barrage of foul Scottish profanity. The benches erupted as well. Assistant coach Old Tom desperately held Yun Fei back, terrified the volatile manager would storm the pitch and unleash a barrage of martial arts on the opposing center backs. Move. Get the hell out of my way. A guttural roar bellowed across the pitch. Martha, a stout, powerfully built woman clutching her medical kit, forcibly shoved her way through the scuffling players to reach Lawless. The former rugby team physio offered no words of comfort to the writhing Lawless. With brutal efficiency, she pinned his right leg down and pressed her fingers firmly against the swollen ankle. Arg! Lawless let out another ear-piercing, pig-like squeal. Bones are fine, but the ligaments are definitely torn. Stop howling, you'll live. Martha rose to her feet, her face stern, and turned to yell at the stunned stadium medics on the sideline. What are you standing around for? Get the stretcher over here. He's your problem now. The medical team snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing onto the field with the stretcher to carry the barely conscious Lawless off. Referee Willie Collum, sweating profusely, blew his whistle frantically amidst the chaos, brandishing 4 yellow cards in a desperate attempt to quell what nearly became a 100-man brawl. In the 89th minute, the final malicious challenge of the match arrived right on cue. The ball arced high into the air, descending towards Johnstone's right defensive zone. Ito, who had replaced Lawless, surged forward like a black panther, scenting blood, his pace rocketing to its absolute limit. And blocking his path, holding his ground tenaciously, was the very same defensive midfielder who had launched that two-footed horror tackle just 10 minutes prior. This debt was not one Motherwell's rabid dogs intended to let go unsettled. In their full-speed sprint, the two bodies inevitably collided with tremendous force. Just as the thousands of eyes in the stadium and the broadcast cameras were fixated on the ball soaring overhead, Ito's right arm, swinging naturally with his full-speed stride, suddenly shot upwards with vicious, deliberate intent. A short, explosive, brutal elbow. Crack! The dull thud of a breaking nasal bone was swallowed by the wind. Ito's elbow, hard as iron, connected flush with unerring precision right on the center of the opponent's nose. The poor sod didn't even have time to scream. The sheer force of the impact knocked him out cold instantly. His eyes rolled back, pupils dilated, and he crumpled like a wet noodle, pitching face first onto the muddy turf. No struggle, no writhing. Knocked out cold on the spot. Blood gushed from his crushed nasal cavity, quickly pooling beneath him. This dark-skinned fella's play was even dirtier than his complexion. With that single sneaky blow, permanent disfigurement for life was an absolute certainty. However, what truly filled Johnstone with despair was the fact that during that highly deceptive, lightning-fast collision, both the referee Willie Collum, who was tracking the ball, and the limited broadcast cameras on the sideline had their lines of sight perfectly blocked by the tangle of bodies. A textbook perfect covert attack. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Referee Willie Collum finally noticed the player unconscious on the ground, his whistle shrieking in panic. He waved frantically for the medical team, who had barely left the field to rush back on. And the perpetrator Ito stood rooted to the spot, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. He even raised both hands high in the air, showing the onrushing referee an innocent, almost terrified expression, as if to say, "Ref, I never touched him. How did he just collapse like that?" Tweet, tweet, tweet. The very second the 90 minutes were up, Collum, not daring to add a single second of stoppage time, hastily blew the final whistle 3 times, then fled down the tunnel without a backward glance, escorted by security. 0-0. An ugly, chaotic stalemate with a combined total of just 3 shots on target from both teams. To hell with football? Are those bastards from Johnstone here to play football? They're here to hack our legs off. In the manager's office after the match, Yun Fei roughly wiped the rain from his head with a towel, while furiously tossing a bottle of water to the ground. Old Tom walked in grim-faced, holding the medical report just delivered from the infirmary. Boss Lawless is confirmed. Severe ligament tear in his right ankle. Martha says conservatively he'll be out for at least 6 weeks to 2 months. 6 weeks. A wave of darkness washed over Yun Fei. This bankrupt team's squad depth was already stretched thin. Though Lawless wasn't the fastest, he was one of the few reliable wide targets in the front line with genuine crossing ability. Old Tom sighed, placing the freshly printed league table on the desk. Boss, after this round, we've got 9 points from 7 games. We're still stuck in 7th place, just one breath away from the top 6 championship playoff spot. And our next match is away. Old Tom flipped a page of the report and swallowed hard. The opponent is Aberdeen. They have 7 points from 7 games, sitting in 10th place. That's Sir Ferguson's old club. Pittodrie Stadium is near the North Sea. The wind there could blow you off your feet. A treacherous away trip. A relegation scrapper with 7 points in 7 games dares to block my path to the top 6. Yun Fei tossed aside the towel, snatched up the starting lineup sheet, drew a red cross through Lawless's name with a marker, and wrote down another name. Kelvin Edehu. Lawless is injured, so the left flank is open. Yun Fei jabbed his finger hard onto the tactics board. Go tell that black lad on €250 a week. He's starting in his place. And while you're at it, give him my compliments. That elbow he threw last match that shattered the opponent's nose for Lawless. Bloody well done. That's the kind of ruthless bastard you need who'll fight for his brothers when it counts. Without Lawless's crosses, we'll turn the flanks into an all-out sprint track. Charge through Aberdeen's defense. 5 days later. Aberdeen, Northern Scotland. Pittodrie Stadium. The biting North Sea wind, laced with ice crystals, cut straight to the bone. Yun Fei's carefully gelled hair had been whipped into a mess by the wind on the away touchline. Despite Aberdeen's poor form, the club's pedigree and inherent toughness remained. From the first whistle, they launched a ferocious high press shielded by the howling home wind. For Yun Fei, although midfield anchor Campbell was back from suspension, he still lacked Dong Fangshua's pace to threaten them. However, on the football pitch, high blood pressure surprises always strike at the most unexpected moments. The match was only 12 minutes old. Aberdeen launched a mundane attack down the left. Their winger, at a 45-degree angle outside the box, lofted a soft, harmless cross into the wind. The ball had neither curl nor pace. Motherwell's centre-back Bevis Mugabe, the 191-meter Ugandan tower, stood calmly at the landing point. There wasn't an Aberdeen striker within 2 meters of him. This was an easier clearance than a non-contact training drill. Mugabe even had the leisure to glance up at the home fans in the stands. Then with a flourish he swung his right foot, attempting a stylish cushioned volley pass to the fullback beside him. Thud. A crisp sound of contact. But at the moment of his swing, Mugabe's standing foot slipped treacherously on the slick turf. His instep didn't strike the bottom of the ball cleanly. Instead, it sliced squarely into the side of it. The ball veered absurdly off course, caught by the North Sea gale, tracing a bizarre dipping arc that flew straight towards the top right corner of his own net. Motherwell's goalkeeper Randolph was standing on the 6-yard line, ready to receive the pass. His eyes widened in disbelief at his centre-back's Puska's award-worthy strike, and before he could even react, the ball smashed into the back of the net. Own goal. 1-0. Aberdeen had taken the lead without breaking a sweat at home. Pittodrie erupted in a thunderous mix of disbelief and delirious laughter. What the foo? Yun Fei turned stiffly, staring at Mugabe, who was clutching his face in agony inside the box. A buzzing sound filled his ears as blood rushed to his head, nearly giving him an aneurysm on the spot. Mugabe, is your head filled with Scottish haggis? Yun Fei hopped around like a madman in the wind, his roar cutting through even the North Sea gale. There wasn't a single soul near you. And you managed to bend a clearance into the top corner. Who do you think you are, Beckham? I swear I'll throw you into the North Sea to feed the sharks tonight. That catastrophic blunder had put Motherwell in a dire position. But this go crazy when cornered wildcard tactic of theirs rebounded with astonishing force. Push up. Campbell win the ball and hoof it down the left. Kick the hell out of it. Driven by Yun Fei's frantic orders, Motherwell launched a savage comeback. In the 28th minute, the counterattack came. Campbell executed a trademark ferocious tackle near the center circle. Without even looking up, he swung his right boot and launched a powerful long ball over the top, aimed at the space behind Aberdeen's advanced right side defense. Nigerian winger Edehu, the golden boy, thrust into the lineup. Yun Fei's ace unleashed explosive pace worthy of an African cheetah in that moment. He blew past Aberdeen's fullback on the flank, reached the byline, and viciously whipped the ball across the face of goal. The happy boy, what arriving in the middle, finally didn't mess it up this time. He met the ball and calmly tapped it into the empty net. 1-1. Motherwell had equalized in a flash. But this was merely the beginning of the comeback. In the second half, Aberdeen, desperate for a home win against the relegation side, pushed their line higher and higher. Meanwhile, Motherwell's mindless long ball game turned into an unpredictable, mystical weapon in the gale. In the 65th minute, Edehu struck again on the wing. He used his sheer pace to get to the byline and whip in a cross, sparking pandemonium in the Aberdeen box. The ball ricocheted out to the edge of the area. Robbie Crawford, a pure blue-collar midfielder earning just €875 a week, had only intended to lump the ball back into the box. He swung his right leg blindly at the ball, but as he struck it, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance. Yet by sheer fluke, the outside of his boot caught the ball perfectly, sending it on a dipping trajectory. Assisted by the wind, the ball plummeted rapidly. Crack! It crashed against the underside of the crossbar and bounced viciously into the net. 2-1. A 30-meter once-in-a-lifetime fluke of a worldie. Even that works. Old Tom stared from the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. I told you. It's divine compensation from the heavens. Yun Fei, ecstatic, grabbed Old Tom in a tight embrace and furiously shook his fist at the Aberdeen supporters' stand. Stunned Aberdeen launched a frantic assault in the final 20 minutes, but Motherwell parked an unashamed impenetrable bus in front of their goal. In the 89th minute, a thoroughly desperate Aberdeen defense gifted Motherwell a monumental present. Edahu intercepted the ball in midfield and sprinted 30 meters. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Yun Fei's golden boy kept his cool and slotted the ball calmly into the far corner, delivering the final killing blow. 3-1. The full-time whistle blew. Motherwell away from home had snatched a precious 3 points from the turf of Ferguson's old club, thanks to an own goal, a dog chasing a frisbee scramble, and an absurd mystical worldie. On the second day after the match, the entire Scottish football media collectively lost their composure. The Scottish Sun sports section headline blared a mocking title in exaggerated bold black type, a stroke of luck in the storm. The ugliest tactic stole a victory at Pittodrie. The article's critique was scathing. It's difficult to analyze Coach Yun Fei's formations with professional insight. Would you call him inept? They had a pitiful 22 possession, but scored 3 goals from just 3 shots on target. Would you call him a tactical genius? Their long balls kicked as if with eyes closed, and that 30-meter wonder strike that slipped in purely due to a slip are an ultimate insult to modern football science. The Glasgow Evening Times columnist was even more acerbic. Motherwell's players are like a pack of barbarians rolling in the mud. With unreasonable roughness and extreme mysticism, Yun Fei is forcibly prolonging this team's lifespan. However, after all media outlets finished lambasting Yun Fei's anti-football tactics, their pens unanimously turned to the upcoming fixtures. For after the week's revelry, these mud-stained survivors of luck and brutality were about to face a trial from hell itself. A week later, Motherwell would host the undisputed other giant of Scottish football at Fir Park Stadium, the Glasgow Rangers. Compared to a destitute club like Motherwell, which struggles to pay wages, Rangers had just brutally demolished their opponent 5-0 in the previous league round, displaying suffocating dominance. Rangers radical fans had even already stormed Motherwell's official club website forum, leaving rows of arrogant messages. The points you scrape together with lucky bounces end here. In a week, we'll make that Chinese man understand that against absolute power, his tactical bubble will be crushed to dust under the Rangers' chariot. Facing the overwhelming pessimism and ridicule across Scotland, Yun Fei casually crumpled the newspapers on his desk and tossed them precisely into the corner wastebasket. A bubble. He licked his dry lips, a fervent battle intent burning in his heart. Let's see in a week whether the aristocratic chariot crushes the commoner, or if my mad dog tactics drag this arrogant Glasgow giant into the mud and drown them. 4 days remained until the match against Rangers. At Motherwell's Fir Park training ground, the winter sun rarely graced the muddy turf. Carrying the momentum from the 3-1 away victory, the atmosphere around the training ground was relaxed. A taxi pulled up at the main gate. The door opened and a young Asian face clad in a black down jacket with a huge backpack stepped wearily onto Scottish soil. Dong Fengzhua had returned. After the national team's training camp and Asian matches, this Ferrari, the core of Motherwell's tactical setup, had finally rejoined the squad at full strength. Coach Yun. Dong Fengzhua spotted Yun Fei by the sideline and jogged over, his tired face brimming with undisguisable excitement. During his half-month with the national team, he had dominated using the explosive pace and physicality honed in the Scottish Premiership, solidifying his position and earning fervent praise from the Chinese media. Oh, the national team's star is back. Yun Fei, hands in his pockets, gave Dong Fengzhua a scrutinizing look before lowering his voice conspiratorially. Cut the crap. Did you get the stuff I asked for? Dong Fengzhua froze, then sighed helplessly, dropping the bulky backpack onto the turf with a thud. Unzipping it revealed no clothes or luxury goods, but neatly packed jars, 3 large glass jars of Laogan Ma chili crisp, and 5 family-size packs of Master Kong braised beef noodles. Beneath the noodles were a thick stack of brand-new training bibs with the Chinese national team logo, and over a dozen shiny high-quality tactical corner flags. Coach Yun, do you know how much trouble it was bringing this stuff to Scotland? I nearly got detained by UK customs as a smuggler of industrial goods. Dong Fengzhua complained, his face dark with exasperation. The logistics guy from the FA looked at me like I was a thief stealing manhole covers. What do you know? Yun Fei licked his lips greedily upon seeing the supplies. He grabbed a new national team bib and tugged at it firmly. This fabric. This quality. It's 10,000 times better than those rags that tear easily from the local factory. Truly made in China. Yun Fei patted Dong Fengzhua's shoulder approvingly. Good job. The few €100 saved are enough to fund another half-month of win bonuses for the starting lineup. Alright, go get changed and warm up. Yun Fei's demeanor shifted, instantly restoring his intimidating coach authority. Don't think you can act like a star here just because you scored a few goals for the national team. If you can't run against Rangers, I'll bench you without a second thought. After handling Dong Fengzhua's smuggling mission, Yun Fei's gaze swept over the defenders doing contact drills. He grabbed his tactic board, strode into the defensive group, and blew his whistle harshly. Stop. Everyone stop right now. The players stopped, panting and looking at Yun Fei with confusion. His eyes locked onto the Ugandan centre-back Bevis Mugabe, who had scored that impossible own goal in the Aberdeen match. Mugabe, no contact drills for you today. Go to the sideline and juggle the ball. If you don't reach 1,000, you don't eat at the canteen. Mugabe's face paled, and he silently withdrew from the starting lineup. Yun Fei then turned his attention to the 21-year-old English youngster on loan from Blackburn, Sean Harnley. Yes, boss. Young Harnley immediately straightened up. Starting today, you are officially promoted to starting centre-back. You'll be partnering with Gallagher. Yunfei jabbed a finger into Harnley's chest. You're young and I allow you to make mistakes and get beaten. I even allow you to get a yellow card out of aggression. But I absolutely forbid you from kicking the ball into your own net like a stroke victim. Understand? Yes, boss. Harnley's face flushed with excitement. After readjusting the defense, Yunfei walked back to the sideline. Old Tom approached, handing over the technical analysis report on Rangers that had been prepared overnight, his face slightly pale. Boss, Rangers pre-match press conference just ended. Old Tom swallowed hard. They're riding high after their 5-0 win, and their manager just openly attacked us in front of the entire Scottish media. Oh. Yunfei took the report, thinking of the arrogant fan messages in the morning paper. Gerard, what did he say? He said Rangers aren't a soft team like Celtic that gets scared by long balls. Old Tom wiped cold sweat from his forehead. He also said that in 4 days at Fir Park, Rangers will use the most brutal goal tally to completely burst our tactical bubble and make us face reality. Burst my bubble. We're not Chelsea, but I hope he wears some good studs. Yunfei paused for a second, a classic scene from Shaolin soccer flashing in his mind, then burst into unrestrained manic laughter. Good. Very good. Yunfei turned, glaring at the Roughnecks training and the just-returned Chinese supercar, his stubborn rebelliousness fully ignited. Old Tom, I'm going to tell those pampered players and coaches in Glasgow right now. In 4 days on this muddy pitch at Fir Park, I'll personally teach them the true art of dragon slaying. After hurling this bold and defiant proclamation, Yunfei paid no heed to Old Tom's face, which had turned pale with shock and concern. He turned around, trudging through the mud, and strode purposefully toward the main gate of Fir Park training ground. The October sunlight was fleeting. By 4 in the afternoon, the Scottish sky had already darkened. Yet outside the rusted iron gate of the training ground, the scene was anything but quiet. Dozens of sports journalists, having caught wind of a potential headline story, had gathered steadfastly guarding the entrance. An array of cameras, microphones, and media logos gleamed with greedy anticipation under the overcast sky. Ever since Yunfei had orchestrated that stunning 3-1 comeback at Aberdeen, a match filled with what many called sheer luck and brutal aesthetics, this Chinese manager, with no coaching pedigree and a mouth that never stopped, had become the ultimate traffic magnet for all of Scottish sports media. Whenever he opened his unguarded mouth, the next day's newspaper sales were guaranteed. A grating screech of metal pierced the air as Yunfei struggled to push open the iron gate. The moment his figure, exuding a reckless and unyielding aura, appeared in their sight, the crowd outside erupted into a frenzy. A cacophony of noise burst forth. A dozen microphones, like a cluster of rusty bayonets, were shoved without warning under Yunfei's chin, nearly jabbing him in the nose. Dazzling camera flashes went off in a maddening staccato, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open and casting his face in a stark pale light. Coach Yun, just half an hour ago, Rangers manager Gerard issued a stern warning about you during his routine press conference. The lead reporter from the Scottish Sun was the first to fire off a question, his voice trembling with excitement. He said Rangers are no pushovers like Celtic, who can be intimidated by long balls. He also said that in 4 days at Fir Park, Rangers will shatter the tactical bubble of your bankrupt team with the most brutal scoreline, forcing you to face reality. Coach Yun. Another columnist from the Glasgow Evening Times eagerly thrust his recorder forward, afraid of missing a single detail. Faced with this insulting declaration of war, will you still stick to your 4-2-4 formation, which has been dubbed anti-football? Rangers scored 5 goals in their last match. Given such a massive disparity in strength, have you considered setting up a defensive bus at home to avoid a historic thrashing? How do you respond to his tactical bubble comment? Do you admit that Motherwell's current league position is just down to luck? The barrage of pressing questions enveloped Yunfei. This pack of journalists, reveling in the drama, employed every sharp-tongued phrase they could muster, trying to provoke the hot-tempered young manager into a career-destroying slip of the tongue. However, against all expectations, Yunfei stopped in his tracks amidst the overwhelming taunts and questions. He didn't flush with anger like other coaches might, nor did he rush to defend himself. He simply stood there, calm and composed, and slowly fished a crumpled cigarette from the inner pocket of his trench coat, placing it askew between his lips. The entire scene fell silent for a brief moment. A savvy local tabloid reporter named Hammond Khan quickly stepped forward, whipped out a windproof lighter, and lit it for him with a click. Yunfei took a deep drag. A wisp of grayish-white smoke curled into the air, obscuring his defiant features. Shatter our tactical bubble. Yunfei, cigarette in hand, casually gestured behind him. There lay a dilapidated training pitch caked in mud, with several bald patches where grass had worn away, and a crumbling brick building where the showerheads in the changing rooms worked only sporadically. A wide, almost manic grin stretched across his face, and he let out a harsh, slightly unhinged laugh. I'd like to ask you so-called uncrowned kings who spend all day tapping away on your keyboards in your warm offices to pass a message to Gerard. Tell him, sitting in his plush Glasgow office, enjoying his climate control and sipping his artisanal coffee, a man who has never known a day of hunger in his life. Yunfei's voice suddenly boomed, striking the crowd of reporters like a thunderclap. That he clearly lacks the most basic imagination when it comes to the word bankrupt. Bubble. That's something you find in fancy shampoo. Yunfei's eyes locked onto the camera lenses in front of him. We here at Motherwell are so poor we have to split our soap in half just to wash. Our injured players have to wash and reuse their gauze. My players eat expired nutritional meals, and wear training kits full of pilling. If we hadn't won that Europa League qualifier, we couldn't even afford next month's electricity bill. Where would we find the spare cash to build some bubble for him to pop? A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the journalist pack. They absolutely adored this mad dog of a coach with his crude streetwise language that laid bare the harsh reality of his situation. There's no bubble here. All we have is this god-awful mud-soaked swamp, the worst pitch in the entire Scottish Premiership. Yun Fei jabbed the air with his cigarette, holding his knuckles turning white from the force. We don't have any overpriced pampered stars here. We just have a pack of snarling, resentful dogs itching for a fight, because we can't pay them decent wages. If he wants to come and pop our bubble, then he'd better pray to God every night that his perfume-scented aristocratic stars don't get their precious legs stuck in this mud. He paused, and a mischievous, troublemaking smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. As a streamer who had mastered the art of online traffic in his past life, he had keenly spotted a fatal flaw in Gerrard's words, and was now ready to fan the flames of discord between Scotland's two biggest clubs. Also, I have to say I truly admire Gerrard's remarkable courage. Yun Fei deliberately drew out his words, smacking his lips in an exaggerated show of admiration. He actually dared to call Celtic a bunch of pushovers scared of long balls in public. Wow, what a remarkable assessment. When it comes to putting others down to lift himself up, he's truly a world-class master. At this, the reporters' eyes all lit up. This was blatant troublemaking. It was foreseeable that tomorrow in Glasgow Celtic fans would be smashing the windows of Rangers club offices. I wonder if Celtic manager Neil Lennon will be so furious he flips his desk when he hears those words. Of course, that's their own old firm's squabble in Glasgow. It's none of my business, a poor struggling outsider coach like me. Yun Fei's tone shifted, abruptly dropping from playful banter to freezing cold. He tossed the half-finished cigarette onto the rain-soaked asphalt, grinding it out forcefully under his cheap, shiny leather shoe, as if crushing not just the butt, but the lofty head of his opponent. But I must correct a fatal error in Gerrard's basic understanding. My 4-2-4 formation was never meant to scare anyone. It's meant to devour. Yun Fei took a step forward, pressing his face almost against the lens of the Glasgow Evening Times camera. At that moment, the reckless aura he exuded, mixed with a hint of a desperado's menace, caused even the seasoned reporters in the front row to instinctively take a half-step back. For days, right here at Fir Park, Yun Fei pointed at the stadium behind him and roared, "I don't care if Rangers scored 5 goals or 10 in their last match. I don't care if they're the kings that all of Scottish media grovel at the feet of, if they dare to step onto my poorly maintained pitch. I'm going to have my players kick their lofty aristocratic pride along with that damn football right into the back of the net, one kick after another. You can go back and tell that arrogant bastard right now. Tell him to have all his multi-million euro strikers put on the thickest, most durable shin guards they can find. And tell him to park the ambulances pitch side. Because this Saturday afternoon, I'm not giving them a lesson in fancy tactics. It won't be us who will be facing reality. What we're going to play is a goddamn no-holds-barred fight-to-the-death dragon-slaying duel." Having delivered this arrogant, almost unhinged declaration of war, Yun Fei completely ignored the frenzied reporters shouting questions behind him. He pulled his trench coat collar tighter, leaving behind a defiant silhouette as he walked through the gates of Fir Park without a backward glance. Behind him, the sound of camera shutters fell like a torrential downpour. The journalists, having secured their sensational headline, were already flushed with excitement. They knew all too well the devastating impact this interview would have once broadcast in full. Tomorrow, Scottish football was destined for an unprecedented storm, all because of this Chinese man's words. 40 miles away from the bleak and dilapidated town of Motherwell in Glasgow stood the Murray Park modern training complex of Rangers FC, built at a cost of tens of millions of pounds. Within its walls lay climate-controlled training suites, hybrid turf manicured to the millimeter, and some of the finest physiotherapy equipment in all of Europe. Even the very air seemed infused with the opulent composure befitting a top-tier giant. Inside the manager's office, Steven Gerrard, immaculate in his club training top, sat on his leather chair, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. On the expensive tablet before him, a video played on a loop. It showed Yun Fei half an hour earlier delivering his audacious proclamation outside the iron gates of Fir Park. What I'm going to teach them isn't a tactical lesson. What we're going to play is the real damn art of dragon slaying. In the video, Yun Fei spat out his cigarette, but his eyes fierce as a desperado's. Click. Gerrard stopped the video, his face impassive. The screen froze on Yun Fei's arrogant visage. The former Liverpool stalwart, now the young manager of the Scottish Premiership's dominant force, did not erupt in fury as the media might have expected. As an English superstar who had witnessed every grand spectacle during his playing days, what psychological warfare hadn't Gerrard seen? He had personally faced Mourinho's arrogance and Ferguson's infamous hairdryer treatment. Yet the blood of a top-tier manager, one who valued respect and standards above all, was genuinely inflamed by Yun Fei's utterly baseless street thug rhetoric. No tactics, just dishonorable conduct. And he tells us to have an ambulance ready. Gerrard's fingers unconsciously scraped against the edge of the tablet before he tossed it onto the desk. It's an insult to the sport of football. He rose, pushed open his office door, and strode purposefully toward the first-team changing room. His steps were steady and powerful, exuding the oppressive aura of an absolute authority. Inside the opulent Rangers dressing room, players were changing into their training kits. The atmosphere, initially light and relaxed after a 5-0 thrashing the previous round, fell into an instant dead silence the moment Gerard entered. Rangers' defensive anchor and captain David were paused in tying his laces. Up front, the notoriously hot-tempered Northern Irish striker Kyle Lafferty looked up with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. I imagine some of you have already seen that disgusting interview. Gerard clasped his hands behind his back, his piercing gaze sweeping over each high-priced Rangers star. His voice was low yet carried an unyielding authority. The Chinese coach from Motherwell has just told all of Scotland that our destination is a swamp. He said his players are rabid dogs ready to snap your legs. Gerard paced, slowly stopping before the tactics board, each word hammering against their nerves. He also taunted that Rangers' heritage is a bubble and that on Saturday afternoon he will personally kick Rangers' dignity along with the football into the mud. Who the hell does he think he is? The volatile Lafferty slammed his boot into the steel door of a locker. Boss, put me and Cedric Itten up front on Saturday. I swear I'll tear their goal apart within 20 minutes, and then I'll rip that Chinese man's mouth wide open. Sit down, Kyle. Gerard's sharp rebuke cut through the striker's fury, his eyes as piercing as a blade. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to provoke you. He knows he's outmatched tactically and in terms of player quality, so he tries this most despicable street-level provocation to drag you down into the same mire as him, and then beat you with his vast experience in brawling. Gerard turned and pressed his hand firmly against the Rangers' crest on his chest. But you remember, you wear the jersey of Glasgow Rangers. We are a top club with the highest standards across all of Europe. Our response on the pitch will not be to roll on the ground like them, not to get red cards. Gerard's finger jabbed heavily onto the tactics board, sketching out a disciplined 4-4-2 formation. We will crush their laughable 4-2-4 long ball game with absolute tactical discipline. Edu Bedoya, I want the two of you to completely dominate the midfield, cut off every route for their long clearances, and show this madman what real control from a top club looks like. Ortiz McKay, treat the wings like highways and tear their makeshift patched-up defense to shreds. Then deliver the ball comfortably to Lafferty and Itten's feet. Gerard's tone grew heavier. I want you to treat every training match over the next 4 days like a Champions League final. I want you at maximum sharpness. He says he has dragon-slaying tactics. He tells us to face reality. Gerard leaned forward, bracing his hands on the table, emanating a pressure that came straight from Anfield, from Europe's elite stages, sending a chill through his players. This weekend, go to that damn Fir Park. Show no mercy. Hold nothing back. I want you to use absolute possession to deliver the most ruthless, the most standard massacre, and let that arrogant fool know that Glasgow Rangers is not just about money. Let him know that the true master of Scottish soil is not decided by words. At 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, a luxury coach emblazoned with the Rangers' crest rolled into the dilapidated outer grounds of Fir Park like a nouveau riche blundering into a slum. The door hissed open, and Gerard, immaculate in a tailored Armani suit and polished Italian leather shoes, was the first to step off the coach. His face still bore the arrogant expression of one prepared for a massacre, a look he'd worn back at the Murray Park training ground as he led his team onto the pitch for the customary pre-match inspection. Squelch. The moment Gerard's 1,000-pound shoes left the tunnel, they sank ankle-deep into the black mire. He looked down as the dark brown sludge rapidly swallowed the leather, splattering his expensive trousers. His brow furrowed uncontrollably. Did Motherwell get a torrential downpour last night? Gerard gritted his teeth, turning to his assistant coach. The assistant glanced at the brilliant autumn sun overhead and swallowed hard. Boss, the Weather Bureau says this area hasn't seen a single drop of rain in 3 days. Gerard looked across the pitch. There in front of the home team's dugout stood Yunfei, wrapped in a faded windbreaker, a cup of coffee in hand. Seeing Gerard's gaze, the audacious man casually raised his paper cup in a mock toast across the field, a smug, infuriating grin spreading across his face. It all clicked for Gerard. The mud pit mentioned in the interviews wasn't a metaphor at all. To cripple Rangers' ground-based passing game, this unscrupulous Chinese bastard had ordered the ground staff that very morning to crank the sprinkler system to max, deliberately turning his own home pitch into a sucking, muddy swamp. Beep. At 3 o'clock, with the referee's crisp whistle, this Scottish Premiership clash between the slum and the rich district erupted with explosive force. Rangers lined up in Gerard's most cherished classic 4-4-2 formation. The Liverpool legend clearly intended to use his familiar British control-based style, relying on the short passing interplay of midfield duo Edu and Bedoya to dictate the tempo and break down Motherwell's resolve. However, reality fell far short of the dream. The ball would mysteriously decelerate or even stop dead in the mud after barely 3 meters. Rangers' tactics were like a Kian bogged down in a swamp, wheels spinning furiously but only producing white smoke. In stark contrast, these poverty-stricken Motherwell dogs, brainwashed by Yunfei's radical tactics, had no intention of engaging in any gentlemanly midfield exchanges. Regardless of whether you were a star worth millions, the moment you had the ball, they'd launch into a sliding tackle, taking you down cleanly along with a chunk of mud. This defense, which completely abandoned possession and offered only success or a yellow card, tormented Rangers midfielders. The deadlock was broken in this chaotic lumberjack-style swamp battle in a brutally unexpected way. In the 23rd minute, Rangers right winger Ortiz had just controlled a risky pass in a puddle on the flank with no time to look up when Motherwell's left back Rami, like a protective mastiff, came flying in with a ground-level slide tackle. Bang! Rami ruthlessly upended Ortiz's ball and all into the mud. The referee, though the whistle was in his mouth, didn't blow it. Rami had clearly gotten the ball despite the crude lumberjack-like nature of the challenge. Rami scrambled to his feet from the mire, not giving the Rangers players a moment to protest. His mind was consumed by Yunfei's ironclad rule: defenders when the ball hoof it long, and he swung his left boot in a brutal no-nonsense low diagonal pass. The ball, trailing a spray of mud, landed perfectly behind Rangers' two center-backs David Weir and Bocanegra, whose turns were about as nimble as aircraft carriers. While the two center-backs' attention was drawn to the rapidly sprinting Dong Fangjua, the happy-go-lucky boy, what finally showcased his value to the team. He overtook David Weir on the inside, controlling the ball with his chest at the landing spot. Rangers goalkeeper Alexander saw the danger and rushed out. But what, without even adjusting his stance, swung his mud-caked boot in a desperately awkward side-footed poke, just managing to get a touch on the ball before the keeper arrived. The ball bobbled twice in the mud, and then rolled slowly yet inexorably into the back of the net. 1-0. Motherwell had taken a stunning lead at home. Screw the tiki-taka. There's only mud in a mud pit. Yunfei sprinted along the touchline in a frenzy, even having the audacity to shake his fist menacingly at Gerard, who was so enraged he snapped his tactical clipboard in two. Wood attempted a passionate knee slide towards the corner flag, but instead face-planted directly into the mud, getting a mouthful of grass, which drew a roar of laughter from the stands. At halftime, the team switched ends. Trailing Rangers launched a vengeful onslaught after Gerard's furious hairdryer treatment in the dressing room. They had wised up, abandoning the ineffective ground game and resorting to launching high balls, exploiting their height advantage to bombard the front pairing of Lafferty and Eiton. But today a true deity stood guard in the Motherwell goal. Randolph was an insurmountable wall of size, making save after save, twice scrambling to his feet in the mud, weaving an impenetrable net on the goal line to keep his sheet clean. In the 65th minute, Motherwell finally weathered the storm and launched a counterattack. Ito, who burned his marker on the wing with pure pace, driving to the byline and pulling back a low cross. Right winger Nicky Law arrived perfectly and slotted the ball home. Nice, we've got it. Yunfei was just about to celebrate on the touchline when the corner of his eye caught the linesman's yellow flag raised high. Offside. Goal disallowed. The ecstasy on Yunfei's face instantly froze. He pointed at the linesman and erupted. Did you leave your eyes on the nightstand before coming out, or did you just donate them to the blind association? That center back was trailing so far behind, how can you not see that? Furious, he kicked a water bottle on the sideline, splashing the fourth official's trousers. Crisis followed crisis. In the 75th minute, midfielder Crawford, exhausted and slow to react, made a heavy challenge, stamping squarely on Bedoya's ankle and earning a yellow card. The wily Rangers veterans immediately smelled blood, deliberately dribbling towards Crawford to bait him into a second yellow card and a red. They think they can get a red card against Coach Yun. Yunfei weighed his options and decisively substituted the booked Crawford for Ponsadano, firmly avoiding the disaster of going down to 10 men. This pragmatic substitution had an immediate tangible effect. In the 80th minute, the fresh-legged Ponsadano received the ball in midfield, and without even looking, lofted a pass over the Rangers' defense. It was what again? The comedic happy-go-lucky boy timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap once more. This time the Rangers' keeper was already halfway out. What sprinted towards the ball, faced with the glorious sight of a largely open goal. The die-hard Motherwell fans in the stands had even risen to their feet, ready to chant his name. Yet this happy-go-lucky lad, whose mind seemed to be elsewhere, swung his right boot during his high-speed sprint, and against all logic, yet entirely in character, opted for a ferocious speculative blast. He completely scuffed it. The ball, whistling through the air with an erratic, physics-defying trajectory, skewed wide of the vast majority of the goal, flying with pinpoint accuracy towards the corner flag by the far touchline. With a resounding clang, the flag shook violently from the impact. What the hell? That was a one-on-one with the keeper. I swear the moment this match is over tonight, I'm stuffing you into a meat grinder and turning you into Edinburgh sausages. Don't anyone try to stop me. Yunfei clutched his chest on the coaching bench, his vision blurring on the verge of a sudden heart attack. Just as Yunfei was about to pass out from sheer fury, the 85th minute of the match, deep into the game, bore witness to the birth of the match's defining moment. The Rangers, frustrated by their inability to score, began to lose their composure. Substitute midfielder Jordan McMillan, while defending what, lost his mind and launched into a reckless two-footed airborne lunge. In reality, McMillan's razor-sharp studs were still a full 10 centimeters from Watt's ankle, but what seemed to awaken a dormant gene of Oscar-winning dramatic genius within him. He let out a blood-curdling scream, prematurely akin to a pig being slaughtered on New Year's Eve, and threw himself to the ground, as if shot in the head by a sniper, from 800 meters away, tumbling over and over across the turf in a dramatic display. He then clutched his shin tightly, pounding the grass in agony, his face contorted into a mask of pain, as if his leg bone had been shattered into 100 pieces on the spot. The referee, utterly convinced by the horrific visual spectacle, didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately pulled out a red card, sending McMillan off. A dive? That was a shameless, blatant dive. Gerard was so enraged that his suit buttons could barely contain him, furiously protesting to the fourth official. But the decision was final and Rangers found themselves in the dire predicament of being down to 10 men. However, the added time indicated was a despair-inducing 4 minutes. In the 92nd minute, Rangers launched their final desperate charge. Substitute left winger McKay burst into the box and swept the ball across the face of the goal with an opposition striker seemingly poised to tap it in for a winner. But again it was Rami. He hurled his entire body into the mud attempting to clear the ball with his frame. The ball fortuitously struck Rami's bald head and ricocheted into the vast unguarded expanse of the Rangers' half. Dong Fangjua, who had been tirelessly running up and down the pitch all game, leaped high, his youthful athleticism allowing him to outmuscle the slow-turning David Weir, executing a cool and perfect header. The ball with unerring accuracy landed right at the feet of what once more. Before him stretched a vast, completely open 20-meter path to the goal, a true one-on-one opportunity. Rangers goalkeeper Alexander was so far advanced from a previous corner kick that he hadn't even managed to get back. The entire atmosphere at Fir Park felt like it held its breath in that instant. Watt sprinted with the ball towards the empty net, but just as he stepped onto the edge of the penalty area ready to savor the roar of the crowd for his goal, this player, who had been sprinting recklessly all game and had completely exhausted his energy reserves, suddenly got a stitch. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Watt's legs suddenly gave way, his entire upper body losing all balance, and he pitched forward in a fainting-style collapse. In the split second before his face met the mud, he desperately nudged the ball forward with his head. Thud. The ball struck the outside of the post with a crisp sound, cruelly bouncing out for a goal kick. Peep, peep, peep. Just as the ball crossed the line, the referee blew the final whistle. 1-0. Motherwell had held on for a victory as ugly as it was precious. Amidst the absolute frenzy erupting from the stands, Yun Fei collapsed like a wet noodle into the plastic chair on the bench, gasping for air. In both this life and the last, he had never seen anything like it. An open goal with not a single defender in sight, and a player managing to mess up a one-on-one that badly. In the post-match press conference hall, every Scottish media member stared at Yun Fei on the dais, as if he were an alien. This Motherwell team, so poor they could barely afford their utility bills, had not only held the invincible Celtic to a draw away from home in previous rounds, but had now genuinely toppled the mighty Glasgow Rangers on their own turf. Yun Fei sprawled unceremoniously in front of the microphone, his face beaming, even going so far as to casually whistle at the cameras, showing none of the humility expected of a relegation-threatened manager. I told you media vultures all along, Rangers' so-called century-old prestige means absolutely jack shit in our passionate little swamp. He pounded the table with his knuckles, flashing a perfect smile. Dear friends of the press, please go ahead and tear up those relegation stories you've been drafting. We've held Celtic to a strong draw and taken down Rangers convincingly. The plan has changed. We're going for the title. This season we have only one goal: to conquer the Scottish Premiership. This declaration, akin to a terrorist attack on the football world, exploded across the entire Scottish football scene the next day. Every newspaper headline railed against the ignorance of this Easterner. But when the pundits who had been ready to mock him mercilessly opened the latest official Scottish Premiership standings, they were horrified to discover that this madman might not be entirely delusional. With this victory, Motherwell had achieved a remarkable 6-game unbeaten run: 3 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss. After 9 rounds of intense battles, Motherwell, with a stunning record of 4 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, had clawed their way into the top 4 of the table, trampling over the corpses of the Giants. Latest Scottish Premiership standings: Celtic 6 wins, 2 draws, 20 points game in hand. Livingston 5 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses, 16 points. Rangers 4 wins, 3 draws, 2 losses, 15 points. Motherwell 4 wins, 3 draws, 2 losses, 15 points, level on points with Rangers. St. Johnstone 4 wins, 3 draws, 2 losses, 15 points. Hibernian 2 wins, 5 draws, 2 losses, 11 points. Kilmarnock 2 wins, 5 draws, 2 losses, 11 points. And the result of the official MVP selection that left everyone both amused and baffled, almost prompting calls to the police, was yet to come. Goalkeeper Randolph, the absolute rock of the team, who made crucial saves to keep a clean sheet, was runner-up by a measly 0.1 points. Meanwhile, that happy-go-lucky boy Watt, who missed an open goal, hit the corner flag and got a stitch during a one-on-one before colliding with the post, scoring only a scrappy goal, and the Oscar-winning diver had miraculously been voted man of the match. The Scottish FA must have a bunch of blind idiots watching the games. I should drag that award giver out and feed him to the dogs. Yun Fei cursed, looking at the match report in the locker room. But regardless, with his incredible record of drawing with Celtic and St. Johnstone demolishing Aberdeen and toppling Rangers, Yun Fei, who had a 0 transfer budget, was undisputedly crowned the Scottish Premiership Manager of the Month for October. In the first stop of his wandering journey, this Eastern coach Yun had finally established himself in Scotland through a series of chaotic battles filled with red cards, mud injuries, and violence. The next morning, at Motherwell FC, Yun Fei sat in the manager's office, idly toying with a trophy that glinted with a golden sheen. It was the Scottish Premiership Manager of the Month for October award, which Jim had just collected on his behalf from the Scottish FA. For any normal coach, this would be a tremendous honor worthy of the most prominent spot in a glass display cabinet. But for Yun Fei, who deliberated for ages over buying a bottle of water, the value of this trinket was determined solely by its material. Jim, be honest with me, is this trophy solid gold? As he spoke, without a hint of decorum, he flipped the trophy upside down and produced a box cutter from somewhere. He scraped the edge of the trophy forcefully a couple of times trying to assess its quality. Jim watched his manager's miserly antics and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in exasperation. Coach Yin, stop scraping. It's a copper-plated piece of iron. The Scottish FA is even cutting travel expenses for referees. There's no way they'd give out a solid gold trophy. Then what about the prize money? I won Manager of the Month Drew with Celtic and beat Rangers. Didn't the FA even give a bonus of 100 grand? Yun Fei unwilling to give up rummaged through the packaging, hoping to shake out a check. Not a single penny. Jim shattered his delusion matter-of-factly. Those suited-up tightwads. They wouldn't even reimburse us for a few rolls of medical bandage. Yun Fei's face darkened. He weighed the trophy in his hand with utter disdain, then bent down, and without hesitation shoved the iron lump symbolizing the league's highest monthly honor under his wobbly three-legged desk that groaned with every movement. Perfect. The thickness is just right. This crappy desk doesn't wobble anymore. Yun Fei dusted off his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Having disposed of that useless vanity, Yun Fei's expression immediately turned grim. From the locker room the sound of infuriating laughter echoed over. In the tactical locker room, Happy Boy, what was holding the man of the match medal he'd lucked into standing in front of the tactics board enthusiastically boasting to Gallagher and Law. You guys have no idea what top striker's instinct is. That was a 20-meter one-on-one. I deliberately shifted my weight to deceive the keeper. Even though I ended up hitting the post, it doesn't diminish the greatness of that goal. Bang! The locker room door was kicked open violently, the heavy wood slamming against the wall with a dull thud. What's bragging ceased instantly, and the entire room fell into dead silence. Everyone saw the coach Yin standing at the door, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Striker's instinct. You mean the instinct to trip over your own feet at the edge of the box, or the instinct to run out of breath and nearly faint? Yun Fei strode in and grabbed what by his training vest, yanking him out like a chicken. Boss, that was a tactical dive. What defended weakly? Cut the crap. Everyone except the injured, get your asses to the training ground. At the backup training pitch at Fur Park. Yun Fei personally carried a bucket of white chalk and drew a white circle less than half a meter in diameter, just 2 meters away from the empty goal. At that distance, anyone with functioning legs could score with their eyes closed. What get in the circle? Yun Fei pointed at the white circle and gave the order with a deadpan expression. No keeper, no defenders. From inside that circle, use your instep and pass the ball into the empty net 500 times. 500 times. Boss, isn't this a bit? What looked at the goal so close and swallowed hard? If you miss one or the ball hits the frame, I'll personally buy a plane ticket tomorrow and send your ass to Iran. They're looking for a permanent scout there. Start. Amidst what's miserable tapping sounds in the cold wind, Yun Fei turned and walked to the coaching bench. Old Tom was already waiting there holding a thick stack of reports on their next opponent. Boss, next match is away against Kilmarnock. Old Tom handed over the report with a grave expression. Yun Fei glanced at the report. Kilmarnock currently sitting 7th in the Scottish Premiership with 11 points. A relegation 6-pointer. Just a drowning relegation team. They're up against a mad dog that can bite chunks out of giants. They're in for a beating. Yun Fei flipped the page dismissively. It's not that simple, boss. They're stuck in 7th, eyeing the top 6 like hungry wolves. To secure their survival, they'll unleash their biting ferocity at home. Old Tom sighed, his withered finger pointing at a bold line in the report. In this match we've hit our true Achilles heel, the pitch. Yun Fei frowned. The pitch. Is their home ground worse than our mud pit at Fur Park? On the contrary, it's too good. Way too good. Old Tom lowered his voice. Kilmarnock's home rugby park is fully laid with 100 modern artificial turf. Upon hearing this, Yun Fei's nerves tightened instantly. Artificial turf. Those two words were a devastating blow to Motherwell's current tactics. In real-world physics, artificial turf has distinct characteristics: high flatness, low friction, extremely fast ball speed, and high bounce. What does this mean? It means Yun Fei's previously unstoppable muddy pitch tricks used against Rangers were completely useless now. On artificial turf, the ball wouldn't slow down and stop obediently like in mud, but would glide rapidly as if on ice. Worse still, Motherwell's 4-2-4 tactics relied heavily on direct long balls forward after winning the ball in defense. These blind long balls upon landing would instantly accelerate and roll out for a goal kick, making it impossible for forwards to keep up. On the defensive end, the dangers were even more hair-raising. Midfielders Campbell and Crawford relied entirely on reckless sliding tackles to intercept opponents. If they tried that on the hard artificial turf, the intense friction would shred the skin on their thighs and the outside of their knees. Within 20 minutes, both players would be incapacitated by severe abrasions. No long balls, no sliding tackles. Yun Fei's tactical system faced a crisis of paralysis on this modern artificial pitch. Old Tom looked at his deep-in-thought manager and tentatively suggested, "Boss, how about we switch to a more conservative 4-4-2 for this game? Abandon the high-press focus on keeping possession. It's an away game, a point wouldn't be bad. Switch to tiki-taka. Screw tiki-taka." Yun Fei stood up from the plastic chair, showing no intention of backing down. Having been a streamer obsessed with the 4-2-4 in his past life, he hated nothing more than compromising with the so-called mainstream. Since the ball speed for long balls would be faster and sliding tackles would cause injuries, he would lean into it and push this mad dog tactic to its absolute extreme. Old Tom, get everyone over here. Tactical meeting right now. 5 minutes later in the tactical room, the players were drenched in sweat, their eyes fixed on the whiteboard. Yunfei, holding a red marker, drew two massive circles on the tactical board in the bottom corner areas behind Kilmarnock's defensive line. Listen up, lads. This weekend's away game is on a bloody artificial pitch. The ball will fly like it's got a rocket up its arse. Yunfei slammed his hand on the board. So here is my absolute non-negotiable order. Once we win the ball in our own half, no one, and I mean no one, passes it to the striker's feet. Forget about pass accuracy. The players exchanged bewildered glances. No passes to feet. Where were they supposed to put it then? See these empty zones between the corner flags and the touchline. Yunfei's marker thumped heavily on the two red circles. When you get the ball, shut your eyes and hoof the damn thing into those empty spaces with everything you've got. Kick it like you're clearing it for your life. But boss, it'll just roll out for a goal kick. Gallagher couldn't help but raise his hand in protest. Then chase it down before it goes out, won't you? Yunfei's gaze locked onto Dong Fenghua, the free agent and goal and speed demon manga, and left winger Etu. Dong. Manga. Etu. Yunfei called out the three fastest players on the team. Forget football this weekend. Treat it like a 100-meter sprint. Yunfei slammed his hands on the table. Forget where the ball is. The moment one of our lads hoofs it upfield, that's your starting gun. Put your heads down and sprint like your lives depend on it. Race their defenders on the straight line, beat them on the turn. You said the artificial pitch is fast. Then let their defenders feel what it's like to drag race a sports car when they're turning to chase. If you're faster than the ball, you'll leave them for dead, and the one-on-one will be yours. Manga, a brood of a player with pace, but precious little else, was overjoyed at this instruction. For him, not having to think about complex runs and just sprinting blindly was a dream come true. Dong Fenghua, however, silently clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. After 2 years of stagnation at Manchester United, his most prized physical attribute finally had an unrestricted outlet. The tactical setup was complete, but the outside world held little hope for a team relying on such a rudimentary game plan. At Friday's pre-match press conference, the animosity between the two managers was palpable. Kilmarnock's manager, a veteran Scottish coach who fancied himself a tactical mastermind, wasted no time in launching a scathing attack. Motherwell's recent results have been impressive, but we all know those were just lucky wins stolen by an amateur coach using dirty tricks like ruining the pitch and turning it into a mud bath. He adjusted his tie slowly before continuing. But at Rugby Park, on a level, fast, modern top-class surface, football requires skill. Their ugly long ball game will be exposed for what it is. I guarantee you on this pristine pitch, they won't even get a touch of the ball. This blatant contempt instantly ignited the journalist's curiosity. All cameras and microphones swung towards Yunfei, who sat on the other side clad in a tracksuit bearing the Chinese national team's logo. Facing the provocation, Yunfei didn't even raise an eyelid. He just let out a cold chuckle and yanked the microphone towards him. Pristine pitch. Modern. Don't flatter yourselves. Isn't that just a giant green plastic carpet laid over concrete? A wave of murmurs swept through the room. No one expected the Chinese coach to fire back so directly. Yunfei leaned forward slightly, observing the livid Kilmarnock manager beside him, his words cutting deep. Don't forget, we Motherwell are a pack of mad dogs who don't fear getting our feet dirty. We don't just bite in the mud. Our specialty is charging into those so-called high-class stadiums and ripping up that fake plastic pitch of yours. Get your insurance policies ready. The track meet is about to begin. At 2 p.m. on Saturday, Rugby Park was packed to the rafters. As the Motherwell players trotted onto the vivid green artificial turf, the dull thud of their studs against the surface sent a wave of discomfort through them. The hard, unforgiving texture, devoid of any earthy cushioning, felt like running on a concrete floor with a thin rubber mat. Every stride sent a jarring shock up through their knees. This crappy pitch is harder than the basketball court in my backyard that's been abandoned for 3 years. Campbell stomped his foot hard, his brow furrowed in disgust. Accustomed to battling in the mud, the inability to slide tackle on this surface made him feel like a tiger stripped of its fangs. The referee glanced at his watch, took a deep breath, and blasted the whistle to start the match. Peep. At the sound of the whistle, Kilmarnock, playing at home and desperate for a top 6 spot, immediately launched a ferocious attack. They had clearly implemented their manager's pre-match tactics to the letter. Exploiting the lightning-fast ball speed on the artificial turf, their midfielders began whipping the ball around with slick, rapid one-touch passing right from the kickoff. The ball skidded and zipped across the plastic grass at a frightening pace. Motherwell's defensive rock, Campbell, is afraid to slide. He looks completely lost on this artificial surface. The stadium announcer roared as Kilmarnock's key attacking midfielder drove the ball towards the heart of Motherwell's half. Following the usual script, Campbell would have been skimming across the turf by now, taking out man and ball with a ferocious slide tackle. But today he adhered strictly to Yunfei's non-negotiable order, no going to ground. But does a lack of sliding tackles mean a lack of defense? The midfield meat grinder in Yunfei's tactics relied on more than just crunching tackles. Just as the playmaker was nonchalantly preparing to thread a killer through ball, Campbell moved. He didn't lower his center of gravity. Instead, he charged forward at full sprint speed. No outstretched leg, no going to ground. At the moment of impact, Campbell braced his shoulder and delivered a pure primal standing up body check, slamming it directly into the playmaker's ribcage. Thud. A deeply muffled sound of colliding bodies echoed across the vast empty pitch. Kilmarnock's attacking orchestrator didn't even have time to yelp in pain. He was hit as if by a freight train. His feet left the ground, and he was carried 2 meters horizontally through the air along with the ball, before crashing down heavily with a loud thud. A pure legal shoulder-to-shoulder challenge. It was a hardcore physical confrontation. The referee had the whistle in his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then held both arms out horizontally, signaling no foul. Play on. The already boisterous Kilmarnock fans erupted in fury at the referee's leniency. A cacophony of jeers and obscenities exploded from the stands. On the touchline, Yunfei stood with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum, with a look of utter boredom. He turned his head, looked at the fuming Kilmarnock manager a few meters away, exhaled a plume of white breath into the cold air, and defiantly spat his gum onto the artificial turf right in front of the opposing dugout. "What's the matter, old man?" Shaking like a leaf. "I thought Campbell had just hit a speed bump out there." Following Campbell's brutal shoulder charge tackle, the loose ball, near the touchline, was blasted clear by Gallagher, with a huge, desperate hoof upfield aimed directly towards the empty corner flag area, on the right side of the pitch. The ball dropped from the sky, hit the artificial turf, and with its high bounce and lightning-fast acceleration raced towards the byline. And the moment the ball was launched, Dong Fangzhua and Manga, positioned up front, exploded into action, like sprinters reacting to the starting gun. No tactical build-up, no midfield link-up play. A high-speed, ferocious, and utterly unconventional track race broke out on this synthetic surface. The forward line at the front shot off the mark instantly. This Scottish Premiership match, which Yunfei had forcibly reduced to a track and field shuttle run, had completely transformed into a farce that infuriated the home supporters. Motherwell's players strictly adhered to the unyielding command of only find space, don't find people. After winning the ball in the back, they wouldn't even spare a glance at the midfield, instead winding up their legs and blindly launching the ball skyward. At this moment, neither team resembled a modern football side. They looked more like dogs playing fetch in the park. Possession changed hands so rapidly it was dizzying. No sooner had a Kilmarnock defender managed to cushion the ball down than a snarling Motherwell forward was already bearing down on him with a ferocious expression. The rock-hard pitch made sliding tackles impossible, forcing both sides to contest possession with the most primal methods: shoulder barges and chest-to-chest collisions. Standing on the sidelines, Yunfei watched the chaotic melee unfold, a scene of utter pandemonium, yet he showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, a satisfied smile crept across his face. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Stir the waters, drag everyone into the most brutal physical contest, and use his wealth of grassroots experience to topple those self-proclaimed technical purists. In the 35th minute, the deadlock was broken from a seemingly harmless clearance. Motherwell's right back O'Donnell, under pressure in his own half, had no choice but to swing wildly at the ball and hoof it clear. The ball, spinning violently, arced high along the right touchline and sailed towards Kilmarnock's half. Given the ball's speed on the artificial turf, it seemed a certainty that it would roll out for a goal kick, posing absolutely no threat whatsoever. Kilmarnock's left centre-back had already abandoned the chase, raising his hand to signal for the ball to be returned. But at that very moment, a figure in Motherwell's dark red jersey, akin to a Ferrari floored to the accelerator, forcefully overtook from the outside lane, sprinting desperately towards the ball that was about to cross the line. It was Dong Fangzhua. His greatest asset, his physical prowess, was being unleashed without reservation on this very pitch. Black rubber pellets sprayed from beneath his studs as he left the bewildered centre-back in his wake within a few strides. Just as the ball was about to roll out of play, he slid onto his knees and stretched his leg out with all his might. Bang! Dong Fangzhua barely managed to hook the ball back with the tip of his toe. It squirmed with a rebound effect towards the edge of the Kilmarnock penalty area. The cross was so sudden and so desperate that there wasn't a single Motherwell forward lurking in the box to attack it. Kilmarnock's defense was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, ready to turn defense into attack. Yet at this critical juncture on the edge of the box, a figure appeared who had absolutely no business being there: Crawford. As the designated defensive anchor tasked with midfield interceptions, Crawford was usually the one doing the unglamorous dirty work. The number of goals he had scored in his entire career could be counted on one hand. But today he adhered strictly to Yunfei's tactical instruction of everyone push up for the second ball, and as if by some mysterious force found himself at this dangerous receiving point. Facing the ball that bounced high on the turf and flew towards him, Crawford had absolutely no room to control and adjust. The Scottish hardman's mind went completely blank. Running purely on muscle memory, he leaned his entire body to the left, lowered his center of gravity, and swung his right boot through the ball for a spectacular volley. Boom! The microphone at the side of the pitch emitted a harsh, distorted crack. The ball, with almost no unnecessary spin, tore through the air like a bullet fired from a chamber. It skimmed the grass, carrying a slight downward trajectory, and thundered into the bottom right-hand corner of the net. Kilmarnock's goalkeeper hadn't even completed his save attempt. He could only watch in despair as the ball crashed against the metal frame behind the net with a crisp swish sound. 1-0. A flash of brilliance. In this ugly, chaotic track meet, Motherwell had taken an improbable lead away from home thanks to Crawford's wonder strike. Holy shit. Beautiful. Let's crush them just like that. Yunfei roared with excitement, spreading his arms wide and howling like a wolf towards the substitutes on the bench. After scoring, Crawford was so overcome with emotion that his eyes reddened. He sprinted towards the away fans section, pounding his chest with his fists, as if trying to release all the pent-up frustration from years of being the workhorse. After the break, Kilmarnock, shockingly trailing at home, were clearly unwilling to accept the humiliation of being dominated by Motherwell. Their manager was frantically waving his arms on the touchline, demanding his team steady themselves and win back possession. Kilmarnock's midfield maestro, the number 10, Gary Harkins, began to drop deeper and deeper. This technically gifted classic number 10 was clever. He knew that fighting tooth and nail on this hard pitch against these mad dogs would yield nothing. So he deliberately dropped deep to receive the ball near his defensive line, attempting to bypass Motherwell's high press with precise long-range distribution. He aimed to exploit the speed of the ball to directly pierce the space behind Motherwell's defense. The tactic worked. Harkins' 2 consecutive long passes found the open space on the flanks with pinpoint accuracy, sending a chill down the spine of Motherwell's goalkeeper Randolph. Yun Fei narrowed his eyes, sizing up Harkins, who was calmly orchestrating play from the back. He fished another piece of gum from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. A brain like that, capable of single-handedly galvanizing an entire team, was the nemesis his flawed tactics feared most. If you can't solve the problem, then eliminate the one causing it. Yun Fei let out a sharp whistle from the sidelines. Seizing a stoppage in play, he called the left winger Edahu over to the touchline. He pretended to cover his mouth while giving instructions, but his eyes were coldly fixed on Harkins in the distance. He subtly pounded his own chest with a fist and lowered his voice. Mark that number 10. If he dares to get the ball, let him know what it feels like to fly. Remember, no tackles, use your body. Edahu, who had earned the nickname, the Black Enforcer, after elbowing an opponent's nose and breaking it in a match against St. Johnstone earlier that season, flashed a grin, revealing a set of stark white teeth, and nodded firmly. In the 55th minute, the dagger was revealed. A Kilmarnock defender played a half-volleyed pass towards the dropping Harkins. Harkins had just looked up, and was preparing to cushion the ball on his chest to scan for his teammates' runs. In his blind spot, Edahu was like an overloaded black truck barreling towards him. Heeding Yun Fei's command to not slide tackle, not kick, Edahu, when he was half a meter away, took a powerful stride and leaped high to contest the flight of the half-volleyed ball. In midair, Edahu subtly dropped his left shoulder, channeling all the force of his 80-kilo frame into his shoulder blade, and slammed it squarely into Harkins' completely unprotected sternum. Thud! Harkins was as if struck by a massive sledgehammer. He lost his balance entirely in midair and crashed heavily onto the unforgiving turf. Urgh! Harkins was winded instantly, his scream of pain caught in his throat. He curled up in agony like a shrimp, clutching his chest tightly and writhing violently on the pitch. The home fans in the stands erupted in a tidal wave of furious abuse. Kilmarnock's players, their eyes red with rage, charged forward to shove Edahu, while Motherwell's players formed a protective circle around him, showing no signs of backing down. A full-scale brawl nearly broke out. The referee's urgent whistle pierced the air. He ran into the melee, first signaling for the medical team to enter the pitch, then turning his gaze towards Edahu. On this Scottish Premiership pitch devoid of VAR replay technology, the referee's naked eye was the sole arbiter of truth. From his vantage point, Edahu's challenge had been a legitimate aerial collision, a pure contest for the ball devoid of malice or intent. It was simply a catastrophic disparity in physical prowess that had yielded such a dire outcome. Ultimately bowing to the pressure from the Kilmarnock manager and the jeers of the home crowd, the referee reluctantly produced a yellow card for Edahu. The stretcher bearers rushed onto the pitch, carrying a pale and breathless Harkins, Kilmarnock's tactical linchpin, off the field. Yun Fei stood impassively, hands in his pockets, watching the proceedings with utter indifference. In a match where survival was at stake, there was no room for sentimentality. The world belonged to the victors, and mercy was a luxury one could ill afford. Neutralizing the opponent's core playmaker was a form of physical elimination, a strategic use of the rules. With Harkins gone, their sole orchestrator, Kilmarnock's attacking system suffered a catastrophic system failure. Faced with Motherwell's mass defense after taking the lead, the team fighting for a top 6 spot became utterly directionless. The substitute midfielders were technically deficient, and under Motherwell's aggressive pressing, they couldn't string together a single decent through ball, resorting to a primitive game of long balls and aerial duels. In this kind of physical foul-ridden contest, Yun Fei was the undisputed master. In the final 30 minutes, he took direct control from the sidelines, barking orders. Everyone drop back into our own half. On winning the ball, no forward passes. Aim for the 4 corners of the pitch, kick it into touch. Putting the ball out is a triumph in itself. The ensuing half-hour at Rugby Park was the most cynical and ugly period of the Scottish Premiership season. Motherwell's players, like a pack of rogues, systematically dismantled the game's flow. During a simple throw-in, right back O'Donnell would take his sweet time wiping the ball with a towel for a full 30 seconds before pretending to fumble and rethrowing it. The moment Kilmarnock showed any hint of a counter-attack, Campbell and Maguire would unhesitatingly cut it down with cynical tactical fouls. The referee's whistle blew, intermittently shattering the rhythm of the match into 1,000 pieces. The Kilmarnock fans were incandescent with rage. The stadium echoed with deafening boos, and soon empty beer cups and lighters began to rain down from the stands. You bunch of theatrical clowns. This is an insult to football. This is a conspiracy. Battered by the relentless torrent of abuse threatening to lift the roof, the referee finally had enough. He glanced at his watch and forcefully blew the final whistle 3 times. Beep, beep, beep. 1-0. Motherwell had defended their lead with a barrage of stoppages, time-wasting throw-ins, and cynical deadball tactics. It was a shameless yet resilient performance, and they somehow escaped with a precious 3 points from the away fixture. The post-match press conference was thick with tension, a single spark away from detonation. Kilmarnock's manager sat fuming on the dais, his tie violently pulled askew in frustration. Having lost the match at home, and their most important midfield maestro, he was like a bull with its tail set on fire. Before the reporters could even ask a question, he slammed his hand on the table and launched a tirade at Yunfei, who was lounging with his legs crossed. What happened today at Rugby Park is a disgrace to Scottish football history. His face was contorted with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Yunfei. That man Yun condones his players engaging in completely unacceptable physical challenges. Does he even know what football is? That wasn't playing the game, it was outright attempted murder. The assembled media furiously clicked their shutters, creating a blinding cascade of camera flashes. Growing more agitated, spittle flying, the Kilmarnock boss continued. And that performance in the second half. They weren't playing football, they were holding a throw-in competition. In a 90-minute match, the ball was in play for less than 60 bloody minutes. In his fury, the opposing manager cast a contemptuous glance at the Chinese national team logo on Yunfei's training jacket and sneered caustically. Everyone in Scotland knows that Motherwell is a penny-pinching club now. This Yun is so tight-fisted he won't even fix his own pitch, letting it turn into a mud bath. I now strongly suspect that all the money saved on pitch maintenance was spent on expensive cigarettes and Moutai liquor secretly stuffed into the referee's car boot. He threw his hands up in a theatrical gesture of innocence. Otherwise, why did that black winger break my key player's ribs and only get a yellow card? Why do these thugs get to walk away from my stadium scot-free? The Scottish FA must investigate this sordid deal. A snort of laughter escaped from the press corps. The accusation involving expensive cigarettes and Moutai, so distinctly Eastern and yet so incongruous in the context of the Scottish Premiership, was too much for some of the seasoned Scottish reporters to contain. A wave of stifled chuckles rippled through the room, filling the press conference hall with a bizarrely comical atmosphere. Confronted with this utterly preposterous accusation, Yunfei didn't even bat an eye. He uncrossed his legs leisurely, pulled the microphone closer, and looked at his seething counterpart as if he were a simpleton. Sir Loser, your imagination is wasted on football. You should be writing thriller scripts in Hollywood. Yunfei tapped the table, his voice quiet, but carrying an undeniable authority. First, I must remind you that football is a contact sport for men. Utilizing physical challenges within the rules is the core of our tactical philosophy. If your players find the physicality too rough, perhaps you should buy them some skirts for next week and sign them up for women's non-contact tennis. They won't face any dangerous collisions there. Another wave of laughter came from the floor as reporters scribbled down the headline-worthy women's tennis jibe. The opposing manager was left red-faced, but as he tried to retort, Yunfei raised his voice, steamrolling him to deliver the final blow. Second, I need to correct a common misconception you have about Eastern luxury goods. A contemptuous sneer curled on Yunfei's lips as he locked eyes with his opponent. Authentic aged Moutai is extremely expensive. With your salary, you couldn't afford a case of genuine vintage Moutai, even if you saved for 3 months. Do you honestly think a man who claims reimbursement for a bottle of mineral water would use Moutai to bribe a referee? He leaned back dismissively in his chair, spreading his hands. Don't flatter yourself. Against soft teams like yours who can't even manage a proper artificial pitch, I wouldn't waste a single bottle of cheap water on a bribe. We win with grit and tactics, not with the paranoia-fueled alcohol swirling in your head. This razor-sharp, logically impeccable rebuttal left the Kilmarnock manager speechless. His face turned a deep shade of purple as he stormed out of the room, leaving a flurry of camera flashes in his wake. And so Yunfei, an Asian coach forging his path in the insular world of European football, declared his arrival to the entire Scottish footballing establishment with a display of ruthless pragmatic football and a devastating post-match tirade, forget your precious traditions. On this pitch, he was the snarling, tenacious beast that would drag every opponent into the muck and tear them apart. The stale stench of sweat still clung to the air in the away dressing room at Rugby Park as the Motherwell squad clambered onto their coach bound for North Lanarkshire. The cabin was thick with the acrid mix of body odor, liniment, and cheap shampoo. Players slumped into their seats like moldering potatoes as the coach rattled through the cold autumn rain like a tractor. Yunfei sat in the front row, scrolling through his cracked phone screen he refused to replace, illuminated by the passing streetlights. The Scottish FA website had just updated the league table. Motherwell 21 points, third in the league. A 1-0 victory clawed out through sheer fouls and long throw-ins had shoved the blue-clad giants of Rangers down to fourth. Above them floated Celtic with 26 points and a game in hand, and Livingston, also on 21 points, sat second. Yunfei switched off his phone. Back in his dilapidated office at Fir Park, with its leaking radiator, he didn't even bother to take off his jacket. He strode to the tactics board, grabbed a marker, and viciously circled Livingston. The force was enough to dent the board. They were the rivals who had beaten him in his very first match in charge of this mess. Yunfei was a man with a memory as sharp as a needle's point. He never forgot a slight. He could still replay the run-up to their goal in that 0-1 defeat in his mind 3 times in slow motion. He'd be damned if he didn't get his revenge with interest. But before revenge, he had to survive the immediate crisis. There were only 6 hours left before the emergency loan and free transfer window in Scotland slammed shut. Yunfei sat behind his desk, which was propped up by a trophy clutching a crumpled payroll sheet. Opposite him sat Ross McIver, a 21-year-old backup attacking midfielder. He was the half-finished blind box left behind in the reserves by the previous manager. Since Yunfei had taken over, this guy hadn't even come close to the first-team squad list. He was a complete ghost. During the last squad purge, Yunfei hadn't even remembered this player existed. It wasn't until he was going through the payroll today that he dug him out from some forgotten corner. McIver earned $700 a week, which was considered a decent wage at this club. But in Yunfei's tactical system, which demanded relentless running and crunching tackles, McIver lacked both pace and physical presence. His tackling was like an old lady taking off her tights, all show and no substance. Ross, I'll cut to the chase. Yunfei said, his fingers steepled, his gaze devoid of warmth. You don't even qualify to be the water boy in my team. Stay here and you'll either be washing the first team's stinking socks all winter, or you can go back to the reserves and fight the kids for scraps. McIver's face flushed, a deep crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he shouted, Boss, I have a contract. You can't just toss me out like garbage. Who said anything about terminating it? You think that doesn't cost money? Yunfei slid a printed fax across the desk. A League One team wants to take you on loan. You'll start there instead of rotting here. We'll subsidize part of your wages so you won't lose a penny. All you have to do is sign right now. Under this pressure, McIver's resolve crumbled. Before midnight, the deal was sealed. McIver was packed off to League One. Old Tom recalculated the books, his brow furrowed, so deep it could trap flies. Boss, we're paying half his wage just to ship him out. We're only freeing up about 300 quid a week. What's the point of all this psychological warfare at this hour? 300 quid isn't money. Yunfei slammed the ledger into a drawer. That's enough for 2 months of recovery protein powder for Dongfangzhua and Campbell. In a bankrupt club like ours with a pitch balding and heating bills unpaid, every scrap counts. Entering November, the transfer window was nailed shut, leaving Yunfei to soldier on with his patchwork squad. The weekend brought a home game against bottom-placed St. Mirren, a guaranteed 3 points. But as soon as the match kicked off, Yunfei on the sidelines was chewing his gum into plastic shreds. October's grueling schedule had wrecked both flanks. Left-winger Lawless was still in the hospital. His replacement Edahu was built like an ox, but had feet so clumsy he could plow a field. The moment a St. Mirren defender pressed him, he couldn't even control the ball. On the right, Nicky Law's stamina had completely failed him. After 60 minutes, he was wheezing like a bellows, hands on knees, barely drawing breath. With a grim face, Yunfei threw on substitute Chris Lang to fill in on the right. Once on the pitch, Lang only had eyes for his own feet, and the ball charging forward with his head down, and drove the ball out of bounds 4 times in a row. The fans in the stands were so furious they crushed their drink cups in their hands. Now both flanks were dead, and the long ball game turned into a chaotic scramble, and all the blame was heaped on the midfield. What was the epitome of an embarrassing blunder? In the 20th minute of the first half, Dongfangzhua, fighting against 2 towering central defenders in the box, his neck nearly choked, managed to win a desperate header and flick it on. The chance was served on a silver platter. Facing an empty net from 5 meters out, What leaned back so far he nearly fell over as he struck the ball, sending it soaring into the stands. In the 60th minute of the second half, Campbell played a through ball, and What beat the offside trap to race through one-on-one. With the entire pitch before him, and only the goalkeeper to beat, his standing foot slipped in the mud as he took his shot, sending him crashing to the turf like a felled tree, while the keeper calmly gathered the ball. Yunfei stood expressionless on the sideline, his cheeks puffing as he chewed his gum. Only he knew whether it was gum he was chewing or the burning rage of wanting to skin this useless fool alive. The score was dragged to the 85th minute. Motherwell earned a corner, Crawford swung a big boot into the box, and bodies clashed in a muddy melee. Central defender Gallagher, like an enraged bear, rose above the crowd and powered a header into the net, ball and mud flying together. 1-0. They had scraped 3 points from a bottom-placed team thanks to a defender's header. As the final whistle blew, there was no hint of joy on Yunfei's face as he turned and strode quickly down the tunnel. The problem was clear as day. Once the wings dried up, the attack became constipated. They had to hold out until the January window and bring in reinforcements for the flanks and the defense. Otherwise, with this exhausted squad, the second half of the season would see them torn apart by those physical teams. That night on the second floor of the office building, the flickering light in the manager's office stayed on until 2 in the morning. Old Tom, with dark circles nearly reaching his chest, hauled in a stack of overseas scouting reports. The domestic window was sealed shut, so they had to cast their net overseas early. Yunfei flipped through them one by one. A few reports with dog-eared corners made him pause for a moment longer. A diminutive Spanish winger from Liverpool, Suso, blessed with rapid footwork and the ability to beat his man one-on-one, yet languishing on the bench at his parent club and desperately in need of game time. Another, an English striker from West Ham, Frank Noble, listed at 191 meters. His prowess as a focal point in the box is undeniable, and his aerial duel win rate is impressive. He too is a marginalized figure at his club. And one more, Will Keane, the Irish forward from Manchester United, a pacey striker whose club is eager to ship him out for development. Noble 191 meters. Yunfei's finger jabbed at the height column. He's a human wall. Paired with Dongfangzhua's pace, we'd have the classic tall man fast man combo. Send the faxes for these 3 the moment the winter window opens. Keep their weekly wages as low as possible. We can't compromise our bottom line. He continued, flipping through the pages, his finger suddenly freezing on the final one. Aichi Anya from Granada, a winger. The report was clear: explosive pace, refined technical skills, and impressive dribbling and passing vision. He was the answer Motherwell's wings had been dreaming of. Compared to Edahu, who was strong but whose first touch and crossing were frustratingly crude, Anya would finally give the 4-2-4 formation the precision it needed to attack down the flanks. Old Tom wore a grimace, his finger tapping the bottom line of the report. Boss, they're willing to loan him out, but they're holding firm on one condition: the contract must include a mandatory purchase clause of 325000. No clause, no deal. 325000 euros. In the Premier League, it was pocket change. But for Motherwell, whose pockets were emptier than a beggar's bowl, it was an astronomical sum they couldn't possibly scrape together, even selling the kitchen sink. We can't even scrape together 1600 right now. Tom shook his head. Yunfei leaned back in his creaky swivel chair, silent for a few moments, then shot up, his eyes boring into the names on the tactics whiteboard. No money for the buyout. He turned, face devoid of any discouragement, instead gleaming with a cold, hard light. Then I'll just have to print some myself. I'll rob a bank. Tom stammered, a shiver running through him. Yunfei's gaze swept past the scrawled tactical diagrams, fixing intently on one nameplate: Tony Watt. That wastrel who couldn't hit a barn door, who could make the whole team lose their appetite with his misses, yet had inexplicably won a man of the match and fluked his way to a few goal-mouth scrambles. The next morning after training, Watt sat on the bench in the locker room, changing his shoes, his stomach churning with anxiety, as if he were waiting for the gallows. Last night's skied shot over an open goal was still haunting him. He figured he was lucky not to have been banished to the reserves to scrub toilets. Tony, my office. Yunfei's voice called from the doorway, its calmness sending a chill down Watt's spine. Watt shuffled nervously into the office. The anticipated storm didn't come. Instead, Yunfei walked over to the battered water cooler in the corner, took out his personal stash of Nescafe, and brewed him a cup with his own hands. Boss, I'm sorry. Next game I swear I'll put the ball in the back of the net. Watt held the paper cup with both hands, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Sorry. What the hell are you sorry for? Yunfei pulled out a chair and sat down, a gentle smile spreading across his face. He reached over and patted Watt's knee, still speckled with grass clippings. Those keyboard warriors in the media laugh at you for missing, but they're blind idiots who know nothing about football. I know it clearly. In this team, when it comes to the sharpest instincts in front of goal, the most killer movement in the box, it's you, Watt. Watt was stunned. In all his years of playing, no one had ever called him a killer. Yunfei got up, walked to the tactics board, grabbed a marker, and drew a large X inside the penalty area. Listen carefully. Starting from the next game, every single attacking option on the board goes to you. All penalties, no matter who wins them, are yours to take. Once the ball enters the box, you don't need to look for a teammate. No layoffs, no tracking back, no passes. Your only job is to shoot. That's it. Yunfei's tone carried an unyielding pressure. Even if you have to shin it, barge it, or use your backside to bundle it over the line, it counts as your skill, your goal. Watt's eyes reddened. He sprang up from his chair, thumping his chest with a series of loud slaps. Boss, my life is yours. Even if I break my leg and have to be carried off on a stretcher, I'll get that damned ball into the back of the net. As Watt puffed out his chest and strutted out like a mule injected with adrenaline, the genial smile on Yunfei's face collapsed instantly, like a worn-out mask being ripped off. Old Tom, watching from the corner, felt a shiver run down his spine. He shuffled closer. Boss, have you lost your mind? Giving that miss-a-lot unlimited shooting rights. He can waste 10 of Dongfangshua's passes in a single game. I don't care how many he wastes. I only care about how many he puts away. Yunfei ripped Watt's nameplate off the whiteboard and tossed it onto the desk like a butcher appraising a piglet. His technique is rough, but his movement is strangely effective. The whole team feeds him, all penalties go to him. If he flukes 1 in 10, I can inflate his stats with sheer shot volume. He scribbled rapidly on a notepad. For the next 2 months, we package him as a striker with terrifying predatory instincts, get his stats into the top 3 of the Scottish Premiership scoring charts. When the January window opens, those cash-rich championship clubs will be scouring the globe for strikers. That's when we sell this fattened pig for a premium. Yunfei looked up, his eyes gleaming with the cold calculation of an abacus. Sell him for $1 million in transfer fees. That covers Anya's $325K buyout, the wage differences for Suso, Nubble, and Keane. With the leftovers, we might even be able to fix the pitch. This wasn't development, this was a slaughterhouse. Feed them up without cost, then cut their throats for cash. It was the blade a manager of a bankrupt dying club had to sharpen, and Yunfei had already honed his to a razor's edge. Bang! The metal door of the changing room was kicked open, slamming against the wall, before bouncing back only to be caught by Yunfei's palm. Pull your pants up, all of you. Listen to me. Yunfei slapped the tactical board with a sharp crack. Ross County, the league's bottom-feeding point donors. I'm telling you right now, once we cross half-court, every single possession goes to Watt. Penalties too. Anyone in the box who dares to be greedy and shoot instead of passing will be scrubbing toilets in the reserve team tomorrow, scrubbing until you can see your own teeth reflected in the porcelain. Watt sat on the bench dumbfounded. In all his years of playing, no one had ever handed him the team's entire offensive arsenal. He hadn't even dreamed of it. Didn't hear me. Yunfei bent down, his face nearly touching the tip of Watt's nose. When the ball reaches your feet, no looking for teammates, no back passes, no spreading the play. Got it. Got it, boss. Watt shot up, nearly head-butting the locker door above him. Kickoff was at 3. At the player tunnel, Ross County's men were filing out onto the muddy pitch. Yunfei, hands in his pockets, scanned the opposing starting lineup. His eyes landed on a familiar face, Sherwin Seedorf, the visitors' midfielder. He was the surplus midfielder Yunfei had shipped off 2 months ago for a mere 36,000. That money was the club's biggest transfer income of the season, the very sum that kept the whole team afloat through the Europa League qualifiers and kept the training grounds water and electricity running. Near the center circle, Seedorf was stretching. He looked up, his gaze colliding with Yunfei's. His once fair round face instantly twisted into a bitter gourd. The humiliation of being cast off, the disgrace of being packed away, it all churned up inside him. He gritted his teeth, silently vowing to make a name for himself on this very pitch, and forced the Chinese man to swallow his own words. Seeing the man's grim, vengeful expression, Yun Fei didn't frown. Instead, he grinned like he'd run into an old friend who owed him 3 years of back rent on a shopping street, and even gave a cordial nod. He pulled old Tom to his side and jabbed a finger towards Seedorf. See that man? He's not the opponent. He's our club's benefactor, our walking, breathing 36000. Yun Fei patted old Tom on the shoulder. Without the money he brought in by selling himself, we'd be sipping the Highland winds by now. With that, he turned and bellowed onto the pitch. Campbell, when you mark that Seedorf, keep your slide tackles in check. Don't cripple the man, or the whole team will be waiting on him hand and foot. Got it. Campbell, squatting by the touchline, taping his boots, looked up in confusion. He didn't understand the phrase waiting on him hand and foot, but the words keep in check registered. He grunted a simple uh-huh. The whistle blew. Motherwell's bruisers rumbled into action from the very first minute. The entire team had one single thought drilled into their minds: get past half-court, find what? In the 11th minute, Dong Fangjua received a long ball on the right flank, used his explosive pace to burn the opposing fullback, leaving him in the dust in 2 strides. He stormed into the box, a shooting angle already opening up. But he slammed his foot down on the ball, pivoted, and laid off a cutback pass. What arrived on cue? 3 meters from goal. The kind of chance you could score with your eyes closed. A simple push with his instep, and the ball rolled lazily into the net. 1-0. What sprinted towards the corner flag, unleashing a sliding knee that carved 3 black furrows into the mud, splattering his face with dirt. Yun Fei chewed his gum, his face a mask of indifference as he watched Watt's face contort with wild joy. In his perpetually calculating mind, a label was forming above Watt's head: winter transfer window, savings account. 27th minute. Crawford threaded a through ball that sliced open the defense. What timed his run, perfectly beating the offside trap. Before him was a gaping half-pitch, a stone-cold one-on-one. The entire stadium rose to its feet. Watt sprinted to the penalty spot, and then a screw in his brain came loose. He decided to try a step over to beat the keeper. His left foot tangled with his right, and with a thud, he went down flat on his face in the mud, the ball drifting harmlessly out for a goal kick. Tony, what? Yun Fei kicked a clod of mud into the air. Did you grease your feet with laxative? He spun to Crawford and roared, keep feeding him. Right in his face. 40th minute. Edahu was tripped in the box. Penalty. By all logic, Campbell or Dong Fangjua should take it. But Yun Fei was hopping and flailing his arms on the sideline, his voice cracking. What? Take it. Let him take it. What placed the ball on the spot, took a deep breath, ran up and blasted it. The placement was so central the keeper could have palmed it away. But Ross County's keeper guessed the wrong way, flinging himself to the left as the ball trundled slowly into the right side of the net. 2-0. What sprinted over, grinning, arms wide for a hug. Yun Fei put a hand on his chest to hold him off. No hat trick, yet no hug. On the other side of the pitch, the man desperate to prove himself, Seedorf, was enduring the most agonizing 90 minutes of his life. Campbell, remembering Yun Fei's words, didn't show his studs, but he didn't pull his shoulder either. Every time Seedorf received the ball, Campbell would barrel into him, using his massive frame to send man and ball crashing to the turf, leaving a trail of human-shaped mud prints on the grass. Crawford was even more direct, clamping Seedorf's neck in his armpit and wringing him like a rag. Seedorf finished with 0 shots, 0 dribbles, 0 assists, a line of purple bruises across his ribs that ached with every deep breath. 10 minutes into the second half, Ross County's manager couldn't bear to watch any longer and hauled him off. As he walked off, Seedorf clutched his ribs and glanced at the scoreboard. His eyes were a little red, whether from pain or fury it was hard to tell. The second half slaughter continued. 62nd minute. Chaos in the box. What wound up to smash it but scuffed his shot. The ball took a wicked deflection off his knee, looping at a bizarre angle into the far corner. 3-0. A hat trick. What sprinted to the stands with his arms spread wide like frog legs. The home crowd, those notoriously rowdy football hooligans, bit open cans of black beer and roared until their throats tore. Let the green and white stripes down south see this. Our team is on fire. Yun Fei thumped his own chest twice. In his eyes, the label above Watt's head danced even more wildly. 1-0. 76th minute. Dong Fangjua, patient all game, finally got the green light. He collected a long pass on the wing, launched into an unstoppable straight-line sprint, leaving the opposing defender floundering like a tractor stuck in deep mud. He cut into the box, wound up his right foot, and unleashed a rocket that smashed off the underside of the crossbar and into the net. 4-0. Not done yet. Campbell outside the box met a clearance and struck it first time, the ball hammering into the bottom corner like a nail driven by a sledgehammer. Veteran center back Gallagher nodded in a header from a corner, and the substitute who had come on for Watt pounced on a loose ball at the far post for another. The final whistle blew. The scoreboard at Fir Park, its faulty circuits leaving one corner permanently dark, flickered frantically to life. 7-0. The post-match press room was packed with reporters eager for a story. Yun Fei sat down at the microphone, took a gulp of water from the table, and his face scrunched up, a metallic rusty taste. Tactics. Just pass it to Watt. He got his hat trick. He's the main character today. With that, he stood up, tossed out a final line. I'm off to grab a wrench to fix the shower head in the changing room, and pushed through the door. At the end of the corridor, Yun Fei eased the changing room door open a crack. What was surrounded by a ring of reporters in front of his locker, his voice loud enough to lift the ceiling. The boss said it. I'm the most underrated striker in the Scottish Premiership. Today's hat trick, just an appetizer. Yunfei pushed the door open a little wider, poking half his body in. What caught sight of him immediately fell silent and shrank his neck. Keep going, Yunfei said, pointing a finger at him. I'm just here for a wrench. You're right. Today you're the main character. He grabbed a wrench from the toolbox, turned, and kicked the door open, walking out. Behind him 2 seconds of silence, then Watt's voice exploded again, even louder than before. Fatten them in the pen, bleed them on the whetstone. Back at his office door, Yunfei lit the half-cigarette he'd been pinching for ages, leaned against the corridor wall, his expression unreadable. Old Tom poked his head around the stairwell corner. Boss Martha just asked around the away dressing room. Ross County's physio says Seedorf's bones are fine, just soft tissue bruising. The lad's sitting there wiping his eyes. Should we send over a couple rolls of bandage? Yunfei stubbed out his cigarette on the windowsill. We're short on bandages for our own lads. Gather up that wash gauze and send it to our benefactor. After all, his sell-off money is keeping us alive. We can't lose our conscience. Motherwell cruised to a devastating victory on home turf, orchestrating the most lopsided massacre of the Scottish Premiership season thus far. With this resounding triumph, Motherwell extended their unbeaten league run to an impressive 9 matches, while simultaneously securing their 5th consecutive victory. Aberdeen, Rangers, Kilmarnock, St Mirren, and now Ross County today. After 12 rounds, Motherwell have unleashed a staggering 18 goals. This team, ridiculed by the media at the season's start as destined for bankruptcy and relegation, has been transformed by Yunfei's radical tactics into one of the league's most prolific attacking forces. After nightfall, the shabby street outside Fir Park Stadium erupted as several dingy pubs burst into chaotic celebration. Inside, the wine, red and amber, tavern foam from cheap black beer spilled across the wooden counter. Intoxicated Scottish loyalists, arms draped over each other's shoulders, raised their glasses with reddened noses, performing an endless, tireless carnival of joy. Curiously, not a single aged bagpipe war anthem echoed through the pub tonight. These burly, rugged men had somehow picked up a bewitchingly catchy tune with a distinct Eastern exotic flavor and were now belting it out with fervor, their thick Scottish trills twisting the unfamiliar lyrics. What's so great, you ask? Motherwell's record is great. What's so great, you ask? The title race is great. What's so great, you ask? Higher glory is great. What's so great, you ask? The fan spirits are great. The origin of this anthem traces back to the locker room just days ago. Dong Fanjua had casually hummed this viral Chinese internet tune while showering, catching the attention of several curious teammates. Though they couldn't grasp the Mandarin, the addictive melody and rhythm paired with Dong's offhand explanation of its meaning. A cow sitting on an airplane absolutely flying high sparked a viral person-to-person contagion within the squad, eventually spreading all the way to the stands. With the infectious Yekexi anthem spreading, an air of blind optimism permeated the entire town of Motherwell. Just 2 months prior, fans were despairingly protesting the club's inactive board, convinced the team would face certain relegation and impending bankruptcy liquidation. But now who dares mention those ominous words like relegation battle? At the tables, fans electrified by victory have begun daringly fantasizing about toppling Celtic and hoisting the Scottish Premiership trophy. To hell with relegation. We've beaten Rangers and thrashed Ross County 7-0. This season, the worst we should settle for is a Europa League qualifying spot, just like last year. A pot-bellied veteran fan stood atop a table, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Damn right. If we can just get back into European competition, the broadcasting revenue and prize money from UEFA alone would be enough to plug that godforsaken financial black hole for good. Yunfei is our savior. The fans below echoed in unison, punctuated by the clinking of glasses. Fueled by their winning streak, Motherwell's championship dream felt undeniably real in that moment. The next morning, in the administrative building of Motherwell's training ground, Yunfei pushed open the wooden door of the manager's office. On the desk, old Tom had already printed out the latest league standings released by the Scottish Premiership that morning, weighing the paper down with a glass ashtray in the center. Yunfei shed his jacket, eagerly snatching up the A4 sheet, his gaze immediately locking onto the top 3 of the table. Due to Livingston, the second-place team, suffering an unexpected draw away from home that match day and only gaining a single point. Motherwell stepping over Ross County's corpse and securing 3 points with a glut of goal difference, executed a flawless overtaking maneuver on the standings with an unstoppable 5-game winning streak. Motherwell, with 24 points, surged to second place, officially claiming the runner-up spot in the Premiership. Ahead of them stood only the undefeated Titan, who still had a game in hand, Celtic. Second place. Yunfei flicked the paper with his finger, but before the smile could fully spread across his lips, old Tom handed him the fixture list for the next round. Boss, don't get too excited just yet. Old Tom's face was grim as his weathered finger pointed at the second line of the schedule. Next match away. Our opponents are none other than Livingston, the team we just forcibly knocked down to third. At the mention of Livingston, Yunfei's playful expression vanished instantly, his gaze sharpening like a hawk's. Livingston. That name held a special significance for Yunfei now. This wasn't just a 6-point battle between the second and third place teams at the top of the table. This was a grudge match, 2 months of pent-up old and new scores waiting to be settled. When Yunfei first arrived in Scotland and took charge of Motherwell, his very first official match was an away trip to face Livingston. Back then, Motherwell was ravaged by injuries, unable to even field a full starting 11. The players were deeply distrustful of this foreign madman and tactical cohesion was non-existent. In that match, they were rendered helpless by Livingston's 4-5-1 defensive bus, ultimately swallowing a humiliating defeat on the road. It remained the sole blemish on Yun Fei's managerial record at Motherwell. He walked over to the tactics whiteboard, picking up a brand new red tactical chalk. His eyes fixed on the Livingston crest pinned in the corner of the board. His fingers clenched suddenly, and with a sharp crack, he snapped the sturdy chalk in two, dust trickling through his fingers. Last time we lost to them it was because we had no cards to play. Players were injured, sick, and our tactics weren't even a rudimentary shape. They got lucky. Yun Fei turned around, slamming the remaining chalk stub heavily onto the table. But this time it's different. This time I'm bringing the momentum of 5 straight wins with a pack of rabid, bloodthirsty dogs right into their spaghetti-eating home ground. Yun Fei braced his hands on the edge of the desk, his voice low, but laden with menace. Tell those lads in the dressing room to drop their arrogance from beating weak teams. Tighten your shin guards. Next match I'm going to snatch back the points and the dignity we lost 2 months ago with interest straight from Livingston's hands. A 7-0 demolition of Ross County left the home changing room at Fir Park on the verge of having its roof blown off. Inside, Gallagher and Campbell, bare-chested and leading the charge, slammed their mud-caked boots against the metal lockers. The thunderous bangs mixed with off-key renditions of the Yakshire song as the boisterous lads periodically roared in unison, "Hail the Gaffer." This wasn't a celebration, it was a coordinated mutiny, a blatant hint for the club to cough up some cash. Outside, under the dim corridor lights, club chairman Jim looked as worried as a farmer whose home had just been raided by debt collectors. He clutched his withered, beat-up leather wallet, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, trembling with distress. "Yin, what are we going to do? Those lads have blood in their eyes. But the club's accounts only cover essential expenses. There's simply no way to pay out cash bonuses." Jim's voice wavered. "If we don't give them a penny, they'll stage a full-blown dressing room mutiny. The winning streak morale we've worked so hard for will be destroyed." Yun Fei spat his tasteless chewing gum into the bin, his brow furrowed, not even slightly. Instead, he let out a dismissive cold laugh. "Money. Handing out cash bonuses is a fool's game for those Premier League fat cats. Watch and learn." Yun Fei turned and strode towards the dressing room door, utterly unflustered. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of colorful paper slips. Then, with a snap of his fingers at old Tom, waiting at the corridor's corner, he signaled for the dozen or so cases of discounted dark beer they had prepared to be brought over. Bang! Yun Fei kicked the dressing room door open. The deafening clatter ceased instantly. Every bare-chested player stared at Yun Fei, their eyes filled with anticipation. Cash. Not a single penny. Yun Fei strode to the center of the room and slapped the stack of vouchers onto the tactical table. "But, meat vouchers for the local supermarket chain, plus all the beer you can drink. I'm footing the bill out of my own pocket today. Tonight we drink and eat to our heart's content. Consider this your reward for grinding the opposition into the dirt." He straightened up, his eyes hardening, his tone turning cold. "But let me make one thing clear. Training resumes at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. If any of you bastards dares to be even a minute late due to a hangover, I'll have you running laps around the pitch until you puke. Understood? No empty promises, no tough guy posturing. Just honest poverty and raw, satisfying bluntness." It was exactly what this bunch of hard-nosed lads responded to. "Hail the Gaffer. Let's conquer all of Scotland." What was the first to jump up and grab a bottle of dark beer, plunging the changing room into an even more raucous celebration? The next morning, an autumn downpour soaked Motherwell's training ground to the bone. On the second floor of the office building in the manager's office, water dripped from the ceiling, as usual. Yun Fei sat at his desk, one leg of which was propped up by the Scottish Premiership Manager of the Month trophy to keep it stable. Old Tom walked in, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, and tossed a few files onto the desk. "Gaffer, the loan faxes for West Ham's Noble, United's Keane, and Liverpool's Suso have all been sent. Just waiting for their replies." He then pulled out a fax stamped with Spanish officialdom, his face scrunching up like a bitter melon. "But Granada's reply regarding winger Anya. Something's off. Not only do they want us to cover his full wages, but they've also slipped a sneaky clause into the appendix on page 3. If he makes 10 appearances, a mandatory purchase clause of €325 is triggered. Those Spanish bastards are trying to plant a landmine for us in the winter window." Yun Fei took a large gulp of his Nescafe. "Cover his full wages. Mandatory buyout after 10 appearances. €325,000. Does he take me for some rich fool with more money than sense? So do we still sign him?" Old Tom asked, worried. "If we don our wing depth. Sign him, of course, but on our terms, not theirs." Yun Fei closed the folder. "Let that fact sit for now. When the transfer window is about to slam shut and Granada is more desperate to offload his wages than we are to sign him, I'll teach them what a real businessman looks like." Old Tom was taken aback. "But what about Anya's buyout clause?" "Buyout clause. In my dictionary, Yun Fei's, there's only getting things for free, never being forced to pay up." Yun Fei got up, walked to the window, and watched what training below. What's on fire right now? Feed him until January, and those championship clubs desperate for promotion will be throwing £1 million at us, without a second thought. As for Anya, he's just a lottery ticket to plug gaps. They want to force me to take him on. Dream on. Yun Fei put the files away and turned his gaze to the fixture list on the wall. Next up, an away match against Livingston, third in the league. This isn't just a crucial 6-pointer in the title race, it's a chance for revenge for the only defeat Yun Fei has suffered since taking charge of Motherwell. The Livingston manager who favored a defensive 4-5-1 bus parking formation and had given him such a torrid time in that first match was still firmly entrenched in his position. Old Tom, get word to those journalists we know. I want the biggest turnout possible at this afternoon's pre-match press conference. Yunfei flashed a sinister smile, yet his tone was remarkably calm. At the press conference, I'm going to praise Livingston's manager as the greatest tactical genius in all of Scotland, no, in all of Europe. I want every media outlet singing the praises of his attacking tactics, touting him as the next Ferguson ready to take over the helm of a top club. Old Tom was baffled, completely unable to fathom this unorthodox approach. Gaffer, aren't we going there for revenge? Why are we boosting his ego? This is what they call praise to kill. I'm going to hoist him high on the pedestal of media adulation, let him float, let him get drunk on it, let him truly believe he's a genius. Yunfei leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp. And when he gets so arrogant that he abandons his defensive bus and tries to play an open game against us at his own ground, that's when my twin wing attack, which I've been holding back for 2 months, will kick him and his entire defense into the mud step by step. The pre-match press conference hall was packed with camera flashes erupting in relentless succession, stinging the eyes. Local Scottish sports journalists had long since set up their equipment, their gazes fixed on the podium with predatory intensity. Everyone was brimming with anticipation, waiting for Yunfei, the notoriously loose-lipped Motherwell manager, to unleash another torrent of provocative statements. It was common knowledge that Livingston had given Yunfei a harsh lesson at Fir Park, handing him his only defeat since he took over the bankrupt club's mess. Given Yunfei's notoriously vindictive temper, he would even mock bottom-place teams after a win. This revenge match was expected to spark a fiery tirade. But when Yunfei walked in, the entire room fell silent. Instead of his usual habit of propping his muddy boots on the table, he sat upright, nodded politely towards the audience, and wore an expression so sincere it could outshine an Oscar-winning actor. I know what sensational stories you all want today, but I must first express my profound respect to Mr. David, the head coach of Livingston. Yunfei clasped his hands on the table, his tone earnest, as if delivering a eulogy. After staying up late to review the footage of our last encounter, I've come to realize that Mr. David is undoubtedly the foremost tactical mastermind in the Scottish Premiership. His defensive organization is as precise and seamless as a Swiss timepiece. To be brutally honest, with his current coaching acumen, he's not just wasting his time in the Scottish Premiership. He would be more than capable of managing a mid-table club in the Premier League right now. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused, nearly dropping their voice recorders. What on earth had gotten into Yunfei today? Yunfei gave them no time to react. With a sigh, he subtly displayed a hint of wariness and relief, lowered his voice, and cast out his meticulously crafted bait. Honestly, I've been lying in bed these past few nights, thanking my lucky stars that Mr. David is a pragmatic defense-first coach. As you all know, Motherwell's squad is decimated by injuries and our defense is as fragile as a paper-thin window pane. If Mr. David, in a moment of folly, were to abandon his defensive approach and throw everything forward for an attacking onslaught, our leaky backline wouldn't last a single half before collapsing entirely. This saccharin-coated poison, disguised as praise, reached Livingston's tactical dressing room within half an hour, completely intact. For a coach perpetually criticized by the media for parking the bus and playing pragmatic football, such praise from a fellow manager was more intoxicating than the finest aged liquor. Livingston's manager David felt his vanity swell to an incurable peak. Smiling, he wiped away the defensive formation drawn on the tactics board and tossed the marker aside. Afraid I'll push forward and attack. Insinuating I only know how to park the bus. Fine. Today, in front of thousands of home fans, I'll tear your pathetic defense to shreds with attacking football and show all of Scotland that I truly have what it takes to earn big money in England. Completely falling for the trap, Livingston abandoned the defensive counter-attacking foundation that had been their lifeline, deploying a highly aggressive attacking formation intent on devouring Motherwell on home soil. At 3 o'clock sharp, the referee's long clear whistle marked the commencement of this crucial top-of-the-table clash, a match worth 6 points. Just 5 minutes into the match, Yunfei nearly bit through his cheek on the away bench to stifle his laughter. Livingston had indeed pushed everyone forward, with both fullbacks advancing past the halfway line to join the high press. Behind their once impregnable defensive line lay a vast expanse of open grassland, perfect for wild horses to gallop freely, exactly as Yunfei had planned. Yunfei sprang from his plastic seat, rushed to the touchline, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted a baffling tactical instruction to his players. Listen up. After winning the ball in our own half, no one lingers in midfield. Launch it long, immediately straight to Dong Fengzhua's feet. Dong Fengzhua, listen carefully. Once you're past the defense, you are absolutely forbidden from shooting. Even if their goalkeeper trips over himself, you hold back and feed every chance to what alongside you. With this unprecedented all-out support from his team, and with the match turning into a wide-open end-to-end affair thanks to Livingston's all-out attack, the happy boy would experience the most glorious and most absurd explosion of his career. In the 15th minute, defensive midfielder Campbell executed a ferocious shoulder charge to win the ball at the edge of the box, then unleashed a powerful long pass that tore through Livingston's exposed backline. Dong Fengzhua sprinted down the right flank using sheer straight-line speed that was simply a class above this league, powering past the slow-turning center-back, who scrambled back in pursuit. He burst into the box one-on-one with the keeper. The threat of Yunfei's scrubbing toilets in the reserves flashed through his mind. Slamming on the brakes, he faced the on-rushing goalkeeper, flicked his ankle, and swept the ball across to the far post completely unguarded. What, charging in with his long strides, faced an open goal 2 meters out, a chance even a youth academy kid could bury with his eyes closed. All he had to do was gently extend his foot and guide it in. The ball rolled comically slow into the back of the net. Motherwell took a 1-0 lead away from home. Before the home fans' jeers could even subside, the absurd script unfolded once more. In the 30th minute, Motherwell attacked again. This time, it was a looping 45-degree cross from the left winger, sending the ball high into the penalty area. Under the slightest of contact from the opposing defender, what suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, as if struck by a high-voltage current, clutching his leg and rolling 3 or 4 times across the turf. The whistle blew. The referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Although the replay clearly showed the defender hadn't even brushed the edge of Watt's sock, this shoddy, Oscar-worthy dive miraculously fooled the referee's naked eye. Watt scrambled to his feet, brushed the grass clippings off his backside, and stepped up to take the penalty himself. He swung his right leg with all his might, unleashing a powerful albeit directionless blast that thundered straight into the center of the net. Before the half was even over, Watt had already completed a remarkable brace. In the stands, scouts from Championship and even lower Premier League clubs invited to watch players scribbled thick red check marks next to Watt's name in their notebooks. After all, on the cold, unfeeling data panel, the man had buried 2 goals in just one half. By any measure, a lethal finisher with an uncanny nose for goal. Yunfei stood on the sideline with his hands in his pockets, watching the bustling scouts in the stands, grinning like a shady merchant who had just pawned off a dead mining GPU as a pristine self-used gaming card on a second-hand marketplace. The prized hog, fattened all season for the winter transfer window, had finally fetched a respectable number today. But there is no thief in this world who feasts on meat without taking a beating. The strategy of overhyping had lured the turtle out of its shell, letting their own striker rack up dazzling stats, while simultaneously prying open Pandora's box. As the second half kicked off, Scotland's signature cold rain began to drizzle down from the heavens. The pitch became as slick as if it had been greased, sending the match's physical toll skyrocketing. Motherwell had enjoyed their moments of glory up front, but this relentless all-out end-to-end battle of attack and counterattack had prematurely drained the starting 11's already depleted energy reserves, stretched thin by a grueling fixture schedule. The fatal backlash of the tactic coiled around Motherwell's defense like a venomous serpent. You lure the opponent into firing with your words, but the home team's fury, unleashed with full force to save face, is equally ferocious. When the final dam of stamina collapsed entirely, Yunfei's vaunted tactics exposed a fatal flaw, a glaring disconnect in the midfield. In the 60th minute, Campbell, during a desperate chase back, found his leaden legs utterly immovable, as if filled with 2 buckets of lead. Gasping for air, he could only watch helplessly as the opponent glided past him with ease. Livingston seized that fleeting opportunity, unleashing a low drive that ruthlessly pierced the 10 fingers of goalkeeper Randolph. The score was leveled at 1-2. In the 75th minute, Motherwell's leaky defense paid the blood price once more. Defender O'Donnell, marking his man on the flank, slipped on the slick turf, his standing leg giving way, and crashed to the ground in a tangle of mud and water. The opposing winger whipped in a high-quality cross, and the striker, arriving in the box, rose powerfully to head the ball into the back of the net. 2-2. The home stands erupted the roar, threatening to tear the roof off. At this point, both sides had abandoned all pretense of formation. The midfield had become a mere formality. 2 madmen, eyes bloodshot with desperation, stood in the mud, stabbing at each other with knives. In the 80th minute, Dong Fangzhou, relying on individual brilliance, let fly a cold shot from outside the box. The ball slammed into the net like a cannonball, making it 3-2. Before the away team substitutes could even catch their breath, Livingston won a corner kick less than 3 minutes later. A frantic scramble in the box forced the ball over the line. 3-3. Yunfei, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, unhesitatingly threw on every remaining player who could still run, desperately trying to cling to this hard-earned draw. But the battered, crumbling defense was teetering on the brink of total collapse. In the final minute of stoppage time, Livingston launched their last desperate attack of the match. Motherwell's young center-back Hanrei, exhausted beyond measure, made a fatal error while clearing the ball in the box. His kick sliced in the rain, landing perilously in the danger zone just outside the penalty area. The opposing midfielder, following up, met the ball with a spectacular volley. The shot threaded through the legs of 2 defenders amidst the chaos in the box, deflected and curled into the far corner of the net. 4-3. The referee's whistle for the goal and the final whistle merged into one piercing blast. The home fans' roars rolled across the stadium like thunder, while Motherwell's players lay scattered, sprawled in the cold, muddy pitch. Their 9-match unbeaten streak was shattered in this brutal slugfest. Yunfei stood on the sideline, staring at the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, his face ashen, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. But this was not the heaviest blow of the night. At the very second the winning goal hit the net, Motherwell's defensive anchor and Captain Gallagher, in a desperate attempt to chase down that damn counterattack, gritted his teeth and forced a second sprint, even as his thigh muscles, depleted and beyond his control, began to spasm violently. As he lunged into a desperate sliding tackle, a harrowing scream tore from Gallagher's throat. He crashed heavily into the mud, curling up like a boiled shrimp. His hands clutched desperately at the top of his inner thigh, fingers clawing as if trying to tear through his shorts and skin alike. Sweat or rain indistinguishable poured down his forehead in torrents. Martha rushed onto the pitch with her medical kit. After barely 30 seconds of simple palpation tests, the seasoned team doctor rose her face pale and made a crossed arms gesture over her head towards Yun Fei on the sideline, the universal signal for a severe injury. After the match, the away team's locker room was as silent as a graveyard. Gone were the usual post-victory shouts and clamor. Only the heavy breathing of the players and the dull thud of shin guards hitting the floor broke the silence. Martha handed the preliminary examination report to Yun Fei, her voice as heavy as a stone dropped on one's heart. Severe groin strain with extensive tearing of muscle fibers. Conservative estimates suggest a minimum of 3 weeks of rest. Yun Fei leaned against the cold locker room wall, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. This match, what had indeed as he'd planned, feasted on the team's feeding to rack up a glorious 2-goal stat line. The approving nods and glances from the championship scouts in the stands proved his pump-and-dump scheme was a resounding success. All he had to do was hold out until the January transfer window opened and a substantial transfer fee would roll in solving the club's financial death spiral. But right now he couldn't muster a single smile. The calculations had been meticulous, but the cost was devastatingly high. The team hadn't just lost a crucial 6-pointer in the league standings and seen their unbeaten run shattered. They had also paid the fatal price of losing the absolute cornerstone of their defense. That makeshift defensive line, already held together by nothing but Gallagher's sheer will, was now left without even a fig leaf of cover. And what made it even more despairing was the cold, merciless schedule glaring from the fixture list on the wall. On the wall, the fixture for 3 days later was highlighted in a jarring red. Home at Fir Park. The opponent was the team that, despite having 2 games in hand, was still breathing down the necks of the league leaders. A team dreaming of nothing more than settling their score with Motherwell with interest. Celtic. Yun Fei took the cigarette from his lips, but didn't light it. For a club like his, reshuffling the deck always comes at the cost of flesh and blood. With less than 24 hours until the weekend home clash against Scottish Premiership giants Celtic, the office ceiling continued to leak. Frantically scratching his head over the incomplete lineup scribbled on the tactics board, flakes of dandruff scattered across the desk. Starting center back Gallagher lay sidelined with a severe injury. The leaky defense was one thing, but at a time when the entire squad needed to stand united, an ungrateful troublemaker emerged from the locker room. The thin wooden door to the office was shoved open rudely without even a knock. Backup fullback Liam Grimshaw entered with a grim face, his training kit still damp with mud. His jaw was clenched tight as iron, his eyes fixed on Yun Fei, brimming with accusation. Yun Fei's brow furrowed slightly as he coldly regarded the uninvited guest. "Boss, I need an explanation." Grimshaw's tone was laced with barely contained fury. "Why is my name missing from tomorrow's match squad? You've even given the last seat on the bench to Jack Carroll, a guy who just crawled out of a hospital bed." Hearing this confrontation, Yun Fei set down his coffee cup and leaned back in his creaky swivel chair. Jack Carroll was the team's rightful starting fullback and an indispensable defensive anchor on the flank. Due to a thigh muscle strain, Carroll had missed nearly 2 months of action. During that grueling stretch of depleted ranks, it was Grimshaw, the versatile understudy, who had single-handedly held the fort on the wing. Now that Carroll had recovered, and following team Dr. Martha's assessment, he was fully fit for the match. Without hesitation, Yun Fei reinstated Carroll, whose defensive positioning and crossing accuracy were superior, into the starting 11, consequently pushing Grimshaw out of the squad entirely. "What explanation do you need?" Yun Fei's tone was unervingly flat. "Carroll is fit. His tactical execution is better than yours. His priority is naturally higher. It's that simple." The words were like a lighter thrown into a gasoline barrel. "This isn't fair." The veins on Grimshaw's neck bulged. When this team couldn't even field a starting 11 who was out there running up and down the pitch like a dog for a full 90 minutes every single game. Me. While Carroll was getting physio in the medical room, I was getting hacked down by opposing forwards in the muddy trenches. He grew more agitated with each word, spittle flying towards Yun Fei's face. "Now he's only been back in training for 2 days, can't even last a half, and you're just handing him my spot. Coach, if you can't guarantee my starting position next match, I demand the club release me immediately." In this crumbling club, barely able to pay its utility bills, a backup left back, not even rated as highly as Rami, dares to storm into the head coach's office and issue ultimatums. If he compromised today to appease him, tomorrow more players with inflated egos would jump out to negotiate. Motherwell's already fragile locker room discipline would shatter instantly. Yun Fei didn't lose his temper, nor did he stand up like a traditional coach to lecture about the good of the team. He simply averted his gaze, took hold of the mouse, navigated the club management system, and opened Grimshaw's player profile. The crisp clicks of the mouse buttons echoed in the silent office. He selected the player's name, clicked list for transfer, set a price of 100 or available for loan, changed the status to not needed, and finally clicked confirm. The entire operation was fluid and seamless. "The paperwork is done." Yun Fei gestured towards the door, his tone as cold as Scottish winter sleet. "Motherwell doesn't tolerate prima donnas, nor does it miss self-righteous victims. Feeling wronged? No playing time. Pack your gear and report to the reserves. And while you're at it, pray that some blind club is willing to pay for you when the January window opens." Grimshaw stood rooted to the spot, his face turning pale and red by turns, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with a stone. He had expected that his threat to leave would at least force the coach to weigh the current injury crisis, offer a token gesture of persuasion, or promise some domestic cup appearances to appease him. But he never dreamed this madman would be so ruthless, banishing him to the reserves without a moment's hesitation. You'll regret this. The team doesn't have a proper backup left back. Grimshaw's voice trembled as he ground his teeth. Get out. Close the door behind you. Don't make me call security to throw you out. Without even lifting his gaze, Yunfei picked up a pen and removed Grimshaw's magnetic name tag from the pre-match tactics board, tossing it into the trash bin. With a major opponent looming, there was no room for dissent that could undermine morale. A cancer must be eradicated before it spreads. Saturday afternoon, Fir Park Stadium. In the away locker room, a fire of fury burned within the Celtic squad, hot enough to consume the entire stadium. In their previous meeting this season, Celtic, the undisputed powerhouse with the highest squad value and most star-studded lineup in the Scottish Premiership, had dominated the game, yet been held to a frustrating draw by Motherwell. That draw was a stain of humiliation for the title-chasing Celtic. Today in this rematch, the Celtic manager fielded his most aggressive starting formation, unleashing all his attacking firepower. They were determined to exact revenge with a devastating rout on this muddy pitch to put these upstart underdogs firmly back in their place. At 3 o'clock, the referee's whistle signaled the start of a brutal battle. From the very first minute, the match bypassed any tactical probing and plunged into a suffocating high-intensity physical war. Motherwell's midfield destroyers Campbell and Crawford strictly implemented Yunfei's command to contest every inch of the pitch. Whenever a Celtic player received the ball, they snapped at him like mad dogs, using raw physical collisions to disrupt their passing rhythm. Facing this barbaric pressing devoid of any gentlemanly conduct, the Celtic players, accustomed to controlling the tempo, soon saw their mentality shift and their challenges become increasingly crude. In the 18th minute, Motherwell's left winger Edahu collected the ball on the flank. Just as he knocked it 2 meters ahead to accelerate past his marker, Celtic's right back Chadjali charged in with furious intent. On the slick turf, Chadjali couldn't stop his momentum and slammed into Edahu's standing leg like a runaway log. Edahu let out a scream and tumbled several meters across the muddy ground. The referee immediately blew his whistle, sprinted over, and brandished the first yellow card of the match at the offending Chadjali. But this was just the beginning. In the 26th minute, Dong Fangjua received the ball with his back to goal near the center circle. He had just used his imposing strength to shield off the opposing center-back, preparing to turn and play a through ball. Celtic's main center-back, Charlie Mulgrew, sensing danger, reached out from behind and yanked Dong Fangjua down by the collar of his shirt. A blatant tactical foul. The referee unhesitatingly produced another yellow card, cautioning Mulgrew. The tension escalated, with players engaging in heated shoving and arguments at every stoppage in play. Yunfei stood in the technical area, his brow deeply furrowed. He sensed a dangerous undercurrent in the nearly chaotic atmosphere. Sure enough, just a minute later, Wanyama, exploiting a gap in Henra's positioning, delivered a piercing surgical through ball. The ball skimmed across the turf, heading straight for the dangerous area at the edge of Motherwell's penalty box. Campbell, the team's defensive linchpin, sprinted desperately back, covering dozens of meters in a frantic bid to recover. A split second before the opposing forward could make contact, he launched into a ferocious sliding tackle from behind and to the side. By Campbell's calculations, the challenge was perfectly timed to clear the ball out for a throw-in. The puddle on the grass proved fatal. The film of water lifted Campbell's slide, sending him careening out of control as if his cleats had hit the gas. His studs missed the ball entirely, slamming squarely into Gary Hooper's shin. A scream of agony tore through the stands as Hooper clutched his leg, writhing in torment. The referee's whistle pierced the air like an air raid siren. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved aside the converging players, strode directly to Campbell, and plunged his hand into his pocket, brandishing a glaring red card high above his head. A straight red. Less than half an hour in, the midfield linchpin was sent off for a dangerous challenge. Gallagher was already confined to his sickbed, and now Campbell faced suspension as well. Down to 10 men against the Scottish Premiership's most formidable attacking force, Yunfei booted a water bottle into the air on the sidelines. The plastic bottle arced through the sky, bounced off the advertising boards, and rolled into the mud. The defense, already fragile without Captain Gallagher, had now lost its most crucial midfield shield. Against Celtic, playing a man down meant the complete collapse of their tactical system. With no time to protest, to the fourth official, Yunfei spun on his heel and sprinted toward the substitutes' bench. Compact the formation. Everyone drops back inside the penalty area. Forget possession, pack that damn box full. Yunfei barked out his orders, his voice hoarse with desperation. He swiftly adjusted his tactics, conservatively pulling striker Watt off and sending on substitute center-back Pencitono. Yunfei abandoned any fantasy of counterattacks, retreating everyone into an ugly possession-abandoning bus-parking formation, fully transitioning into a defensive shell. Seeing this, Celtic immediately pushed forward in force. Their fullbacks were deployed as wingers, and even their center-backs pushed past the halfway line, attempting to overwhelm this stubborn resistance with sheer numerical and technical superiority. Wave after wave of ferocious attacks battered Motherwell's defensive line. Crosses rained into the box like relentless hail. Yet a man down, Motherwell displayed the resilience of the underdog in their dire straits. Dong Fangjua dropped back to the holding midfield role to help defend, while Edahu made sliding tackle after sliding tackle in the mud. They threw their bodies in front of long-range shots and hurled their heads at deadly aerial balls. The entire penalty area was sealed off by their flesh and blood. Time ticked away relentlessly. Frustrated by their inability to break through, Celtics' mentality began to subtly warp. The Scottish Premiership giants, facing a depleted 10-man Motherwell, had failed to score a single goal for the vast majority of the match. This humiliation fueled their desperation to create a decisive strike in the final third, leading to more errant passes and increasingly rash rough challenges in their pressing. In the 63rd minute, Celtic midfielder Joe Ledley, in a moment of lost composure, while contesting a 50-50 ball, showed his studs and stamped squarely on Crawford's foot. The referee brandished a yellow card. In the 71st minute, Motherwell's young substitute centre-back Hanley, in a bid to halt a highly dangerous quick counter-attack, decisively committed a tactical foul by pulling his man, earning a yellow card as well. In the 78th minute, Celtic captain Scott Brown, incensed by an offside call, protested incessantly, using insulting language and shoving the linesman, earning a stern yellow card from the referee. Yellow cards flew throughout the match as foul counts on both sides escalated. The rhythm of the game was shattered into fragments by endless stoppages, protests, and players hitting the turf. This was exactly the situation Yunfei wanted. The messier the better, the less effective playing time the better. If Celtic wanted to organize a meaningful attack, they'd first have to fish the ball out of the mire. The match entered its final suffocating 15 minutes. Celtic manager Lennon roared in fury on the sidelines, throwing on all his attacking options for a final desperate bombardment. It was then that Motherwell's goalkeeper Randolph stepped up. This unassuming Irish shotstopper, usually quiet within the squad, took command of his match today. 80th minute, from a corner, Hooper won the first header in the 6-yard box, powering his header towards goal from less than 3 meters out. It seemed destined for the back of the net. Purely on instinct, Randolph flung a single arm up, miraculously clawing the certain goal over the crossbar. The visiting fans' cheers were strangled in their throats. 85th minute, Wanyama unleashed a sudden low drive from outside the box. The stinging shot threaded its way through the crowded penalty area, heading straight for the bottom right corner. Randolph, like a coiled spring-release dove, low across the muddy turf, his body fully extended in the sludge, just managing to get a fingertip to the ball. Thud! The ball took a tiny deflection, canonied heavily off the post, and rebounded into play, where Hanley hoofed it clear. 89th minute, Celtic crafted their most exquisite 1-2 of the match. Hooper timed his run to perfection, beating the offside trap to race clean through on goal. The entire stadium was on its feet, ready to celebrate a last-gasp winner. But Randolph stood his ground. He bravely rushed off his line, spreading his arms wide to close down the angle. As the striker shaped to shoot, Randolph, heedless of the risk of injury, threw his chest at the ball. It struck his sternum with a sickening thud before ballooning over the bar. Add those to the 2 miraculous saves in the first half, and he had kept out 5 certain goals. He stood on that muddy goal line like a wall cast from reinforced concrete. Celtic's multi-million-pound strike force simply could not breach him. The final whistle echoed. As the referee's long whistle finally signaled the end of the match, the electronic scoreboard at Fir Park remained stubbornly fixed on those 2 glaring zeros. 0-0. Motherwell, reduced to 10 men and fielding a depleted squad, had used sheer grit and a goalkeeper's superhuman performance to withstand over 60 minutes of relentless bombardment from the Scottish Premiership giants on their own turf, clawing out a single point by the skin of their teeth. In the post-match ratings, goalkeeper Randolph, who had kept his goal inviolate, unsurprisingly earned a perfect score and was named man of the match. That evening, the front pages of Scotland's sports media unanimously used a striking, bold headline to describe this unbelievable draw: the Wall of Size. The unheralded Irish goalkeeper of the bankrupt club, in this war of attrition filled with cards, single-handedly erected a steel-like defense that left the giants in despair. He defended not just the goal, but the very dignity of this grassroots team. Yunfei sat in the dressing room looking at players too exhausted to even peel off their jerseys, yet he felt no joy in celebration. Campbell suspended, Gallagher still injured. The Devils' fixture schedule was only just baring its most ferocious fangs. Motherwell's defense was teetering on the very edge of the abyss. The 11-day international break arrived as scheduled, granting Scotland a brief respite from league fixtures. At dawn, in the leaky office at Motherwell's training ground, old Tom, his face flushed with excitement, pushed open the door and placed a fresh, ink-scented copy of the Scottish Sports Herald on Yunfei's desk. The newspaper's headline blazed with a massive high-definition photo of Randolph diving at the goal line, using his chest to block Hooper's last-ditch one-on-one strike. The bold block-letter headline above it read, "The Great Wall of Size." Old Tom pointed at the column article on the page, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. He reported that thanks to his extraordinary performance against Scottish Premiership giants, Celtic, Randolph had become a household name across the British Isles. He was now on the verge of securing a nomination for the Irish Player of the Year award. His current rivals were Alan Ball, Tomislav Hoban, and Kevin Doyle. These were seasoned stars who plied their trade in the Premier League and the Championship. Yunfei stared at the mud-splattered face of Randolph in the newspaper, remaining silent for a moment. He took a sip from the Nestle coffee on his desk, then draped his slightly pilled windbreaker over his shoulders and strode out of the office. On this morning meant for rest, a dull thud of a ball being struck echoed from the uneven training pitch. Darren Randolph, clad in training gear, stained with grass, stood alone before the muddy goal. The goalkeeping coach repeatedly struck shots from outside the box. Randolph dove to save, each one crashing heavily onto the muddy turf, only to scramble up, pat his gloves, and fix his gaze on the ball once more. Yunfei waved for the goalkeeping coach to take a break, then picked up the football from the pitch and walked to the edge of the penalty area. I hear they're calling you the Great Wall of Size now. Yunfei, with his foot resting on the ball, looked at the mud-caked Randolph and flashed a sly, worldly smile. Tell me the truth, did you sneak a call to those championship club scouts last night? If your market value can be hyped up to 3 million euros, I won't stand in the way of your fortune. The club could even use that money to fix this leaky roof. Randolph didn't laugh. He pulled off his worn, scuffed goalkeeper gloves, wiped the mud on his shirt, and walked up to Yunfei. The 25-year-old Irish goalkeeper's eyes held an unprecedented determination and clarity. Boss, if you truly want to sell me 3 million euros is indeed a good price. But before that, can you let me finish this season? Randolph panted heavily, his voice low but resolute. Yunfei's smile faded as he sized up the usually taciturn Irishman. Randolph took a deep breath of the cold air and glanced back at the dilapidated training ground. 2 months ago, I'd lie in bed every night thinking about whether to retire and become a youth coach or just drift to some League One relegation battler. Back then, this team was a leaking boat, everyone just waiting for it to sink. Randolph turned back, meeting Yunfei's eyes directly. Then you came. You told us those lofty giants weren't so invincible after all. I've been working hard fighting for the dreams you painted for us. Last night, facing Celtic again, when I saw the despair in their strikers' eyes, I felt for the first time that standing in front of this goal was something that made my blood boil. He wiped the mud from his face with the back of his rough hand, revealing a simple yet fierce smile. The media call me the Great Wall of Size. Boss, as long as you need me, as long as I'm standing on this goal line, Motherwell's goal will never be a backyard for those big clubs to come and go as they please. I want to accompany this team you lead to win that championship nobody dares to dream of. Yunfei looked at the man standing before him, seemingly radiating a quiet fire, and felt a soft chord strike within him. In his past life, players in the game were nothing more than cold strings of data and loyalty stats. But here on this windy Scottish morning, he felt the raw flesh, blood, and soul of the beautiful game. 3 million euros. To hell with the 3 million euros. Yunfei, suddenly cursed with a laugh, stepped forward and gave Randolph a hearty thump on the shoulder. Just keep practicing your saves. As long as I'm in this managerial seat, no one is taking you off my goal line. As long as I'm here, you're here. Go take a shower, you've got the rest of the day off. Watching Randolph jog off towards the changing rooms with a sheepish grin, Yunfei felt an indescribable surge of pride. With such a loyal Great Wall of Size, his leaky, fragile formation finally had its hardest, most solid cornerstone. But that surge of pride was short-lived. When Yunfei returned to his office, 2 official call-up notices that had emerged from the old fax machine brought him crashing back to the cold, hard reality. The first was from the Chinese Football Association. Thanks to his explosive performances in the Scottish Premiership and the Europa League, the young Dongfangzhou had officially been named to the Chinese national team roster. This was undoubtedly a supreme honor for the player and a testament to Yunfei's unorthodox, all-out attacking tactics. The experience that the cold bench at Old Trafford couldn't provide was found on the muddy pitches of Motherwell. Dongfangzhou had finally forced his way through the national team's door with sheer tangible performance. Whether he had toasted his teammates with Baijiu well, that's a story for another time. The second fax from the Ugandan Football Federation made Yunfei's brow knot into a tight, grim tangle. The Ugandan national team had officially called up Motherwell's Bevis Mugabe for international duty. Old Tom was still chuckling on the side, thinking that having 2 internationals for Motherwell was a glorious family-honoring achievement. But Yunfei's frown deepened into a hard knot. He could see the hidden dagger behind this. The FIFA virus was the nightmare of every European club manager. Mugabe had to fly back to the sweltering African continent, while Dongfangzhou had to cross half the globe to Asia. After those grueling 11 days of intense fixtures, both players would return to Scotland suffering from severe jet lag and utterly depleted energy. There was no way they'd be ready for the upcoming Scottish Premiership match against St. Johnstone. The troubles were far from over. Even those left behind at the base weren't spared. During the afternoon's recovery training session, Yunfei stood on the sidelines staring at the pockmarked training pitch with its pools of black muddy water and felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Jim couldn't even bear to spend a few quid on grass seed to fill the holes, let alone hire a professional turf maintenance team. But this training environment was a natural minefield for the players' ankles and knees. The accident happened during a simple warm-up of jogging without the ball. During a sudden stop and turn, Edehu's planted foot sank into a muddy pit hidden beneath a layer of water. Edehu collapsed onto the muddy ground in agony, writhing wildly in the grime. Half an hour later, the door to the manager's office was slammed open. Team Dr. Martha, her face grim, strode in quickly. She clutched a fresh injury report and slapped it unceremoniously onto Yunfei's desk. Yun, congratulations. Your pristine organic potato patch has finally completed its harvest. Martha leaned over the desk, her voice dripping with sarcasm and anger. Yunfei glanced at the blurred shadow on the report, his heart sinking. He swallowed hard and asked, Martha, just give me the bottom line. Is it just a simple muscle strain? Simply. Martha let out a cold laugh, her finger jabbing at the bold diagnostic result on the report, enunciating each word. The uneven ground caused his leg to exert force unevenly during that sudden stop. A massive tear in the deep muscle fibers of the back of his thigh. She straightened up, staring down at Yunfei. Didn't you say a muddy pit could cultivate a player's endurance and tough? Well, now you've cultivated torn muscle fibers instead of willpower. Yunfei shot up from his swivel chair, his face ashen, demanding, how long before he can play again? At least 5 weeks to 2 months. Don't expect to see him on the pitch with 2 healthy legs before Christmas. Martha delivered the medical verdict without a shred of sympathy. Yunfei spun around and kicked the plastic water bucket, which was dutifully performing its water-fetching duty in the corner, sending it crashing against the wall with a loud bang. All because the club was too poor to even fill a few mud pits, directly leading to a key player's severe injury. The harsh reality delivered a ruthless blow to the novice manager. This wasn't a game, and a player's injury wasn't a number that could be automatically restored by skipping a day. With Edahu down, Motherwell's left flank had become a vacuum. Yunfei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to Martha, speaking with a hint of guilt in his tone. Lawless has been resting his hamstring strain for a month now. The surface wound has healed. For tomorrow's match, give him a pain-killing injection and let him start as the left winger. Martha, what do you think? Martha, who was about to leave, stopped dead in her tracks. She turned around, her massive frame blocking the doorway like a wall. Hurriedly, she pulled another physical test data sheet from her white coat pocket and shoved it right in Yunfei's face, warning sternly, Lawless's wound is healed, but his isokinetic muscle strength test is completely substandard. The power output difference between his left and right legs exceeds 30%. Yunfei waved his hand in irritation. I don't care about your data tests. The team is playing a 4-2-4 formation now. Oh, I need wingers to sprint. Even if he can only run half the pitch, I have to put him on. You dare? Martha's voice suddenly skyrocketed, her rough tone rattling Yunfei's eardrums. She pointed a thick finger at Yunfei, unwavering. I am the chief medical officer of this team. As long as my signature isn't on his fitness clearance certificate, he will not set a single foot on that pitch. If you force him to start now, his thigh will tear again within 15 minutes. His career will be ruined. Yunfei gritted his teeth, glaring at Martha. The two were locked in a standoff in the cramped office, the air thick with tension. Listen here, Asian kid. Martha shot back without flinching. You hired me for €600 a week to fix these broken bodies, not to watch you send them to the slaughterhouse as disposable goods. If you dare to overstep your authority and force him to play, I'll pack my bags and leave right now, and I'll report you to the Labor Association for ruining a player's career. Yunfei looked into the woman's eyes, filled with anger and principles. His clenched fist slowly relaxed. Deep down, he knew Martha's medical expertise was beyond question. Fine, you and Martha. I'll listen to you. Lawless continues to sit out. Yunfei ran his hands through his hair in frustration, stormed out of the office, and headed straight into the players' locker room. He scanned the group of players who had just showered and were sitting in a somber mood. He grabbed Dalimanga's arm, pulling the bewildered lad over to the tactics board. He drew a large circle around the left winger position with a marker, then forcefully poked Manga in the chest. Manga, from today you are the starting left winger. Manga was stunned. He was a speed-based striker accustomed to using his body to battle central defenders in the middle. He had no idea how to defend in the wide areas or how to deliver a cross from the byline. Boss, I don't know how to play on the wing. I just run forward. Manga tried to protest. Then train until you drop. Run until you can't run anymore. Yunfei glared at him fiercely, his tone leaving no room for doubt. At Motherwell, no one has the right to pick their position on the pitch. As long as you have breath in your body, you'll get out there on that left flank and learn that position. Manga swallowed hard, feeling the serious atmosphere in the locker room, and finally bowed his head in submission. The left side was barely patched up, but the void at center back was a true deadlock. Campbell was suspended due to a red card. Mugabe was away on international duty with his African national team, and Gallagher's groin strain hadn't fully healed. For Motherwell, there wasn't a reliable center back to be found except for the Loni Hanra. Yunfei's gaze fell on Gallagher, who was sitting in the corner. Gallagher had also failed Martha's pre-match deep muscle test. Even his simple act of standing up seemed stiff. They exchanged a glance in the quiet locker room. No words were needed. Gallagher slowly pushed himself up, using the bench, forcefully patted his throbbing upper thigh, and gave a silent nod. Boss, I can handle it. Martha, who had followed them and was silently standing by the door, watched the scene unfold and let out a sigh. She knew Gallagher's risk was slightly lower than Lawless's, but it was still a gamble with his career. She didn't try to stop them this time. She silently turned to prepare the strong, pain-killing injection needed before the match. Such was the fate of a captain. In the dead of night, the only light left burning in the Motherwell training ground building was in Yunfei's office. He sat alone at his desk, staring at the battered team sheet, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion. The defensive core was making a forced comeback, while injured the left flank was completely crippled and relying on a makeshift center forward, and the star striker's energy was depleted from international duty. Yunfei sighed, turned on the TV, and switched to the European Sports News channel, hoping some background noise might dilute the maddening atmosphere. The TV screen flickered with static as a brief geosports report from Eastern Europe came on. Due to the ongoing tense geopolitical situation on the eastern border, the Ukrainian Football Association officially announced today. To ensure the safety of all national team players, the Ukrainian national team would be urgently relocating their training camp from the eastern city to the western border. The camera cut to the current head coach of the Ukrainian national team, standing in front of a muddy temporary base, his brows furrowed and expression grave. He spoke anxiously into the microphone, saying the situation was indeed worrying. The players' families were all terrified and bad news was coming in every day. It was hard for anyone to give their full 100% to football under these circumstances, but he prayed the conflict wouldn't truly erupt, hoping football could stay far away from the horrors of war. The gears of history turned slowly on the screen. Yunfei picked up his paper cup and took a sip of the long cold Nescafe. He watched the Ukrainian internationals on screen hurriedly moving training equipment through the night and shook his head dismissively. Quite the commotion. Can't even have a stable base to play football. Yunfei put down the cup, his gaze returning to his own team sheet. But my problems right now? They're far bigger than yours. You're dodging artillery fire, I'm dodging unemployment. With a soft click, Yunfei picked up the remote and turned off the TV. The image on the screen shrank to a single white point vanishing into darkness. He stood up and walked to the tactics board. He picked up the magnetic tag with Captain Gallagher's number and forcefully pressed it into the starting center back slot on the formation chart. When the 11-day rest period ended, Motherwell would board the away bus to St. Johnstone carrying a squad that could collapse at any moment. Bottles rained down on the windows of Motherwell's team bus outside McDermott Park, producing a dense, relentless patter. A glass filled with an unknown liquid smashed hard against the window, its yellow contents streaking down the glass. Outside the bus, hundreds of fans clad in St. Johnstone colors clogged the road, a forest of middle fingers raised in unison. These local football hooligans harbored a long memory. In the previous leg at Fir Park, a Lawless had his ankle shattered by them, and he still hadn't recovered. But Edahu had exacted revenge with a brutal elbow, permanently disfiguring the bastard's face. The air at this away ground today was thick with a lethal, unforgiving tension. In the away team's changing room, Dong Fangjua sat hunched on the wooden bench at the far end. His eyelids drooped as he tilted his head back, draining his bottle of water in one go before crushing the plastic bottle and tossing it aside. The FIFA virus of flying halfway across the globe had left the legs of this Chinese speedster feeling like two rigid frozen slabs of meat. Xiaodong, just sit and rest, Yunfei said, walking over and gently pushing the younger man back down as he started to rise before turning his gaze to the tactics board. Campbell was suspended for a red card, leaving the defense riddled with holes. Yunfei's gaze swept over the waiting players, finally settling on a slightly built young man. James, Yunfei said, picking up a marker, its tip screeching against the whiteboard. You're starting today? You'll partner with Crawford. James swallowed hard and nodded. This youngster on loan from Manchester United's academy earned a paltry €110 a week, less than the cleaners at Motherwell. Yunfei's gaze shifted to the left flank. Carroll, the left side is yours. Stick to that winger like glue and pin him to the touchline. Carroll, head bowed, was methodically wrapping his recently healed thigh muscle with black electrical tape. Upon hearing the instruction, he simply ripped the tape off with a grunt and pulled it taut. He knew the manager had put him in the starting 11 and banished the troublemaker Grimshaw to the reserves because he didn't lose his defensive shape. At 3 in the afternoon, the referee's whistle signaled the start of this grudge match. Just 2 minutes in, James, the €110 a weak player, faced the darkest moment of his career. James controlled the ball near the center circle, his mind still on the possession rhythm drilled into him at Carrington. He looked up, searching for what in the final third for a pass. A heavy thud of colliding bodies echoed. St. Johnstone's defensive midfielder Jody Morris charged in like a fully loaded dump truck, making no attempt to slow down. He lowered his burly shoulder and slammed squarely into James. James was lifted off his feet, knocked back 2 meters, and hit the turf hard. He curled into a ball, clutching his chest, the wind knocked out of him. The referee held his arms out, signaling a legal shoulder charge, and play continued. St. Johnstone seized the ball and launched a counterattack, slicing through Motherwell's midfield like a knife through butter as their winger raced forward. Think this is the heated training pitch at Carrington? This is Scotland. Yunfei bellowed from the sidelines, kicking a crate of water bottles in frustration, sending them scattering across the ground. Forget the midfield. Defenders don't pass to that academy, pretty boy. Just launch it upfield. Let's go for an open game. Under Yunfei's horse commands, the tactical plan was torn to shreds. The two teams engaged in a frantic end-to-end battle that produced a staggering 32 shots on goal. The ball spent most of its time soaring high in the air, leaving players with stiff, aching necks from constant looking up. In the 20th minute, Crawford's blind clearance in defense was caught by the wind, and 2 St. Johnstone center backs misjudged the flight of the ball. Happy boy, what timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap on the edge of the box. He controlled the ball on his chest with a clear one-on-one path to goal. The away fans in the stands began to cheer, but what swung his right foot, leaning his entire body back. Thud. The shot from point-blank range was scuffed horribly, ballooning over the crossbar and clattering against the metal advertising hoardings behind the goal. Less than 5 minutes later, Chris Lang found himself with the ball on the right side of the 6-yard box after a scramble. With the keeper on the ground and a gaping 4-meter-wide open goal in front of him, he struck the ball with all his might. The ball whistled past the near post and out for a goal kick. Damn it all to hell. Yunfei ground his teeth, his jaw muscles twitching furiously. Are you two not hungry? Can you even play? If not, get off the pitch. The match dragged into the second half amidst a litany of missed chances and brutal midfield battles. The turf on the left wing had been churned into a muddy mess. The returning Carroll was gasping for air, his chest heaving, sweat stinging his eyes. But defensively, he was displaying tremendous awareness. In the 50th minute, the opposing winger tried to force his way to the byline. Carroll didn't dive in recklessly. Instead, he held his ground, blocking the inside route, and timed a precise sliding tackle to cleanly knock the ball out for a throw-in. Carroll picked himself up, spat out the dirt, and with his performance thoroughly silenced the complaining Grimshaw in the reserves. But the body can only take so much. By the 55th minute, Carroll's breathing was labored, and the muscles on the outside of his thigh began to spasm uncontrollably in the cold wind. His energy was spent, his legs feeling like they were filled with wet cement. In the 57th minute, St. Johnstone's right winger received the ball near the touchline. The player saw Carroll's exhaustion. Without a single feint, he simply knocked the ball past him and powered down the line, relying on sheer pace. Carroll's brain sent the signal to turn and chase, but his legs froze for a fatal tenth of a second. He stretched out his left leg, trying to reach the ball as it rolled away. Snap! Carroll's studs missed the ball and caught the winger's ankle instead. The winger let out a theatrical scream and tumbled to the turf inside the penalty area, rolling over several times. The referee's whistle blew and his finger pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Carroll clutched his head, sinking to his knees on the grass, his shoulders trembling slightly. The St. Johnstone fans in the stands stomped their feet on the metal terraces, creating a thunderous roar that threatened to shake the entire stadium to its foundations. The opposing penalty taker Scott Tanzer cradled the ball. He used his studs to press down the mud at the spot, placed the ball carefully, and took 4 steps back. Yunfei crouched on the sideline, his eyes locked on the penalty area. The whistle sounded. Tanzer ran up, swung his right leg, and drove a powerful shot, aimed for the bottom left corner. Just as the ball left his boot, Randolph, the Irish goalkeeper on the line, sprang into action. His legs exploded with force from the muddy goal line, propelling his entire body horizontally across the turf. A sharp crack of leather on leather. Randolph's fingertips were perfectly placed on the path of the ball. The impact sent him off balance midair, but he arched his body and used his chest and arms to smother the ball firmly into the mud-soaked grass. Yunfei ripped off his jacket and let out a roar of defiant celebration towards the baying home fans in the stands. Randolph gasped for breath, hurling the football pinned beneath him toward midfield. The morale boost from the missed penalty could not fill the void left by his depleted stamina. Time ground on second by agonizing second. In the 64th minute, St. Johnstone's winger accelerated down the left flank once more. Carroll gritted his teeth and gave chase, but his legs refused to obey. A sudden stop and turn from his marker left him rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the ball rolled past him. The cross came in. Inside the box, Gallagher clung tightly to Sandaza, but his body was betraying him. The potent pain-killing injection he had received before the match was beginning to wear off. A dull ache in his upper thigh swelled into a searing, tearing agony. He fought to leap for the header, but his groin felt as if it were stuffed with shards of glass, while every surge of power sent blinding pain lancing through him. Sandaza rose before him, nodding the ball across. It bounced and dropped into the 6-yard box. In the ensuing chaos, the opposition striker, beating Randolph to the punch, bundled the ball over the line with his knee. 1-0. The St. Johnstone fans wildly waved their scarves, their chants of vengeance ringing out in unison. Today they were here to collect their dues with interest. Gallagher stood on the turf, hands braced on his knees, sweat streaming down his jawline in rivulets. Carroll too was gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. His fuel gauge had been on empty since the 60th minute. Now only sheer willpower was keeping him upright. On the sidelines, Yunfei chewed his gum with vigorous rhythmic chomps, his gaze drifting to the substitutes bench. Among those seated there, the only viable attacking option was Dong Fanghua. Just back from national team duty, still battling a 2-day jet lag, the medical report had read severe fatigue, recommend resting for a round. Yunfei had no intention of using him today, hadn't even included him in the pre-match warm-up. But now his hand was forced. In the 72nd minute, Crawford launched a long pass from the back, finding Watt, who had timed his run to perfection to beat the offside trap. Inside the box, less than 10 meters from goal, Watt controlled, adjusted his feet, and shot. Once again the ball kissed the outside of the post and rolled out of play. A groan of anguish escaped the Motherwell fans in the stands. One bald supporter crushed his can of stout and his fist foam spraying across his face. Yunfei spat his gum onto the ground. Dong Fanghua, he barked without looking back. Strip off, get out there, and put the damn ball in the back of the net. Dong Fanghua began his warm-up on the touchline. Watt watched him come on to replace Lang, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. It was a look of relief yet tinged with an unnameable resistance. In the 82nd minute, Motherwell won a throw-in in the attacking third. Watt received the ball, and the opposing right-back closed him down instantly. He considered his usual move, a forceful turn and shot, but a glimpse of a figure surging into the arc at the edge of the box changed his mind. In that instant, Yunfei's face flashed through Watt's mind. The promise of unlimited shooting freedom, the vow he had made in the locker room. He chose not to take the wild shot. With a flick of his heel, he backheeled the ball through the defender's legs. Dong Fanghua arrived late, meeting it with a crisp first-time shot. The ball skimmed across the turf, threading its way through the narrow gap between the goalkeeper's fingertips and the near post. The net rippled with a crisp swish. 1-1. Dong Fanghua didn't celebrate. He retrieved the ball from the net, tucked it under his arm, and sprinted towards the center circle, eager to restart play. As he ran past Watt, their eyes met. In that glance was both understanding and a fracture. Watt wiped the sweat from his face, watching Dong Fanghua's retreating back, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. He turned and walked back, his steps heavy, as if dragging 2 iron anvils. On the sideline, Yunfei watched the scene. No cheers, no fist pumps. He merely recalled Watt's earlier costly errors, a muscle in his jaw twitching. With the score level, the match spiraled completely out of control. Both teams' energy reserves were utterly spent, yet neither would yield an inch. Every turnover was met with sliding tackles, brutal collisions, and curses. The referee's whistle blew in fits, and starts yellow cards flying from his pocket like confetti. From the touchline, Yunfei watched his players move like toy soldiers with dead batteries, their actions slower, their running more labored. But the opposition was in no better shape. The fourth official raised the board 5 minutes of added time. St. Johnstone's fans hammered the hoardings in a frenzy, the entire stadium trembling with the noise. In the 94th minute, Motherwell won a corner. Yunfei sent Randolph forward, the goalkeeper charging in for a header, a desperate all-or-nothing gamble. The corner was whipped in. Gallagher fought his way through the crowd, leaping with all his might to meet the ball with his head. But the searing pain in his thigh at takeoff skewed his body, and the ball glanced off the top of his head, drifting past the far post. It wasn't in. Gallagher crashed back to earth, landing hard on the turf. He gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out, but the agony was so intense it felt like the veins in his forehead would burst. His teammates had no time to help him up. St. Johnstone's goalkeeper took a quick goal kick, the ball flying into Motherwell's half for the final attack of the match. Carroll gave chase, but his legs were welded to the muddy ground. He tried to lift his foot for a clearance, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the pitch. The ball fell to the St. Johnstone winger. The cross came in. It sailed over the edge of the box, landing at the far post. Gallagher struggled to his feet from the mud, but the effect of the pain-killing injection had long worn off. His thigh felt like it was being branded with a hot iron. Every movement was pure, piercing agony. He tried to jump for the header, but his knee simply wouldn't generate any power. He was rooted to the spot like a wooden post. At the far post, Sandazzo arrived. Unmarked, he swung his right foot, volleying the ball with tremendous force. It flew with a whoosh, nestling into the top corner. 2-1. The moment the ball hit the net, the referee's whistle for the goal, and for full time, sounded as one. Peep, peep, peep. A cruel 95th minute, last gasp winner. The stands erupted like a powder keg. St. Johnstone fans roared, leaping to their feet, stamping on the metal terraces with a deafening clang. The flames of vengeance swept across the entire stadium. Motherwell's players one by one collapsed onto the muddy turf like wheat cut down by a scythe. Carroll knelt on the pitch, his hands covering his face, his shoulders heaving violently in the cold wind. James, earning a €110 weekly wage, lay flat on the center circle, staring blankly at the grey sky, the physical pain making him think of his mother back in Manchester. Gallagher, who had fallen in the opposition's box, rolled over and buried his face in the grass. The rank smell of mud filled his nostrils, but he lacked the strength to move another muscle. The captain's armband caked in dirt hung askew on his arm. In the visitors' changing room, a light drizzle began to fall outside, the sound of raindrops magnified infinitely within the confined space. Gallagher and Carroll hung their heads, a band of weary soldiers who needed to lean on each other just to peel off their jerseys, all using silence to mask their utter exhaustion. Clack, clack. Yunfei strode into the room, his leather shoes striking the floor with a dull, resonant thud. He didn't kick over a water bucket as he usually did. Instead, he chewed his gum and began to clap slowly, deliberately. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yunfei spat his gum into the bin. Gentlemen, we just witnessed a truly touching melodrama out there on the pitch. But he walked straight to the tactics board, picked up a marker, and slashed 3 heavy X's over the striker's position. What? Yunfei turned, his voice dripping with acerbic mockery, each word a sharp cut. We could have dragged old Tom off the street, and he'd have buried those 3 sitters you skied in the second half without breaking a sweat. The air in the room instantly froze. A tame shot straight at the keeper, a one-on-one you scuffed wide, and an open goal you managed to fire into the stands. If I were their goalkeeper, I'd be on my knees thanking you for your mercy. This was the final straw for Watt. He ripped the towel from his neck and slammed it to the floor. Enough. Watt, eyes red and chest heaving, pointed at his mud-caked shorts and roared at Yunfei. We ran 12 kilometers on that pitch. Carroll's legs are about to give out. Gallagher can barely jump. All you care about is your precious tactics board. Your grand plan is just to have us run ourselves into the ground. Run blindly forward. Watt's voice echoed, laced with grievance. We're human. We have legs of flesh and bone. We're not machines on your tactical board. Have you ever for 1 second considered our limits? His voice cracking, what laid all his cards on the table. The whole team feeds me the ball. I take every penalty. No one else is allowed to shoot in the box. Do you take me for a fool? Admit it, you're just using me as a machine to pad your stats. You only care about how much you can sell me for in the winter window. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing. Everyone shrank back, bracing for Yunfei's inevitable explosive rage. But Yunfei didn't explode. He looked at the fuming Watt and let out a sudden derisive snort, as if he'd just heard the punchline of a great joke. He sauntered over to Watt, and with an arrogant gesture wiped the smudge of mud from his cheek. What, oh what? Do you have some fairy tale misunderstanding about what professional football is? Yunfei leaned in, his voice dripping with unapologetic audacity. You're right. I am using you to pad my stats. I'm spoon-feeding you the chances this team fights for, and I'm fattening you up to sell you for a profit. What's the matter? Feeling hard done by? What was stunned? He hadn't expected Yunfei to shamelessly admit it all so openly. Ask yourself. Yunfei suddenly grabbed Watt by the collar, spraying him with spittle. How many strikers across Europe are begging their managers to give them the sole rights to every shot? I gave you the green light to shoot from anywhere. I have the entire team serving you trying to sell you to a top club for 10 times your wages so you can drive fancy cars and date models. And here you are whining about being used and talking about loyalty. Yunfei shoved What away, scanning the room with a cold smirk. You're a pig that doesn't appreciate fine dining. I'm feeding you a feast fit for an emperor, and you can't even swallow it. What stood frozen, his lips trembling. He had to admit. Yunfei's twisted logic somehow made a sick kind of sense, and he found himself without a rebuttal. Listen up. My team has no place for deadweight I can't sell. Yunfei straightened his suit, resuming his usual roguish demeanor. He scanned the room, mentally finalizing his list for the winter window purge. I've said my piece. Go take a shower. Recovery session is at 8 a.m. sharp. You're a minute late, you don't eat. With that, Yunfei turned and walked out. What collapsed onto the bench, all the strength drained from his body like a spring that had been wound too tight for too long. An hour later, the team bus rumbled its way back towards Motherwell. The only sound in the cabin was the dull roar of the engine. An old CRT television mounted behind the driver's seat flickered with static, broadcasting the live draw for the Scottish League Cup. On the screen, a suited FA official reached into a glass bowl and listlessly stirred the balls. Yunfei leaned back in the front row seat, chewing his gum nonchalantly. He watched the screen, a cold laugh forming in his mind. Motherwell was crippled by injuries, reeling from a last-minute defeat, and their morale was on the verge of implosion. At a time like this, the ratings-hungry broadcasters and FA bureaucrats wouldn't hesitate to throw another bucket of gasoline on the fire. And what matchup would provide the best entertainment value? Why dragging out an old rival who had already beaten Motherwell twice this season, of course. Motherwell's opponent is. The official on TV unfolded the slip of paper. Yunfei mouthed the name along with him. Livingston. The screen froze. Motherwell versus Livingston, suppressed, almost numb sighs echoed from the back of the bus. Sure enough, the old nemesis who had exploited Yunfei's praise trap in his debut to score 4 past them had conveniently been drawn against them once more. Yunfei stared at the disgustingly familiar crest on the screen, his chewing coming to a halt. There was no surprise in his eyes, only a cynical amusement at having seen through this absurd script. His fingers slowly curled into a fist, crushing the team sheet he was holding into a ball of paper. Livingston. Since the FA and Fate were so desperate for a show, he might as well give them the performance of a lifetime. The next morning in the training grounds treatment room, the pungent scent of disinfectant filled the entire space. Martha pushed the door open, sleeves rolled to her elbows, and placed a report on Yunfei's desk. Take a look for yourself, and by the way, she pulled another sheet from her white coat pocket and tossed it atop the report, the sports section of today's Sun. They got their hands on the team's injury data somehow, and they're already calling us Fir Park Sanatorium. Yunfei glanced down at the newspaper. The headline was classic tabloid style: Motherwell's ranks decimated by injuries, Chinese gaffer may have to lace up his own boots. The accompanying photo was of Gallagher being helped off the pitch last match, snapped from a brutally unflattering angle, his expression twisted like he was starring in a zombie flick. He pushed the paper aside and looked at the report. A page of stark black text on white with a column of warning flags running down, looking about as flat as a flatlined EKG. Gallagher groin on the verge of a grade 2 tear. Immediate suspension advised. If forced to play, will break down within 15 minutes. Carroll, severe bilateral gastrocnemius strain, continued high intensity play poses a risk of rhabdomyolysis. Adahu, extensive tear of thigh muscle fibers. Out for 5 to 8 weeks. Lawless isokinetic strength below required threshold. Pentadano fluid accumulation in old left knee injury. The list went on, the red lights still extending. At the very bottom was Campbell, 2 straight reds in 2 months. The Scottish FA deemed his style of play too dangerous and issued a warning, followed by an additional match suspension. Done reading? Martha leaned on the desk, stating the facts with deliberate clarity. If you send this squad out to play attacking football again, you won't need to wait for the referee's whistle. Someone will be heading straight to the emergency room mid-match. I'm not suggesting you rotate. I'm telling you that we're one hard collision away from falling off the cliff's edge. Yunfei stared at the report, silent, for half a minute. 3 days until the match, right? 3 days from now. That's enough. He put the report down. For these 3 days, all training is cancelled. Track running, contact drills, tactical rehearsals, all of it. The whole squad goes to the treatment room. You handle it. Those who need to recover, recover. Those who need massage, get massaged. Those who need sleep, sleep. Just one thing, get their energy back. If their sharpness suffers, so be it. My priority is making sure they can walk onto the pitch for the match. Martha gave him a look, said nothing more, nodded, and turned to arrange it. As she was leaving, she tossed back a final comment. Oh, and energy can be recovered, but if we keep running them into the ground like this, the injury list will only get longer. Then tell them not to run, Yunfei said without looking up. Tell them to play lying down. An hour later, the entire squad was summoned to the tactics room. The atmosphere was heavy, no one spoke. Yunfei walked to the whiteboard and grabbed the eraser. He methodically wiped away the running patterns, passing triangles, and wing overlap arrows he'd drawn just 2 days prior. Chalk dust fell to the floor. He tossed the eraser back into its tray with a sharp clatter, leaving the board pristine. Yunfei turned to face the players, his tone carrying a roguish, unapologetic edge. Can't run anymore. No one dared to respond. If you can't run, then we don't run. For these 3 days, you all go to the treatment room and lie down. Gallagher, get in the ice bath. Carroll, get a massage. Dong Fengshua keeps sorting out his jet lag. I have one single demand: restore your energy completely. He picked up a marker and drew 10 lines just outside the box, pulling everyone back. Against Livingston, we won't play football. We'll play for fouls. The players exchanged bewildered glances. Forget possession. Forget high pressing. Take whatever dignity you have left and flush it down the toilet. Ball in the air. Put your body on the line. Ball at your feet. Boot it out for a throw-in. Someone touches you. Hit the ground and roll. We'll shred these 90 minutes into fragments. We can't let those Livingston bastards get comfortable. He pointed the marker at Dongfanghua, and what? When their defenders stick a leg out, you go down. And when you're down, roll. The harder you roll, the faster the ref's card comes out. Don't worry about how it looks. Mourinho parked the bus at Stamford Bridge and won 8 trophies. Simeone won La Liga at Atletico with time-wasting tactics. Yunfei tapped the whiteboard, looking as shrewd as a ticket tout outside the stadium. I'll be in contact with championship clubs. The scouts and owners in the stands don't care how ugly your game is. They only look at the league table. They only care if you bring home wins. He swept his gaze across the room. We're not spending energy. We're spending time. You have 2 jobs. 1, kick the ball out of play. 2, if they touch you, you fall. Chop the game into pieces and drag Livingston down into the mud with us. He tossed the marker into the tray, walked over to the TV, and slid in a disc. The screen lit up. It was a highlight reel of Livingston's main center backs, fouls, studs up, tackles, elbows, and aerial duels, shirt pulling in the box. Yunfei paused at the frame, freezing on that thuggish face. What? Take a good look. What? Looked up, his eyes still bloodshot from a poor night's sleep. You don't need to score this match. No shots, no runs into the box. You just mark this guy. He raises an elbow, you clutch your face. He pulls your shirt, you go down in the box. No whistle the first time. Do it again. No whistle the second time. Do it a third time. What? Asked hoarsely. That's all I have to do. That's all. Yunfei replied, locking eyes with him. You win us 1 set piece in the attacking third, and I'll add elite in Europe at drawing fouls to your transfer recommendation letter. Your next contract can be earned by hitting the deck too. What? Swallowed hard, didn't hesitate, and nodded. Yunfei had just set the remote down when the TV switched to a sports news segment. Livingston manager David's face filled the screen, bathed in warm studio, lighting, microphone logos glinting. Motherwell. They're a field hospital now. David, who had already beaten Yunfei twice, leaned forward, a confident, triumphant smile playing on his lips. Last time they got lucky and scored 3 past us. This time they can barely walk. I've seen their injury list. I genuinely feel for Yunfei. I hope they can field 11 players who can actually stand for the kickoff. Reporters in the background joined in the laughter. Always eager to stir the pot, the camera cut back to the anchor, who added, The Sun reports that Motherwell's training ground has been turned into a treatment center. Apparently, even their tactical sessions are held lying down. David quipped smoothly, tactics while lying down. Will they be bringing beds onto the pitch for the match too? The laughter grew louder. Yunfei watched the face on the screen. He didn't curse, didn't throw anything. He turned off the TV, the screen going black. A slow grin spread across his face. Laugh. The harder you laugh, the better. It's when a man is most inflated that he breaks his neck. Yunfei picked up the marker again, turned to the tactical board, and drew a heavy, forceful cross over Livingston's name. The marker snapped in his hand with a sharp crack. 3 days. Our home ground. He brushed the dust from his hands. Let's see if their mouths are tougher or our resolve. Meeting adjourned. 3 days after Livingston manager Davies' taunt about a shelter for the wounded hit the papers, the Scottish League Cup pre-match press conference was held. Motherwell's press room was packed once more. Journalists set up their cameras and waited for the Motherwell manager to take the stage. Davy had torn Motherwell to shreds 3 days prior, and today everyone wanted to see how this Chinese man would respond. Yunfei sat at the table and adjusted the microphone. The room fell silent for a moment before Hammond Khan from the Daily Record stood up. First, Mr. Yun, Coach Davy said you're a shelter for the wounded and hoped you could field 11 players able to stand for kickoff. How do you respond? Stand for kickoff? Yunfei leaned back in his chair. He should worry less about whether we can stand and more about whether he's received his Premier League offer yet. A low chuckle rippled through the room. Last time we met, we played attacking football, scored 3 and conceded 4. Yunfei leaned into the microphone, his tone flat, as if reviewing a match that had little to do with him. That game we wanted to win, so we gave them chances and let Livingston stroll their way to 4 goals. The room went quiet for a beat. The journalists naturally remembered that 4-3 and how Yunfei had lavished praise on Davy before that match. But today we have no intention of playing the fool. A journalist in the back couldn't hold back a laugh. Yunfei leaned back and abruptly shifted the conversation. Speaking of Coach Davy, I once said that with his tactical acumen, he's more than qualified to lead a mid-table team in the Premier League. He seems to agree with that himself, doesn't he? I'd like to ask him, has he finalized the Premier League contact? When does he report for duty? He paused, then added, if he hasn't heard anything yet, then he should use today's match as a chance to put on a good show. After all, after seeing this game, those scouts might just change their minds. Pens scribbled in unison across the room. Several familiar journalists exchanged glances. This was no longer just pre-match bravado. This was old grudges and new scores all paid back to Davy in one go. Meanwhile, still en route, manager Davy hurled his phone to the ground. The players on the bus dared not even breathe. That evening in the away team dressing room at Fir Park, the players already kicked up sat on the benches awaiting the final pre-match talk. The atmosphere was heavier than in recent training sessions. From the corridor, the faint rumble of Livingston's team bus arriving could be heard. Yunfei pushed the door open without a tactics board in hand. He scanned the room, walked to the window, and yanked the curtains open with a loud swish. Outside lay Fir Park, all four floodlights blazing with patches of damp still glistening on the turf. The stands weren't full yet, but a few figures and windbreakers with lanyards hung over the railing flipping through notebooks. See those people up in the stands? Yun Fei jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. 3 of them. From Middlesbrough, Birmingham, and Millwall. All championship scouts. The air in the dressing room shifted instantly. Players who had been staring at the floor snapped their heads up toward the stands. James, who wanted a pay rise, but was refused by Manchester United, froze his grip on his shin guard tightening. They've traveled all the way from England. Not to watch a Scottish Cup tie. They're here to watch players. Yun Fei turned and pulled a crumpled folded sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolding it. I had old Tom check their itineraries. Middlesbrough need a right winger. Birmingham need a center back. Millwall need a striker who can run and crash. Lucky for us, we've got plenty of those positions. He slapped the paper onto the tactics table. So tonight this isn't a cup match. Yun Fei leaned against the table, hands gripping the edge, and looked at each player in turn. Gallagher still had bandages wrapped around his upper thigh. Carroll had a row of tape strips on his calf. Don Fonjoie had dark circles under his eyes, what stared at the ground lost in thought, and James sat in the corner rubbing his palms repeatedly against his training pants. Tonight is your job interview. No extra words like nails hammered into wood. Livingston want to reach the quarterfinals. Let them dream on. Your job out there isn't to win a cup. It's to make those 3 men in the stands lose sleep tonight and call their club saying, we must sign this player in January. The breathing in the room grew noticeably heavier. Middlesbrough's current right winger earns £2,500 a week. Birmingham's starting midfielder makes £1,800. Millwall's striker gets £1,500. Yun Fei recited the numbers one by one. Pounds, not euros. What are you making at Motherwell right now? 110, 900, 1,800. What is that even enough for? Not even a decent bottle of wine at a nightclub for a benchwarmer on their first team. He paused for a beat. When the January window opens, if a bid comes in, if you want to leave, I won't stand in anyone's way. Whoever gets a championship contract can multiply their wages tenfold. Who leaves with a fat paycheck and who stays here chewing potatoes in this potato field isn't my decision. It's what you play for. Someone in the corner swallowed hard. James on his 110. A weak wage squeezed his shin guard until it creaked. Yun Fei picked up a piece of chalk, turned, and wrote 2 words on the tactics board: Livingston. Then he drew a decisive cross through the name. The opponent in front of you isn't a team. It's an ATM. They're rough, slow, and hot-tempered. Rattle them, and they lose their heads. Perfect for padding your stats. He tossed the chalk into the tray. So don't hold back. Grind those bastards into dust and use them as stepping stones. Prove you're not cripples waiting to die in a shelter for the wounded. Prove your players with real quality. Make those scouts in the stands see that Motherwell's players are a match for anyone in the championship. What lifted his head? The bloodshot in his eyes remained, but something bigger had overshadowed it. James stood up, his voice low. Boss, Birmingham's starting midfielder makes £1,800 a week. Pounds. After tax. Haven't you been at Manchester United? Didn't you see Pogba's wages? Yun Fei didn't even turn around. James asked no more. Out there. The door swung open and the sound of boots on concrete filled the corridor. In the tunnel, the 2 teams lined up in 2 rows. Every player from Livingston had fire in their eyes. Davies' pre-match talk had clearly been full of venom. Scott Pittman sized up the Motherwell players, his gaze landing on James. A smirk tugged at his lips. He nudged his teammate with his shoulder and said in a voice lowered but audible to everyone, this one's 110. Low laughter rippled through Livingston's ranks. James didn't turn his head. He stared at the floodlights beyond the tunnel exit, his jaw clenching and then relaxing. What stood ahead of him, eyes fixed straight ahead, his face an unreadable mask. Gallagher's captain's armband had slipped. He reached up and straightened it. Don Fonjoie stood quietly at the back, his lips pressed into a thin line. The referee's whistle was poised in his mouth. The 3 scouts in the stands flipped open their notebooks in unison. The opening whistle blew. The pitch at Fir Park squelched underfoot, still waterlogged from Yun Fei's earlier trickery. Neither set of players had any intention of playing proper football from the first second. The referee had already blown for 2 fouls before the match stumbled past the first minute. Yun Fei stood on the touchline, collar turned up, watching the human meat grinder unfold on the pitch. The 10 lines drawn on the tactics board were materializing one by one. The entire team packed into their own half, crashing into Livingston the moment they got the ball. In the 7th minute, Livingston won a throw-in in the attacking third. Forrest took a 2-step run up and hurled the ball straight into the box. The ball flew 20 meters through the air, dropping just before the 6-yard line. 6 Motherwell defenders stood in the box, yet not a single one jumped. Gallagher, his thigh wrapped in bandages, gritted his teeth and leapt, but his footing slipped, leaving him half a head shorter than his usual jump height. Livingston's lone striker Protagonist leaned into him and powered a header into the net. Randolph stretched for it, fingertips grazing the ball, but couldn't keep it out. 1-0. Protagonist hauled himself out of the mud, sprinted to the corner flag in front of the home bench, spread his arms wide, and made a shut-up gesture toward the thousands of Motherwell fans in the stands. Then he pointed at the mud beneath his feet, as if to say, this is where you belong, in the dirt. Several Livingston players followed him over, some spitting onto the turf. As Pittman jogged past James, he deliberately bumped him with his shoulder, muttering something under his breath. James didn't flinch. None of the Motherwell players went over to confront them. Gallagher picked himself up off the ground, wiped the mud from his knees, and didn't even glance in their direction. What stood at the center circle, hands on his hips, his face utterly expressionless. Yun Fei didn't shout from the sideline. He just pressed his palm downward in a calming gesture and called out, "James. What? They think you lot earning your paltry $1,000 a week haven't hit rock bottom yet. Show these bastards just how shameless you can be for the sake of the English scouts in the stands." In the 15 minutes following the conceded goal, the match transformed completely. Livingston tried to push for another but quickly realized something was wrong. They couldn't advance past midfield before being stopped. Not by tackles, but by fouls. Every foul was light. Not enough to injure, just enough to halt play. A tug on the jersey from behind, a body check before going for the ball, in an aerial duel, a trailing leg tripping a runner as the ball went out of play. The referee's whistle blew in fits and starts the match shattered into fragments. Finally losing patience, he stormed up to Crawford, drew an invisible rectangle in the air, then jabbed his finger toward midfield. "Keep it up, and I'll start showing cards." But the next tackle, Crawford went down just the same, though this time he caught himself with his hands before hitting the ground. In the 15th minute, James shadowed Livingston's midfielder Pittman near the center circle. He dropped his center of gravity, angled his body sideways, chest facing the opponent's shoulder. No leg extended, no studs showing. Just as Pittman turned, James pressed his entire body into him. Not a collision, a cling. James even whispered in Pittman's ear, "I'm your shadow for the rest of this match." Pittman stumbled a step and poked the ball out to his teammate on the wing. Before Forrest on the wing could even control the ball, Crawford slid in studs, skimming the turf, sweeping the ball out for a throw in, his body rolling over once from the momentum. At the same time, what was making relentless back-and-forth runs in the gap between Livingston's defensive line and midfield. Livingston's center back McMillan was never more than a meter away from him. McMillan had seen red in the previous match for a two-footed lunge, and today he was marking Watt with extra intensity. This time Watt didn't try to dart into the box. Wherever McMillan went, Watt followed. The two tangled in the zone between the center circle and the penalty area, neither giving an inch. In the 21st minute, Campbell launched a long pass from midfield. The delivery was off target, drifting toward McMillan's zone. Both Watt and McMillan sprinted for it. 3 or 4 strides and McMillan raised his elbow into Watt's chest. Not a big motion, but carrying real force. Watt went down as if his bones had been pulled out of him, falling flat onto his back in the mud. He didn't even cry out on impact, just clutched his chest and rolled twice across the turf. The referee's whistle blew and he ran over. McMillan spread his hands wide. "He's diving. The bastard didn't even touch me." Watt lay in the mud, clutching his chest, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he drawled, "Save your breath, big man. That was just the interest." The referee ignored him, issued a verbal warning, and awarded Motherwell a free kick in the attacking half. Positioned wide left, a dozen meters from the box. Decent enough angle to swing a ball into the area. Crawford delivered it, aiming for the back post. Gallagher and the opposing center back rose simultaneously. The ball was headed clear, dropping outside the box. James followed up with a long-range strike, but it deflected off the wall. In the ensuing scramble, a Livingston defender hacked it out for a corner. Crawford's corner was headed away at the near post again. Pachadano collected it on the edge and tried to slip it through, but it was blocked. Another attempt, another block. The referee blew for a defensive foul. Yun Fei didn't shout from the sideline. He just studied the free kick position, then turned and said something to old Tom. In the 25th minute, possession went to Livingston. Popratniak received a cross from the wing just outside the box and tried to turn and shoot, but Gallagher pressed in from the side, his chest driving into the striker's shoulder. He stayed on his feet, but lost the ball. Spinning around, he shook his fist at the referee, who ignored him. Less than a minute later, Livingston's winger Forrest tried to power past Carroll down the left flank. Carroll held his ground, body tight, forcing the winger 2 strides wide and out of play. The throw-in came in and James snuck in behind the receiver, poking the ball away. It rolled across midfield. Watt chased it 2 steps before McMillan barreled into him from behind. This time it was a genuine collision. Watt pitched forward onto the ground. The whistle blew. Free kick to Motherwell in their own half. Another verbal warning. McMillan ground his teeth and shouted at the referee, "Is this a sissy league?" The referee glanced back at him, hand already reaching toward his pocket. A teammate hurried over to apologize and drag McMillan away. Watt patted the mud off his collar and blew a nonchalant whistle. In the 28th minute, Livingston were passing it around at the back. McMillan received the ball, about to distribute wide. Watt closed in again, not going for the ball, but for the man positioning himself between McMillan and the ball. McMillan shoved him with his shoulder. Watt rode the contact, lunging forward, and as he went down, he stretched out his right leg and poked the ball away. McMillan turned to chase, and as his elbow grazed Watt's neck, Watt began convulsing, letting out a scream as he pitched face first into the mud, sliding over a meter. Beep. The whistle sounded. This time McMillan didn't argue. He looked down at Watt in the mud, laughed in disbelief. "Fine. You're something else." Watt lifted his head from the mud, wiping the filthy water from his face, all for a luxury car and a pretty girl. The referee held up the yellow card high. The 3 scouts in the stands simultaneously leaned forward, one of them scribbling notes. The few hundred Motherwell fans in the stands let out their first rhythmic chorus of boos. Watt climbed out of the mud without brushing himself off, walked over to the referee, hands on knees, gasping for air. Dong Fengzhua ran over from the other side with Crawford and James closing in too. Yun Fei stepped 2 paces forward on the touchline, hands still in his coat pockets, studying the spot where the free kick would be taken. Not the best distance, but dead center. Crawford took his run up, his right foot striking the base of the ball. It sailed over the wall straight at the keeper. Powerful, but he failed to hold it, spilling the ball. Pandemonium in the box. Watt reacted first, throwing himself at the ball and poking it with an outstretched leg. The keeper sprawled to palm it away but didn't get it far. The ball rolled toward the right post where Dong Fengzhuo was waiting. He swiveled to meet it, swinging his right foot with everything he had. The ball skimmed across the wet turf, slipping beneath the keeper's still retracting arm and rolling into the bottom right corner of the net. 1-1. Fur Park erupted. In the stands, a woman hurled her bra skyward, which landed on the bald head of a burly man in the front row. Dong Fengzhuo rose from the mud. No running, no knee slide, not even an arm raised. He swept the wet hair back from his forehead, face utterly impassive, and turned to walk back. As he passed Watt, he patted the back of his head. Watt cracked a grin. Yunfei stood on the touchline, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he didn't allow himself a full smile. He turned to old Tom and said, "Tell these little bastards to keep crashing into them in the second half. Whoever flinches first is a coward." The referee checked his watch and blew for halftime. 1-1. The Motherwell players trudged off the pitch, faces caked in mud, jerseys streaked with black and brown, looking like they'd just come up from a coal mine. Several Livingston players surrounded the referee as they walked off, still gesturing about the free kick decision. In the stands, the three scouts flipped to a fresh page in their notebooks. The moment the second half whistle blew, Livingston pressed forward aggressively. David had clearly unleashed a torrent of fury on his players during the interval. As they emerged from the tunnel, the Livingston players had bloodshot eyes, their aggression simmering like they were ready to devour their opponents. Within 30 seconds of the restart, Livingston's winger hugged the touchline, blowing past Carroll, and his cross was deflected behind for a corner off Gallagher's leg. Corner kick. Center back Ambrose and striker Popratnik pushed into the box, packing Motherwell's penalty area to the brim. The corner was swung in. Gallagher managed a weak header at the near post, but it didn't clear the danger. The ball fell to the edge of the box where Livingston midfielder Pittman met it with a ferocious volley, which ricocheted off Crawford's back and back into the penalty area. In the ensuing scramble, Popratnik stretched a leg out and poked the ball goalward from 3 meters out. Randolph dived, getting a fingertip to it, but the ball trickled agonizingly over the line. 2-1. Popratnik, celebrating his brace, sprinted to the corner flag, turned towards the Motherwell bench, pointed at the mud beneath his feet, and spat. "This is what you deserve, you Motherwell trash. What are you panicking for?" Yunfei abandoned his stoic facade from the first half. He tore off his trench coat, tossed it to the ground, and strode to the edge of the technical area, bellowing at his dazed players. "Those 3 Englishmen in the stands don't care about the score. They only care if you're cowards. Win the ball back. Keep smashing into them." The mention of the Englishmen was more potent than any tactical tweak. The Motherwell players' eyes lit up with renewed ferocity. In the 58th minute, Watt received the ball with his back to goal on the left edge of the box. McMillan pressed tight from behind, using his chest to shove him. This time, Watt didn't even try to hold his ground. He went with the shove, let out an exaggerated cry, and threw himself face first into the mud, clutching his shin and rolling a dramatic 3.5 times. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding a free kick in a prime position. McMillan was incandescent with rage. He stormed over to grab Watt by the collar. "Is this what you call footballing? Are you some wobbly little tart?" Watt, sitting in the mud, didn't even look up, replying with a deadpan voice. "That's an 18000 a week foul you just committed. Many thanks for the contribution." McMillan looked ready to spit blood, but the referee intervened, showing him a yellow card. Crawford took the free kick and the keeper fumbled the save. In the chaos, Gallagher's sliding shot was blocked, but Watt followed up and smashed the rebound into the net. 2-2. This time the Motherwell players celebrated with unbridled passion. Gallagher scrambled up from the mud and sprinted over to grab Watt's head. James's piled on from behind, hanging off Gallagher's neck. Yunfei let out a piercing, vulgar whistle from the sideline, 2 fingers in his mouth, the sharp sound cutting through half the stadium. "Beautifully done, Watt. Keep playing like this." Yunfei shouted shamelessly towards the pitch. "Show them you're worth every penny of that £1,000,000 price tag." Over on the away bench, David's face was green with fury. He protested wildly to the 4th official about the dive, but was met with a stony cold stare. The next 20-plus minutes turned into a grueling, ugly war of attrition. In the 82nd minute, James's chased a ball heading out of play on the wing. He hooked it back from the advertising hoardings, but tumbled over them and crashed onto the running track. He got up with a split lip, blood trickling down his chin. Yunfei, standing on the sideline, didn't call for the physio. Instead, he pointed to the highest tier of the stands and roared, "James's, spit out that blood. Show those blind scouts what this body of yours is worth." James's wiped his face roughly with the bottom of his shirt, spat a bloody glob onto the turf, and charged back onto the field like a rabid dog. Up in the stands, a scout adjusted his glasses and made a heavy mark in his notebook. In the 85th minute, Livingston won the ball deep in their own half and launched a counterattack. Gallagher's thigh bandage had come loose, and his stride was visibly labored as he tracked back. Forrest delivered a cross, and Popratnik slotted a shot into the far corner. 3-2. Livingston had completed a dramatic go-ahead goal, sending the away fans at Fir Park into a frenzy of jumping and screaming. David turned towards the Motherwell bench and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yunfei. On the pitch, Carroll was on one knee in the grass, while Crawford lay flat on his back, both legs trembling. Their energy seemed completely spent, and a sense of despair was beginning to creep in. "Everyone get the hell up." Yunfei's voice suddenly cut through the sideline noise like a slave driver with a whip, his eyes ferocious. What's with the dog act? Haven't you earned enough of that paltry weekly wage? Do you want to be stuck in this mud for the rest of your pathetic lives? For the last 5 minutes, everyone pushes forward. Even if you have to use your teeth bite your way through their box. Go and earn your money. This tirade yanked the half-dead zombies back to their feet. Gallagher, dragging his injured leg, limped back into position. James's hauled a prostrate Crawford off the ground. The fourth official held up his board. 7 minutes of added time. In the third minute of stoppage time, Motherwell won a corner. Randolph, get up there. Smash them. Yunfei gestured wildly. The 196-meter goalkeeper Randolph abandoned his goal and charged into the opposition's penalty area. A series of corners and scrambles followed, the ball buzzing around the Livingston box. The 6th minute of stoppage time. The final attacking opportunity. O'Donnell launched a powerful long throw into the box. 5 or 6 players leaped simultaneously. At the back post, Gallagher rose like a titan. His takeoff was completely uncontrolled, throwing his entire body forward like a human cannonball. Thud. His forehead connected solidly with the ball, and it flew into the net. Simultaneously, Gallagher lost his balance, completely crashing headfirst into the goalpost before tumbling into the back of the net. The referee's whistle confirmed the goal, immediately followed by the 2 short and 1 long blasts, signaling the end of regulation time. 3-3. The Motherwell fans in the stands erupted, hundreds of bare-chested Scottish lads stomping their feet in the cold rain, chanting Gallagher's name in a rough, unified roar. Gallagher crawled out of the goal, mud and blood mixing on his forehead and streaming down his brow. He didn't wipe it away. He stood on the goal line, pointed at the turf beneath his feet, and roared, beating his chest in front of the entire crowd. Yunfei turned to look at the away bench. David's face was ashen, the plastic water bottle he'd been clutching for half the game dropping with a thud into the mud. From a distance, he held up 3 fingers towards David, who had been standing waiting for the final whistle since the 85th minute, and then tapped his wristwatch with those 3 fingers. FKU, Yunfei mouthed silently. In regulation time, they had trailed 3 times and equalized 3 times. Into extra time. The 30 minutes of extra time were devoid of tactics, formations, or stamina. Only players retching after every few strides and a cacophony of profanities filling the air. Both sides had exhausted their energy during regulation time. Carroll tumbled into a tangled heap with the opposing winger near the touchline, both clutching each other's collars and cursing furiously in the mud, while the referee couldn't be bothered to reach for a card. The bloody scab on Gallagher's forehead had scabbed over and split open repeatedly. After every aerial duel, he spat a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva onto the turf. When the referee's prolonged, piercing final whistle of extra time rang out, James collapsed onto the grass in a starfish-shaped chest, heaving violently, still muttering curses. Those bastards from Livingston. What with his hands braced on his knees, let saliva and mud dribble uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Gallagher limped to the sideline, took the water bottle old Tom handed him, took a huge gulp, and spat it out. Straighten your damn backs. Yunfei waded through a puddle and strode into the technical area. He offered no towels, no words of comfort, like a plantation slave master, his gaze sweeping over the summoned penalty takers. Gallagher, Don Fangjoie, what, Crawford and James? Look at you all on the verge of death. Yunfei pointed towards the highest tier of the stands. You think those 3 Englishmen are here out of charity? They only buy fierce dogs that bite, and only sell players who can win. He walked up to the 6'5" Randolph, their eyes locking. That lot across the way has already scared you shitless. Get to that goal line. You save just 1, and I'll buy you all the celebration beer tonight. Randolph grinned, flashing a row of white teeth, and nodded firmly. Go out there and show your £1,000,000 worth. Yunfei kicked a water bottle. Anyone who gets weak-kneed and skies it is banned from the canteen tomorrow. The coin toss. Livingston won the right to go first. The penalty spot was situated in front of the home stands, where thousands of inebriated Motherwell faithful had gathered, a sea of raised middle fingers and synchronized jeers. Round 1. As Livingston's pitman placed the ball on the spot, a hefty bald man in the front row hurled his half-empty dark beer against the barrier netting, screaming at Pittman, "Sky it. You gutless bastard." Pittman gritted his teeth, ran up, and struck the ball towards the bottom right corner. Randolph's massive frame launched itself fully horizontal in midair. His left fingertips grazed the ball, which thudded against the outside of the post and bounced away. Beautiful. Motherwell's players collided shoulders on the edge of the box, while the Scottish hardmen in the stands pounded their chests in frenzy. Motherwell's first penalty. Gallagher. Blood was still seeping from the captain's forehead. He placed the ball, turned to glare at the goalkeeper, and let loose a Chinese curse he'd learned from Yunfei. He ran up and struck a devilishly placed low shot with the inside of his left foot. The keeper guessed the right way, but was a palm's width short. 1-0. Gallagher didn't celebrate. He just gave a thumbs up towards the Livingston half, then slowly rotated it downwards. Round 2. Livingston's Forrest walked to the spot amidst a torrent of boos. Overwhelmed by pressure, he struck the ball poorly. Randolph punched it clear with both hands. Second save. Fur Park exploded. A fan in the stands whipped his trousers off and spun them over his head, while thousands of throats unleashed a primal roar. Motherwell's second penalty. Don Fangjoie. No run-up. 2 steps set, and a calm right-footed strike into the bottom left corner. Goal. 2-0. Don Fangjoie clenched his fist, tightened it, and turned back to the line. Round 3. Both teams scored. Popratnik, who had a hat trick tonight, fooled Randolph with a weak soft shot. 2-1. But then the happy boy, the one who made everyone nervous, stepped up to the spot. He placed the ball, beckoned to the keeper with a curled finger, then smashed it off the underside of the crossbar and into the net. 3-1. After scoring, didn't even glance at the keeper. He turned, faced the 3 English scouts in the stands, pounded the crest on his chest, and thrust both thumbs up. 18,000. See that? After 3 rounds the score was 3-1. Motherwell held 2 match points. Round 4. Livingston shot first. The player struck the ball with his eyes closed, and it ricocheted off Randolph's fingertips and into the net. 3-2. The pressure instantly reversed. If Motherwell scored this one, the match was over. Crawford carried the ball to the spot. He ran up, went for a right-footed shot, but his standing foot slipped in the mud beside the penalty mark. The ball skimmed over the crossbar and out. Not in. The deafening roar from the stands was abruptly cut short, as if a neck had been snapped. In the 2 seconds of silence, only the sound of cold wind sweeping across the turf could be heard. Livingston's substitutes leapt to their feet, and Davy was wildly waving his arms on the sideline. Suspense at this most critical of moments had clawed its way back to life. The 5th round was the verdict. Livingston shot first. If they scored, it would be 3-3, and all the pressure would crush down on Motherwell's final taker. Ambrose pressed the ball onto the spot. He took 3 steps back. The Motherwell fans in the stands let out a synchronized, elongated boo. He ran up and swung his right foot. The ball flew with spin towards the bottom left corner. Randolph on his line launched himself horizontally, left arm stretched out fully. Glove leather and ball leather met with a sharp, violent crack in midair. Thwack! The ball was deflected, slammed against the outside of the post, and bounced out. He saved it. 3rd save. The Great Wall. The referee immediately blew his whistle. 2 short blasts. The match was over. The 5th taker wasn't needed. 3-2. 6-5 on aggregate. Motherwell had eliminated their bitter rivals on penalties. Randolph was buried under a pile of a dozen mud-caked teammates in the muck. Gallagher's forehead wound had split open again, blood and mud streaming down his face, but he didn't notice, just pointed at the turf beneath his feet and laughed wildly. On the sideline, Yun Fei didn't rush onto the pitch. He watched his vicious dogs collapse in the mud, celebrating in disarray, and pulled out a cigarette, placing it unlit between his lips. He turned his head, and across half the pitch his gaze locked with Livingston's manager Davy. He raised his hand, tapped his temple twice with his index finger, and then silently mouthed a curse at him. In the darkness amidst the stands, an English scout closed his notebook with a decisive snap. This bloody cup tie was brought to a perfect close. They had advanced to the quarterfinals. In the head coach's office, Yun Fei casually tossed a half-empty bottle of mineral water onto the desk, spinning a marker pen between his fingers. Old Tom pushed the door open and entered, his expression peculiar. He slapped a freshly printed A4 sheet onto the desk, his finger tapping twice heavily on the fixture list. The Scottish League Cup draw is out, boss. Old Tom swallowed hard, his tone laced with undisguised disgust. The broadcasters and those bastards at the FA definitely rigged it. Last time it was Livingston, now it's St. Johnstone. Yun Fei glanced down. Rigged. He slammed the marker pen onto the table with a sharp crack. His lips tightened bit by bit, twisting into an ugly smirk. This is what I call a cash cow. Those blood-sucking broadcasters at Sky Sports are dreaming of another cage match or a revenge saga. Leaning back in his chair, Yun Fei drummed his knuckles on the desk in a steady rhythm. The FA doesn't even bother to hide it anymore, just for a bit of pathetic ratings and broadcast revenue. They've set up another grudge match. Since they want ratings. Yun Fei suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. Then let's give them blood. Go to the storage room. Dig out all the thickest, hardest shin guards. The extended ones with steel plates if we have them. If we don't have enough, clean out the sports shops in town. Before the match, everyone gets a pair. Anyone who doesn't wear them, I'll break their legs myself. Old Tom drew a sharp breath and jotted notes on his pad. Boss, what about tactics? Tactics? What tactics do we need against these lumberjacks? Are we training the 8 gates? Yun Fei stood up, his eyes fierce. Tell those mad dogs in the dressing room. Since the FA built the stage, we'll play the show to the end. This time we're on their turf. Old grudges, new debts. Collect it all in one trip with interest. Old Tom wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to bring up the match again. He quickly pulled another thick document from under his arm and handed it over. Winter transfer window potential targets summary. Yun Fei took it and flipped through the pages rapidly. The first few pages were all about washed-up veterans from League One and League Two. No mining value at all. Just as he was about to lose patience, his fingers suddenly stopped on a report. Ryan Fraser, Aberdeen Youth Academy product, left winger, 18 years old. Yun Fei's gaze locked onto those words as the memory database of his past life as a die-hard fan exploded in his mind. Ryan Fraser, the Premier League's little Scotsman, the bulldozer on the wing. The one who tore up the Premier League at Bournemouth, racking up double-double goals and assists in a single season, ranking second only to Hazard on the assist chart. Yun Fei suppressed his racing heart and continued reading. Fraser hadn't made a name for himself yet. The report's data was sparse: a 100-meter sprint, just over 11 seconds, dribbling frequency ranked top 3 in Scotland for his age group. This season he'd made a few substitute appearances for Aberdeen's first team with nothing to show for it. But what truly caught Yun Fei's attention was a line of small red text. Old Tom had annotated: youth contract expires this summer. Renewal negotiations with Aberdeen have essentially collapsed. The player is demanding guaranteed first-team playing time. Aberdeen is still deliberating. He's currently semi-frozen out in the reserves. 18 years old Premier League star potential contract expiring feuding with his club frozen out. Yunfei mulled over these lines, his mind racing with calculations. He propped his feet up on the desk and crossed his arms. This isn't just an ordinary scouting report. This is fate handing me a fat lamb worth at least 20 million euros roasted to perfection, sprinkled with cumin and served right to my mouth. The left wing of the current squad is an absolute disaster. This kid can perfectly fill that void, and the best part, he's free. No transfer fee. This is the kind of jackpot that makes me squeal like a pig in bed at night. Have the part-time scout camp out in Aberdeen this week. Yunfei slammed the page onto the desk. I want his distance-covered sprint counts and cross-success rate. Forget all that flashy dribbling nonsense. I just need to know if he's fast enough. And one more thing. Right now this instant send a formal offer to Fraser's agent. Yunfei spun around, pulled the keyboard toward him, and began typing furiously. Old Tom peered at the screen, and his expression froze instantly. Boss, are you sure you didn't miss a zero? Old Tom pointed at the numbers on the screen, his voice trembling. Base weekly wage for 100. Bonus clause, if he makes 21st team appearances the wage rises to 900. Boss Fraser is a regular for Scotland's youth teams. The market rate for someone like him starts at 1,500 euros at minimum. If you send an offer like this, his agent will definitely think we misplaced a decimal point. Why would he think that? Yunfei retorted with unshakable confidence, his bandit logic refined to perfection. Old Tom did this kid fall out with Aberdeen over money. He's after dreams. A starting spot. A chance to make his mark. Yunfei spun around. Aberdeen can't give him a stage. They just want him warming the bench. But I can. I give him absolute freedom on the wing, and he gives me cheap, high-quality labor. That's what I call a win-win. Mutual benefit. Old Tom was left speechless by this shameless tirade. What was clearly exploitation had been spun into an act of charity. Write it clearly in the contract. Yunfei continued, his tone dripping with cunning. The first 20 appearances are a trial period. Proof he deserves the spot. The 21st appearance bumps it to 900. That's my generosity. What does he want? He wants his name on the starting lineup sheet every match. He wants every scout in Europe writing Fraser all over their notebooks after the winter window. That's priceless. Yunfei leaned back in his chair, admiring his own masterpiece with satisfaction. Fax this contract over. Oh, and add one more line at the end of the email. Motherwell's number 10 shirt will be available after the winter window. It's sized for someone who's 6 meters tall. Old Tom swallowed dryly. Boss, our current number 10 is Nicky Law. His contract doesn't expire until the end of the season, and we haven't even started renewal talks. Sending that. It doesn't affect the core message of my email. Yunfei waved his hand, dismissively, showing no hint of guilt. Old Tom fell silent. He picked up the contract draft reeking of capitalist exploitation and walked out of the office with a complicated expression. The rustling of paper echoed through the corridor, punctuated by a heavy sigh. Whether Old Tom was sympathizing with Fraser about to receive that offer or mourning for Nicky Law, whose jersey number had already been promised away, was anyone's guess. The fax machine on the desk clattered twice, spitting out a sheet of paper. Yunfei straightened his back from the chair and snatched the still warm fax paper. Fraser's agent had replied. This efficiency proved the offer's sincerity had truly stunned them. Yunfei had already mapped out his starting lineup for the winter window, Fraser pressing the accelerator, Don Fangjoie shifting into fifth gear, and What just waiting to feast on the chances. Then his gaze landed on the main body of the text. He rubbed his eyes, his smile freezing on his face. There was no haggling, no polite refusal. It wasn't a rejection, it was a hijack. Aberdeen had caved to Fraser's demands after Yunfei sent his contract offer, slapping down a brand new 5-year deal with doubled wages and a guaranteed spot in the first team. Fraser had already signed. The agent had added a courteous note at the end. Thank you for your club's offer. Your unique salary structure was an eye-opener. We look forward to future cooperation. That wasn't courtesy, it was a slap right across the face. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Bang! Yunfei slammed his hand on the desk. The lukewarm Nescafe jumped, splashing a few drops that landed squarely on Fraser's scout report. 5-year deal. First team guarantee. I barely sent my contract over, and they're already on their knees. They used me to drive up the price. Yunfei slapped the fax paper against the desk. Don't they know the meaning of first come, first served? My contract was sent, and Aberdeen swoops into splash cash and keep him. This is price fixing, a malicious act of oppression against a humble club like ours. Old Tom stood at the door, caught in the doorway, trying to offer a word of reason. Boss Fraser was originally nurtured by Aberdeen's own youth system. So what if they're his youth club? I talk about footballing dreams, Aberdeen throws money around. Talking about loyalty, it's just unfair, it's an insult to the sport. Old Tom wisely shut his mouth. Arguing morality and fairness with a miser trying to get something for nothing with a 400 euro offer was a complete waste of breath. Yunfei crumpled the fax into a ball and tossed it with precision into the leaky bucket in the corner. Forget it, you can't force these things. Pull up the lists of benchwarmers from League 1 and League 2 later. I'll take a closer look. Old Tom was about to respond when 2 knocks sounded. Before anyone could answer, backup center back Sean Hutchinson pushed the door open. Old Tom's heart skipped a beat. Hutchinson was the team's 5th-choice center back with 0 competitive appearances this season. With Yunfei already furious over losing his prize target, Old Tom's mind instantly flashed back to Grimshaw's mutiny, which resulted in him being listed for €1 and banished to the reserves. But Hutchinson's demeanor upon entering was completely unexpected. No slammed doors, no protests. He nodded, said boss, clasped his hands in front of him, and stood respectfully. Can I have 2 minutes of your time? His voice was quiet, but steady. Spit it out. Hutchinson didn't beat around the bush. I'm 23 with a year and a half left on my contract. I know I don't fit your tactics. He paused, his gaze unwavering as he looked straight at Yunfei. The center backs you want either have aerial dominance or recovery pace. I have neither. I'm just an average traditional center back. Last month my agent contacted a few lower league clubs about a loan, but the club refused because the defense was shorthanded. Boss, I don't want to argue with you, and I don't dare ask for a playing time guarantee. I have one request: if someone returns from injury in the defense during the winter window, will you let me go out on loan? Even if it's to a semi-pro league, as long as I can play every week. The office fell silent. Yunfei stared at him. The anger that had been simmering inside was unexpectedly quelled by these words. It wasn't out of softness, but because the kid's logic was too aligned with his own. Keeping a player who knew he wouldn't play and didn't cause trouble just to collect a weekly wage would be a crime. Yunfei opened a drawer, took out a sachet of Nescafe, poured it into a cup, added hot water, and pushed it across the desk. Sit. Hutchinson froze for a second, then flattered, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Old Tom watched in astonishment. The last rebel who entered this office, Grimshaw, hadn't even been offered a glass of water. You're right, you're not in my plans. Hutchinson held the paper cup, gave a wry smile, and didn't argue. Yunfei's pace was slower than usual, but his characteristic bluntness remained. But you have a quality no one else in the squad has. You're the first person to come and talk about leaving who remembered to knock first. With that, Yunfei thought for a moment, took out his phone, opened his contacts, and pressed speakerphone. The call connected. It was the manager of Ayr United in the Scottish League One. Yunfei instantly switched to a familiar chummy tone. Buddy, heard you're looking for a center back in the winter window. I've got a ready-made one. Sean Hutchinson, 23, prime age. His technique isn't flashy, but he's durable, and most importantly, he's obedient. Does whatever the coach says. There was a pause on the other end. Weekly wages. 700 euros. Yunfei replied without hesitation. Too expensive. We're a small operation. We can cover at most 300. You guys at Motherwell can make up the rest. The other side started to haggle. Subsidize. Dream on. Yunfei's voice exploded at the thought of paying out of his own pocket. I'm not even charging a loan fee. A prime-age Scottish Premiership centre-back coming down to dominate, and you pay the full 700. Not a penny less, or I'll be pitching him to your rivals this very afternoon. The other side tried to negotiate further, but Yunfei hung up and immediately dialed the next number, then the next. On the fourth call, the manager of Stranraer in the Scottish League Two, upon hearing he only had to cover the wages, gritted his teeth and agreed. Have him report as soon as the window opens. The starting spot is his. Deal? Sold as seen, no returns. Yunfei slammed down the phone and jutted his chin towards Hutchinson. Stranraer League Two. Starting center back. They're covering the full 700. Hutchinson, holding his untouched coffee, stood up, his eyes welling up. Boss. Thank you. Thank me for nothing. I run a fair shop here. Those who want to play, I help find a way. Those who don't want to play and still come in with an attitude, there'll always be a cold spot on the reserve bench waiting for them. Yunfei extended his hand, a rare gesture. Go to League Two and play well. Make a name for yourself, and next summer when I sell you, I might get a few extra thousand in transfer fees. That counts as my achievement. Hutchinson put down his cup, grasped the offered hand firmly, and nodded emphatically. By that afternoon, the news had spread through the locker room like wildfire. When Watt heard about it, his movements paused for a second, his neck retracted slightly, and he silently tightened his bootlaces. Next to him, James, on a €110 weekly wage, exchanged a glance with Crawford. See what I mean? Crawford said, tucking his shin guard into his sock with a grin. Our boss here might be an unreasonable bastard. But if you understand his rules, this bastard makes more sense than anyone else. The commotion from behind the door at the end of the corridor was audible throughout the entire floor. Gallagher lay face down on the physio table, his face buried in his arms, every muscle in his back tensed into knots. Each time Martha applied pressure, a muffled grunt was squeezed from his throat. Martha's sleeves rolled up, wielded a fascia release tool as thick as her forearm. She pressed its cross-section against the muscles on the back of Gallagher's right thigh, rolling it down relentlessly from below his buttock to the back of his knee, then dragging it back up. With every push, the muscles in her own forearms visibly jumped. Stop your damn whining, Martha said without looking up. If I don't break up this knot, you won't even be able to step onto the pitch this afternoon. Sweat now, bleed less on the field later. When the tool pressed into the hardest, not just below his groin, Gallagher's body jerked, his grunt rising half an octave before he clamped his hand over his mouth and fell silent. Old Tom stood in the corridor, wringing his hands, craning his neck to peek through the gap in the door. He winced and rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. One single thought dominated his mind. This wasn't physiotherapy, it was outright torture from the secret police of the Imperial Court. Yunfei stood beside him, timing the session with a stopwatch. Time's up. Exactly 10 minutes, not a second off. Yunfei pocketed the stopwatch and pushed open the door. Gallagher sat up from the table, his face slick with sweat, lips pale. He swung his bare feet to the floor and cautiously shifted his weight onto his right leg. The previous hobbling gait, the hesitation to put weight on his right foot, was gone. He paced back and forth in the treatment room, his strides growing longer. Finally, he dropped into a deep squat and stood back up. Apart from a furrowed brow, his movements were completely normal. Can you run? Yunfei didn't ask if it hurt. His question was brutally pragmatic. Gallagher hopped on the spot twice and nodded. Good. Yunfei pulled a pen from his pocket and drew a checkmark next to Gallagher's name on the starting lineup sheet. Since it's not broken, get out there and fight like your life depends on it. Old Tom watched Yunfei and silently gulped. This damn capitalist deserves to be strung up from a lamppost. Matchday, the home team dressing room at Fir Park. Players sat on the benches, shin guards not yet fully strapped. Yunfei kicked open the dressing room door, tactical board in hand, wasting no time on pleasantries. Goalkeeper Randolph. Defense Carroll Honhart Gallagher O'Donnell. Midfield Campbell Crawford. Yunfei jabbed his finger emphatically at the board. Campbell, during your 2-match suspension, our midfield was like a highway at dawn. Anyone could stroll right through. You're back now, so get that bulldozer of yours running again. Anyone who dares to hold the ball in the middle, take them and the ball down. Campbell shoved his shin guard deep into his sock, a flicker of savagery in his eyes. Up front, Manga Law What and Dong Fangjua. Yunfei's gaze swept the room. Hibernian's playing a 4-1-4-1 today. That formation stretches the wings wide, but leaves gaps on either side of their single holding midfielder. Campbell, you stick to their lone pivot like glue. Crawford, you're responsible for spreading the ball wide. We need points in the league today. Forget how many they pack behind the ball. Speed up the tempo, get it wide, and whip crosses in for what? In the players' tunnel, both teams lined up. The floodlights of Fir Park blazed in from the exit, glinting off the damp grass. The refereeing team was checking the lineup sheets. A few Hibernian players were muttering among themselves. Dong Fangjua stood near the front of the queue, doing small hops to keep his muscles warm. He casually glanced over at the Hibernian line. His wandering gaze snapped into sharp focus. Standing at the very front of their defense was an Asian face, his height, visually estimating, close to 1.9 meters. Black hair, broad shoulders, thigh muscles straining against the fabric of his shorts. He exuded an imposing presence. Their eyes met. The other player was clearly taken aback for a second, then gave a slight nod. Dewey. Dong Fangjua's mind buzzed. He'd heard the name, a highly touted young center-back talent being tracked by the national team same age as him. But he never imagined that 2 young Chinese players, both just 18, would meet on this day as opponents. Dewey lifted his chin slightly and silently mouthed a phrase, road closed. The opening whistle blew. In the 4th minute, Motherwell bared its fangs. Campbell won a ferocious tackle in midfield, and without looking launched a long ball over the top into the space behind the right side of the defense. Dong Fangjua shifted into 5th gear before the ball even landed. This was the explosive acceleration he'd honed under Yunfei. He shed the tracking midfielder in 2 strides and bore down on the ball's landing point. But the next second a wall appeared in his path. Dewey didn't choose to chase. Instead, like a precision radar, he cut horizontally with an incredibly low center of gravity. The two collided with a solid thud on the edge of the penalty area. Bang! Dong Fangjua expected his explosive power to shove the defender aside, but making contact felt like slamming at full speed into a poured concrete pillar. Dewey didn't budge an inch in the collision. He held his inside position and forcefully shielded the ball out of play for a goal kick. Dong Fangjua was bounced back half a step, steadied himself on the turf, and looked at Dewey with completely different eyes. This wasn't a fellow countryman, this was a brown bear in human skin. On the sideline, Yunfei saw the whole thing clearly, his jaw stopping mid-chew on his gum. Holy shit. Yunfei's eyes widened as he turned to old Tom. What the hell is that Chinese kid on the other side fed on? He's got bones of steel. Dong Fangjua at full tilt can run through Celtic center backs, and this guy just stonewalls him head on. The match reached a fever pitch, devolving into a frustrating half of attack versus defense. In the 18th minute, Dong Fangjua dropped deep to receive the ball, attempting to back his man down. He dragged the ball with his left foot, a move that usually fooled half the defenders in the Scottish Premiership. But Dewey didn't bite. His center of gravity seemed locked onto Dong Fangjua's movements. As Dong turned, Dewey's long leg shot out decisively, cleanly poking the ball away. In the 29th minute, Motherwell had a golden opportunity. O'Donnell raced down the right flank and whipped in across the ball, perfectly clearing the defense and dropping near the penalty spot. When attacking the drop point, swung his right leg and connected with a ferocious volley. The ball rocketed towards the top corner like a cannonball. What was already turning to race towards the corner flag in celebration. Just as the home fans began to rise to their feet, a towering figure seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Dewey hurled himself into the air like a human battering ram, using his broad chest as a shield against the shot. Bang! The ball smashed into Dewey's chest, deflected off course, and skimmed past the post for a corner. What clutched his head in agony and sank to his knees on the turf. Dewey merely rubbed his sore chest, got up expressionless, and barked orders to organize his defense for the corner. Peep, peep. The halftime whistle blew. The scoreboard still showed a stubborn 0-0. Dong Fangjua walked towards the tunnel entrance, stopped, and looked back. His 18-year-old compatriot was bending down to pick up a water bottle from the turf, his back as hard as iron. For 45 full minutes, they had collided countless times on this muddy pitch, and Dong Fangjua had gained no advantage. Yunfei stood at the tunnel entrance, his gaze on Dewey shifting from surprise to pure greed. He patted the back of Dong Fangjua's head as he walked past, lowering his voice. Don't try to outmuscle him in the second half. That kid is an absolute monster. I need to see if I can get him on loan. Emiliano Martinez reincarnated. As soon as the second half kicked off, Hibernian stopped pretending altogether. Their 4-1-4-1 formation shrank into a 6-4-0 the moment they crossed midfield. All 11 players piled up at the edge of the box, essentially parking a double-decker bus in front of the goal, with the tires slashed, playing purely for a single point. Motherwell pushed their defensive line past the halfway mark, but the following 45 minutes turned into a half-court offensive drill. In the 48th minute, what shielded Douay's chest inside the box and forced a turn and volley. He didn't catch it cleanly, and the ball rolled weakly out of bounds. Douay didn't even glance at him, not bothering with trash talk. Then began the goalkeeper show of Hibernian's keeper Marciano. In the 53rd minute, Campbell unleashed a vicious low drive from the edge of the box, aimed straight for the bottom corner. Every Motherwell fan had already raised their arms in anticipation. Marciano sprang like a coiled spring, stretching horizontally to deflect the ball onto the post with his fingertips. Clanged. The ball rebounded away. Gallagher followed up with a diving stab, but Marciano, like a warrior, made a second miraculous save, smothering the ball under his body. Bloody hell is this guy, Emi Martinez. Yunfei scratched his head on the sidelines. But this was only the beginning of the nightmare. In the 58th minute, Dong Fanghua finally used his pace to shake off Douay, meeting a cross with a violent volley. The shot was struck with immense power and precision. Marciano had already committed his dive, yet he contorted midair, just managing to clip the underside of the ball with his left toe, diverting it over the bar. From the ensuing corner, Gallagher rose like a mountain and powered a header goalward, only for Douay, stationed on the line, to block it with his thigh. O'Donnell followed up, what had another go. Marciano scrambled and threw his chest at the ball, smothering it out of the danger zone. The shot count was racing towards 20, yet the scoreboard still showed a goddamn 0-0. What kind of real-life football is this? This is clearly the most infuriating scripted system game from Football Manager. Total domination 25 shots to 3, and the opposing keeper ends up with a godly 9 rating. In the 68th minute, what just 6 meters from goal unleashed a thunderous strike. Marciano raised a single arm like a tower, palming the ball over the crossbar as if spiking a volleyball. What collapsed, clutching his head, kneeling in the box. Dong Fanghua walked over and silently pulled him up from the mud. Bang! On the sideline, Yunfei finally snapped. He violently kicked a water bottle into the air. The plastic bottle arced through the sky, landing with a splash in a puddle right next to the fourth official, spraying mud all over his trousers. The fourth official turned a warning in his eyes. What are you looking at me for? Go check their keeper's drug test. Yunfei threw his hands up, raging. Is there a force field installed on this goal? Over 20 shots and a fly couldn't get in there. Old Tom behind him hastily grabbed the tail of his coat, terrified the madman would charge onto the field and bite the official. For minutes of stoppage time remained. Motherwell pushed even their center backs into the opposing box, throwing everyone forward. In the scramble, what latched onto the second ball, flicking it with the outside of his boot, but it curled just past the far post and out of play. Peep, peep, peep. The final whistle blew. 0-0. Motherwell had 25 shots, 11 on target and 9 corners. Hibernian had 3 shots, 1 on target. On the scoreboard, 2 zeros hung side by side. Yunfei stared at them, seeing them as 0 foot. What pulled his shirt over his face, trudging off the field like a defeated rooster. Gallagher and Douay exchanged a glance, nodding in mutual respect. After 45 minutes of that brutal battle, only those on the pitch truly understood how tough that 18-year-old Chinese center back was. Yunfei stood on the sidelines, uncharacteristically refraining from unleashing his hairdryer treatment. His face grim, he walked towards the tunnel. Passing Old Tom, he muttered, "Look into that Douay's contract. Don't do it now. I feel like killing someone every time I hear the words contract hijack." In the manager's office, Old Tom carefully placed the freshly printed league table on the desk, not daring to upset Yunfei. Celtic won away, sitting top with 33 points from 13 games. Rangers won at home against St. Mirren, leapfrogging into second with 28 points. Motherwell were held at home, slipping to third with 26 points. Yunfei leaned back in his chair, staring at the table, then snatched it up and crumpled it in his hand. "We dominated the whole game, 25 shots, and couldn't put one in the bloody net." Yunfei's voice was low, but it sounded like a knife being sharpened. What can't bully that Douay with his back to goal? Dong Fanghua can't get his sprints going, and every cross from the wings is a balloon into the sky. We can't even break down a bus like Hibernian. When we face Celtic, are we supposed to give them a massage? Old Tom opened his mouth, but thought better of it and stayed silent. Yunfei abruptly stood and walked to the window, staring at the pitch dark outside. Relying on pace and blind swinging is a death sentence against tough opponents. A wild boar like what who can only feast when things are easy. What's the point of keeping him? He spun around, slamming his hand on the desk. As soon as the winter window opens, he's out. I need money. I need to buy a battering ram of a header to smash open these buses.